Recently, a group of natural enemies of centipedes moved in next door. They are quiet during the day, but at night, the fighting sounds coming from the room can last until 3 or 4 in the morning. This sound drives me crazy. That night, I finally couldn't stand it anymore and rushed next door and knocked on the security door. The person who opened the door was a woman in her 30s with big wavy hair, wearing a bright red suspender pajamas and a rose tattooed on her chest. She held a cigarette in her mouth, looked me up and down with a playful smile on her face, and before I could say anything, she pulled me into the house. The room was big but dimly lit. Several heavily made-up women were sitting on the sofa, smoking, playing with their cell phones, with very casual and unmanly postures. The doors of the 3 bedrooms were closed, and embarrassing sounds were faintly heard. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, the door of the bedroom at the far end opened, and a man and a woman walked out. My eyes subconsciously fell on the woman's face. She was Zhang Qianqian, my girlfriend. In order to pursue her, I lived frugally and saved money for a whole semester to buy her the Apple phone she liked. She smiled and said to me, "As long as you treat me well, I will marry you after graduation." I believed her and even felt that I had met true love. After graduation, I joined a real estate company and gave all my monthly salary of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan to her. However, the company went bankrupt last year, and I suddenly lost my income. When the rent was due, I asked her to borrow 5,000 yuan, but all I got was, "You spent all your money a long time ago." After that, she never contacted me again. And now, she actually showed up in a place like this. At this moment, I was so angry that I was shaking all over. My heartbeat was so slow that it seemed like it was going to stop, and I felt like I was going to die. Just before I took my last breath, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of me, with 2 options on it. 1. Get the godly rich system, climb to the throne of the Sea King, and become a super rich man. 2. Die Immediately. I was stunned. What's going on? Is God finally trying to compensate me? I didn't hesitate and chose the first option. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the godly rich system. The recharge ratio is 1 to 100,000. As the system sounded, I gradually regained consciousness, and the voices around me became clear again. Is he dead? Look at him twitching like this. Should we call the police? I opened my eyes, stood up with a somersault, glanced coldly at the people around me, and left the suffocating house without looking back. Chapter 2. In the rental house, I lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and laughed at myself. The Chinese teacher really didn't lie to me. A blessing in disguise. Although I was deceived by that bitch Zhang Qianqian for 3 years, I am now a man with a system. It is a good thing that I saw through her earlier. I took out my cell phone and looked at the words recharge ratio 1 to 100,000 in the system prompt, and a sneer appeared at the corner of my mouth. Isn't this too exaggerated? Let me test the waters first. When I opened WeChat, I found that the system had automatically bound a bank card, so I casually topped up $1 into the card. Almost instantly, a text message popped up saying that 100,000 yuan had been deposited. I was stunned and stared at the screen for several seconds before I realized, holy crap, this is going to be a big deal. Unable to contain my excitement, I recharged another 1,000 yuan from the remaining 2,000 yuan. This time, the money was credited to my account in seconds. My balance suddenly became 100 million yuan. In just 1 minute, I became a billionaire. What should I do with this money next? I pondered while opening the landlord's WeChat and decided to pay the rent first. I tapped the transfer amount input box and directly filled in 20,000. However, after clicking confirm, the system popped up a glaring prompt. Transaction failed. The super rich gold can only be used to spend on goddesses with a score of 90 or above. I looked at this prompt and my eyebrows jumped. Does this system want me to be a bootlicker? The next second, the system explained. Raise the target goddess's favorability to 70 points, and the consumption amount can be fully refunded. So, I have to meet the conditions to spend it? I couldn't help but sigh. Okay, goddesses with a score of 90 or above, right? I have a lot of beauties in my Douyin favorites. I can always use them if I pick a few. As I said that, I plugged in the data cable to charge my secondhand Xiaomi phone, opened the Douyin app, and went straight to my favorites. Those are the results of my careful selection and countless papers. I don't believe that I can't find a qualified goddess. System, scan. The first information I saw stunned me. Name, Wang Yin. Age, 36. Overall appearance, 47. 47 points? I stared with wide eyes. Even telecom fraud wouldn't dare to be so outrageous. I shuddered and slapped my thigh hard. What a sin! Take a look at this. I swiped the screen and continued scanning. Name, Zhang Shui. Age, 25. Overall appearance, 52. 52 points? I couldn't help but sneer. The internet is really not a lawless place. Can you fool others or yourself? After skating for half an hour, I didn't find a single 90-point piece, and even 80-point pieces were few and far between. I sighed helplessly. The system is simply a magic mirror. These bloggers have had plastic surgery on their faces. Their makeup is ridiculously heavy, and they have also used beauty filters to smooth their skin, which is why they have become so-called top beauties. After sighing for a while, I simply canceled all the videos in my favorites and clicked into the recommended page to watch them randomly. Criminal investigation cases, silly skits, the situation in the Middle East, stock quotes. I was not interested in browsing until a live broadcast room caught my eye. On the screen, there is a girl wearing traditional Chinese clothing. She has a beautiful oval face. Her eyebrows are slightly furrowed, and her eyes are misty. Her small, upturned nose was slightly red, as if she had just cried. She was dressed in a serious manner, and her words and actions revealed a kind of tranquility and dignity. System scan. Name, Li Jili. Age, 23. Overall appearance, 95. Fuck, 95 points. Excellent. I almost jumped up from my chair. We must get this. I immediately clicked into the live broadcast room and saw a message pop up on the screen. Welcome Chongqing to the live broadcast room. This is a new account at level 0, and I was a little surprised that the host would take the initiative to say hello. Her voice was a little choked up, and I noticed that she hadn't said much, as if she had just been wronged. I decided to dive and observe for a while. The comments were very lively at this time. It's just because my sister-in-law is too charming. Why is it so difficult to ask you to call me Black Chicken Brother? You are so beautiful when you pick your feet. Yes, have a correct attitude. If the big brother is happy, he can easily make a few orders for you, which is more than your hard work for a month. The girl on the screen bit her lip. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she said nothing. She would rather endure the ridicule of the comments than to humble herself and please those self-righteous big brothers. In the barrage, the rich man who said, "It's just my sister-in-law who is too charming," continued to speak. The punishment is simple. Write my #1 position on my neck, and you are not allowed to erase it within an hour. The PK link on the right side of the live screen suddenly popped up, and the other party was a female anchor wearing a super short flesh-colored hip skirt. She looked pretty, but I glanced at it. 57 points. A technological creation, nothing fancy. Miss, do you want to play PK? The other party asked in a delicate voice. Yeah. Li Jili nodded slightly, still saying little. What are you playing? Before the other party finished speaking, a large white plane suddenly flew across the live broadcast room. Wow! Thanks to It's My Sister-in-Law, is too charming brother for the private jet. The other female anchor instantly became excited and blew kisses crazily towards the camera. But Li Jili remained silent, straightened his back, and had no flattering expression on his face. Watching this scene, I took out my phone and had a plan in mind. A 95-point goddess, this money is worth it. Chapter 3. I sat on the sofa, staring at the live broadcast screen, sneering in my heart. This level 61, it's just that my sister-in-law is too charming, was so arrogant that he asked the girl to write his name on her neck with just a few gifts. It was really disgusting. In this day and age, just by making some money, you could be a boss? I don't believe that I can't deal with him. The host Yao on the other side was licking him very enthusiastically, shouting, I love you all over the screen, with a tone as sharp as a pig being slaughtered, which was really disgusting. Looking at Li Jili again, she lowered her head, frowned slightly, and her eyes were full of grievance and helplessness. I could see that she wanted to refuse, but because of the constraints of the contract, she couldn't resist at all. TSK, how pitiful. I lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. But wait, I'm going to let this grandson know what the evils of society are. The PK started, and the time was set to 5 minutes. Right at the beginning, the guy gave Yao a Porsche, and Li Jili's health bar was instantly cleared. Yao screamed in thanks and blew a dozen kisses, which made my scalp tingle. Li Jili said nothing, but just looked up at the barrage. There were a few serious people in the comments who started crowdfunding to send her gifts. A viewer named Damn Gentle sent her a love you yo, and another Milky White Snow sent her dozens of little stars. Although it's better than nothing, seeing these makes me feel a little more comforted. There are not only disgusting people in the world, there are still some kind people. It's just that my sister-in-law is too charming is back again, mocking sarcastically in the barrage. Wow, With such a small number of votes, you really tried your best. Is it enough to buy a bowl of twice-cooked pork rice? Ha ha ha. I couldn't bear it any longer, so I casually commented, I've seen people pretending to be cool, but I've never seen anyone as cool as you. If pretending to be cool is against the law, you should be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. Look at your profile picture. You look like a football. Don't you deserve a kick? Sure enough, he immediately exploded and replied, how dare a level 0 blank account come out and embarrass himself? You must have taken too much expired Viagra. Get out of here. You have no place to talk here. What's so great about having a high level? If I want to upgrade, I can reach the maximum level in minutes. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and continued to wait for the opportunity to make a move. The PK countdown was getting shorter and shorter. I stared at the screen and saw that guy running to Yao Yao's live broadcast room and buying 2 Porsches. The pride on his face was almost overflowing from the screen. He thought he had a sure win, but he didn't know that I had already seen through his tricks. With only a few seconds left, I opened the gift panel and directly found the carnival worth 30,000 diamonds and clicked on the gift without hesitation. The special effects didn't appear, but a recharge page popped up on my phone. I was stunned for a moment, thinking, don't I have more than 100 million in my card? I can't even give a 3,000 yuan gift. I tried it again, and the result was the same. After staring at the screen for a few seconds, I realized that I had to top up diamonds in advance. I slapped my thigh and said, fuck, I'm still too naive. I was actually delayed by this broken setting. Seeing that there were only 2 seconds left in the countdown, I was so angry that I threw my phone on the sofa and looked at Li Zhili's live broadcast room, feeling annoyed. On the screen, Yao Yao's smile was more exaggerated than that of the monster. Miss, please accept the loss and quickly write my big brother's name on your neck. Li Zhili stood up and sighed, obviously trying to find a random action to get by. But at this moment, a gorgeous gift effect suddenly flashed on the screen. Chongqing gave Carnival X1. Oh my god, the system just automatically deducted the fee, and the gift was still sent out. Now it was my turn to be stunned. There was a moment of silence in the live broadcast room. When Li Zhili saw the gift reminder, he first widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. Then he carefully covered his mouth and whispered, thank you for the gift from Chongqing. Thank you. There was obvious surprise and emotion in her voice. Yao Yao's smile on the right side of the screen froze instantly, and the words, it's just that my sister-in-law is too charming, were even quieter. I lit a cigarette, feeling very proud. How is it? Now you know what it means that there is always someone better than you, right? Li Zhili's eyes stayed on the screen seriously for the first time. I knew that she remembered my ID. Next, I will let her know what a real super rich person is. Chapter 4. The audience in Yao Yao's live broadcast room became increasingly impatient, and the barrage of comments began to explode, urging Li Zhili to complete the punishment quickly one after another. Why are you dithering? Hurry up and write. If you lose, accept the consequences. Don't try to cheat. Otherwise, I will report you. Haha. Hurry up and write. You can play another round after you finish. What's even more disgusting is that some comments are insulting. It's interesting to make this innocent anchor bow her head. The more she resists, the more people look forward to it. Why not change it to shouting, Brother Wuji, I love you, and say it 3 times directly? It's also interesting. I looked at the comments and couldn't help but sneer in my heart. They are as cowardly as dogs in real life, but they become heroes of verbal attacks online. What's more, they are enjoying the pleasure of torturing others. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that someone could be so low class. As for Li Zhili, his face had turned red, and his eyes were full of shame and anger, but also helplessness. Although she wanted to cheat, she was constrained by the PK rules and the company contract. In addition, the other party had the advantage of gifts, so she couldn't cheat. Just as she was about to do a few squats to fool him, I sent a message. Don't worry, I'll go to the other side to check the situation. After that, I clicked into Yao Yao's live broadcast room. As soon as I entered, I saw the guy named It's Just That My Sister-in-Law is Too Charming showing off. In the barrage, he was teaching Yao Yao how to deal with Li Zhili. Yao Yao, don't agree to any condition she proposes. The punishment I mentioned is final. After the PK, I will give you a few more Porsches. Yao Yao covered her mouth and giggled. Her sweet voice gave me goosebumps all over my body. Brother Mimi, I will listen to you. I will do whatever you ask me to do. That's a pretty good lick. I held back my nausea and typed coldly. Yao Yao, did you see the carnival I just played on the other side? Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, then smiled delicately and said, I saw it, Brother Chongqing. But you brushed the wrong place. If you brushed it here, I would win. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so I just replied, keep your eyes open and watch, I'll go back and get 10 more. After saying this, I immediately exited Yao Yao's live broadcast room and returned to Li Jili. After opening the GIF panel, I clicked Carnival 10 times in a row. The screen was suddenly covered with GIF special effects, so dazzling that I couldn't even see the barrage. After 10 consecutive carnivals, I watched the atmosphere in the live broadcast room explode instantly, and I finally felt relieved. Chongqing sent out Carnival X10. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely excited, and Yao Yao's expression was probably not much better. I exited Yao Yao's live broadcast room and typed a few words. Did you see it clearly? Yao Yao was stunned, her smile frozen on her face. I saw it clearly, Brother Chongqing, but why did you let me see you giving gifts to others? She forced a smile, pouted her lips, and started to act cute. I was not interested in her performance at all, and even felt disgusted. I just said, do you want it? Her eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. Then let's change the punishment. If you are obedient, I will give you some. After I said this, I didn't wait for her response and exited the live broadcast room. As soon as I returned to Li Jili, I sent a comment. Okay. Seeing this message, Li Jili was obviously a little stunned. He turned his eyes and secretly glanced at Yao Yao's live broadcast room. As expected, Yao Yao had compromised. Yao Yao suppressed her reluctance and forced a sweet smile towards the camera. Miss Legamian, I've decided to change the punishment. You just do 5 squats, okay? Li Jili then breathed a sigh of relief. A relieved smile appeared on his face, and he stood up and began to complete this easy punishment. Li Jili's favorability +5, current favorability, 5. The system prompt sounded, and her detailed information automatically popped up in front of me. Name, Li Jili. Age, 23. Occupation, anchor height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Overall appearance, 95. Favorability, 5. Strategy reward, King's fighting technique. King's fighting technique? I was shocked. It was actually a fighting skill? This is a life-saving skill. Don't say that the rich are most afraid of security issues. Even if they are not worried, they can be used to deal with those petty thieves who don't have long eyes in their daily lives. I must get this reward no matter what. Just as I regained my composure, I saw. It's just my sister-in-law is too charming, and his lackeys chasing after me, with the barrage filled with curses. Boy, you think you can act like a big brother just by giving away some crappy gifts? You must have borrowed money from the internet. Is it enough to pay the interest? You coward, play another game if you can, don't run away if you lose. I sneered and replied directly. Come on, let's PK again. The loser this time will bark like a dog. Chapter 5. In the live broadcast room, looking at It's Just My Sister-in-Law is too charming, and Yao Yao being suppressed by me, I felt indescribably refreshed. The situation of this PK was already determined. Although the opponent's vote swiping was fierce, I was calm and not panicked at all. Li Jili's expression changed from initial nervousness to gradual relaxation, and even a little more expectation appeared between his eyebrows. This woman's reaction was quite interesting. Even though she knew I would win, she was still tense, just like a student who was afraid of losing and was waiting for the results to be announced. Seeing her slightly raised mouth corners, I couldn't help but feel satisfied. This was just the beginning. Not long after the PK started, the opponent charming threw a rocket directly, instantly raising Yao Yao's health bar. This bastard, he really won't give up. I sneered and clicked 3 carnivals without hesitation, directly pulling Li Jili's health bar back to the top. Thank you, Brother Chongqing. Li Jili stood up and bowed slightly, her voice soft and sweet. The moment she called me brother, I suddenly felt that the gift I got in this game was worth it. The more shy this woman is, the more interesting she is. Li Jili's favorability +5, current favorability, 10. The system notification sound suddenly sounded, almost making me laugh out loud. This favorability is increasing very fast. It seems that I have to cultivate it slowly so that she can remember me completely. Before I could feel proud for too long, the opponent's charming fired 10 rockets in a row and actually surpassed me. I looked down at the time and saw that there were only 2 minutes left. It was almost time for another wave. I randomly clicked on 5 carnivals, and Li Jili's health bar soared to the top again, and the opponent was suppressed and invisible. The audience in the barrage began to get excited. Wow, this Chongqing is really something. A level 0 blank account can still beat me May. It's amazing. I stared at the health bar, ready to attack again at any time. At the last minute, the opponent's charming fired 5 rockets again, and the health bar was leveled again. I know this guy is waiting for the last 10 seconds to steal the tower, but sorry, I'm not going to give him the chance. When the 10-second countdown started, I immediately threw 5 more carnivals. This time, without any hesitation, the opponent was immediately exhausted and Yao Yao's health bar was completely suppressed and disappeared. The moment the PK ended, a prompt Li Jili wins popped up on the screen, and the full-screen special effects made her live broadcast room dazzling. Thank you, Brother Chongqing, thank you. Li Jili's voice was a little more excited than before. She stood up and bowed deeply again. The corners of my mouth curled up. This was exactly what I wanted. Being able to make a 95-point goddess remember me was much more fulfilling than simply winning a PK. Yao Yao on the other side was licking Mimi so hard that it almost deafened me. Brother Mimi, you've worked hard. Even though you lost, I still love you. Woof, woof, woof. I almost laughed out loud when I heard her barking like a dog. Yao Yao is really good at licking people. She is so thick-skinned that I admire her. At this time, I saw Mimi send a message. I'll wait for you on the other side. I left Yao Yao's live broadcast room directly. I laughed. How dare this kid come here? It just so happens that I have nothing to do, so I'll play with you. After entering Li Jili's live broadcast room, I saw the comments start to fly. I was too lazy to pay attention to those random comments and directly at Mimi. Little dog, come and listen. Don't make me wait too long. The other party didn't respond. After a while, the comments exploded. Fuck, the charming guy disappeared? He wouldn't run away. This is too cowardly. Li Jili obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. She looked up at the barrage and couldn't help but smile with her hands covering her mouth. I looked at her smile and couldn't help but be a little stunned. Thank you, Brother Chongqing. She looked up and smiled as bright as a beam of light. Li Jili's favorability plus 10, current favorability 20. I was happy. It seems that this first step is a good one. Today, let's stop here. Chapter 6. Inside the rental house, I lit a cigarette with a sneer on my face. On the mobile phone screen, it's just that my sister-in-law is too charming was jumping around in the live broadcast room again, saying that he was not serious when answering the phone just now, and asked me to play another game. Whoever loses will cancel the Douyin account. This guy kept calling people idiot and said it righteously, as if what he lost was not the PK, but his life. I looked at his barrage, slid my finger lightly, and replied, answer it, why not? Of course I have to accept this fight. Not for anything else, just because I see this guy pretending to be cool, I am willing to teach him a lesson. Besides, this is not just a PK, but also a battle for my dignity. Wait, don't run. I'll go get someone to connect. Wu Bo exited the live broadcast room in a rage. I held a cigarette in my mouth, leaned on the sofa, and laughed inwardly. Do you really think you can turn the tables? I have the support of the system. How could I lose? Soon, the comments were all over the place. Wu Bo came back with a smug look on his face, and he also posted a Douyin account number 1. Cold little anchor, let's try something. If you lose, you have to call the winner husband 3 times. How about that? The netizens below also started to make a fuss, with various requests popping up, some asking Li Jili to do some edge dancing, and some asking her to call the audience husband one by one. Li Jili has always been a pure anchor, but when he saw these comments, his face changed instantly, and he bit his lips tightly. I glanced at the comments and felt a little unhappy. These people are really disgusting. Just then, her phone rang. She looked at it for a few seconds and her face turned even paler. Jili agreed to it. Her boss sent a message on WeChat, his tone full of threats. This PK will definitely get 1,000,000 points, and it will definitely put you on the national list. The live broadcast is virtual, and calling you husband a few times is not real, but the profit is real money. If you don't cooperate, you know the consequences. Li Jili lowered her head, her eyes red, and she was obviously in a dilemma. She hesitated for a few seconds, but finally gritted her teeth and prepared to compromise. However, before she even uttered the word yes, my comment was already posted. I won't lose, and I won't force you to call me hubby. Feel free to connect. She raised her head suddenly, with a glimmer in her eyes. Then she nodded. Okay, I believe you. System prompt. Li Jili's favorability plus 10, current favorability 20. At this time, the PK connection was officially connected. The host on the other side was replaced by a woman named Tu Xiaodu, who was dressed very seductively. There were quite a few people in the live broadcast room, at least 2,000 plus. 15 minutes of park, okay, let's start. I just sent a 15 in the barrage, too lazy to say anything else. At the beginning of the PK, I flicked my finger and threw out 10 carnivals, and my health bar instantly soared to 300,000 points. Wu Bo was not to be outdone, and immediately threw out 10 carnivals, and then another 10. He obviously spent a lot of money this time, and it was clear that he wanted to defeat me. But I have a cashback system, so every time he swipes, he loses money, and every time I swipe, I make money, which means he is doomed to lose. I cast 10 carnivals again, pushing the health bar back. Time passed, and the opponent was obviously getting anxious. Wu Bo's vote brushing speed slowed down, and someone in the barrage began to brush. Charming Big Brother can't hold on any longer. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeded 10,000 in just a few minutes, and more people flocked in to watch this showdown between the rich. In the last minute, Wu Bo went all out and lost 15 carnivals, but I didn't even blink and directly made up 20 in return. This PK ended with a huge gap of 700,000 to 300,000. Li Jili won. She stood up, bowed, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Brother Chongqing. Thank you." System prompt. Li Jili's favorability plus 10, current favorability 30. On the other side, Wu Bo's comments were full of ridicule and mockery. He left the live broadcast room in a rage, saying, "I'm going to settle the score with you." Chapter 7. I looked at the hot secondhand Xiaomi, helplessly placed it on my legs, shook my sore left hand, and let out a sigh. I didn't expect spending money would be so tiring. If I had known earlier, I would have practiced my right hand. My left hand almost broke. In more than 2 minutes, I have already clicked on the Phantom and sent out more than 300 carnivals. According to the market price, this is already an investment of millions of cash. The opponent's health bar kept catching up, and I couldn't help but wonder, what kind of background does this guy have? This health bar can't be suppressed. He is really burning money. But no matter what, I can't lose this PK. My little darling, Li Jili, the chance to call me husband. No one else can take it away. Thinking of this, I took a deep breath, tapped my thumb on the broken screen frantically again, and gritted my teeth to continue smashing the gifts. Li Jili's health bar finally went down. At the same time, I felt my fingers cramping, but the opponent's rhythm was still keeping up. Wu Bo was clearly getting dizzy. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Even though the air conditioner was already at the lowest setting, he still looked like he was on the verge of collapse. The more than 1 million in his account soon ran out, but he still gritted his teeth and kept on playing. When the PK countdown was less than 5 minutes, he chose to use the company's cash flow and directly recharged 5 million into diamonds, hoping to turn the tables. Damn it, I met a guy who doesn't care about his life. This time, even if I smash you to pieces, I will still teach you a lesson. I can almost imagine him gritting his teeth on the other side of the screen. Unfortunately, he probably didn't know that every transaction made through my system would be returned in cash. And he, who was throwing out real money, could only watch his money flow away no matter how hard he tried. I looked at the health bar and kept clicking the gift button. Another wave of carnival came. The screen was full of special effects. Li Jili's health bar was back in the lead, and the barrage had already exploded. Oh my god! Is Chongqing trying to reach the top of the live streaming world? I saw him go from level 0 to level 60 with my own eyes. Is he planning to become a god? Godfather, I recognize you as my godfather. Boss Chongqing, let's become sworn brothers. Brothers, please accept my knees. This is a true rich man. I couldn't help but smile. It turned out that this generation of netizens was quite interesting. However, now was not the time to chat. The opponent's health bar had not been completely suppressed, and I couldn't relax at all. At this time, Wu Bo was clearly beginning to feel overwhelmed. With only 50 million diamonds left, he had no choice but to take out another phone and ask for help from acquaintances in the group. Brothers, please come to 2 Xiaotu's live broadcast room and help me. I will transfer the amount of money to you later. This trick really worked. A few minutes later, a group of level 60 brothers suddenly poured into the live broadcast room of 2 Xiaotu. As soon as they came up, they were a carnival, and the health bar was instantly pulled back and even surpassed. Wu Bo raised a smug smile and couldn't help muttering, "The idiot on the other side, let's see how you can turn the tables." In this world, you can't win just by having a lot of money. You also need connections. However, he was too happy too soon. I had already noticed this, so I switched my hand speed and threw out another combo carnival. As soon as the opponent's health bar came up, I immediately blasted it back. Wu Bo's face turned pale, but the big guys in the group also stopped tacitly. After all, who is willing to spend money for others? He has been holding on until now with no more ammunition and food, and even scolding people seems to be too weak. At the end of the 15-minute PK, the result was finally decided. Legamian received 78 million votes, while Rabbit Rabbit received 65 million votes. Li Jili won. She stood up and bowed, her voice full of sincerity. Thank you, Brother Chong Qing. Thank you so much. I leaned on the sofa. My lips were pale, my fingers were numb, but I felt more comfortable than ever before. The guy opposite me must have been so angry that he flipped the table, right? System prompt. Li Jili's favorability plus 10, current favorability 40. As expected, the more money you spend, the more substantial the cashback will be. Chapter 8. Wu Bo stood up angrily and threw his phone to the ground. He was obviously still not satisfied. He stomped his feet twice. Today is such a fucked up day. Damn it. I was watching from the side and felt a little impatient. Wu Bo is such a petty person. He spent so much money just to increase followers and traffic and to facilitate business in the future, but in the end he ended up having his account canceled and being kicked off the internet. He really couldn't accept it. This PK was so big that everyone could see it clearly. It would definitely be on the hot search list tomorrow. If he didn't keep his promise, he would be laughed at by the whole network. From being praised by everyone to being disliked by everyone. How could it not make people feel heartbroken? Li Jili was very happy. Her calculator was clicking and a bunch of data was jumping in front of me. More than 1.9 million, this number made me a little dazzled. To her, this was an astronomical figure. All the jobs she had done before combined did not bring her as much income as this one. If it weren't for this incident, it would probably take her 10 to 8 years to earn this much money just from her live streaming. In just one afternoon, he earned more money than he would have in the next 10 years. Li Jili was both excited and a little confused. All this is because of that audience member named Chong Qing. I have to thank him very much. When Li Jili thought of this, he stood up and bowed deeply to the camera. Thank you for your support, Brother Chong Qing. I have no way to repay you, so I will just bow to you again. As soon as these words were spoken, the comments section immediately exploded. That's it? You won't pledge your love to me? Forget it, you come down, I'll go up and broadcast. Brother Chong Qing, I am willing to marry you. Call me husband. Anchor, call me husband. Her face suddenly turned red, and her ears were almost smoking. Then, Li Jili looked at the comments and said with a twitch in the corner of his mouth, Isn't this just polite talk? Just deal with it casually. When she was about to stand back on the chair, she suddenly thought again, it still won't work. I always feel a little uncomfortable. She frowned. The name Chong Qing sounds a bit old. I think he must be at least 50 years old, maybe even older than my mother. Somehow, Li Jili suddenly became a little nervous. Why don't I ask him and see how old he is? If he is only in his 20s, I can call him husband. Otherwise, forget it. So she cleared her throat and said, Brother Chong Qing, how did you choose this name? Does it have any special meaning? Chong Qing, because adding the radical makes it more euphemistic. Li Jili was stunned for a moment and said in confusion, Radical? Without the radical Chong, it becomes Diao. And without the radical Qing, it becomes... She was startled. Her face turned red like a ripe tomato, and she froze in place. The comments were simply exploding. 6666666. Why is it 9? Because 6 is flipped. I can only give this joke 82 points, and the remaining 18 points must be given to you in the form of 666. Ha, sparrows pecking at cows' buttocks, sparrows eating cows' buttocks. Li Jili's face turned even redder, but he felt inexplicably expectant in his heart. People with this kind of name are probably not very old, maybe even about the same age as yourself. If he was a little more handsome, a little taller, and didn't have a girlfriend, Li Jili was a little distracted and shook his head quickly. No, I can't think like that. Forget it, don't think about it. What if he's already married? At this moment, I saw that my favorability suddenly increased to 45. It's already 45? I looked at the screen in surprise. I began to wonder, does Li Jili like someone who is more mature? No, she seems to have zero dating experience, and doesn't seem like the kind of girl who worships money. I suddenly thought, could it be that my temperament touched her? Yes, it must be. Today I am her superhero. She must be worshipping me now. Thinking this in my heart, I smiled and simply typed a response on the public screen. Actually, I have no opinion on whether to call you husband or not. It all depends on your mood. If you want, just call me that. I won't refuse. The barrage of comments immediately started to make noise again. Call me husband. Call me husband. Li Jili's cheeks turned even redder. She lowered her head slightly and secretly glanced at the clock on the table. 21 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Husband. At that moment, I felt that the entire live broadcast room was still. Then, the live broadcast room went black. It's off the air? Fuck, a live broadcast room with over 100,000 followers just went off the air? Don't you want the traffic anymore? The host must have gone home to count money. Li Jili was already a little dizzy at this time. His face was flushed, and he was holding his chest and gasping for breath. She felt as if the two words just now had drained away all her strength, and her head was dizzy. It took her a long time to recover from her drowsy state and realize that her boss, Bai Shuang, was standing in the room. Jili, what's going on? You're at your peak of popularity. Why did you end the show? Li Jili lowered his head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, Shuang, I think the time is up, and I think I should end the show. Bai Shuang sighed. Well, since you were the most popular person in the company, how was your day? Let's go check the data. Sitting in front of the computer, Bai Shuang's eyes widened. For 80,000 plus viewers, 1 million plus likes, 1,324 people sent gifts. Looking at the pile of numbers, her voice trembled a little. You received 7.9 million in gifts today? Which rich man likes you so much? Li Jili was a little stunned. I don't know either. Bai Shuang took a deep breath. If you send it, there will definitely be more people giving gifts, and they may ask you out offline soon. So you must seize the opportunity. Li Jili was stunned for a moment. Do you want to meet? Of course we have to meet. This is your chance to change your destiny. Li Jili smiled bitterly. Tell me first, and then think about it later. After the live broadcast ended, Mu Qingyang lost interest in continuing to watch the live broadcast. He clicked on the follow button, sent a private message saying, "Give me your WeChat ID," and then locked his phone. Chapter 9. It was still early, and I lay on the sofa, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Suddenly, a familiar name flashed through my mind. Chen Qiwen. She was the campus beauty when I was in college. I picked up my phone, opened a locked folder, and pulled out a photo that I had kept for many years. It was her ID photo. I downloaded it from the school forum. Chen Qiwen has been ranked first among the 4 campus beauties in Jiangnan since her freshman year, and no one could shake her position until graduation. System scan, name, Chen Qiwen. Age, 25. Overall appearance, 94 points. Looking at the data on the screen, I couldn't help but smack my lips. She is indeed extremely beautiful, and her figure is even better. When I was in college, I had fantasies about her, but I knew my own limitations, so I could only fantasize about her secretly and occasionally do something a little outrageous in my dreams. But now, the situation is different. I have the support of the system. I closed the folder, opened WeChat, and searched for Jiangnan University Classmates Group. There were more than 400 active people in the group. I quickly scanned the group and found her name, Chen Qiwen. Her WeChat nickname is Charming Dance Club Teacher Wenwen. So the school beauty is now a dance teacher? With such a great figure, her flexibility must be amazing. I smiled, clicked on her profile picture, and paused on the Add to Contacts button. After hesitating for a moment, I typed in the reason for my application, dance consulting. Although I was an unknown person in college, since it was a group of classmates, she shouldn't refuse, right? After the message was sent successfully, I stared at the screen, my heart beating a little faster. A few minutes later, a message popped up on WeChat. Teacher Wenwen from Charm Dance Club has passed your friend verification. Now you can start chatting. My palms were sweaty as I held the phone. I couldn't be a wimp. I had already added the school beauty as my friend. If I could ask her out, I wouldn't believe that I couldn't get a 70-point favorability rating with 100 million. Thinking of this, I directly initiated a transfer, 88,000. Sure enough, the system's super rich gold can only be used for target women, and it was transferred successfully in one step. A moment later, the school beauty sent a message. Student Mu Qingyang, I have never lent you money. What does this mean? I quickly replied, a little consultation fee. Student Mu Qingyang, did you press the wrong button? The consultation fee is not that high. The extra money can be used as tuition. I'm quite interested in dancing recently. I stared at the screen, feeling a little uneasy. Would she think I had ulterior motives? Would the money be returned directly? At this time, Chen Qiwen was lying on the sofa in her cartoon pajamas, watching TV series. Seeing my message, she hesitated. Why did this guy suddenly give out so much money? Is he trying to seduce me? Not necessarily. What if he is signing up for his girlfriend? After thinking about it, she decided to accept the money. After all, she could get half of the commission from the registration fee, which was 44,000 yuan, enough for her to buy a Chanel bag. If this person really has other purposes, the worst that can happen is that the money will be returned. Soon, I received a message prompting, Teacher 11 of Charm Dance Club has received your transfer. At the same time, the system popped up a message. Chen Qiwen's favorability +5, current favorability 5. I couldn't help but laugh. The moment the transfer was successful, her detailed information appeared in front of my eyes. Name, Chen Qiwen. Age, 25. Occupation, dance teacher. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Favorability, 5. Overall appearance, 94 points. Strategy reward, super strong physique. Super strong physique? This is a standard skill for the male protagonist. I secretly rejoiced and immediately sent her a message. Then let's meet in the dance club tomorrow. After sending the message, I closed the chat box and sent a letter of resignation to the food delivery station manager. Hello, boss. I have encountered a major change in my life and can no longer continue to work as a delivery man. I don't want the salary anymore. Don't reply and don't miss me. That night, I slept more peacefully and sweetly than any other night in the past 25 years. Chapter 10. Being looked down upon by the school beauty. Don't worry, I will get everything back. The next day, Mu Qingyang woke up refreshed. He washed his face hastily and sent a message to Chen Qiwen. Miss Chen, what time is your dance club open? Where is it? I'm ready to go over there. Teacher 11 from Charming Dance Club. Student Mu, you got up really early. I just woke up and am still lying in bed. The dance club is located on the 6th floor of this international center. Hey, how about this? You drive over to pick me up and we go together? In Chen Qiwen's mind, someone who can easily spend 88,000 yuan to learn dance cannot be without a car. Mu Qingyang's heart skipped a beat. Oops, I do have a car, but it's an electric car. There's nothing wrong with picking up someone behind you, but this is just too damn awkward. Who would ride an electric scooter to pick up a school beauty? Even if I really rode over, she might not get on the bike. Maybe your favorability will drop drastically. But I was so pretentious yesterday, so if I refuse now, I'll be slapping myself in the face. It's still possible to rent a car now, but I only have over 1,000 yuan in total assets and can't even afford the deposit. What to do? Got it. Let's go there first. Then I can use the dog-licking money to hire a top-notch private car. This money is spent on the consumer's commuting, so it's not a violation. It's reasonable for me to take a ride. Mu Qingyang. Okay, send me your location. I'll call you when I get there. Mu Qingyang put on his helmet, whistled, and happily set off on his electric scooter. The location Chen Qiwen sent was more than 10 kilometers away from the suburb where he rented, and it would cost dozens of dollars to take a taxi. Now that I have quit my job and have no income, the only 1,000 yuan left in WeChat is for my survival, so I have to save money where I can. After arriving at the place, Mu Qingyang found a secluded corner to park the electric bike, and then sent a message to Chen Qiwen. I'm here, please come downstairs. Then he walked towards his destination. Although this place is close to the city center, the housing prices in this area are only around 20,000, and the school belle is not a lady from a wealthy family. This is even better. The more ordinary the school beauty's family background is, the more powerful my money ability will be. Mu Qingyang walked around and looked around. He was very familiar with this place. He used to come here often when delivering food. But he didn't expect that the campus beauty of Jiangnan University also lived here. Walking and walking, his eyes suddenly glanced towards the bus stop in front of him. There stood a pretty and slender figure. Boom, boom, boom. Mu Qingyang's heart suddenly started beating wildly. Even though they hadn't seen each other for a few years, he still recognized Chen Qiwen at first sight. She is still so beautiful that people dare not look directly at her. Hello. Mu Qingyang plucked up the courage to say hello. Chen Qiwen turned her head and looked. Standing next to him was a strange man with long hair, untidy beard, a white shirt that had been washed yellow, and wrinkled leather shoes. She asked tentatively, Mu Qingyang? Mu Qingyang nodded. He saw surprise in the school beauty's eyes. Mu Qingyang himself was aware that this outfit was a bit cheap. The shirt and leather shoes were custom-made by the company when I was working as a real estate consultant. Although they are a bit old, they are much better than the short-sleeve shirts I bought for a few dollars on Pinduoduo. My hair is long because I don't want to cut it to save money, and my beard is untidy because the razor I used for several years broke a month ago. Chen Qiwen was very surprised. She frowned and looked at Mu Qingyang. The eyebrows are nice, the eyes are clear, the nose is straight, the lips are chapped but rosy, and the facial features are generally good. He's quite tall. I'm 165 centimeters tall and only reach his ears, so he should be 180 centimeters or taller. Although he is a bit sloppy, he is still a handsome guy. Ahem. Chen Qiwen coughed dryly to cover up her embarrassment. Student Mu Qingyang, are you alone? In her opinion, Mu Qingyang looked like an insurance salesman and didn't look like someone who would come to learn dance. Maybe he was paying the tuition for the girl he liked. It's really pitiful. He is in this state, but he still spends so much money to pursue girls. Well, just me. Mu Qingyang straightened his back a little more. Ever since he started pursuing Zhang Qianqian, he has taken the initiative to avoid contact with the opposite sex, mainly because he was afraid that she would be jealous. As time went on, he would feel a little nervous when he met a girl who was a little bit prettier. So when he saw Chen Qiwen just now, he was instinctively a little nervous. But when he thought about the 9-digit number lying alone in his card, his self-confidence suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to his forehead. Okay, are you driving? Let's go to the dance club and talk about it in detail. Chen Qiwen no longer worried about it. She didn't care whether he was rich or not. We were just ordinary alumni. He paid for the lessons, and I just had to teach seriously. The car has been temporarily loaned to someone else, but the taxi I took will be here soon. Yes, that's the one. Let's go. A Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan was coming towards them. Mu Qingyang gentlemanly opened the back door for the school beauty. Chen Qiwen forced a fake smile and crawled in. Mu Qingyang himself sat in the front row. It's not that he doesn't want to sit next to the pretty school girl. In fact, he wants it so badly. But in this situation, being too proactive would seem vulgar. When the time comes to show his ability to make money, he will take back all the places. There was no conversation along the way, and the special car stopped downstairs of its international center. This is the most luxurious shopping mall in Jiangnan City. It sells luxury items, and each item is very expensive. Mu Qingyang was once dragged by Zhang Qianqian to receive his year-end bonus. He spent several thousand just to buy her a few simple short-sleeve shirts. If Mu Qingyang hadn't obtained the system, he would never have come to such a place. But now, he just hopes that the things inside are worthy of the word international. Chapter 11 Chen Qiwen, 9 digits? As long as you are happy. Chen Qiwen walked in front to lead the way. After entering the elevator, she started playing with her mobile phone, ignoring Mu Qingyang who was standing beside her. Bite! The elevator door opened, and Chen Qiwen took small steps and turned into a store next door that was decorated in a light luxury style. Sister Wang, this is the new member I told you about last night. Please input his information while I go change my clothes. Sister Wang did not respond to Chen Qiwen, but kept pointing at the rest area and blinking. A frivolous voice sounded. Hey, Miss Chen finally came to work? My waist is sore from sitting so much. Mu Qingyang turned his head and saw a skinny man with slicked back hair, dark circles under his eyes, and obviously drained of his body by alcohol and sex, standing up. Standing up right after him were 2 lackeys who looked like lackeys. Chen Qiwen frowned. Zhao Mingnan, what are you doing here? The man named Zhao Mingnan approached with a frivolous step. Learning to dance, what else can I do? I just paid 10,000 yuan for tuition, and I signed up for your class. Teacher Wenwen, when do we start? Huh? Chen Qiwen met Zhao Mingnan at a drinking party. He attended the event as her best friend's boyfriend. After seeing her, he clung to her like a dogskin plaster. Her best friend quarreled with her for a long time because of this matter. Fortunately, Chen Qiwen never gave Zhao Mingnan a good face, which preserved this fake sisterhood. My best friend told me that Zhao Mingnan's family runs a logistics company with assets worth tens of millions, and she agreed to be his girlfriend because of his ability. But now I have done everything I should do, but I haven't made much money, which makes me very unwilling. So I begged Chen Qiwen to stay away from Zhao Mingnan and wait until she makes some money. Then they can do whatever they want to her. Chen Qiwen was too lazy to explain. She looked down on Zhao Mingnan, a short, skinny, and philandering man. What Chen Qiwen didn't expect was how he found this place. Sister Wang? Is what he said true? Chen Qiwen's pretty face was clouded with gloom, and it was obvious that she was very unhappy. Sister Wang nodded. Yes. I won't teach him. Chen Qiwen turned her head away capriciously. Teacher Wenwen, what do you mean? Zhao Mingnan moved closer and closer. I also paid real money to take the course. What's your attitude? Do you think your charm dance club will discriminate against me? If so, I will expose it online. When Sister Wang heard this, her face immediately darkened and she quickly winked at Chen Qiwen. Chen Qiwen knew what Sister Wang meant. She was asking her to just bear with it, but she felt uncomfortable no matter how she thought about it. The thought of dancing in front of Zhao Mingnan made her feel as sick as if she had eaten a fly. When the atmosphere became tense, Mu Qingyang pushed Zhao Mingran away. Hey, what's wrong with you? You have to follow the first-come, first-served rule for everything, even dancing. I bought out all of Teacher Chen's classes yesterday. She is my private teacher now. Zhao Mingnan staggered back 2 steps, and his younger brother hurriedly supported him. He looked up at Mu Qingyang and then blurted out a traditional Chinese saying, FCK, where did this rural to non-agricultural transition come from? How dare you push your grandfather? Mu Qingyang's dress was indeed a bit rustic, and Zhao Mingnan, who was always domineering, did not take this tall man who looked like a property staff seriously. Chen Qiwen didn't expect that this college classmate was so stupid that he dared to push someone without asking any questions. Zhao Mingnan is someone Mu Qingyang can't afford to offend, and there's no guarantee that he will be retaliated against in the future. She quickly stopped Mu Qingyang aside. All right, I'll teach you both. Go wait in the 7 dance room. I'll be here soon after I change my clothes. Wait, Zhao Mingnan was unhappy. This kid said he bought out all your classes. How can I not believe him? If he really paid before me, then I will abide by the first-come, first-served rule and can forgive him for pushing me. If this is just an excuse he made up, then I will settle this account with him. Zhao Ming is a man with a vengeful personality, and he will never suffer any loss. The reason he said this was because he was sure that the poor boy was bragging. Look at his head. He said he was here to check the water meter, learning to dance. He must be kidding. Besides, he was waiting here before the dance club opened. So who could pay faster than him? He wanted to let this fool know that there was a price to pay for being a hero and saving a beautiful girl. Chen Qiwen heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. Sister Wang, show him the chat record between you and me yesterday. Sister Wang turned over the computer screen and saw WeChat logged in. She quickly found Chen Qiwen's profile picture and clicked on it. A conversation and a transfer on it were particularly eye-catching. Sister Wang, I accepted a new student. Guess how much tuition he paid in one lump sum? Teacher Wenwen from Charm Dance Club has transferred 88,000 to you. Zhao Mingnan looked at it and turned his head away. Hey, this is weird. Could it be that this farmer's hometown was demolished, and he is using the demolition money to pick up girls? Damn it, idiot. 88,000, that's more than what I spent. But unfortunately, you met me, and I want to let you know what real strength is. Sister Wang, right? Zhao Mingnan glanced at the young woman in front of the computer. I'm a good person in every way, except that I'm a bit of a germaphobe. The thought of learning to dance in the same room with strangers gives me goosebumps. You guys are in business and you want to win by the highest price. So, if I give you another 100,000, you can find a new teacher for this non-mainstream, long-haired brother. Mu Qingyang was amused when he heard this. Why would someone run into the muzzle of a gun? That's what I meant. I won't bully you. As long as you charge more than me, I'll get out of here right away. Otherwise, you get out. Listen carefully. It's get out. Zhao Mingnan looked at the 2 lackeys beside him and laughed out loud. Did you hear that? He wants to compete with me in top-up. I can top up 7 figures just by playing a game. What can you compare with me? Don't lose your family's demolition money just to show off. Chen Qiwen was shocked after hearing this. It is possible that Mu Qingyang received some compensation when his hometown was demolished. Otherwise, there is no reason for him to suddenly become so rich. This silly boy, this is the resettlement fee, which should be used to buy a house and renovate it. How can he mess around like this? All right, Mu Qingyang, stop being childish here. If you continue like this, I will return the money I paid you. Chen Qiwen's favorability -5, current favorability -5. Mu Qingyang. What is going on? I'm helping you clean up the flies, okay? She must have been misled by Zhugan's words. But how could I be cowardly in this situation? Mu Qingyang made up his mind, clicked on the text message that said the dog money had arrived yesterday, and then placed the screen horizontally in front of Chen Qiwen. Chen Qiwen's pupils gradually expanded, and she counted silently in her mind. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 100 million. Then she turned to look at Mu Qingyang. As long as you are happy. Chen Qiwen's favorability +15, current favorability is 10. Chapter 12, what is the effect of the school beauty wearing pink yoga pants? The favorability actually increased. Mu Qingyang was delighted. Grandpa, you are right. Money is for girls to see, not to spend. But I am a special case. I want to show her and also give her a lot of flowers. Mu Qingyang looked at the bamboo pole. Don't worry about whether this is the demolition payment or something else. I have already paid 88,000 yuan. It's your turn now. He planned to teach Bamboo Pole a lesson and get his money out bit by bit, so that he won't use it to harm women. Okay, bring me the POS machine. Sister Wang handed it over quickly. 88,000, right? I'll top up another 100,000. That'll be a total of 100,000. After swiping the card, Zhugan looked at Mu Qingyang provocatively, cursing in his heart. Keep pretending, and keep pretending. Tisk. Mu Qingyang sneered and pointed the WeChat payment code at the POS machine. Sister Wang, I'll swipe another 100,000. When the white thermal printing paper was slowly spit out from the machine, Zhao Mingnan's expression looked like he had eaten shit. Damn, I met a fool. His daily living expenses are very high, as much as 100,000 yuan per month. But in his hands, this amount of money was not enough. If he hadn't just received his living expenses at the beginning of the month, he would have been reluctant to recharge the 100,000 yuan. It is true that he spent nearly 1 million in the game, but that was accumulated over many years. Moreover, the equipment in Fantasy Westward Journey is very valuable and can be converted into cash. Zhao Mingnan hesitantly took out a card from his trouser pocket and said with gritted teeth, "Recharge another 100,000. This is a credit card with a limit of 500,000, but he has almost used it up and can only spend 100,000 yuan." Zhao Mingnan's heart was bleeding when he signed the receipt. In order to pretend to be so cool in front of Qin Shiwen, I can't go out for the next few months. If you still can't get this beauty, you'll be at a big loss. Mu Qingyang felt secretly happy when he saw Zhugan's constipated expression. You have money, right? I'm fucking cheating. Sister Wang, I'll recharge another 200,000 yuan. If he can still catch up, I'll admit defeat. When Mu Qingyang was selling the house, he learned to read people's expressions. He could tell from Zhugan's micro-expressions that his wallet was empty. The reason I said this was to deliberately provoke him. Wait, I'll make a call. Things had come to this point. How could Zhao Mingnan admit defeat? He called his father. Dad, I have something to do here. Please transfer 200,000 yuan to me. The roar coming from the receiver could be heard from a distance. You have your own shit to deal with. I just gave you 100,000 yuan, and it's only been a few days. Are you eating noodles outside behind my back? Zhao Mingnan thought that no one could hear him, so he kept on talking. Don't talk to me about this. I need it urgently. If you don't transfer it to me, I will tell my mother about Secretary Liu. Fuck you. This is karma. You will die in my hands sooner or later. As soon as Zhao Mingnan hung up the phone, he received a notification that the transfer had arrived. He looked at Mu Qingyang provocatively, but found that Qin Shiwen and the tall man were both trying to hold back their laughter. He immediately felt his face burning and took his anger out on Sister Wang. What are you still standing there for? Swipe your card. When the printed paper came out, Zhao Mingnan regained his confidence. What are you looking at? Why don't you get out of here? Mu Qingyang spread his hands. What a coincidence. My dad just transferred 2 million to me. Sister Wang, I'll have to put in an extra 0 this time. Sister Wang was so confused from collecting the money that she nodded mechanically and pressed 6 zeros on the POS machine. Zhao Mingnan had lost the ability to think and stood there in a daze. A few seconds later, he stepped forward in disbelief and snatched the printed paper from the POS machine. But as I watched, my hands began to shake uncontrollably. Do you want to continue? Mu Qingyang looked at him harmlessly. Zhao Mingnan swallowed his saliva, his face full of resentment. You are so cruel. Then please abide by the bed and get out of here. Mu Qingyang didn't want to waste time talking to him. Get out? How could it be possible? When had Master Zhao ever suffered such humiliation? Besides, the goddess Qin Shiwen is right in front of me. If I do this, I will never be able to face her again, as long as she maintains her glorious image. When this pig-playing, pig-eating tiger gets rich kid gets tired of her, she will still have a chance, right? Brother, I was just joking with you. We all hang out in Jiangnan City, so there's no need to take things too far. Mu Qingyang sneered. Heh, I can easily spend millions to recharge my credit card. It only takes a word from me to deal with you. You should think about it yourself. Zhao Mingnan frowned, struggled for a few seconds, and then squatted down dejectedly. Although he is a playboy, he is not stupid. This time I really hit a wall. At his level, he understands better than anyone that for someone who can spend money like this to pick up girls, stepping on him is like playing. 3 balls of flesh curled up on the ground were rolling towards the gate. Also, don't harass Qin Shiwen again. If I see you again, I'll make you pay. Zhao Mingnan lay on the ground and nodded repeatedly. His movements were very funny. Yes, I understand. When Qin Shiwen looked at Mu Qingyang again, there was an indescribable color in her eyes. She would never have thought that this male classmate, with whom she had no connection, would spend more than 2 million to help her drive away flies. She didn't dare to look directly into Mu Qingyang's clear eyes and said weakly, How about, I'll ask Sister Wang to return the money to you. Mu Qingyang was happy. What do you want to refund? This is my dance tuition. Sister Wang, I have bought out Wenwen's class from now on. No one else can sign up for her class. The fee will be deducted from the money I just recharged. Is there a problem? Sister Wang likes to read novels about domineering CEOs and often puts herself into the plots of the novels. How she wished that such a heroic man would appear by her side, care for her, and protect her. However, I saw it in reality today, but the heroine was not her. Sister Wang looked at Mu Qingyang with charming eyes and cast an envious look at Qin Shiwen. Okay, whatever you say. Mu Qingyang felt a chill and looked at Sister Wang's information curiously. Name, Wang Jing. Age, 38. Overall appearance, 54. Can't afford to offend. Qin Shiwen's favorability plus 20, current favorability 30. Mu Qingyang was secretly happy. At this rate, he would be able to withdraw the money soon. Student Mu, what are you thinking about? Qin Shiwen tilted her head and looked at him. Hey, it's nothing. Can I start dancing now? Mu Qingyang didn't really want to learn it, but he mainly wanted to watch the school beauty dancing in front of him. Wouldn't that be 100 times more exciting than watching the live broadcast? Sure. Is there a type of dance you want to learn? I mainly teach jazz dance. I can do anything. It's up to you. Look at me. Mu Qingyang sat blankly on the floor of the 7th dance studio, where a mirror covered the entire wall. The person in the mirror has bangs covering his eyes, which really makes him look non-mainstream. When I have more money, I will get a chestnut haircut. I had this hairstyle when I sold the house. At that time, many female owners wanted to take advantage of me. As my thoughts wandered, a slim figure appeared in the mirror. Mu Qingyang turned his head to look, and suddenly his nose felt hot. Qin Shiwen was seen wearing a set of light pink yoga pants and a high ponytail on her head, looking both pretty and cool. Mu Qingyang's Adam's apple rolled. Excellent. Chapter 13, Maybe Losers Don't Deserve Love. Hi. Qin Shiwen stretched out her slender hand and waved it in front of Mu Qingyang's eyes. What are you daydreaming about? Mu Qingyang woke up as if from a dream and quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. No, I'm just surprised to see you dressed like this. Snort. Qin Shiwen snorted softly, raised her little head, and looked a little proud. This is the outfit she wears only when she is teaching female students. She always wears loose sportswear in classes with male students. If Mu Qingyang hadn't behaved well just now, she wouldn't have given him this benefit. Stop looking, stop looking. Let's start today's class. Do you have any dance skills? Mu Qingyang shook his head. Then let's start with the simplest warm-up movements and stretching. After Qin Shiwen finished speaking, she started moving on her own. Mu Qingyang still maintained his cross-legged sitting posture. What are you doing? Stand up. You can't learn by just watching. Just follow my movements. Mu Qingyang was so embarrassed that his socks were about to be buckled. He wanted to stand up, but he felt a little uncomfortable. How about, let's forget about it today. I think this mall is quite luxurious. How about you accompany me for a walk? If it was before recharging the card, Qin Shiwen would never accompany Mu Qingyang to the mall. One is that she was afraid that she would be seen by her acquaintances with a man of this level, which would be embarrassing. Second, all the clothes and bags here are very beautiful, and she wants them very much, but she is afraid that she will not be able to control herself from buying them. But now, she is 100% happy. Ever since I found out how rich Mu Qingyang is, I've become more and more fond of him. A man who is low-key but has a little connotation is also quite charming, isn't it? Okay, I'm familiar with this place and can help you avoid pitfalls. Do I need a change of clothes? Mu Qingyang thought for 2 seconds. Yeah, I still think your work outfit is better. In fact, both sets are good. Each has its own style. But yoga pants were too suggestive, and Mu Qingyang didn't want other men to see them. Okay then, wait here for me. I'll be right there. Qin Shiwen, who put on her stockings again, looked so pure and sexy that people couldn't help but want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly. At this time, his body had returned to normal. Mu Qingyang stood up from the ground without blushing or beating his heart and walked out of the dance club door side by side with Qin Shiwen. Qin Shiwen intentionally leaned closer to Mu Qingyang, and a unique fragrance belonging to a young girl went straight into his nostrils. When Mu Qingyang waved his hand inadvertently, he could occasionally touch Qin Shiwen's warm and smooth skin, which made him a little distracted for a moment. Mu classmate, Qin Shiwen asked tentatively. I remember you seem to have a girlfriend in college, right? If we do this, will it have a bad influence? Oh, we're done. Mu Qingyang's tone was flat. Break up? Why? It can't be said that we broke up. Strictly speaking, she is not my girlfriend because she never made our relationship public. Even her best friend only thought that we were just friends. Chen Qiwen frowned slightly. This is too much. Past experience told her that Mu Qingyang had met a scumbag at that. But she didn't say it explicitly. Since they had already severed their relationship, there was no need to rub salt into the wound. Speaking of which, I have to thank that woman. If she hadn't been blind, how could I have met such a high-quality man? Can I ask, how did you break up? Mu Qingyang laughed at himself. Maybe losers don't deserve love. Chen Qiwen stuck out her tongue and said nothing, but she probably guessed the reason. When the two passed by the Balenciaga counter, a surprised voice called them. Hey, Wenwen, I caught you slacking off at work. Why didn't you stay in the dance club and come out instead? Chen Qiwen laughed and scolded. Do you think I am you, Feifei? This is my college classmate Mu Qingyang. He signed up for my dance class, so I'm here to hang out with him. After saying that, he looked at Mu Qingyang. Feifei looked up, and the fake smile on her face was uglier than crying. Is Wenwen so short of men recently? She's interested in this kind of bastard? One look at her, and you can tell she's a loser with a cleaner pocket than her face. Apart from being taller and having decent facial features, there's nothing good about her. I guess he wanted to get close to Wenwen under the pretext of learning dance. You don't even look in the mirror to see how much you weigh, but you dare to come out and learn how to pick up girls from others. See if I don't teach you a lesson. Hello, classmate. Feifei greeted politely. Mu Qingyang checked her information, by the way. Name, Huang Fei. Age, 28. Overall appearance, 72. Hello, Sister Fei. Mu Qingyang replied indifferently. Huang Fei's face suddenly fell, and he complained in his heart. Am I that old? You call me sister. Are you polite? I look no different from Wenwen. Both of us are in our early 20s. But she still forced a smile. Mr. Mu, come to our store and have a look. We have a lot of new styles recently. Maybe there's something Wenwen likes. Don't you want to pick up girls? I'll show you your true colors right away. No. Chen Qiwen waved her hands repeatedly. We are just taking a look. You go and do your thing. She knew what Feifian was thinking. She definitely wanted to rip off Mu Qingyang, but that would make her seem too materialistic. Okay. Mu Qingyang agreed immediately. He was worried about where to spend his dog money. He still had more than 90 million in his card. He didn't want Chen Qiwen's favorability to reach 70, but he didn't have much to spend. That's a shame. Do you really want to go in? Chen Qiwen was still a little hesitant. What if Mu Qingyang really wants to give her something? Will she accept it or not? Just go in and take a look. You don't have to buy anything. The Balenciaga counter is decorated in a minimalist style with bright lighting inside the store, which looks transparent and elegant. But upon closer inspection, the seemingly ordinary decoration materials reveal luxury everywhere. Mr. Mu, this is the shoe and hat section. We have a lot of new styles for the season. Do you like anything? After entering the store, Huang Fei immediately put on a professional smile and became much more humble. Mu Qingyang nodded secretly. As expected of a shopping guide in a luxury store, her professional qualities are worthy of recognition. Balenciaga's dad shoes are very popular recently. Mu Qingyang often sees female bloggers wearing them when browsing Douyin. He looked down at Chen Qiwen's beautiful feet. She was also wearing a pair of dad shoes, but compared with the ones on the shoe rack, they were obviously several levels lower. Chen Qiwen noticed the detail that Mu Qingyang was looking at her shoes. She picked up a corner of Mu Qingyang's sleeve with her index finger and thumb and said a little embarrassedly, Mr. Mu, I have a lot of shoes. Let's take a look at the others. In fact, Chen Qiwen really likes these shoes, but they are too expensive. Any pair costs several thousand yuan, almost as much as her monthly salary. The reason why she said this was that she wanted to take Mu Qingyang away quickly and just take a walk around for show. Mu Qingyang stopped like a stubborn donkey and waved at Huang Fei. Give her all these pairs to try. Chapter 14 Zhang Qianqian. Who is the uncle next to you? Mu Qingyang has already said so. It would be bad if I refuse again. Chen Qiwen knew that men cared most about their face outside. She sat obediently on the shoe-changing stool and tried on each pair of shoes with Huang Fei's help. No one knew where Mu Qingyang was wandering off to at this moment. Huang Fei saw that he was not there, so she quietly gave Chen Qiwen some advice. Looking at your classmate, he should have some stuff in his pocket. I'll ask him to buy you a pair later. Chen Qiwen hurriedly shook her head. This is not good. What's wrong with that, silly girl? Look how beautiful you look in these shoes. Leave this matter to me. Hey. Chen Qiwen couldn't handle this best friend at all. She walked towards Mu Qingyang with an uncaring look on her face. Mr. Mu, Wenwen has tried it. Do you want to take a look? Okay. Mu Qingyang walked straight towards Chen Qiwen. Yeah, they look good. Let's just take these few pairs. How much are they? A trace of surprise flashed across Huang Fei's face. Is it possible that I have made a mistake? Is this guy really rich? Okay, I'll help you calculate. Mr. Mu, the total price for 3 pairs is 15,780 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? Mu Qingyang shook his head and walked away. Huang Fei was confused. Are you kidding me? Why are you acting so high and mighty when you have no money? And you want it all at once? You'd better die. Where's your previous temperament? Keep pretending to be calm. Why did you run away when you heard the amount? What a shrimp-headed man. Just when Huang Fei was about to tell Chen Qiwen about the bad things about her classmate, Mu Qingyang suddenly turned his head. Just over 10,000? Don't you have anything more expensive? Oh? What is happening? Did the reversal come so quickly? Huang Fei didn't react for a moment, and her words became hesitant. Yes, we have more expensive ones. Mr. Mu, please come this way. Mu Qingyang bought 7 or 8 sets of clothes for Chen Qiwen, spending less than 100,000 yuan in total. He looked a little unhappy. It's not that I feel bad about the money. This is too slow to spend money. But I have to say that top beauties with a score above 90 look good in whatever they wear. Mu Qingyang's eyes widened. This skin is worth buying. Chen Qiwen looked at the large and small shopping bags in front of her and seemed very anxious. Mr. Mu, I don't need so many. Why did you buy them all? Mu Qingyang waved his hand indifferently. Money can't buy my happiness. I'm very happy today. This is just the beginning. You didn't even show it to yourself. You only bought it for me. I don't have the nerve to accept it. Mu Qingyang pinched his nose awkwardly. Well, I don't care about these. But you must accept it, otherwise I will be very sad. It's not that the baby doesn't want to buy it, but only the baby knows how miserable he is. Chen Qiwen hesitated for a few seconds and finally nodded. Classmate Mu has just been cheated on by a scumbag girl, and his emotions are fragile and sensitive. If I hurt his feelings at this time, he will definitely be very sad. But is it possible that he likes me? Chen Qiwen often surfs the internet and knows a lot of memes. Nowadays, men in the male circle all advocate that money should only be given to girls to see, not to spend. It must be somewhat meaningful that classmate Mu is willing to give so much to me. If he pursues me, should I agree or disagree? Chen Qiwen's favorability plus 10, current favorability 40. Come on, let's go somewhere else. Mu Qingyang said this and walked out of the Balenciaga counter. After asking Fei Fei to keep the clothes and shoes she had just bought safe, Chen Qiwen walked out. Wen, is there any better store in this international shopping mall? I want to give you something better. Chen Qiwen's inner thoughts. Enough, brother Mu. Wen is satisfied, so satisfied that she is about to overflow. On the surface, Mr. Mu, you've given away enough gifts. Let's just stop here. How can that be? Mu Qingyang said in an unquestionable tone. I have to give you a bag no matter what, Wen. This is a little gift from me. Don't refuse it. Besides, this little money is nothing to me, you know? Oh well. Chen Qiwen couldn't persuade him, and she also planned to buy a bag, so she let him go. But she had a plan in mind. Classmate Mu must be interested in me. How can you force someone to give you something? But I have to say, his persistence is really cool. But is he really just a lovelorn man who was played by a bad woman? Why do I feel like he has something special? Mu Qingyang has nothing. He just wants to spend the money as soon as possible and improve his favorability as quickly as possible so that he can turn the dog money into cash. He wanted to give Chen Qiwen a bag because bags were expensive, especially the Hermes brand that he found online. Any bag costs tens or even hundreds of millions. Is there an Hermes counter here? Let's go over there and take a look. Chen Qiwen shook her head like a rattle. Forget about Hermes. I can't handle it. Chanel is actually pretty good. Mu Qingyang did not insist. It is better to give her something she likes, which will help increase her favorability. The Chanel counter and the Balenciaga counter are not far away, just around the corner. As soon as Mu Qingyang entered the store, he heard a familiar voice. But he wasn't sure. This is too tight, almost like just turned 18. But he still took a curious look. Damn, it's really Zhang Qianqian. Zhang Qianqian was holding the arm of a bald, greasy old man and said coquettishly, Hey, Brother Wang, just buy me one. I've liked this bag for a long time. If you buy it for me, I'll reward you with your favorite move tonight. This bitch Zhang Qianqian pretended to be as virginal as a white lotus in front of me, saying that there should be no intimate behavior before marriage. I pursued her for 3 years, but I never even kissed her. She is either selling herself behind the scenes or being a mistress. Zhang Qianqian. Mu Qingyang's voice was cold. Is that fat guy next to you your father? Hearing someone shouting, Zhang Qianqian turned her head in confusion. Seeing that it was Mu Qingyang, she said disdainfully, Hey, who am I thinking? Isn't this Mu Qingyang, the Meituan rider? Why are you here if you're not delivering food? Mu Qingyang's voice became even colder. I say, is that uncle next to you your father? What's it got to do with you? Zhang Qianqian got angry after hearing this. It's none of your business who I'm with. You've embarrassed me enough. My friends laughed at me for having a delivery dog. Do you know how embarrassed I was? Chapter 15 Mu Qingyang. You're a scumbag. After hearing this, the greasy fat man also figured out what was going on. He touched his round belly and said something serious. Young man, this society is very complicated. It's not just about love. Emotions are terribly fragile in the face of material things. This is not the place for you. Stop it now. Mu Qingyang was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. At this moment, a soft arm gently held his arm, and Qin Chiwen's sweet voice came to his ears. Brother Mu, don't be angry. The fat man's eyes widened. He originally thought that the girl next to him just happened to come in with Mu Qingyang and was standing aside to watch the fun. I didn't expect that she was the poor boy's lover. This guy is so lucky. I've been in the love field for many years, but I have never played with such a top-notch girl. Although she was someone else's girlfriend, the fat guy was very happy in his heart. He was very experienced in handling this kind of girls. As long as you give them a little sweetness and let them experience the beauty of the upper class, they will know that being young and handsome is the most useless thing and will eventually take the initiative to throw themselves into your arms. The fat man smiled and pulled out a business card from his wallet. Hello, beautiful lady. I am Wang Jian, the chairman of Xingfu Property. Nice to meet you. Qin Chiwen held Mu Qingyang's hand without moving. There was no intention to talk either. The fat man retracted his hand angrily and said to Zhang Qianqian beside him, Qianqian, don't you like this bag very much? I bought it for you. He wanted to show his strength through the simplest and most brutal way of buying. He guessed that Mu Qingyang just brought his girlfriend here to have a look and enjoy the sights, and it was unlikely that they spent any money. After all, the most ordinary bag here costs 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. It is not something that college students like them who have just entered society can afford. Qin Chiwen remained unmoved, and she didn't even glance at the fat man from beginning to end. On the contrary, after hearing these words, the resentment on Zhang Qianqian's face disappeared completely. Originally, she felt embarrassed that Brother Wang was hooking up with other women in front of her. But a bag is enough to offset all her unhappiness. She pecked the fat man lightly on the face. Brother Wang, you are so nice. Mu Qingyang felt sick at what he saw. I don't want to say anything more to this kind of person. Pulled Qin Chiwen to the other side. Student Mu, Qin Chiwen asked in a low voice. Is that girl just now the girl you've been pursuing for 3 years? Mu Qingyang nodded. But now, we have no relationship anymore. Well, I don't think he's good enough for you. Let's not talk about her anymore. Let's look at the bag. Qin Chiwen tried 7 or 8 of them in succession, but she had difficulty making a decision and didn't know which one to buy. This question is simple. Mu Qingyang can do it. He waved to the shopping guide. Pack these all up and swipe the card. Zhang Qianqian had already set her eyes on a bag, but she was deliberately hesitating, picking and choosing as if she couldn't make up her mind, and looking towards Mu Qingyang from time to time. When she heard Mu Qingyang's pretentious words, she almost couldn't help laughing out loud. All included? And by credit card? A poor guy who can't even pay the rent dares to speak so brazenly in a luxury store. Do you think you are buying vegetables in the market? She had already turned on the video recording function on her phone, which was perfect material to post on WeChat moments. Mu Qingyang, let me see how you end up. The shopping guide smiled politely. Yes, sir. Do you want all of these? Mu Qingyang nodded. Calculate how much it is. Sir, the total is 356,800. Please pay here. Scan the code, spit out the ticket, and sign in one go. Mu Qingyang's mood finally improved a little. Not bad. I made more than 300,000 yuan in such a short time, and the money was enough to buy bags. Zhang Qianqian was so surprised that she could fit a whole fried dough stick in her mouth. He couldn't understand or accept it. When Mu Qingyang was with her, he was such a miser that he never bought her any gifts, and even the number of times they went to the movies or had meals together was pitifully rare. How could he spend so much money on a strange woman at one time? I work hard to stay with an old man and serve him wholeheartedly, but I only get a few tens of thousands of yuan every month. This is not fair. This money should be spent on me." Zhang Qianqian's eyes turned green. She ran to the cashier angrily and stopped the shopping guide who was packing. "Don't pretend." Then he looked at Mu Qingyang angrily. "Mu Qingyang, what do you mean? Buying bags for other vixens in front of your girlfriend? You are a fickle scumbag." "Mu Qingyang. Zhang Qianqian, you magic cloak, who is your boyfriend? Who are you insulting? Stop spitting insults at me." "Mu Qingyang, I have seen through you. You pretended to be poor and pitiful when you were chasing me, and now you are pretending to be rich when you meet someone prettier than me. Are you worthy of me?" Mu Qingyang was amused by her genius logic. "Zhang Qianqian, stop disgusting me. Do you really have to tell me about your affairs? Just be your lover. We have no relationship anymore." Zhang Qianqian was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur exploded all of a sudden. "Simu, who do you say is the mistress? You are an uneducated thing with no parents." Mu Qingyang took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his anger. This woman has gone crazy, and it is useless to reason with such a person. She will only stand on her own standpoint and moral high ground to accuse others. If I say any more words to her at this moment, I will be making things difficult for myself. "You orphan, you ungrateful man. Speak now. You have nothing to say." Mu Qingyang was angry. "Say one more word, you slut who's been ridden by thousands of people." Zhang Qianqian was about to throw a tantrum, and the fat man asked doubtfully, "What kind of bike do you ride?" Zhang Qianqian suddenly wilted. She could ride on Mu Qingyang's head, pee and shit, and bully him as usual. But you must never let the sponsor hear this. She glared at Mu Qingyang with resentment, then immediately changed her expression and smiled sweetly. "Brother Wang, it's okay. I have severed all ties with this man. From now on, I will only love you. I don't want to buy a bag today. Let's go." Zhang Qianqian hurriedly pulled the fat man away from the Chanel counter. Chapter 16 Wenwen, don't be love-brained. "Student Mu, are you okay?" Chen Qiwen asked worriedly. "Me? I'm Phoenix. Today is the best day of my life." This is what Mu Qingyang really thinks. Today, not only did he earn millions of gold and increase his favorability by dozens of points, but he also developed some inexplicable ambiguous feelings with the school beauty. "The most important thing is that I have completely seen through this woman, Zhang Qianqian." He felt relaxed and the future was promising. Really, Chen Qiwen didn't quite believe it, and even blamed herself. "I didn't help at all, just now. You don't need to do anything." Mu Qingyang naturally held Chen Qiwen's soft little hand in his. "I'm glad you didn't misunderstand me." A blush appeared on Chen Qiwen's face, then disappeared in an instant. She did not pull her hand away and just let Mu Qingyang hold it. Mu Qingyang looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely happy in his heart. The soft and boneless little hands described in the books turned out to be real. The school beauty's hands were even softer than boneless chicken feet. "Shopping guide, is our packaging ready?" "Everything is ready, sir. Do you want to take it away now?" Mu Qingyang looked at Chen Qiwen. No, my workplace is close to here, so you can just come and get it when you have time." "All right." Mu Qingyang nodded. "Would you like to pick one to carry on your back?" "Okay." Chen Qiwen jumped over and picked out a bag that was suitable for today's outfit, then stood on tiptoe and straddled Mu Qingyang's neck. "When we go shopping, it's usually the boys who help the girls carry their backpacks. Thank you for your hard work." Mu Qingyang couldn't ask for more. I wonder how many dogs want to carry the school beauty's bag, but never get the chance. This is also a signal that Chen Qiwen's affection for him has increased. If a girl hates a boy, she doesn't want him to touch anything of hers. As expected, a system prompt immediately came to my mind. Chen Qiwen's favorability +5, current favorability 45. After leaving the Chanel counter, Mu Qingyang asked without giving up. "Wenwen, do you need any more watches or jewelry? I'll give you some." Chen Qiwen quickly shook her head. No, you've already given me too many things. I really can't accept any more." "Are you hungry? Let's go eat." Another benefit of getting paid for something is that you can eat for free. As long as there is a goddess with a score of 90 or above around him, Mu Qingyang doesn't have to spend money on meals. When he was selling houses, the company's food was pretty good and he could eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal. But after he lost his job and had no source of income, he had to eat fast food that cost 10 yuan per person every day. He had been craving for delicious food for a long time. "You're not hungry yet. Let's find a place to eat tonight. I'll take you somewhere." Chen Qiwen blinked playfully. "Where?" "You'll know when you get there." Chen Qiwen held Mu Qingyang's big hand and ran in front, while Mu Qingyang followed behind with a silly smile. They look like a couple in love. Professional styling salon? You brought me here to give me a haircut? Actually, my hair is not that long. I plan to grow it a little longer. This barbershop is only one street away from Miss International Center, and its decoration is very luxurious, and it is obviously not cheap at first glance. His humble 1,000 yuan might not even be enough to perm and dye his hair. Mu Qingyang used to watch Douyin and often saw men spending thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars on haircuts but having no money to pay, and then calling the police to report being blackmailed, and their stories were eventually posted online. He doesn't want to make this embarrassment. Brother Mu, I think you'll look much better with short hair. Do you believe me? This barbershop has great skills, and the prices are not expensive. I usually wash and style my hair here. I have a membership card with some balance. You can deduct the balance after you get your hair cut. I don't have much money, so I can't give you anything expensive, but this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't despise it. This girl is really something. Why didn't you just tell me that you were the one treating me? Why did you go through so much trouble? Mu Qingyang took the membership card and agreed immediately. I believe you. How could I reject your kindness? I'll go right away. Hey, wait a minute. Chen Qiwen handed over another card. I'm also a member of the skincare center upstairs. You can go upstairs and wash your face after your haircut. I may be delayed for a few hours. I'll come to see you when I'm done. Mu Qingyang nodded. See you tonight. To be honest, it was Mu Qingyang's first time to enter such a high-end barbershop. On weekdays, he would not spend more than 20 yuan on a haircut, and sometimes he would trim his bangs himself if he found it troublesome. I'm lucky to have benefited from Chen Qiwen today. As soon as I entered the door, a sweet-looking receptionist smiled and said, "Hello, handsome guy. Would you like a perm or a haircut?" Mu Qingyang glanced at the price list on the wall. Wash, cut, and blow-dry from 88. Perm and dyeing starts from 888. Just cut it short. Okay, handsome. Do you have an appointment with your hairstylist? No, whoever is free can come. Okay. The receptionist pressed the Bluetooth headset beside his ear and said, "Mr. Tony, I'll give you a men's haircut. Please make it thinner." 2 meters away, a white-haired hairdresser made the same move. Got it, coming right away. Mu Qingyang. What is this operation? It's quite unique. Isn't it just 2 steps away, and someone shouts that it's wasting electricity or something? Or does the Huanglongjiang group all have Bluetooth? After Chen Qiwen said goodbye to Mu Qingyang, she first returned to the Charm Dance Club to ask Sister Wang for an advance of 100,000 yuan in salary. Then I went to the Balenciaga counter again. The clothes and shoes she tried on just now were so beautiful that she couldn't wait to wear them. Another thing, she wanted to buy 2 sets of men's clothes from Mu Qingyang. Maybe he doesn't care about his appearance, but Chen Qiwen thinks he would look super handsome if he put on these clothes. Fei, you saw him just now. He is nearly 185 centimeters tall and weighs about 80 kilograms. Choose 2 pieces of clothing that fit him. I know. 185 centimeters, 80 kilograms, you can show off. Fei glanced at Chen Qiwen with resentment, and then said, "Is this a real rich son-in-law?" Chen Qiwen nodded shyly. Fei's tone immediately turned sour. "I envy you. You are so lucky. I think this guy is very generous to you. And his personality is not the kind of $2,580,000 type. He is quite suitable for marriage. You must seize the opportunity. If you can't, I will take over." "Go away." Chen Qiwen rolled her eyes at Fei. "We just met. I don't know anything about his specific situation. It's too early to say anything now." Fei nodded. "That's right. Let's get to know each other slowly first. Hey, let me remind you, don't do anything out of line before you're in a relationship, okay? Don't have a silly love brain attack. P.S. Huang Fei, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Chapter 17. Mu Qingyang, a decent person. Chen Qiwen stood in front of her security door, carrying several large Balenciaga shopping bags. She put her ear to the door and listened for a while, but there was no sound. Then he quietly took out the key and tiptoed to open the door. Luckily, my parents are out. If they saw me carrying so many clothes home, they would definitely scold me. In Chen Qiwen's boudoir, 2 black stockings slowly fell off a pair of white and tender thighs. Then another lace, short-sleeved shirt appeared on the ground. After a rustling sound, Chen Qiwen in front of the mirror has changed her skin. He was still wearing dad's shoes, his pants were a pair of high-grade gray draped trousers, and his top was a slightly loose black short-sleeved shirt. All Balenciaga. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but I look a lot more sophisticated. Chen Shuan transformed into a cool girl and changed it to a casual shoulder bag, stuffed a set of clothes into it, hesitated for 2 seconds, then unplugged the charger from the bedside and threw it into the bag. Only then did he go out satisfied. Mu Qingyang grinned as he looked at his clean and refreshed self in the mirror. This kind of vigor and vitality is what young people look like. He turned on his phone and checked the time. It's already 6 o'clock in the evening. Just as I was about to send a WeChat message to ask where Chen Qiwen was, I received her message. Brother Mu, are you done? I'm at the door of the barber shop. Mu Qingyang. Just right, come down right away. When Mu Qingyang appeared in front of Chen Qiwen again, her eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. Is this still a human being? Can just cutting your hair and shaving your beard bring about such a big change? Why doesn't he do something that can easily make him look handsome? Mu's thinking is too high, and it is not at the same level as us ordinary people who are always anxious about our appearance. So, my beauty, my greatest advantage, isn't that important in his eyes. Thinking of this, Chen Qiwen suddenly lost confidence. Why? Are you unhappy to see me? Why do you look so sad? Mu Qingyang naturally pinched Chen Qiwen's little hand. He found that the beautiful school girl really had some magical power, and every time he saw her, his mood would improve. Mu Qingyang's intimate actions immediately made Chen Qiwen regain her confidence. She said sweetly, "No way, I'm just surprised at your change. This is too exaggerated." Mu Qingyang stroked his chin. "Is it a big change? It's just a little bit fresher." "No way." Chen Qiwen glanced at him shyly. "You look like a standard little wolf dog now, very cute and attractive to girls." Mu Qingyang smiled rudely. "Do you like it?" "Hate it." Chen Qiwen shook off his hand and turned around and walked away. "We've only known each other for less than a day. How can there be any liking or disliking?" Mu Qingyang didn't hesitate. He quickly caught up. "Did you hear any sound just now?" "What's that sound?" Chen Qiwen tilted her head and asked cutely. Mu Qingyang pointed to his stomach. "My stomach is growling. I haven't had a meal today. Let's go find something to eat." Chen Qiwen crossed her 2 index fingers. "Wait another 10 minutes, okay? I bought you a gift and left it at the dance club. Shall we go up and take a look?" Mu Qingyang was delighted. This girl is pretty good. She's not the gold digger that people say she is on the internet. She returned the gift so quickly. "I must go and see." Mu Qingyang placed his hand on Chen Qiwen's shoulders. "Look, even if I starve to death, I have to watch first." Charm Dance Studio 7. Mu Qingyang unbuttoned his flared shirt one by one. His slightly raised pectoral muscles and smooth, natural muscle lines gradually appeared in front of Chen Qiwen as he slowly took off his shirt. Chen Qiwen was dumbfounded. Mu Qingyang is a poisonous person. Not only is he rich and handsome, he also has a great figure. "I'm about to take off my pants. Do you still want to watch?" Oh. Chen Qiwen woke up as if from a dream and retreated in a panic. Mu Qingyang looked at the handsome and cool man in the full-length mirror, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. "Money really does support people. Even a loser like me looks stylish when I put on these luxury items." When Mu Qingyang opened the door of the 7 dance studio, a system prompt suddenly came to his mind. Chen Qiwen's favorability +5, current favorability 50. Turning his head, he saw Chen Qiwen standing not far away, staring at him blankly. "Why do you look like this again? Is it weird that I'm wearing this?" Chen Qiwen's face turned red, and she put her hands behind her back and walked over timidly like a child who had done something wrong. "No, you look like a completely different person when you put on this outfit. I'm a little afraid to get close to you." Chen Qiwen really regretted persuading Mu Qingyang to get a haircut and buying him clothes. Wouldn't it be better to just let him stay as he is? Now that he is in this state, I wonder how many vixens will rush to pounce on him. As a woman, she knew very well how attractive Mu Qingyang's conditions were to girls. "Isn't this all your credit? I really like this dress. How can I thank you?" "Then treat me to a feast." Chen Qiwen took the initiative to hold Mu Qingyang's arm. Now it seems that Mu Qingyang has a good impression of me. Even if he is very attractive, I am the closest to him, so there is no need to worry about gains and losses. And the most important point, after Mu Qingyang put on this outfit, it looked like a couple's outfit compared to what she was wearing. Exactly the same shoes, clothes and pants of similar style. With this buff, even if those slutty bitches are ignorant, they won't dare to flirt with Mu Qingyang in front of him. Now, I am the fake queen. Chapter 18. Weld the door shut, and don't let anyone in. Come on, let's go have a feast. What do you want to eat? Mu Qingyang pinched Chen Qiwen's soft and white arm. This feels so comfortable. Chen Qiwen looks thin, but feels very fleshy when touched. She has a small frame, and is the type who looks thin but feels fleshy when touched. Chen Qiwen did not feel the slightest bit disgusted by Mu Qingyang's physical contact. Instead, she smiled sweetly at him. I heard that Zhenrongji is pretty good, but a little expensive. It's okay if it's a little expensive. Mu Qingyang kept his hands busy, as long as it tastes good. Xianrongji has branches in all major first-tier cities. Mainly serves Taizhou cuisine. The seafood is very special. Mu Qingyang looked at the Zen-like Chinese decoration style in the private room and nodded secretly. It is indeed a high-end restaurant. The environment is incomparable to that of ordinary hotels. Not to mention eating, just sitting here makes me feel happy. Mu Qingyang handed the menu to Chen Qiwen. Order whatever you want. Order more. I'm very hungry. Chen Qiwen looked at the menu for a long time, then hesitated and ordered 3 dishes. Sand garlic bean noodles, stone pot pepper beef short ribs, mapo baizi steamed poached egg. Mu Qingyang was completely numb. Feed the cat? This is not all just my fault. He called to the waiter who was turning to leave. Wait, do you have king crabs in your store? Mu Qingyang had been wanting to eat fresh seafood for a long time. Every time he watched Douyin and saw those food bloggers eating these high-end ingredients, he would secretly swallow his saliva. The most expensive thing Mu Qingyang had eaten in the past 25 years was the steamed lobster with egg at his college classmate's wedding banquet. If he wasn't quick, he might not have been able to catch it. But the taste was not as good as he had imagined. He thought it was because he swallowed it too quickly and didn't taste it. Now that we have the system, don't we have to try all of them? The waiter turned around with a smile. Yes, sir. The king crabs we have here are all fresh. Would you like one? Xianrongji has a 10% service fee. The more the customers order, the more commission the service staff will get. A king crab is worth at least several $1,000s, so the waiter's attitude was surprisingly nice. Give me one. By the way, how much is a pound of king crab? Mu Qingyang didn't care about the price. He was just curious about how expensive this thing was. The price of fish in the pond today is 858 yuan per catty. Would you like some? Get the biggest one and cook it with scallion oil flavor. Hurry! Yes, sir. The waiter turned to leave, but Mu Qingyang quickly stopped him. It's not over yet. Bring me another braised yellow croaker, 5 sweet-cooked shrimps, a serving of apricot juice fish maw soup, and a bottle of red wine too. Mu Qingyang randomly pointed to a red wine on the menu that cost over 20,000 yuan. He usually drinks ice guobin at 6 yuan a bottle. He has never tried these foreign things, so he must try some meat today. Brother Mu, can the two of us finish all this? Chen Qiwen reminded in a low voice. Although Mu Qingyang has a huge sum of 100 million, he can't afford to spend it like this. It's too extravagant and wasteful. Chen Qiwen has already taken the hostess's perspective. If you can't finish it, throw it away and feed it to the dog. Mu Qingyang originally wanted to say this, but this is too pretentious and easy to get beaten. I'm a big eater, this may not be enough. Besides, this is the first time I treat you to a meal, so it has to be something sumptuous. Oh well. The food was served soon. Mu Qingyang suddenly turned into a glutton, and he finished a king crab weighing more than 10 pounds in less than 5 minutes. Chen Qiwen was gnawing on a crab leg and exclaimed in amazement. Brother Mu, you have such a good appetite. I am full after eating 2 of these big crab legs. You look like you haven't had enough. Mu Qingyang rubbed his still flat belly. It's okay. I'm half full. Come on, let's have a drink. Okay, cheers. Chen Qiwen had just picked up the wine glass when Mu Qingyang bumped into her rudely. The bright red wine flew out of the glass, drew a graceful arc in the air, and then all splashed into Chen Qiwen's collar. Ah! Chen Qiwen screamed, stood up hurriedly, and patted her chest. Mu Qingyang knew that something bad was going to happen. This is how he usually clinks glasses with his colleagues when drinking beer. But Chen Qiwen was just holding the cup lightly. He was panicked for a moment and tried to help Chen Qiwen wipe off the wine stains in a hurry. Kindness? It seems like I touched something I shouldn't have touched. Chen Qiwen was confused. He looked at Mu Qingyang in a daze. Mu Qingyang was also confused. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? A few seconds later, a high-decibel scream echoed throughout the room. Ah! A few seconds later, the door of the private room was violently pushed open. The waiter who had just taken the order rushed in a panic. I saw the 2 guests in the room looking at each other, and they didn't look like anything was wrong. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Cough! Mu Qingyang coughed dryly. Well, could you please bring me a hairdryer? The waiter nodded and quietly left the room. Chen Qiwen, who was clearly the victim, felt embarrassed at this moment. Sorry, I was a little excited just now. Mu Qingyang waved his hands. It's okay. This is a stress reaction. I'm just anxious. It's okay. Mu Qingyang was interrupted by Chun Shiwen before he finished speaking. I know you didn't mean it. Kindness? There is an explanation. Do you forgive me so easily? Does that mean she doesn't reject it? Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang became bolder. He took 2 tissues from the table and pretended to wipe Chun Shiwen's collar. I see your clothes are still a little wet. Let me help you dry them. Mu Qingyang frowned and concentrated, his expression serious and earnest. Chun Shiwen's pretty face turned red. This is too embarrassing. She instinctively wanted to dodge, but was afraid that Mu Qingyang would misunderstand her, so she just stood there awkwardly. Fortunately, the waiter came to the rescue in time. Hello, sir. This is the hair dryer you requested. Mu Qingyang nodded and took it. While looking for a socket, he did not forget to remind. While the door shut after you go out. No one is allowed to come in unless I ask you to. Chapter 19 Bar. Come, sit here. Chun Shiwen sat over with a red face, her heart beating fast. Mu Qingyang's words just now were too ambiguous. What about welding the door shut? What about not allowing anyone to come in? Does he want to? What if he really did something so obscene in a place like this? Should I resist? Or should I resist? However, Mu Qingyang's next action immediately dispelled her concerns. Mu Qingyang plugged in the hairdryer, tried the temperature and air volume of each setting on his palm, and then aimed the air outlet at her collar. It's uncomfortable when it's wet. I'll help you dry it. Chun Shiwen felt warm inside. She secretly thought that Mu Qingyang was the perfect template for a boyfriend. Not only handsome and rich, but also gentle and considerate. If she could achieve a happy ending with him, she would be willing to live 20 more years. But as the wind blew, the style of the painting changed. Mu Qingyang's hand actually touched his collarbone. These wine stains won't dry well without wiping them with your hands. Do you mind if I do this? No, I won't. Chun Shiwen said this with great shame. Yes. Mu Qingyang cheered silently in his heart, and at the same time became bolder. Brother Mu has already done it. No need to blow it again. Mu Qingyang looked a little embarrassed. Oh, really? You're doing it really fast. Shall we go then? Chun Shiwen adjusted her collar. Let's go. The meal, including service charge, totaled more than 40,000 yuan. Many people only earn this much in a year. But in total, Mu Qingyang only spent 40 cents. Where do we go next? Mu Qingyang knew that he would not let Chun Shiwen go today no matter what. At least he had to give her his first kiss. Whatever. How about we go shopping? The night view at the International Center is great. Mu Qingyang shook his head. I've already walked around today. I see this night view every day, and I'm tired of it. Are you kidding? There are so many people on the street. How can we do intimate actions? It's definitely not possible. Mu Qingyang refused again. I'm not that interested in movies. Sitting there for hours is a pain in the ass. In fact, he really likes watching it, and when he has nothing to do, he looks for new movies on pirated websites. But there were many people in the cinema, and if I touched Chun Shiwen there, I would easily be discovered. If someone accidentally records it and posts it on TikTok, I'll be socially dead. Chun Shiwen pouted her lips. Then tell me. Mu Qingyang pinched his nose and thought. It would be best to go directly to the hotel, but if you really say it, you will probably get slapped in the face. In fact, KTV is not bad. It has privacy, and you can drink to liven up the atmosphere. If you get drunk, you might be able to win the heart of the school beauty in one fell swoop. But the consumption in KTV is too low, which is not conducive to making money. It is also tiring for 2 people to sing. If the school beauty is tired of singing and wants to leave, I can't keep her. No way. The only place where you can drink, spend a lot, and stay up late is a bar. I haven't been to the bar yet, so this is a good opportunity to try it out. Mu Qingyang rubbed his temple. How about we go to the bar and have some fun? A bar? Just the 2 of us? That would be too boring. Chun Shiwen drank half a bottle of red wine during dinner and was already 3 or 4 parts drunk, but Mu Qingyang drank more than half a bottle and acted like nothing happened. She was afraid that she would get drunk after 2 glasses of vodka at the bar, and seeing Mu Qingyang's lustful look while eating, he would definitely eat her. Fei reminded her that she couldn't go to bed with Mu Qingyang before she saw him clearly. Although I like him very much, this is too fast. If Mu Qingyang could get him so easily, he would definitely not cherish her, and might even think she was casual. No, you can't go to the bar. If you're bored, call some of your girlfriends. I've never been to a bar before. Can you keep me company? Chun Shiwen looked at Mu Qingyang's handsome face and clear eyes, and the ideological beliefs she had just established collapsed in less than 5 seconds. Under the affectionate gaze of this man, she really couldn't say no. Well, okay then. Anyway, he said that she could call her bestie, so she could just let her bestie drag her away. Think of this. Chen Shuwen immediately sent a message in the For Golden Flowers group chat. Come out, have fun at the bar tonight. No ain't needed. Fei, are you with the handsome guy who is 185/80 kg? CC. What 185 centimeters tall handsome guy? What's going on? How come I don't know? Tong. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've taken off my makeup. Wen, it's too early now, so don't rush. Just pack up and come over slowly. I'll post the location in the group later. The largest bars in Gangnam are all on the pedestrian street next to the International Center. But the bar with the most young people, the most excitement, and the best decoration is Space Bar. Mu Qingyang often received orders from here when he was delivering food earlier. He often fantasized about when he would be able to enjoy life as freely as his peers. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Handsome guy, do you want to sing? I'll send you a fruit plate and snacks. If you order a princess, I'll send you drinks. Beauty, check out the Queen Bar. There's a muscle show today. It's very exciting. Along the way, marketing people kept trying to talk to Mu Qingyang, but he politely refused them all. The destination of his trip is space. Space is worthy of being the ceiling of Bar Street. Before 9 o'clock, the line was already very long, and it seemed that there was no room left. Mu Qingyang was about to leave in disappointment when a young man with green hair, about 20 years old, called him. Handsome guys, do you want to go in and play? Yeah, but I didn't expect your business to be so good. The place is full before 9 o'clock. Green hair pointed to the huge poster on the sidewall. Today we invited the popular DJ Coco Shin from TikTok. The regular seats have been booked, but there are still 2 VIP seats left. Oh, Mu Qingyang raised his eyebrows. Then can we sit there? Green hair's eyes lit up, and he took out a flower seed and handed it to Mu Qingyang. Of course you can, brother. The minimum consumption for a VIP seat is 38888. No problem. Lead the way. Good brother. Chapter 20. Brother Mu, is she pretty? Mu Qingyang and Chen Shiwen, led by green hair, cut in line and passed the security check. It is very necessary to carry out security checks in places like bars where all kinds of people mix. Neither controlled knives nor drugs are allowed to be brought in. Brother, this way. Green hair waved enthusiastically in front. Mu Qingyang stood under the Coco Heart poster without moving. It was 93 points. I didn't know how many good-looking people of the opposite sex I scanned along the way, but none of them scored more than 85 points. This time I just scanned it casually and found something worth consuming. I really came to the right bar. The more objects that can be consumed, the greater the probability that Mu Qingyang can withdraw cash. As the saying goes, if the east is dark, the west will be bright. He still understands such a simple truth. Moreover, ever since he was severely hurt by that woman Zhang Qianqian, something precious in Mu Qingyang's heart had been quietly broken. Brother Mu, does it look good? Seeing Mu Qingyang staring at the poster for a long time without moving, Chen Shiwen was already jealous. However, she and Mu Qingyang are at most friends now, and she does not have the appropriate status to restrain him, so she can only ask questions in this way, hoping that he can be self-aware. It's pretty nice, Mu Qingyang said without thinking. Chen Shiwen's eyebrows immediately frowned. But it's still a little bit worse than you. Snort. Chen Shiwen raised her little head proudly and followed green hair up the stairs. Mu Qingyang moved his eyes away from the poster and followed him upstairs. Is this the best bar in Jiangnan City? It's so lively, my hormones are unconsciously secreted. Mu Qingyang could hear exciting music in his ears and saw densely packed heads of people in front of him. This huge venue was filled with all kinds of men and women dressed in fashionable clothes, smoking, drinking, and nodding their heads. Brother, our location is over there. Follow me. Green hair pointed to the center of the venue. Mu Qingyang looked over and saw a 2-story platform. There was only one booth on the second floor, which was already full of people. There are 4 or 5 booths on the first floor, and 2 of them are still empty. Mu Qingyang held Chen Shiwen tightly in his arms, pushed aside the crowd, and followed. Several young men with defiant expressions were sitting on the leather sofa in VIP 888, the most luxurious booth in the space. They are wearing luxury goods such as Louis Vuitton and Versace. He wears international famous watches such as Rolex and Jaeger-LeCoultre on his wrist. On the table are the keys to luxury cars such as Porsche and McLaren. A bald man said lazily, "This place is full of old faces who are used to fighting with knives and axes. They look boring. Can we have some new people?" The short-haired man with a chrome heart necklace around his neck joked. What time is it now? Pretty girls are having dinner with their sponsors and their dogs at this hour. Wait a little longer. The feminine man with long Korean boy band hair complained. The manager of Space is really ignorant. We spend at least $2 million here every year, but he can't even get a female DJ to come over for a toast. I don't know what he does for a living. The bald man laughed lewdly and said, This Coco Shinshin is really pretty in the video. I don't know what she's like in real life. To be honest, I've done this to her phone several times, and I must get her contact information after today. Longhair laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Bald, you are such a talented person. Look, short-haired man pointed at a booth on the first floor with sparkling eyes. There's a top-notch item over there. The bald man and the long-haired guy quickly turned their heads to look. Fuck, really? Both her figure and appearance are perfect. We'll have fun tonight. Mu Qingyang had just sat down when a frivolous voice came from upstairs. Hey, pretty, are you alone? Do you want to come up and play with us? We have a better view from our position. Chen Qiwen glanced sideways and ignored him. Mu Qingyang didn't say anything. After all, it was normal for beautiful women to be approached in bars. Let's order something first. Do you want any wine? Mu Qingyang handed the tablet to Chen Qiwen. He wanted to order all the wines one by one, but the dog money could only be spent on the opposite sex with a score of 90 or above. Except for the leniency in ordering dishes, other aspects were very strict, so what wine to drink depended on Chen Qiwen's opinion. Chen Qiwen slid back and forth on the tablet, looking at the various drinks that cost thousands of dollars, and she was hesitant to place an order. After struggling for 10 seconds, Chen Qiwen gently placed the tablet on the coffee table and said to Green Hair, Give me 2 bottles of Jägermeister and some juice. Green Hair? Come on, pretty girl. The minimum consumption at this place is $38,888, and you ordered a bottle of Jägermeister that costs hundreds of dollars? Even if you call a whole company, they can't finish it. However, he did not dare to make fun of the guest, so he had to hand the tablet to Mu Qingyang as if asking for help. Brother, how about you come? Mu Qingyang knew that this was to save him money, and he admired Chen Qiwen in this regard. In the past, she had always refused to charge her card or make purchases. Only after Mu Qingyang repeatedly asked did she reluctantly accept it. In this materialistic society, who can withstand such a test? Mu Qingyang gently scratched her nose. Stupid, have you forgotten that there is a minimum consumption for this position? Don't worry, I can do it. Chen Qiwen pouted and chose a set meal that cost exactly $38,888. This package includes 3 ordinary ace of spades, 10 bottles of Olympic sparkling wine, a supreme 3-layer fruit plate, some snacks and tissues. Chen Qiwen thought that this amount of wine was enough, and the 2 of them plus their 3 sisters might not be able to finish it. After Mu Qingyang successfully scanned the code, Green Hair asked him for no reason, Brother, what's your name? Then the male MC with 2 tattoos on his arms on the DJ stage took the microphone and shouted, Thank you, Mr. Mu from VIP 222, for purchasing a set of dream gift boxes worth $38888. I wish Mr. Mu and the handsome men and beautiful women on the same stage all the best, a bright future, and a long journey. After a while, at the entrance of the bar, there were staff holding glowing spade ace wine boxes and glowing signs, and walking in a long queue towards the booth where Mu Qingyang was. Also arriving were 3 beautiful women dressed coolly. Huang Fei had met Mu Qingyang before, and she sat on the other side of the 7-shaped sofa without any hesitation. As soon as I walked in, I heard the DJ station thanking Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu is not only a big spender, but also a great wine orderer. I'm taking advantage of you today. Mu Qingyang nodded as a greeting. You're welcome, drink as much as you want. Another girl in a purple hip skirt also sat down leisurely. Hello, Brother Mu. My name is Cece, and I'm Wenwen's good friend. Please take a seat. Mu Qingyang pointed to the sofa and checked her messages. Name, Liu Cece. Age, 25. Overall appearance, 82. Hello, Brother Mu. My name is Tong Tong, and I'm also Wenwen's good friend. Hello. Mu Qingyang pointed at the sofa as usual and checked Tong Tong's message. Name, Li Tong Tong. Age, 24. Overall appearance, 85. Chapter 21, there are also natural enemies of centipedes in bars. The booths that were sparsely populated just now are now packed with people. The staff placed the wine and fruit plates on the coffee table one by one before queuing up to leave. Mu Qingyang sighed secretly. Is this the happiness of rich people? This feeling of showing off in front of others fills up one's vanity in an instant. Chen Qiwen's three little sisters were so happy. They also like to come to the bar to play, but they only pay about 1,000 yuan each, sit in ordinary booths, listen to music, and dance to relieve the pressure of work. This is the first time I have participated in a high-end game like today where I don't have to pay money. Huang Fei poured a glass of sparkling wine and moved to the end of the sofa where Mu Qingyang was sitting. Boss Mu, thank you for your care this morning. I have completed half of my sales for this month. Here's a toast to you. Mu Qingyang raised his glass and drank it all. Mu Qingyang didn't dare to say anything else, but his alcohol tolerance was surprisingly good, and he didn't even feel drunk at all. Huang Fei took a sip and asked casually, Mr. Mu is so young and promising. What kind of business is he in? Haha, so that's what you wanted to ask. I guess you want to help Chen Qiwen get some information. Mu Qingyang answered straightforwardly. I've never run a business. I was delivering food some time ago, but I don't do it now. Mr. Mu really knows how to joke. Mu Qingyang spread his hands. If you don't believe me, ask Wen. Chen Qiwen looked embarrassed. Fei, why are you asking this? If you have nothing to do, just eat some fruit. In the Chanel store this morning, the woman named Zhang Qianqian did say that Mu Qingyang was a delivery rider. Later, Chen Qiwen thought about it and realized it was impossible. If we have to think in this direction, we can only say that Mu Qingyang used to pretend to be an ordinary person to get along with her. But because of this identity, the woman humiliated him in every way, and it was inappropriate for Fei to ask this question now. Fortunately, Mu Qingyang has moved on and is not angry with her. Huang Fei sat back in her original seat angrily and forked a piece of watermelon into her mouth. Mu Qingyang was enjoying his leisure time. He casually looked at the opposite sex in the audience and silently complained in his heart. I scanned dozens of people, but none of them scored 90 points. When will that internet celebrity DJ appear? Those guys who are shaking their butts and playing with their cell phones on the dance floor are the natural enemies of centipedes, right? I heard from my roommate before that some high-end escorts like to wait for business in bars. When business comes, go to work. When business doesn't come, just treat it as entertainment. Anyway, they have to spend money to drink in the bar, and the marketing department will give them drinks. This is also a way for bars to attract popularity. Only when there are many beautiful women will pig men be willing to consume. Mu Qingyang turned his head and glanced at Chen Qiwen again. She was drinking and gossiping with a few of her besties. He had a battle plan in mind. It's hard to start now because there are so many people around. I'll wait until they're all tipsy, then I'll go over and give Chen Qiwen some pain. VIP 888 booth. The short-haired man couldn't help it. There are 3 more beauties at the table below, but there's still only one man. Let's think of a way to pick up one each. The long-haired man shook his head. These women are a bit pretentious. Didn't they just ignore us? That man is wearing Balenciaga, so he must be quite powerful. Let's take out the wine first and shock them first. The bald man echoed. Okay, these 985 girls are very smart. They won't show their eagles until they see the rabbit. Once we become the focus of the audience, they will come to us on their own initiative. These people are all rich second generations whose families have some money. The alcohol and beverages stored in the space alone are worth hundreds of thousands. Every time they wanted to show off, they would take them all out, and the scene of waiters lining up to serve them wine was just like visiting a lantern festival. They also used this method to plow many girls. Soon, a large number of staff gathered at the entrance of the bar. Some of them were holding wine boxes, some were holding light signs, and some were holding illuminated words. The team of nearly 30 people circled the entire venue and then sat in the VIP 888 booth. At this moment, the music in the bar suddenly became louder, and the stage spray surrounding the 888 booth burst out smoke as high as a person. For salutes with 5-color sequins were fired into the sky, and countless atmosphere papers were flying all over the sky. This moment perfectly illustrates the glamour and decadence. Mu Qingyang was also somewhat shocked by the scene. Although both spending hundreds of thousands of dollars are involved, the pleasure obtained in a bar is obviously simpler, rougher, and more direct than that in a luxury store. No wonder there are so many nouveau riches spending lavishly in bars. Everyone here is confused. The entire wine-giving ceremony lasted for 10 minutes before more than 20 staff members slowly dispersed. Now look at the people sitting in booth 888. The rebellious look on his face remained unchanged and even more arrogant. The VIP area is only a few steps away from the first floor and the second floor. At this time, A feminine man with a Korean boy band hairstyle was holding a champagne glass in his hand and walking down the stairs step by step with what he thought was an elegant pace. The closer he got to booth 222, the more curved his mouth became. Three of the best of the best. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Walking closer, Changmao raised his champagne glass slightly. Hello, ladies. I'm at booth 888 upstairs. Since there aren't many of you, can we share the table? Don't worry, the drinks are all ours. You saw the team delivering the drinks just now. Drink as much as you want. Mu Qingyang glanced at Changmao. He looked okay, but was a little too thin. Apart from this, he did not make any extra movements. He also wanted to see how these women would react. One continued to choose to ignore him and even squeezed towards Mu Qingyang's position. Huang Fei and the other two girls looked at each other, then looked at Mu Qingyang, who looked calm, and finally politely declined. Changmao was embarrassed. In the past, they had never failed to invite girls to share the table once they had a wine party. Was it a curse today? He stood there feeling very awkward. It would be somewhat embarrassing to leave. I don't know how to continue talking if I don't leave. Fortunately, the bald head and short hair also fell off at this time. These two people were much less polite. Their eyes were looking around recklessly, and their words were very impolite. Girls, what's so good about the regular ace of spades? It tastes sour and astringent, and we usually use it to wash our hands. Do you want to try the platinum version? We're very high on it. That's right. When we go out to play, we have to have fun. Besides, having more friends is not a bad thing, right? You can ask around. We, the three Space Musketeers, are very popular in this area. After saying this, the bald man went to pull Tong Tong, who didn't have a male companion. Tong Tong dodged by turning sideways. The bald man thought she was pretending to be reserved with him, and he was about to take action with a lewd smile. Mu Qingyang couldn't stand the situation any longer. He stood up and shouted, "What are you doing? Stand there and don't move." Chapter 22. Brother, did you order this? Mu Qingyang is nearly 185 centimeters tall and relatively strong. He looks a bit intimidating when he frowns and concentrates. The bald man honestly didn't dare to move. It's none of my business if they volunteer to go with you, but don't do anything on my table. Forget about what happened just now. Just get out of here. Mu Qingyang waved his hand impatiently. He was not showing off by being so strong. Even if a conflict occurred, he was absolutely confident that he could take on the three of them alone. The bald man once again looked at Mu Qingyang and confirmed that he was a man he could not defeat. Then he said to the short-haired and long-haired man unwillingly, "Let's go." After they left, Tong Tong poured a full glass of wine and toasted to Mu Qingyang. "Brother Mu, thank you for what I just did. I'll drink this cup." Mu Qingyang finished the wine in his glass in one gulp. "It's just a small matter. Let's just play our own game and ignore them." Cece smiled sweetly. "Luckily, Brother Mu is here. Otherwise, we girls wouldn't know what to do." Huang Fei covered her mouth with her index and middle fingers, her eyes wide open. "Brother Mu, you were so manly and strong just now. I felt so safe." Chen Qiwen glanced at Huang Fei unhappily, then hugged Mu Qingyang's arm tightly, her eyes full of stars. When the atmosphere was joyful, there was a sudden bang from overhead. Countless tiny five-colored sequins fell from the sky, most of which landed on the table in booth 222. Suddenly, the fruit plates, snacks, and wine glasses were all stained with sequins. Chen Qiwen looked up and saw that the men who had just come down to chat were standing by the fence, smiling provocatively, with cannon barrels held in their hands. Mu Qingyang's face darkened. This was obviously a deliberate attempt to cause trouble. He waved to Green Hair, who had been on standby, and briefly explained the situation. Green Hair nodded and said he would report the situation to the manager immediately. Not long after, Green Hair came back. He looked at Mu Qingyang with an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, brother. The manager just went over to talk to the customer at 888. The customer said that the salutes are sold by your bar. Are we not allowed to fire them even if we buy them? They are regular customers, and the manager can't do anything about them. How about this, brother? You guys just stay here for now, and I'll go see if there are any vacancies. If there are, I'll move you guys right away." Mu Qingyang glanced at the packed dance floor. There were obviously more people entering than before, so how could there be any empty seats? He knew that Green Hair had done his best, and there was no need to make things difficult for him. "No need to change. Just go ahead and do your work. We can discuss this among ourselves." Green Hair retreated to the side dejectedly, feeling very depressed. The base salary for bar marketing is very low, and everything depends on commission. He had finally received a large order from the VIP area, and wanted to serve this guy well and make him a repeat customer. However, the manager was willing to offend his clients in order to take care of his own clients, which made him feel very aggrieved. There are sequins all over the table. How can we have fun? When the customer talks about negotiating, he means discussing whether to leave or not. If he encounters this kind of thing, he will be so stupid next time. Green hair was full of resentment. Chun Chi-wen and some of her close friends were indeed discussing whether to leave or not. If I leave, all the wine worth tens of thousands of dollars will be opened and cannot be stored, so it will be a complete waste. If you don't leave, you'll have a nasty time. Mu Qingyang, who had been silent, suggested. How about we order some more wine? Aren't those people up there just being so arrogant because they spend more? As long as our spending exceeds theirs, they'll naturally tuck their tails between their legs. Huang Fei and the other two girls' eyes lit up when they heard Mu Qingyang's words, and they nodded repeatedly. How many times in your life can you encounter such a scene where you can show off and then get slapped in the face without having to spend any money? Chun Chi-wen shook her head firmly. Mu Qingyang has already spent more than 2 million on her today. If she were to let him spend more money, what would be the difference between her and a gold digger? Besides, you can go to this bar or not. There is no need to spend money in such a place just to prove yourself. Mu Qingyang felt very disappointed. The scores of you three are too low. It's no use agreeing to it. In the end, it all depends on Chun Chi-wen. This girl probably wants to save money for herself again. Wen-wen, although you have good intentions, I am a bootlicker. You can only get as much as you spend. There is a misunderstanding here. However, Mu Qingyang didn't intend to give up just like that. He has already formulated a battle plan for tonight, and now he hasn't even achieved 10%. How can he be willing to accept this? Mu Qingyang pulled Chun Chi-wen aside. Put your head close to her ear. Wen-wen, the balance I showed you at the dance club is just my monthly pocket money. You don't have to help me save it. We can have fun however we want, okay? Chun Chi-wen looked at Mu Qingyang in disbelief, her big watery eyes full of surprise. What you said, is it true? Mu Qingyang nodded firmly, then bent slightly and kissed Chun Chi-wen's eyes. Chun Chi-wen's eyes are so beautiful. Her pupils are deep black, and her whites are pure and flawless without a trace of impurities. Mu Qingyang restrained himself, but he really couldn't help it. Oh, that's disgusting. Chun Chi-wen pushed him away, her face red as fire. With so many people watching, it's so embarrassing. Mu Qingyang chuckled twice. I can't help it. I can't help it. Let's order some wine. Mu Qingyang waved again and called the green-haired guy over. Brother, are you leaving? Will you come next time? Will you contact me next time? Mu Qingyang gave him a slap. Where are you going? Bring me the tablet. Green hair didn't know what this guy was going to do, but he still did as he was told. Wen-wen, you guys can order whatever you want to drink. The more you order, the happier I will be. Don't be polite to me. Several girls were chatting and swiping their tablets. Wen-wen, can we really order whatever we want? That idiot guy just now acted like he had a lot of stuff because he had a few bottles of platinum ace of spades. Let's order what we want and make them angry. Tong Tong suggested. I agree. Let's order a few more bottles to dampen their arrogance. Humph. After seeing the price of the platinum spade ace on the tablet, Cece immediately changed her mind. More than 20,000 yuan a bottle? That's ridiculously expensive. Can I order some? Wen-wen. Boss Mu has already told you not to be polite to him. What are you afraid of? Just order this platinum ace of spades. Huang Fei had seen Mu Qingyang's strength and was not worried about him at all. This time, Chun Chi-wen did not hesitate and directly ordered a dragon suit. The package includes a gold spade ace, a platinum spade ace, a pink gold spade ace, a green gold spade ace, and a purple gold spade ace. There are 5 bottles of gold version of spade ace in total. Value: 99999. After Chun Chi-wen ordered, she handed the tablet to Green Hair. Green Hair looked at the drinks in the shopping cart and swallowed his saliva. He tremblingly handed the tablet to Mu Qingyang. Brother, did you order this? Chapter 23's Wakursen. Mu Qingyang didn't waste any time and took out his mobile phone to scan the code. Green Hair was so moved that he almost cried. What kind of divine guest is this? Not only was he not angry with himself, but he spent another 100,000 yuan. For this order alone, his commission was more than 10,000 yuan, which is equivalent to 2 months' salary. After placing the order, Green Hair ran away. This time, he wants to make good arrangements for the guests. Soon, the DJ booth once again heard MC's heavy bass shouting. Thank you VIP 222 Mr. Mu for spending 99999 on a set of The Great Dragon. I wish the boss good luck and a good woman, and a bright future with money and power. At the same time, 4 dancers wearing only underwear stood in the 4 corners of the booth where Mu Qingyang was. Their extremely seductive dance moves caused strange screams from the audience. A long line of people waiting for drinks formed again at the bar entrance. This time, the people serving wine were no longer male waiters, but instead were all girls with trendy clothes and good looks. Mu Qingyang knew that this should be the legendary Atmosphere group. When the Atmosphere team twisted their waists and delivered several bottles of gold-plated Ace of Spades, the music and lights in the venue suddenly stopped. Then a spotlight hit booth 222. Then, the explosive music and brilliant lights suddenly burst out. All the spray equipment in the venue was spraying smoke with a hissing sound, and various Atmosphere papers filled every corner of the bar. Mu Qingyang once again realized the power of money. Is this wine? No. What you buy is a man's confidence. After the wine-giving ceremony was completed, girls of all kinds, both slim and plump, vied with each other to toast Mu Qingyang. Every time Mu Qingyang clinked glasses, he would silently recite a number in his mind. 63, 61, 68. At this time, the 3 idiots in the VIP 888 booth finally calmed down. Bald. That kid has some strength. Why haven't I seen him before? Short hair. It's probably a dragon crossing the river, coming to Jiangnan City for business or tourism. Long hair. You'd better restrain yourself. We are only able to make a living in Jiangnan City. Don't cause trouble for your family. Besides, the main purpose of today is to see Kiki Shinshin. There are 2 minutes to 10 o'clock, and she will be on stage soon. There was still a long queue at the entrance of the bar. A Mercedes-Benz nanny car drove slowly towards this side. At the command of the security captain, more than 10 security guards who were smoking and chatting immediately stood on full alert and lined up in 2 rows on the roadside. The car door opened slowly. A cool girl wearing a baseball cap, a loose white floral t-shirt, hip-hop jeans, and a colorful kitten tattoo on her arm jumped out of the car. She is none other than the internet celebrity DJ, Kiki Shinshin, who was invited by Space with a huge sum of money. Many people queuing and strolling on the street recognized her. Everyone took out their cell phones to take photos and videos. Wow, such an invincible beauty. Don't they say that internet celebrities are doomed to fail in public? How come she is even prettier than in the video? Love it, love it. Look at her cold and indifferent eyes. She really wins my heart. It's said on the internet that Kiki Shinshin is a daughter of a wealthy family and learned to DJ while studying in the UK. Although she's pretty, she's a talented artist. I heard that she's likely to be shortlisted as one of the world's top 100 DJs this year. The wealthy family you're talking about isn't a bathing center, is it? What are you thinking about? Haven't you seen her videos? She lives in a villa and drives a sports car. She's a real rich girl. Inside the bar, MC held the microphone and shouted heartbreakingly, "Let's welcome today's heavyweight guest, TikTok's millionaire internet celebrity, Koku Xinxin. She will make a stunning appearance. Also, I have good news to tell you all. Today, those who take the highest spending booth at Space Bar will have the opportunity to drink with Coco Shinshin at the same table. Cheers!" As soon as MC finished speaking, Kiki Shinshin appeared on the DJ stage. The big screen behind her and all the display devices in the bar were filled with her figure. Suddenly, there was a sound of wolves howling in the field. Zwickerson plugged the headset tighter. She didn't want to hear the screams of the non-mainstream, shamat and young people from society. Her dream is to become the world's #1 female DJ and to play music for people who truly love music at the largest electronic music festivals abroad, instead of performing commercial performances in such a mixed place. But her family does not support her hobby, so she can only use this method to prove her worth. What MC just said about accompanying people to drink made her even more annoyed. If she didn't have a dedicated public relations person, she wouldn't want to sign the contract. Zwickerson shook her head to get rid of all distracting thoughts and immersed herself in the music. The 3 idiots sitting in booth 888 stared at the beautiful figure on the DJ stage with their eyes wide open. Short hair. Am I seeing this right? There are beauties of this level on the internet. She is on par with the top-notch one below. Long hair. Compared to the one below, her disdainful look is more attractive to me. If I could hold her under me, I can't imagine how much I would want to conquer her. Baldy. Baldy, what the hell are you doing with your hands on your crotch? 222 booths. Mu Qingyang checked Zwickerson's message again. Name, Zwickerson. Age, 24. Overall appearance, 93. You can't view her detailed information without any consumption behavior. I really want to know what her strategy reward is. Won and some of her close friends were very excited when they saw Zwickerson. Cece and Tong Tong's eyes are full of stars. I've been following her TikTok account for a long time, and I love her videos. I didn't expect she's so beautiful in person. I'll be her biggest fan from now on. Me too, she's so cool. I love her so much. Huang Fei shook her head. I thought I looked okay, but I can't compare to these girls. This Kiki Xin is really pretty. At this point, Huang Fei looked at Qin Shiwen. Wen, I've known you for so many years, but I've never found anyone who can compare with you in terms of looks. She's the first one. Qin Shiwen was not angry, but very happy. Am I as pretty as her? Haha, but I think she should be more popular with girls. I'm a little attracted to her. Fei glanced at her unhappily. Yes, all men like you. Oh, that's not what I meant. Chapter 24 Spacewalk. Mu Qingyang was secretly happy when he heard the discussion of several girls. Didn't the MC just say that the booth with the highest consumption can invite Zwickerson to drink together? Seeing that they like this female internet celebrity so much, I can spend some money to earn some money. Wen. Mu Qingyang put his head close to Qin Shiwen's ear. Want to call Coco Xin over to play with you? I'll help you. Qin Shiwen's face was full of surprise. May I? Then he curled his lips and said, but I need to spend money first. I don't know how much it will cost. Mu Qingyang smiled. This little money is nothing to me. Remember what I said to you? Money can't buy my happiness. It's a rare opportunity to come to the bar, so I'll have fun to the fullest. Qin Shiwen stretched out her soft arms to wrap around Mu Qingyang's neck and said sweetly, okay, I'll listen to you. But we should be the first in consumption now. When someone else passes us, we will order some wine. This way it will be more cost-effective. In booth 888, the three idiots were already having a brain orgasm. Short hair. Brothers, let's get together and make sure to be the most expensive tonight. Let me set an example and pay 100,000. Long hair. I'll also give you 100,000. You must invite this internet celebrity to the booth tonight. The bald man pinched his philtrum and kept twitching. I still have more than 200,000 in my card. I'll go all in. A strange scene occurred in the bar. The MC, who was supposed to liven up the atmosphere, now turned into an announcer. VIP 888 booth consumption is worth 68,800 yuan for a bottle of Martell Supreme. I wish the boss. VIP 222 booth is worth 99999 to Shenlong set. I wish the boss. VIP 888 booth consumption is worth 56,800 Remy Martin Louis XIII. Wishing the boss. VIP 222 booth bought another set of Big Dragon worth 99999. The boss is generous. Damn, who is that kid down there? Ordering the Great Dragon is like ordering Erguo 2. He's even more powerful than the three of us at our peak. Now is the critical moment. We must not give up. I don't believe that the three of us can't beat him alone. Everyone, find another 100,000. Hurry, otherwise the gap will get bigger and bigger. Mu Qingyang was tired of scanning codes. He glanced at Green Hair. Do you have any drinks with higher prices in your bar? It's not a good idea to keep ordering like this. Green Hair swallowed his saliva. Without my brother, the Great Dragon has reached its peak. But if you find it troublesome, you can get a membership card and recharge it. There is a recharge promotion now, which is very cost-effective. Members can also get discounts when checking out. Membership card. Mu Qingyang cast a questioning look at Qin Shiwen. Can I get one for you? Qin Shiwen nodded obediently. Green Hair couldn't hide the joy on his face at all. He almost laughed as he spoke. Brother, our membership card is divided into 6 levels. The first level recharges 18,888 and gives. The most expensive one. Mu Qingyang interrupted directly. Okay, brother, with the highest top-up of 1,688,888, you can become the Black Gold Director of the Space Bar in Jiangnan City. Black Gold Directors enjoy many privileges. Swipe the card. Mu Qingyang only cares about how much money he can spend. He has no interest in discounts or privileges. Bite. The moment when WeChat deducts the money. The DJ's exciting music in the bar came to an abrupt end, replaced by a soothing light music. Zwickerson thought the equipment was malfunctioning, and she looked up in confusion. I saw that the ceiling of the bar had turned into a starry sky ceiling, and all the display devices were replaced with a sky background. On the dome in the center of the venue, an astronaut in a space suit was carrying Weiya slowly down from the sky. In the astronaut's hand, he held a radiant crystal box. Inside the box lay a black card with a gold border. The highest ritual of the bar is Spacewalk. Someone opened a black gold director card. This is the second one opened in the space after several years of opening. It was opened by that guy in booth 222. Who is he? Damn it. Damn it. The bald man's left cheek kept twitching. My lovely goddess. Am I destined to have no fate with her? Qin Shiwen's expression was half dull and half puzzled. Moo, brother Moo, that astronaut is coming towards you. How much money did you recharge just now? Mu Qingyang smiled and said nothing. The other three girls' eyes also changed when they looked at Mu Qingyang. It was no longer pure admiration, but a little more admiration and possessiveness. More than a minute later, the astronaut, who was the focus of everyone's attention, slowly landed at booth 222. He knelt on one knee and solemnly placed the crystal box on the coffee table. Then he waved his hand and slowly raised it into the air. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes that were either envious, jealous, unwilling, or resentful, Mu Qingyang gently opened the box, took out the black and gold card inside, and handed it to Qin Shiwen. For you. Qin Shiwen covered her mouth tightly with her slender hands. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her nostrils twitched. Is this considered a courtship? A courtship witnessed by thousands of people and close girlfriends. But why didn't he say the next sentence? Come on, say, will you be my girlfriend? I will promise you without hesitation. Mu Qingyang just looked at her with a smile and had no intention of speaking. This big fool. What a wooden head. But it's okay. It's good that he has this intention. Just give him another chance later. Qin Shiwen took it happily and tapped Mu Qingyang's face with her lips like a chicken pecking at rice. Mu Qingyang touched his cheek, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. What just disappeared in a flash? I'm not ready yet. It doesn't count. As he said this, he lowered his head and was about to kiss Qin Shiwen. Ah! Qin Shiwen snorted and dodged, rolling her eyes at him. Hey, don't be here. After Mu Qingyang demonstrated his ability to make money, Qin Shiwen's three girlfriends became more proactive. They surrounded Mu Qingyang in the middle of the sofa, toasting him and telling dirty jokes. Mu Qingyang, an inexperienced virgin, could hardly control himself under the influence of alcohol, lights, music, and various hints and provocations. He is not eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. It's not that he doesn't care about meat or vegetables and kills everyone. It's purely a physiological reaction. He thought that if he didn't do something tonight, he would get sick. Chapter 25's Wakurson. Do you like someone like me or someone like her? 888 booth. Guanhong stared at the Rolex Submariner on his wrist with great anguish. There's 1 minute and 25 seconds left until 12 o'clock. Coco's heart belongs to someone else. My heart hurts right now. Do you know the feeling of being unable to get the love you want? Short hair is a little angry. Why are you pretending to be a pure warrior? It's still early. Hurry up and find someone, otherwise you'll have to use your left hand tormented tonight. Long hair sighed. Heh, in the past we were the ones showing off to others, but today it's the other way around. The work of booth 222 is not something we can compare to, so please be quiet. On the DJ stage, Zwickerson finished playing the last song of the day. She unplugged the USB drive, pulled the brim of her hat down even lower, and asked the male MC in a cold tone, "Which table is the most expensive tonight?" The male MC immediately put on a flattering face and pointed to the direction of booth 222 with his right hand. Is this DJ finally willing to pay attention to people? I jumped up and down next to her for 2 hours, but she never even looked at me. I thought she was blind, but it's okay. I forgive her. Who made her so attractive? I've been working as an MC for several years and have seen many different kinds of women, but I've never seen one as stunning as this. First, leave a good impression on her and ask for her contact information, then find a way to have in-depth communication later. After seeing the seat clearly, Zwickerson raised her eyebrows, put her hands in her pockets, and walked straight to booth 222. In the end, I didn't even look at the male MC. It's a strange thing today. The top spenders are actually a few girls. Could they be lesbians? Zwickerson's depressed mood improved a little. Finally, I don't have to face those pigs with thick necks and big bellies anymore. Although I don't say a word every time, I still feel sick just thinking about it. As Zwickerson got closer, she could see Qin Shiwen's appearance clearly. Wow, what a beauty! This figure and this face are no worse than mine. Seeing good-looking people makes me feel better. I can have some fun with her tonight. Zwickerson was surrounded by security guards on all sides, and the momentum was quite large, so Cece and Tong Tong also discovered her. Look, Coco is here. I'm so nervous. What should I do? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. President Mu is the protagonist. We could just hide in the back and watch the fun. As Zwa Kursin is one of only 2 girls who scored above 90 points, Mu Qingyang has always been paying attention to her. Even if you can't do anything, you can still be a cash cow, right? He knew that leaving a good impression would be more beneficial to future development. So he stood up politely and pointed to the sofa in a friendly manner. The music just now was very nice. Please take a seat. Zwa Xinshin raised her head slightly to look at the man who was half a head taller than her, and miraculously said thank you. Mu Qingyang left a good impression on her. His face is clean and tidy, he looks sunny and handsome, and his clothes and appearance are also in line with her taste. Just now I saw you were so focused on DJing that you didn't even drink any water. This is for you. Mu Qingyang handed Zwa Kursin a can of Wangnai milk. Zwa Kursin reached out to take it and gave him a faint smile. Zwa Kursin's detailed information immediately appeared in front of Mu Qingyang. Name, Zwa Kursin. Age, 24. Occupation, DG. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Favorability, 5. Overall appearance, 93. Strategy reward, top singing talent. Top singing talent? Mu Qingyang was a little surprised. Isn't this a magical skill to increase favorability? If I sing your favorite song in front of you, and it's even better than the original version, how would you respond? Or if you debut as an idol with this skill, you probably don't need to use your money, and many goddesses with a score of over 90 will automatically have their favorability levels reach 70 points. Then won't you be able to get as much money as you want? This strategy reward is very useful, and it is a must-have skill for home and travel. I must discuss it with Zwa Kursin. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang took out his cell phone. Can I add your WeChat? I don't mean anything else. I just want to be friends with you. Mu Qingyang is indeed very naive. So naive that he wants to give 100 million to Zwa Kursin for free. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Chen Qiwen's face turned green. What does he mean? Just want to make friends? Does he think he is Luo Yonghao? Can you please just sit here and treat me like air? I'm so pissed off. Zwa Kursin wanted to reject him outright. Anyone who asked for contact information right away was either an ordinary guy or a scumbag. But when she saw Chen Qiwen's angry little face, she suddenly felt evil. Okay, scan me. Mu Qingyang also noticed Chen Qiwen's displeasure, but there was no way he could explain this to her, so he gritted his teeth and scanned the code. Zwa Kursin's favorability, -5. Current favorability, 0. What's going on? I didn't offend her, did I? Why does this woman have 2 faces? What Zwa Kursin scanned from Mu Qingyang was just a work number. This number is managed by her assistant. She rarely uses it, so it doesn't matter even if she adds it. However, she had a different opinion of Mu Qingyang in her heart. This man looks innocent and harmless, but he is a pervert at heart. It's a pity for the beautiful girl next to him. No problem. I'm in a good mood today. Free help you see him clearly. Your WeChat nickname is Angry Pipe? Ha, that's funny. I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Zwa Kursin just picked a topic. Mu Qingyang smiled awkwardly. I just picked it up randomly a few years ago and have been using it until now. I'm too lazy to change it now that I'm used to it. He was originally called 8-4 Scale, but this name was indeed a bit too arrogant, so he was later changed to Angry Pipe. Is this person next to you your girlfriend? After a simple test, Zwa Kursin directly used a big move. Mu Qingyang looked at Chen Qiwen, then at Zwa Kursin, and finally said sincerely, "Not yet." Chen Qiwen became anxious when she heard this. She hugged Mu Qingyang's arm and stared at Zwa Kursin fiercely, as if declaring her sovereignty to her. What's wrong with this woman? Why would she ask such a question right away? Didn't she see that he had a female companion? Could it be that she saw that Brother Mu was young, handsome, and rich, and wanted to take the initiative to get close to him? No, I have to dispel her unrealistic idea. Thinking of this, Chen Qiwen said firmly, "In the future, it will be." Zwa Kursin stroked her forehead with one hand, her face full of black lines. "Sister, I'm helping you test him, okay? He's already exposed his true colors. Why are you still protecting him? Are you afraid that you won't be able to get married? You are such a stupid and pitiful girl. If you continue like this, he will eat you up completely. That's all. Since you are helping, help to the end." Zwa Kursin pretended not to notice Chen Qiwen's angry look, smiled sweetly, and asked crisply, "So, do you like me or her?" Chapter 26 Ven. I'm sleepy. Mu Qingyang swallowed. What is the way to open this? Love me at first sight? Or are you impressed by my ability to make money? I guess it's the latter. Girls in nightclubs are generally superficial. This is even better. You can raise the favorability to 90 points by just spending money. This is simply a perfect tool. Keep her stable first. You all have different styles, each with your own merits, but you are both very likable types. If I have to choose, it would be really hard to make a decision. Puff. Zwickerson couldn't help laughing. This is a typical scumbag who is always looking at the pot while having his fill. Sister, if you still can't see this, then I really can't help you. Chen Qiwen now looks at Mu Qingyang through a built-in filter. Her brother Mu is handsome, kind-hearted, and good-tempered, and he is very nice to her. This vixen is so shameless that she can say such explicit words, even though she is a multi-millionaire internet celebrity. Fuck you. In this case, I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Chen Qiwen stretched out her hand to hold Mu Qingyang's face, leaned over, and said in a whisper, "Brother Mu, kiss me." Mu Qingyang. What's going on? I was just worried that one would be angry. How come she gave me such a big surprise? Who cares? This incredible blessing is right before my eyes. If I don't take it, it would be a waste of God's gift, and I will be punished by God. Mu Qingyang threw all other thoughts behind him. He held the back of Chen Qiwen's head with his hand, closed his eyes, and put his lips forward. This feeling is so wonderful. I want to indulge in it forever. Chen Qiwen also felt like she was electrocuted. 3 years after graduation, she has been single for 3 years. This sweet feeling reminded her of her first love on campus. No, better than first love. Mu Qingyang's body, full of security and strong hormones, made her intoxicated and addicted. The French kiss that lasted for more than a minute almost suffocated Chen Qiwen. She pushed Mu Qingyang away, breathing heavily. Mu Qingyang wiped the corner of his mouth and was very happy. He finally gave his first kiss and was very satisfied with his performance. This may be a talent that men are born with. Even if it's your first time trying it, you can do it easily. Zwickerson was confused. Does that mean I'm a wingman? Is this how I play? Okay, I'm leaving. A stupid and naive girl, and a hateful and scumbag. You two are truly a match made in heaven. I wish you a long and happy life together. Mu Qingyang looked at Zwickerson, who stood up angrily, and thought it was a pity. Did he quit voluntarily because he realized he had no chance? Just go. I can't care about anything else now. When finally opened her heart to me, I must seize the opportunity and try to win her over tonight. Chen Qiwen's 3 best friends looked at her jealously. Cece, there's a strange smell in the air. Oh, it's the sour smell of love. Dong dong. Sweet love. When will it be my turn? Huang Fei. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget each other. The blush on Chen Qiwen's face had not yet faded, but she was not too shy in front of her closest friend. Hey, please stop making fun of me, okay? I've been alone for several years. Haven't I eaten enough of your dog food before? Stop talking nonsense and drink. It's almost time. I have to go to work tomorrow. Let's make an appointment next time. Huang Fei took Chen Qiwen's arm and said, Wen, we're going the same way. Let's go together. Cece and Tong Tong echoed. Let's go. Let's meet again another day. Chen Qiwen really wanted to slap Huang Fei to death. Although I told you in advance that you should drag me with you after this. But can't you see I'm already high now? Why are you walking, and where are you going? Going home to be an empty nester? Chen Qiwen stood up reluctantly and looked at Mu Qingyang pitifully. Mu Qingyang was not panicked at all. He had expected this situation to happen. He hooked his finger at green hair, and green hair came closer to him flatteringly. Call Jiangnan Wang Yiba, Jiangnan Wang Hedi, and Jiangnan Xiaozhan over to have a good drink with my sisters. Good brother. Not long. Several young men dressed like a Korean boy band came to booth 222 under the leadership of Green Hair. The 3 girls immediately perked up and stopped making a fuss about leaving. Instead, they happily played games with these young guys. Mu Qingyang yawned. Wen, give them your membership card. I'm a little sleepy. Let's find a place to sleep. Chen Qiwen clung tightly to Mu Qingyang's arms and nodded her little head gently. Mu Qingyang only felt dry mouth and hot all over. He is very angry now. Chapter 27, Zwickerson is speechless. Huang Fei knew what the two were going to do, but did not try to stop them. She was having so much fun playing with the 3 little puppies that she had completely forgotten about warning Chen Qiwen. Mu Qingyang couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. There are expectations, surprises, excitement, as well as fear and anxiety. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It hadn't been long since he had to be honest with the school beauty, but this is also thanks to the great help of that internet celebrity DJ. If it weren't for her soul-searching questions, they wouldn't have been able to develop so quickly. Zwickerson is such a good person. I will definitely thank her when I have some free time. Wen, how about we go to the Intercontinental Hotel and get a room? Mu Qingyang pointed to the luxury hotel diagonally opposite the bar. Chen Chuan nodded shyly. I'll do whatever you say. Mu Qingyang hugged her and walked away, completely unaware of the three idiot men hiding in front of the snack stand at the entrance of the bar. Short hair. This kid is really blessed. I just saw her add Kiki Shinshin on WeChat, and then she turned around and hugged this aloof top-notch girl. Judging from the direction they were heading, are they going to the hotel? No. Chong Mao looked at the two figures entering the hotel door, his eyes full of reluctance. Bald, I understand how you feel, the feeling of being in love, but not being able to get it. The more I look at this girl, the more I like her. The more I like her, the more I can't let her go. The more I can't let her go, the more I want to possess her. How could she go to a hotel with other men behind my back? I'm going to have a nightmare tonight. My dream will be all about that tall guy. The bald man has gone crazy. He was licking the screen of his phone frantically. On the screen were Zwickerson and Chen Chiwen, who had just been secretly photographed. In the Mercedes-Benz nanny car on the street, Zwickerson took off her baseball cap to cover her entire face. She just saw with her own eyes that scumbag hugging the naive girl into the hotel. She was simply speechless and opened the door for speechless people. She was speechless at home. Out of sight, out of mind. This girl's IQ is really impressive. Even if I have to be a widow for the rest of my life, I won't let him touch me. Intercontinental Hotel is a high-end hotel chain, and an ordinary room costs 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a night. Mu Qingyang was very nervous when he took a girl to a hotel for the first time, but the 8-digit balance starting with 9 on the card gave him courage. Beauty, is there a presidential suite? Yes, sir. Please show me your ID card. Checking in a room was part of Mu Qingyang's plan. He naturally took out his ID card from his trouser pocket and placed it on the marble surface at the front desk. Chen Chiwen's pretty face blushed for a moment, and she lowered her head to search in her bag. It took her a while to find the document tucked inside the inner bag. She deliberately brought her ID card with her when she went out, purely to appear modest. All right, sir. The receptionist handed the ID back with both hands and pointed to a young woman in a business suit next to her. This is the exclusive butler of the presidential suite. She will take you upstairs. The young woman bowed slightly. Hello, Mr. Mu. You can call me Shaoli. From now on, I will be your 24-hour personal butler. Please follow me. Mu Qingyang followed the butler and took the special elevator directly to the presidential suite on the top floor. Pushing the door into the entrance hall, there is a small bar with a variety of fruits and desserts. Mr. Mu, this is a welcome treat specially prepared for you. Please enjoy it. Mu Qingyang picked up a cherry and put it in his mouth. It tastes so sweet. He knew about this fruit but had never eaten it. The presidential suite is a bit expensive, costing more than 70,000 yuan a night, but the service and experience are really amazing. But he had no time to feel these things tonight. He just wanted to get close to the school beauty as soon as possible, so he politely persuaded the housekeeper to leave. Sisterly, we want to spend some time alone today. We'll call you if there's anything else. Clear. The young woman consciously left the room and slowly closed the door. Finally, they were the only two left, and Mu Qingyang's smile was harder to suppress than AK. One, where are you? Come to my bowl. Tonight is Christmas Eve, and nothing happened. Chapter 28, I don't agree with you two being together. Break up with that guy right now. The next day, Mu Qingyang woke up in a daze. I found a note on the bedside. He picked it up and saw that it was left for him by Chen Chiwen. Brother Mu, my dad called a lot, so I have to go home. Remember to have breakfast when you wake up. I'll contact you after I've dealt with things at home. Mu Qingyang folded the note and put it in his pocket, shaking his head shamelessly. My father-in-law must be worried about his own cabbages. Chen Chiwen's favorability has reached 69. As long as I intensify my offensive, I may be able to raise her favorability to 70 in the next 2 days. By then, I will really become President Mu. In an ordinary 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment on the 16th floor of Wolfdeo community, Chen Chiwen sat trembling in the corner of the sofa, constantly picking at her nails. A middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure but decent facial features was pointing at her nose and scolding her. All right, you've made progress. You dare to stay out all night and not answer the phone. What's the difference between your behavior and those bad girls who hang out outside every day? You are a child of a respectable family. You have been to university and received higher education. Your mother is an English teacher and your father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise. How can you behave like this? Tell me. Who were you with last night? What did you do? Chen's father was very strict with Chen Shiwen, especially after she started working. He strictly forbade her to have any contact with those playboys. Having worked in state-owned enterprises for more than 20 years, he has seen much of the dark side of society and knows very well how money can corrupt a good person. A beauty like her daughter would definitely be pursued by many rich men. But few people who come into contact with these people will have a good ending. He has seen too many examples. I went out drinking with Fei Fei and stayed at her house that night. She didn't dare to tell anyone about what Chen Shiwen did last night, so she could only use her best friend as a shield temporarily. I knew you were going to say that. Father Chen slammed the table heavily. I went to Huang Fei's house, and the girl wasn't at home either. Are you two lying together? I'm asking you again. Who did you go with and where did you go yesterday? If you don't tell the truth, I'll ask your second uncle to retrieve the surveillance footage near the International Center. Chen Shiwen panicked. The area of the International Center is indeed under the jurisdiction of the police station where my second uncle works. If her father saw her following a man into the hotel, he would break her legs. Chen Shiwen said angrily. Dad, I'm already 25. Can you give me some private space? I know what I'm doing. 1-1. On the other side of the sofa sat a beautiful young woman in a cheongsam, who advised Chen Shiwen earnestly. Your father was worried about you too. After he couldn't get in touch with you yesterday, he ran around looking for you everywhere, including the dance club, colleagues' homes, and friends' homes. He kept looking for you until after 3 in the morning. He's only slept for a few hours, and he has to go to the dance club to see if you've gone to work. Just tell him the truth, so he doesn't get upset. Chen Shiwen sighed. Things have come to this point. If she is still stubborn, she will be really disobedient. I have a boyfriend. I knew that was the case. Dad Chen pulled a stool and sat down in annoyance. When Shinma heard this, she smiled. You should have a boyfriend at your age. You didn't like the ones your family introduced to you before. Mom really wants to know what kind of boy you will date. Can you tell Mom about her family and work? He is an orphan, but he is quite rich and very kind to me. Orphan? Father Chun was not calm again. How old is he without any help from his parents and very rich? Same as me, 25. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just by reading these 2 short messages, Dad Chin concluded that his daughter had definitely met a scammer. This is sheer nonsense. How can a young man who has just entered society make money? You're still too young. You didn't even bring him home to see your parents and secretly spent the night with him. Alas! Father Chen stomped his feet fiercely. If Mu Qingyang was here at this moment, he would definitely be beaten up. Dad, he is really rich. I checked his balance, and it's over 100 million. How many? The door of the second bedroom was pushed open, and a tall and handsome young man with messy hair walked out. He is Chen Shiwen's younger brother. 100 million? Sister, you're not dazzled, are you? Besides, pictures could be photoshopped. You don't even know this, right? Even if it's true, I won't agree to it. Father Chen directly rejected Mu Qingyang, who doesn't owe a lot of money to the bank when doing business now. They all rely on loans to survive. Those who are lucky can have a few more years of good life, but those who are unlucky may go bankrupt tomorrow. You can only be friends with him. If you want to have a boyfriend, it's better to have someone in the system. Chen Shiwen can't argue with her father, but she has never lost when it comes to arguing with her brother. Your sister has good eyesight. Did you see the clothes I'm wearing? He bought them for me. There are still a few bags in the Chanel store that I haven't had time to pick up yet. Chen Shiwen was very disdainful. Tisk, how much can these things be worth? Maybe that guy took out an online loan to show off. Sister, if you have nothing to do, just watch Doing More. This phenomenon is very common now. When Father Chen heard this, he became furious. How can you accept other people's things? Return them all to me. Chen Shiwen curled her lips. These things are easy to refund. But how can I refund the more than 2 million yuan he spent on his dance club card? How many? Chen Shiwen, Chen's father, and Chen's mother said in unison. Chapter 29. What brand a garbage bag can hold so much? More than 2 million. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Wang. Yesterday when I went to work, a very annoying man came to the dance club to harass me. He charged his card and bought out all my class hours, so I drove the guy away. Mother Chin knew Wang Jing, so she immediately called her and turned on the speakerphone. Sister Chin, why are you calling me? Is my nephew in trouble at school again? No, I want to ask about my Wen. She said that someone recharged more than 2 million yuan in your dance club yesterday and used the money to sign up for her class. Is this true? Wang Jing immediately became excited when she heard this. Sister Chun, do you know everything? That guy is tall, handsome, and low-key. He is a perfect match for Wen. Alas, if I were a few years younger, I might not have a chance with Wenwen. Tall and handsome? What about his temper? Is he emotionally stable? Is he nice to our Wenwen? Okay. Father Chen hung up the phone. Look at how money grubbery you are. Are you going to sell your daughter for more than 2 million? I've said before that doing business is unstable. You may be rich for a few years and poor for a few years. You can't guarantee that Wenwen will have a hard life in the future. I still don't agree. Chen Chuan's eyes lit up at this moment. If he can easily charge a card with millions of dollars, then it must be true that my future brother-in-law has a balance of 100 million. My sister is going to become rich. She's become successful. How can I not take advantage of it? It's not too much to just give me an Audi RS7, right? I accept this marriage. Dad, what era is this now? Parental orders and matchmakers' words are no longer popular. Free love is advocated now. My sister has the right to pursue her happiness. Don't force us to break up this couple. Father Chun was speechless after hearing what his youngest son said. He threw up his sleeves and walked away. Anyway, I don't agree. If you want to be the son-in-law of my Chin family, you have to pass this test. Also, you are not allowed to spend the night with him again. Mu Qingyang got dressed, washed up, and went to the hotel restaurant for a free lunch. While eating, he did not forget to send a message to Zhuokerson. Are you still in Jiangnan City? If you are, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhuokerson gave him the impression of being a gold digger who hung out in nightclubs. After seeing him and Chen Qiwen kissing last night, I felt that I had no chance, so I left angrily. This kind of girl, considering his image as a super rich man yesterday, would come running to him as soon as he waved his hand. 5 minutes later, no response. 10 minutes later, no response. Half an hour later, Mu Qingyang had finished showing off his meal, but still hadn't replied. Oh, Mu Qingyang chuckled. Are you playing hard to get with me? Well, the last thing I need right now is some dog money, so give her some as a gift. Mu Qingyang casually transferred 1888 roku. Coco Shinshin. The person who manages the WeChat account Kexingsin is a chubby and shy girl who has been Zhuokerson's assistant for 2 years. It is normal for this account to receive red envelopes, but I have never encountered one that sends 8,888 right away. This time she didn't dare to return it directly as usual, but instead asked the other party a question mark to inquire about his purpose. Mu Qingyang smiled. There are quite a lot of internet celebrity stuff. What's the trick this time? Is the money too little? He didn't reply and transferred the number to 88,888 again. The assistant was panicked. How could money be transferred like this? She hurriedly called Zhuokerson. Sister Kerson, there is a friend named AngryTube on your work WeChat account who keeps transferring money to you, and the amount is huge. What should I do? Zhuokerson had some impression of this ID. Isn't this the WeChat nickname of that philandering guy? I just cheated a naive girl last night, and now after sleeping with her, I'm setting my sights on me? Fun. This girl can't stand this kind of scumbag, so she's trying to get rid of this harm to the people. You can accept whatever amount he transfers, but ask him to note voluntary gift. Just chat with him casually and see what his purpose is. Okay, Sister Kerson. Kexingsin accepted your transfer. Kexingsin accepted your transfer. As expected, she thinks the money is too little. She is undoubtedly a gold digger. However, her appetite is quite big. She received more than 90,000 yuan, but her favorability didn't increase at all. Angry Guanzi, do you have time? Let's meet and talk. Kiki Shinshin, there's no rush to meet. Please note that the transfer just now was a voluntary gift. Mu Qingyang was happy. Is this the experience gained from collecting money? How could she have the nerve to say such unspeakable words? So awesome. Who made you get 90 points? You should be so cool. Angry Tube. The above transfers are all voluntary gifts. Is this okay? Kiki Shinshin. If you have anything to say, just talk on WeChat. I've been very busy these days and don't have much time. Great. I just received the money and I'm installing it again. Do you think it's too little? Mu Qingyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he initiated another transfer of 200,000 yuan and noted that it was a voluntary gift. Can we meet now? Kiki Shinshin. I really can't get away these few days. What do you want to discuss with me? We said the same thing on WeChat. Mu Qingyang was completely speechless. What could possibly happen to him? He just felt that face-to-face communication would be more conducive to increasing favorability. This woman is so unprofessional. She could have attracted many anchors to join the show with hundreds of thousands of dollars, but she can't even get a chance to meet him. What brand of garbage bag can hold so much? Mu Qingyang was a little upset by Zhuokerson's behavior, and he replied unhappily. Nothing. I just wanted to buy you a plane and see if we can discuss the origin of life together. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this sentence is meant to be sarcastic and mocking. But Kiki Shinshin responded like this. Okay, transfer the money for the plane first. Mu Qingyang. Fuck you. When the assistant got here, he finally understood what this angry pipe was planning. She called Zwa Kursen again. Sister Kuexen, that person wants to do something disgusting. Don't pay attention to him. Just go and do your own thing. Okay, Sister Kursen. Mu Qingyang angrily closed Kiki Shinshin's chat box. Just when I was about to lock my phone, I received another message on WeChat. I clicked on it and saw it was from Zhang Qianqian. Qingyang, I thought a lot after we broke up yesterday. Although you said a lot of vicious things to me, I still can't let you go. I am willing to give you another chance. As long as you apologize to me immediately, I will agree to be your girlfriend. Mu Qingyang smiled angrily. How come these women team up to be so disgusting? Is that intentional? Then disgusting, come on. To be honest, I won 21st prizes in the double color ball lottery a few days ago, with a prize of 100 million yuan. I wanted to give you all the money for safekeeping, but I didn't expect. Maybe we are not destined to be together. I think you and that uncle are a good match. You should go and accompany him. Qingyang, listen to my explanation. Qingyang, I also have my own difficulties. Qingyang, you have always been my favorite. Mu Qingyang felt a little nauseous after reading Zhang Qianqian's reply and blocked her directly. Chapter 30. The village girl turned out to be a super beauty with a score of 96. After taking a nap, Mu Qingyang checked out of the hotel. If he accidentally exceeds the time limit, he won't be able to afford it even if he sells it. Chen Shiwen was called home by his father and was inevitably scolded. I guess she won't come out for a while. But if there is no opposite sex with a score of 90 or above around me, I can't even afford to eat. Am I the first one who has a system and still lives such a miserable life? The most urgent task is to find a 90-point goddess. It's already past 7 o'clock, and I'm a little hungry. As usual, Mu Qingyang went to Gongzi fast food downstairs and ordered a plate of pickled pepper and shredded pork fried rice. Xiaomu, why didn't you come to eat yesterday? Hey, you finally got your hair cut? Gongzi is a relatively kind uncle. He likes this tall, handsome, and polite boy very much, and always adds more meat to the boy's fried rice. Mu Qingyang scratched his scalp. I went to a friend's house yesterday. I've had this hair for half a year, so I cut it while I was at it. It's good to have a haircut. It makes me look more energetic. Gongzi walked over and wiped his greasy hands on his black and white waistcoat. He then took a bottle of Coke from the bar and handed it to Mu Qingyang. Take this and drink it. It's your uncle's treat. Mu Qingyang took it and looked at him with some doubt. Uncle, this is not your style. What's the matter? Gongzi sat down, took out a cigarette, and lit it. I'm actually quite generous, but your aunt is very strict. There is indeed one thing. I just want to ask if you have a girlfriend. Mu Qingyang rolled his eyes at him. Why are you asking me this? Go make some fried rice. I am starving. Your aunt is cooking. You won't starve. After saying this, Gongzi took out a photo from his trouser pocket. I see you go home alone every day. I guess you haven't found a girlfriend yet? Here, this is my distant niece. I'll introduce her to you. Mu Qingyang picked it up and took a look. The girl in the photo is dressed like a country girl, with her long bangs covering her eyes, leaving only half of her black-framed glasses exposed. His nose is quite delicate, but he has a pair of braces in his mouth, which makes his smile look a little funny. Mu Qingyang declined politely. Uncle, I have no parents, no car, and no house. I'm afraid I can't give your niece happiness. You should find her someone with better conditions. Hey, what are you talking about? Gongzi exhaled a puff of thick smoke and said seriously. The conditions are created slowly. Uncle is very optimistic about you. Among all the delivery men who come to pick up the food from my place, you are the most polite and diligent. I believe you will be good in the future. My niece is from the countryside. I don't care about her external conditions. As long as she is honest, hardworking, and treats her well, that's all. At this time, Gongzi's wife came over with fried rice. Xiaomu, my niece is very pretty, but she doesn't like to dress up. She will come to my place tomorrow. You can take a look at her. If you don't like her, just pretend I didn't say anything. Now that they have said this, if I refuse again, it would be a bit disrespectful to them. The couple are pretty nice, and their willingness to introduce their niece to him is a recognition of him. Mu Qingyang nodded and agreed. Anyway, I have nothing to do every day, so I might as well take a look. After the meal, Gongzi's wife refused to take his money and even said that they might become relatives in the future and told Mu Qingyang not to be polite. After Mu Qingyang obtained the system, he no longer cared about these trivial matters and waved goodbye. I got home and opened WeChat, but there was no message from Chen Chuan. I opened TikTok again and saw 99 plus messages. Most of the messages are reminders to follow him, followed by some private messages. Taro Bobo, brother, do my swimsuit photos look good? There are even sexier ones. Do you want me to show them to you? Don't eat coriander. Gidge, we are from the same city. Do you want to hang out together? I'm always available. Bika Bika, height 170 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, chest 36D, college student, good at cooperation and listening to instructions, 50,000 yuan per month. There are many private messages like this, and Mu Qingyang reads them all. He kept scrolling down and finally found Li Zhili's profile picture. No reply. Either you didn't see it, or you don't want to give it. The reward for conquering Li Zhili is the king's fighting skill, and Mu Qingyang must obtain this skill at all costs. He sent 10 messages in a row, all with the same content. Give me your WeChat. Don't make me beg you. After waiting for a while and still receiving no reply, Mu Qingyang decided to try again tomorrow. He charged his phone and went out for a run to exercise. The second day, Mu Qingyang slept until he woke up naturally, washed up simply, and walked slowly towards Gongzi fast food restaurant downstairs. Yesterday, he promised Gongzi and his wife that he would go meet their niece and have lunch with her. In the afternoon, he decided to secretly send a WeChat message to Chen Chiwen to ask her what was going on there. Transfer some money to that gold digger's Wakursin and try to improve her favorability a little bit, just in case. Finally, watch the live broadcast and give Li Zhili some gifts and try to add him on WeChat. Go around at night and see if you can meet a goddess with a score of 90 or above. There is no other way. If he doesn't find a way to withdraw the cash as soon as possible, he will starve to death at home sooner or later. As he was thinking, Mu Qingyang had already arrived at the entrance of Gongzi fast food restaurant. I didn't see Gongzi and his wife. I guess they were busy cooking at this time. He found a random stool and sat down, then ordered a twice-cooked pork rice bowl. Soon, a strange waiter, who was dressed in rustic clothes and had his head lowered so that his face could not be seen clearly, brought the meal. Mu Qingyang was slightly shocked. Why are there still people who dress like in the 90s? Can you see the road with such long bangs? The waiter gently placed the plate on the table and turned away without saying a word. Mu Qingyang didn't think much about it, but just marveled at how a waiter could have such beautiful hands. It is white, slender, long, and straight, and is no different from the tenderest piece of scallion. Etc. Isn't this Gongzi's distant niece? At this time, Gongzi walked out of the kitchen. He took off his apron and casually hung it on an iron nail on the wall. He took out a pack of hard Zhonghua cigarettes, which he usually couldn't afford to buy, from his trouser pocket and handed one to Mu Qingyang. Xiao Mu, this is my niece Ruani. Hey, why are you leaving? Come over here and sit down. The long-haired girl then slowly turned around and moved over with her head lowered. Mu Qingyang saw her face clearly at this time. She is very pretty and smart, with extremely delicate facial features and fair and smooth skin. You can't tell at all that she is a country girl. Instead, she looks more like a pampered rich lady. What an absolutely beautiful girl. Take off those oversized black-framed glasses, remove your braces, change your hairstyle and clothes, and you will immediately become a super beauty. Mu Qingyang checked her message. Name, Ruani. Age, 22. Overall appearance, 96. Fuck. Mu Qingyang was shocked. 96 points? The girl with the highest score I've ever met. Did she dress like this on purpose? Why would she do that? But the girls with scores above 90 are all pretty much the same in terms of looks and body shape. I can't tell the difference. On the contrary, I think Wenwen, who scored 94, is cuter. Is this the buff bonus after close contact? Come to think of it, I'm a little greedy for her. Chapter 31 Ruan-yi, with an overall appearance score of 96. Mu Qingyang adjusted his sitting posture and straightened his body. Hello, my name is Mu Qingyang. I'm 25 years old and currently a food delivery rider. He actually wanted to show off by saying that he was a freelancer and would soon be financially free. But Gongzi knew his background, and it would be bad to tell him the truth. Ruan-yi still lowered her head and nodded. Hello. Gongzi lit the lighter and moved it to Mu Qingyang's chin. Xiao Mu, what do you think of my niece? Mu Qingyang held the flame in both hands and took a deep breath. Yi is very beautiful. I like her very much. That's good, that's good. Gongzi took 2 sips of Chinese wine and softened his tone. But her conditions are not that good. I wonder if you would mind. Mu Qingyang shook his head. My conditions are pretty average, just right. Wani lowered her head even lower. She could no longer hear the conversation between her distant uncle and the boy. Her thoughts drifted far away. As far as she can remember, she has been living with her grandfather and has never seen her parents. My grandfather is different from the old people in the village. He doesn't have a strong local accent. He can speak Cantonese and standard Mandarin. Grandpa never did farm work, nor did he let her do it. The only request for her is to live a happy and ordinary life. Wani had lived this way since childhood, until her grandfather died of a heart attack when she was about to go to college. Her grandfather never did anything in his life. He always borrowed money from relatives to make ends meet. When he passed away, we checked the accounts and found that he owed more than 300,000 yuan in total. I'm not in a hurry to pay back the 40,000 or 50,000 yuan. It doesn't matter how long it takes or whether I pay it back at all. But the other uncles and aunts want her to give them some money every month because they see that she has just graduated from college and will soon start working. Uncle Gongzi's words brought Ruan Yi back to her senses. She clenched her hands tightly, feeling both inferior and helpless. Mu Qingyang laughed after hearing this. He took out his phone and scanned the QR code in the store. You have 40,000 or 50,000 yuan, right? After all these years, with the interest, it's probably 60,000 or 70,000 yuan. I'll give you 88,000 yuan, and the rest will be a gift to you. Drop. Happy payment of 88,000 yuan. Ruan Yi's favorability plus 10. Current favorability is 10. Xiaomu, that's not what I meant. Gongzi got anxious and stood up to snatch Mu Qingyang's phone. Mu Qingyang pushed him back. Uncle Gongzi, I know. I was smiling just now because I felt like I had found a treasure. I only spent over 300,000 yuan to get to know Yi, a simple and beautiful girl. I am so happy. Gongzi was skeptical. Really? Real. But how can you, a food delivery man, make so much money? I don't think you've been doing this for long. Mu Qingyang grinned. I just want to experience the feeling of being inferior to others, working hard but not making any money. Actually, I am quite rich. I won't pretend anymore. Mu Qingyang was afraid that Gongzi would not believe him, so he scanned another 600,000 yuan over. You should pay back the money Grandpa Yi owes you, including the principal and interest. The extra money will be your hard work fee. There's no need to be so angry. This little money is nothing to me. Ruan Yi's favorability increased by 10, and the current favorability is 20. Mu Qingyang also checked Ruan Yi's detailed information. Name, Ruan Yi. Age, 22. Occupation, fresh graduate. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Favorability, 20. Overall appearance, 96. Strategy reward, top-notch acting skills. He had top singing talent before, and now he has top acting skills. What? Are you forcing me to debut? However, I don't need acting skills at the moment, but it will be a great skill if there are more goddesses around me in the future. This is forcing me to be a scumbag. Hey, thank you for helping me pay back so much money. I'll write you an IOU. Ruan Yi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and her face turned red after she finished speaking. Mu Qingyang said half-jokingly, No need for an IOU. Didn't Uncle Gongzi say he would introduce you to me? If we end up together, this wouldn't be redundant. Gongzi immediately added, Xiaomu was carefully selected for you by your uncle. He is handsome, tall, and kind to you. There are not many such high-quality young people in today's society. Although Ruan Yi was timid, she still raised her head stubbornly. Uncle, I don't want to think about this right now. Gongzi was anxious. Girl, how can your uncle harm you? It's rare that Xiaomu is single. If you miss this opportunity, you will never have it again. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. Don't be in a hurry, Uncle Gongzi. Let Yi and I start by being friends. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yi looked up at Mu Qingyang, then quickly lowered her head again. Ruan Yi's favorability plus 5, current favorability 25. From childhood to adulthood, Ruan Yi has been surrounded by the opposite sex. But when they were in school in their hometown, with their grandfather's strong protection, these boys did not dare to do anything out of line. Ever since my grandfather passed away, some people have become bolder. At the mildest, he would flirt with her, and at the worst, he would hang around her house. There was still a month before university started, and Ruan Yi didn't dare stay in the village any longer, so she came to stay at Gongzi's house. But after this incident, Ruan Yi realized that beauty was not an advantage for her now, but a burden instead. So she deliberately put on clothes that her aunt didn't want, covered her eyes with her long hair, put on large frame glasses without lenses, and put braces on her originally neat and white teeth. Only then did I safely spend 4 years in college. This boy seems different from the others. He could obviously follow Uncle Gongzi's words and become her boyfriend legitimately, and then do those things legally and compliantly. But he didn't. He just said to start with friends. Seeing that Mu Qingyang was not in a hurry, Gongzi stopped trying to persuade him and changed the subject to talk about Ruan Yi's recent situation. Yi graduated last month, but she is too introverted and no company wants to hire her. She's a student from a key university. It's impossible for her to work as a waitress here, right? So I called her mentor and asked her to help me find a decent job, even if the salary is low. The instructor liked her very much and actually recommended her a job. It was at the library a few blocks away. It was a job as a librarian. We've agreed to meet at the museum at 1:30 p.m. to discuss the details. Why don't you go with her? Mu Qingyang smiled. No problem. Chapter 32. More real than pearls. A man and a woman were walking slowly on the road. I think you are very beautiful. Why do you hunch your back? Be more confident and hold your head high. Ruan lowered his head. I'm used to it. In fact, she was not comfortable doing this, but if she straightened her waist, her chest would become very large. She could not stand the naked gazes of others, so she would rather endure it. Mu Qingyang reached out and patted her on the back twice. Ruan straightened his body reflexively. That's right, that's it. Isn't it that this temperament comes up just by being tickled? Mu Qingyang's muscles were tense in pain, and his eyebrows were twisted together. He didn't dare to move at all and just stood there. Ruan pushed him away. Mu Qingyang immediately squatted down and spit out blood foam. Ruan looked at the pools of blood on the ground and felt extremely panicked. She squatted down and asked nervously, Are you okay? It's okay. Just a little skin broken. Mu Qingyang looked at Ruan apologetically. I'm sorry, I just snort. Ruan stood up and left. Since everything is fine, she doesn't want to say even one word to this scoundrel again. Ruan's favorability -30. Current favorability -5. Oh no. Mu Qingyang quickly caught up, still explaining. Listen to me. I'm not a frivolous person. I just lost control. Ruan remained unmoved and even walked faster. How about this? I'll just help you pay off the hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt as an apology. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Real? Ruan stopped suddenly. More real than pearls. Mu Qingyang's eyes were sincere. Ruan thought for a few seconds and nodded slowly. The burden of hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt made her feel a little breathless, and she even felt that her life was imprisoned. The kiss has already happened, and it cannot be changed. It is better to do as he said and write off the two things. Ruan is in a lighthearted mood now. She felt she had the right to choose her job and her freedom. Ruan's favorability +5, current favorability 0. Now that we're done, don't follow me anymore. I can handle the library matters on my own. Ruan directly ordered them to leave. Mu Qingyang's biggest priority now is to conquer goddesses with scores above 90. How could he just leave like that? Uncle Gongzi asked me to look after you. How can I leave? If your job fails, how can I explain to him? Ruan ignored Mu Qingyang and walked ahead on her own. After a while, we arrived at the largest library in Jiangnan City. The bookstore is spacious and bright, divided into 2 floors, with each floor covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. There weren't many people reading, but there were a few uniformed staff members walking back and forth. Ruan slowly moved to the front desk, her voice barely audible. Excuse me, is Director Hao here? He hits me. Are you Ruan, Professor Wang Lan's student? Kindness. Let's sit down in the lounge area and talk. Director Hao looks to be about 60 years old and has a very kind face. After sitting down, he got straight to the point and said, I still trust the student recommended by Professor Wang Lan. You can come and work here anytime. But the salary here is very average, 2,800 yuan for internship, 3,500 yuan after becoming a regular employee, 5 insurances but no food and accommodation. Are you willing to come? Ruan nodded. The salary is fine, but can I read during working hours? Director Hao laughed. In theory, it is possible, but the time cannot be too long. It mainly depends on the work content. You have graduated, haven't you? Why do you still need to study? Do you want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Ruan said softly. This is a good thing. Grandpa Hao supports you. You can come and report tomorrow. In fact, this kind of job found through connections does not require Mu Qingyang to follow. But luckily he came. He heard the entire conversation word for word from a distance away. I already had a preliminary plan to capture Wan Yi in my mind. A few minutes later, Wan Yi waved gently to Director Hao and walked out of the library alone. Mu Qingyang quickly followed. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she saw that she was stopped by a gentle man wearing glasses. Why didn't you reply to my message? I spent a long time asking around before I knew you would be here today. Wan Yi's face darkened. Yuanjia, it's fine that you've been pestering me every day at school, but why are you still haunting me even after I finally made it to graduation? I said I don't want a boyfriend, and I can't let you be my boyfriend, so just give up. Yuanjia acted as if he didn't hear anything. I've reserved a table at the coffee shop over there. How about we go over there and enjoy some air conditioning and some cold drinks? Yuanjia did lick Wan Yi for 4 whole years. In fact, it is not accurate to say that she licked him, because Wan Yi never responded to any of his advances and never gave him any hope. He had been harassing Wan Yi unilaterally for 4 years. One night during freshman year, Yuanjia, slightly tipsy, hummed a little tune on his way back to the dormitory. He glanced casually and saw Wan Yi blow-drying her hair on the balcony on the 3rd floor of the girls' dormitory. He still remembers that scene. Wan Yi took off her glasses and her hair was flying. Her beautiful face and gentle posture made her look like a goddess descended from the sky, noble, holy, and magnificent. He immediately raised his mobile phone to record this precious scene. Later, that video accompanied him through one lonely night after another. Wan Yi's figure was also deeply imprinted in his heart. However, what excited him most was not just this. In the next few days, after making inquiries from many sources, he finally found out which department and class Wan Yi was from. He didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about this goddess. He was satisfied as long as he could watch her from afar. But she deliberately dressed herself like a country girl, hiding her perfect looks and figure from the prying eyes of other classmates. He was going crazy with joy. No one noticed her beauty. No one competes with him. Only she knows her secret. In his heart, he had already regarded Wan Yi as his own exclusive lover. Chapter 33. I trained countless technicians to develop this pair of sharp eyes. Mu Qingyang came over. Okay, it's so hot, it's nice to drink some ice cola. Looking at the tall, handsome, and confident young man in front of him, Yuanjia felt a strong sense of crisis. He stared at Mu Qingyang with unfriendly eyes. Who are you? I am. She is the blind date my uncle introduced. Wan Yi answered quickly. She was afraid that Mu Qingyang would directly say that he was her boyfriend. With Yuanjia's paranoid and abnormal personality, he would be shocked if he found out that the goddess he had been pursuing for many years was taken by someone else. He will definitely take revenge madly. Oh, so it's a blind date. Yuanjia's slightly narrowed eyes relaxed, and his expression became much softer. So, how was your contact? Not bad. Mu Qingyang took 2 steps closer to Wan Yi. I like Yi very much. If nothing unexpected happens, we will get married. The man with glasses had a fake smile and a sinister look in his eyes. It was obvious at first glance that he was a very cunning person. This kind of person is fine normally, but once he goes crazy, he becomes a complete pervert. Mu Qingyang didn't want him to get close to Wan Yi, so he decided to stop him from thinking about it. Really? Yuanjia ignored Mu Qingyang and looked at Wan Yi tenderly. Do you like him? Wan Yi lowered his head and said nothing. Yuanjia was too familiar with her. In the past 4 years, Wan Yi had done this to him more than 1,000 times. This happens when she is unhappy, doesn't want to talk to anyone, or is even annoyed. It seems that he doesn't like the man in front of him. Let's go get some cold drinks. I have something important to tell you. Yuanjia extended the invitation again. Even if he had to kneel down and beg her, lick her shoes and kowtow to her, he would still take her to the coffee shop. After graduation, the opportunities to meet Wan Yi became fewer and fewer. Society is different from campus. It is a big melting pot with too many different kinds of people. Who knows? Some experienced veteran might discover her beauty, or she might slowly learn how to dress herself. By then, he, an ordinary child from an ordinary family, will have little chance. So today, he must confirm his relationship with Wan Yi. To this end, he also made another preparation. He invited his cousin, who was the most successful among the younger generation in the family, to come and support the occasion. My cousin is 28 years old. He follows a young man in the city to do logistics business. He drives a BMW 5 Series at a young age and is his role model. He believed that with the help of his cousin, he would be able to shock Wan Yi a rookie who had just graduated from school and couldn't even find a job. And his blind date will probably give up when he sees the difficulty. To Yoonjae's surprise, Won-e actually nodded and agreed. She was annoyed by the harassment and wanted to take this opportunity to make things clear so as to avoid being harassed again when she worked in the library in the future. Then let's go. Moo Ching-young took Won-e's little hand and left, ignoring Yuan Jie's murderous gaze. Yuan Jie followed behind with a sinister look on his face, took out his phone, and sent a message. Cousin, we are coming. Please wait in the car for a while. When we pass by, please get out and call me. Since you choose to show off, you have to show off the whole thing. Yoonjae believed that a BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan would be quite intimidating to a little girl who had just entered society. There is only one cafe near the library. It's on the second floor across the street. Just as the three people got downstairs, a slightly plump man with a slicked back hair and a gold necklace got out of a black BMW that was blocking the stairs. He is Yoonjae's cousin Yuan Peng. He had already thought of this way of appearance without his cousin telling him. A female college graduate, whether she is his cousin's girlfriend or not, is very attractive to him. It doesn't matter whether they can be together or not. The key is whether I can try something new. Otherwise, how could he have so much free time to chat with a few kids? Xiao Jie, it's me. Yuan Jie's eyes lit up, and he straightened his back a little. This is my cousin. This new BMW is his. Cousin, let me introduce you. This is my college classmate Won-e, and the other one is his blind date. Kindness. Yuan Peng didn't even listen to the second half of the sentence. He looked up and down Won-e with his small eyes. The more he looked, the more excited he became, and the curve of his mouth became wider and wider. Yuan Peng often frequents various entertainment clubs such as bath centers and KTVs, and the technicians and hostesses he has ordered cost at least 800 yuan. Through trials under various dim lights, he developed a pair of sharp eyes that could tell a girl's background with just one glance. My cousin has really good taste. Although the girl in front of me was dressed a little rustically, she had a full chest, a perky but extremely delicate facial features, and skin so tender that you could pinch water out of it. Especially that shy look, which is far better than those vulgar women in nightclubs. Ahem. Yuan Peng pulled up his belt. Let's go upstairs and have a drink. I'll pay for everything today. Roman Holiday Cafe, window booth. Yuan Peng smiled and pushed the menu in front of Won-e. Miss E, take a look at what you like to drink. The desserts here are pretty good. You can order 2 to try. Won-e lowered his head and did not touch the menu. Moo Ching-young reached out and picked it up without hesitation. Give me a bottle of cold Coke, and I'll give you a glass of lemonade. It's very thirst-quenching. Hey, did I ask you to move the order? Yuan Peng slammed the BMW car keys on the table. Don't you know ladies come first? There's no rules at all. Moo Ching-young was never afraid of anything even when he was extremely poor. Now that we have a system, we will be less afraid. He grew up without a father or a mother and knew that he was the only one who could protect himself. So I have been exercising all the time, and I am very fierce in fighting. Even though more than 10 troublemakers in the school gathered together, they still couldn't defeat him and ended up knocking several of them down. He was confident that he could pick on both the man with glasses and the fat man. Just as Moo Ching-young was about to stand up and confront him head-on, Won-e spoke hastily. Okay, I'll just drink the lemonade, and you two should stop arguing here. Moo Ching-young didn't want to lose favorability, so he slowly sat back. But the fierce look still made Yuan Peng feel a little nervous. He has been eating and drinking excessively and indulging himself in sexual activities over the past few years, and his body has long been weakened. If a fight really breaks out here, I will definitely get beaten. Although there are 10,000 ways to retaliate later, it is never worth it. This young man has a hard head. He won't be able to be tough with you, so he has to use soft tactics. Thinking of this, Yuan Peng patted Yuan Jie on the shoulder. Xiao Jie, it's been almost a month since you graduated. Have you found a job? Yuan Jie smiled bitterly. Cousin, the job market this year is not very good. There is too much competition for good jobs, and I don't like bad ones, so I haven't decided yet. No need to look any further. Yuan Peng patted the table proudly. Come work in my company. As long as you work hard, I promise to buy you a BMW 3 Series within 2 years. Yoonjae's eyes lit up. Really, cousin? After saying that, he looked at Won-e again. Did you hear me? Just agree to be my girlfriend, and I will let you live a good life. Chapter 34. Rather than being entangled by Yuan Jie, it is better to let Moo Ching-young come. Won-e didn't say anything. Moo Ching-young sneered. Tisk, buying a BMW 3 Series in 2 years. Is this what you call a good life? It really makes me laugh. According to what you said, my daily pocket money is equivalent to what you can earn from working for 10 years. Mu Qingyang didn't want to be so high profile, but it was obvious from the two cousins that they had no good intentions towards Ruan Yi. He planned to buy the coffee shop on the spot and give it to Ruan Yi to completely wipe out the two people's unrealistic fantasies. Yuan Peng laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. You are such an ignorant kid. You think you can brag everywhere just because you are wearing Balenciaga? I can tell it is fake at a glance. Do you know how much 300,000 is? Have you ever seen so much money before? You're just asking for it. Boy, this is not the way to pick up girls. Don't embarrass yourself here. Yuan Jie also looked disdainful. Do you have any common sense? You were just pretending to be cool. Do you know that a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan is more than 90% of the people in the country? A day's pocket money is over 1 million yuan? Do you think you are Principal Wang? Mu Qingyang decided to slap the two brothers in the face on the spot, but his stomach suddenly started to hurt. I'm going to the bathroom. After Mu Qingyang left, Ruan Yi lowered his head even lower. Although this man rudely took away my first kiss, I didn't hate him particularly. In fact, when I sat next to him, I felt inexplicably safe. When Yuanjia saw the light bulb leave, he quickly moved the stool next to Ruan Yi. He fumbled in his trouser pocket for a while and took out a square red box. When he opened the lid of the box, he found a diamond ring inside. I officially express my love to you today. I hope you can be my girlfriend. Yuan Jie handed the ring to Ruan Yi, his face full of sincerity. I saved all my money for a year to buy this diamond ring, but even so, it can't express 1/10,000th of my love for you. I really love you, even more than I love myself. I will treat you well with all my heart. Will you be my girlfriend? Ruan Yi frowned and pursed her lips. She had no good feelings towards Yuanjia, let alone the slightest liking for him. She wanted to refuse him outright and never have anything to do with him again. But she hesitated when the words came to her lips. She had seen Yuanjia's personality more than once in movies. If this kind of person doesn't get what he wants, he will do everything he can to destroy it. Ruan Yi didn't dare to push him too far. Seeing that the beautiful college student said nothing, Yuan Peng decided to help his cousin. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Only if they become boyfriend and girlfriend can they see this cheap sister-in-law often, and then they will have a chance to make a move, right? Yuan Peng cleared his throat. Classmate Yi, although my brother is a bit introverted, he is still very considerate to others. He is also hardworking and knows how to do housework and cook. You don't have to worry about anything when you follow him. As for making money, you don't have to worry about it. Brother Peng, didn't I tell you that I would arrange for him to work in the company? 200,000 yuan a year won't be a problem. You two are classmates and know each other well, so just follow his lead. Ruan Yi had teeth marks on her lips. She wanted to turn around and leave. But what if this problem was not resolved? The only close relative now is Uncle Gongzi, but he is just a fried rice cook with no connections or background. Even if you tell him, it will only add to his troubles. Let Mu Qingyang handle it. He is so rich, maybe he can find a way. Rather than being entangled by Yuanjia, it is better to owe him a favor. Although he's a bit perverted, at least he is not a pervert. Ruan Yi made up her mind and kept her lips tightly shut without saying anything. The air seemed to freeze. Yuanjia's affectionate expression froze on his face, and his hand holding the ring could neither extend nor retract. At this moment, a scoundrelly laugh and curse came from the door of the coffee shop. Fatty Yuan, you are really here. You just bought a BMW and you are so arrogant? You have blocked my mother's way. Ruan Yi looked up. The person who spoke was a thin little man wearing a pair of riveted leather shoes, colorful clothes, a gold watch on his wrist, and two lackeys following behind him. Yuan Peng stood up immediately. Hey, why are you here, Mr. Zhao? Come and sit down. I'll go down and move the car right away. The thin man sat down loudly. No need to move. I'm stuck there too. If I block the sky, I'll get a ticket. It's nothing. Yuan Peng smiled innocently. Mr. Zhao, you are so generous. What wind has blown you here today? What the hell? I saw your car and came up to take a look. What the hell are you doing running around everywhere when you're not at the company? What's wrong? Have you made enough money and want to take a rest? Yuan Peng smiled apologetically. That's not right, Mr. Zhao. How dare I be lazy when working under you? My cousin is proposing today, so I came to help out. Proposal. The thin man then turned his head and looked at the people present. Yuan Jie was ignored because he was mediocre, but Ruan Yi made him shocked. Having been around girls for many years, he could tell at a glance that this girl had a perfect figure and facial features. With a little dressing up, she could be as good as his girlfriend's best friend. The thin guy was so excited. That woman was protected by a rich man. So this one must not be the case, right? Otherwise, why would Fatty Yuan's brother propose to her? I've been in the brothel business for nearly 10 years and have tried everything, but I've never had sex with a beauty of this level. God really has a good will. Thinking of this, the thin man could no longer control his excitement and was about to shake Ruan Yi's hand. Hello, beautiful lady. Nice to meet you. Yuan Jie's face turned dark blue in an instant, and his arms were shaking slightly from clenching his fists too tightly. Yuan Peng immediately pressed his fist down, stared into his eyes, and shook his head. Ruan Yi didn't expect that this skinny guy who had just arrived would be so bold and wanted to attack him as soon as they met. She stepped back in a panic, barely avoiding the sexual harassment. However, the thin man was surprisingly bold. After he missed, he stood up from his seat, walked around the table, and tried to touch Ruan Yi forcibly. Ruan Yi panicked. She screamed and stepped back hastily. But because he was too nervous, he slipped and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the skinny monkey hurriedly approached, and the undisguised lewd smile on his face made Ruan Yi feel nauseous and frightened. Seeing that he had already walked in front of her, Ruan Yi buried her head in her knees in despair and protected her body with her hands. The next second, there was no feeling of skin contact. Instead, I heard a muffled groan from the thin man. Then there was the sound of something falling to the ground. Ruan Yi looked up in surprise. I saw the thin man who had been looking down on me with a wretched face just now. Now he was curled up on the ground, holding his stomach. His expression was extremely painful, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 35, please add me on WeChat, so you won't be unable to contact me in the future. Fuck you, you little bastard. How dare you kick young Master Zhao? I'll fucking kill you. The two lackeys beside the thin man were ready to come up and help their master bite people. Yuan Peng also stood up, holding a glass in his hand, ready to take action at any time. Just when the two sides were about to engage in an exchange of fire, the thin man lying on the ground said with difficulty, "Wait a minute." The atmosphere finally eased. The two lackeys retreated to the thin man without knowing why and helped him up. Yuan Peng also came over anxiously and kept asking if anything was wrong, whether they wanted to go to the hospital right away, etc. The thin man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand slowly. No, this must be a misunderstanding. That guy's an acquaintance. Even if Mu Qingyang's face turned into ashes, Zhao Mingnan could still recognize him. Although he cut his hair and changed his clothes, but a person's temperament and demeanor will not change. It's okay that his two men are short-sighted, but he cannot be without vision. The person in front of him is a super rich second generation who is several levels higher than him. Wasn't he the one who recharged his black gold board membership card at Spacewalk the day before yesterday? This matter spread throughout the second generation circle in Jiangnan City. This should be a dragon from a first-tier city, and he cannot afford to offend it. Mu Qingyang bent over and helped the frightened Ruan Yi up, glaring at the skinny monkey. "So Mingnan, what the hell are you doing?" Zhao Mingnan waved his hands repeatedly. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. After saying that, he turned around and glared at Yuan Peng. "Fatty, didn't you fucking say that this girl was your cousin's lover? How did you bring young Master Mu into this? How dare you lie to me?" Zhao Mingnan didn't ask any questions and slapped Yuan Peng in the face. Ha! The slap was loud and clean, without any hesitation. Yuan Peng didn't dare to talk back. He looked at his cousin Yuan Jie hatefully. "Xiao Jie, what the hell are you doing? You dare to have evil thoughts about Master Mu's woman, and even lied to me that she's a blind date. Fuck you." Ha! Yuan Peng followed suit and gave Yuan Jie a slap in the face. Yuan Jie didn't fight back, nor did he say anything. He quietly put the diamond ring away, glanced at everyone present, and turned away. Mu Qingyang was too lazy to watch them fighting each other, so he lowered his head and asked Ruan Yi softly, "Are you hurt? Did they touch you?" Ruan Yi hurriedly shook his head. "I fell down accidentally. You showed up just in time, and they didn't touch me." Ruan Yi's favorability plus 15, current favorability 20. Mu Qingyang helped her brush off the dust on her butt. "That's good. If these dirty guys touch you, I won't forgive them." "Mr. Mu, this is really a misunderstanding." Zhao Mingnan came closer with a lick on his face. "If I knew she was your woman, how could I dare to have any evil thoughts?" Mu Qingyang didn't want to say a word to this scum who only knew how to harm women. he said coldly. Go away. Zhao Mingnan originally wanted to use the excuse of no acquaintance without fighting to improve his relationship with Mu Qingyang, but when he saw Mu Qingyang's impatient look, he left in shame with his men. The owner of the coffee shop finally came in at this time, and she asked tentatively, You guys, are you okay? Mu Qingyang waved his hand. It's okay. Just bring up what we just ordered. After saying that, he pulled out a chair and motioned for Wan Yi to sit down. Let's finish our drink first. Don't be afraid. If they dare to harass you again, just contact me. I promise to make sure these bastards avoid you as soon as they see you. Ruan Yi's favorability +10, current favorability 30. Puff! Ruan Yi smiled, and the silver-white braces sparkled in her mouth. Her smile is not as naive as in the photo, but rather as sweet as a blooming gardenia. Mu Qingyang also laughed, and he took out his cell phone. Please add me on WeChat first so you can contact me later. Ruan Yi took out his phone from his trouser pocket and scanned Mu Qingyang's WeChat QR code. In a hot pot restaurant on the street next to the coffee shop, Zhao Mingnan, Yuan Peng, and two of their men were sitting in a private room. Yuan Peng asked the first question, Mr. Zhao, who is this Mu? We have never heard of him in Jiangnan City. If you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have given him a blow on the head. Zhao Mingnan sighed. I don't know yet, but he's very generous, so he must be from a big family. Whether he did it big or not is none of our business. Young Master Zhao, you've suffered such a big loss. Are you going to just let it go? Do you want me to bring a few brothers to teach him a lesson? Yuan Peng will not miss any opportunity to show his loyalty. Otherwise, he would not be in his current position. Zhao Mingnan waved his hand. I definitely can't suffer a loss in vain, but if I act rashly now, he will definitely guess that it was me who did it. Before you find out more about him, be patient. Yuan Peng looked unwilling. Chairman Zhao has a wide network of contacts in Jiangnan City, and he has close ties with several directors in the police station. Even if he gets hurt, what can happen? He will be out in a day at most. How could I not know? Zhao Mingnan glared at Yuan Peng. Leaders from small places have to behave themselves when they arrive in big cities. I can't tell the depth of this Mu guy. What if he is a true god? If I go and beat him up, my father will beat me to death if he finds out. Mr. Zhao is right. I have a simple mind and can't think of so many things. Let's eat first, and we'll discuss this later. After leaving the coffee shop, Yuan Jie did not go home, but went to the hardware store first. He tried a hammer, a blade, and a steel chisel, but none of them worked. In the end, I only bought a stack of knitted gloves and went back to the supermarket. There are many knives in the supermarket, including kitchen knives, slicing knives, fruit knives, and scissors. He tried them all as usual, but nothing worked except the kitchen knife. But the kitchen knife can only be used for cutting. It has strong attack power, but is not lethal enough, so Yuan Jie finally gave up. After leaving the supermarket, he wandered around aimlessly and finally stopped in front of a fruit shop. What attracted him was the nearly 40-centimeter long sharp knife on the operating table. If this knife were to go in and out, even a 300-pound wild boar would be killed immediately. Yuan Jie decided that this was it. Seeing that there was no one in the store, he went in and selected 7 or 8 kinds of fruits. While the boss was weighing the goods, he secretly put the knife behind his back. After paying, he walked out of the store. Chapter 36, JK, Suit Chinchiwan. Mu Qingyang, today, thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened. It was rare for Ruan Yi to say such a long speech, and he was sincerely grateful to Mu Qingyang. It's just a small matter. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just come to me. I will do my best to help you. After all, you are my future daughter-in-law. If you really feel bad, then... Mu Qingyang pursed his lips and said, Then give me another kiss, but don't bite me this time. Ruan Yi rolled her eyes at him and suddenly became serious. I know what you want to do, but I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I don't plan to have a boyfriend in the next few years. I also want... You still want to take the postgraduate entrance examination, right? Mu Qingyang answered immediately. Did you hear everything? Yes. Mu Qingyang did not deny it. I've been paying attention to you. Plus, my hearing is pretty good, so I know everything about your conversation with Director Hao. Are you planning to work part-time while studying? But the salary in the library is so low. If you want to save enough money for studying, you will have to waste several years. It doesn't matter. Ruan Yi showed a sweet smile. As long as I don't owe money to my relatives, I don't mind how long it takes. I don't have any hobbies, reading is one of them, so I won't feel tired. So, have you ever thought about borrowing some from someone? Mu Qingyang patiently and persuadingly. Ronnie smiled slyly. Looking for you, so you can do something nasty to me to make it go away. Muchingyang smiled bitterly. That's such a misunderstanding. I like you, but I will never force you to do anything. Unless I can't help it. Ronnie didn't respond, but supported her chin with one hand and looked out the window. She truly showed her innocence and playfulness. As beautiful as a painting. Mu Qingyang was a little dazed. He couldn't bear to break this beautiful scene, so he just stayed with her in a daze. After a long time, Ronnie slowly stood up. It's getting late. I have to go back to Uncle Gongzi's shop to help out. Can you stay here for a while? Mu Qingyang looked at the time. It was 2:35 p.m. There was also a WeChat message on the screen. I clicked on it and saw that it was sent by Qin Chiwen. Brother Mu, where are you? My dad is on a business trip to the Magic City these days and has no time to take care of me. I can finally come out to find you. Mu Qingyang replied. Give me your location and I'll be right there. Then he looked at Ronnie. Let me take you there. In front of Gongzi fast food restaurant. Mu Qingyang looked at Ronnie's back and asked unwillingly. You really don't want to consider it? I'm very rich, and you don't have to rush to pay me back. I will learn to control myself. Ronnie looked back and smiled sweetly. Without saying anything, she just waved her hand gently. Ronnie's favorability plus 10, current favorability 40. Mu Qingyang smiled helplessly, no longer insisting, and took a taxi to the location sent by Qin Chiwen. It's still the familiar bus stop. As soon as Mu Qingyang got off the car, he saw Qin Chiwen standing pretty at the bus stop. She was wearing a gray and white JK suit today and carrying a shopping bag in her hand. She looked pure and sexy. He called out Wenwen happily. Qin Chiwen turned her head and saw her brother Mu, whom she had been thinking about day and night, standing not far away. She immediately stretched out her long legs and ran into Mu Qingyang's arms. Soft, ice cold, smooth and greasy. The unique fragrance of a young girl is refreshing. Mu Qingyang hugged the delicate body tightly in his arms, greedily breathing in the intoxicating scent. Wenwen, if this wasn't on the main road, you would have been crying and begging for mercy. Qin Chiwen was reluctant to let go of the arms that were wrapped around Mu Qingyang's neck. She said coquettishly, Brother Mu, what's in your head? I won't pay attention to you anymore. Mu Qingyang smiled evilly twice. I'm already drooling over it, slurp. Not today. My mom told me to go home before 8 o'clock, or she won't let me out. You don't know, my dad scolded me when I got home that day. He said he would ground me for a week and not even let me go to the dance club. I didn't dare to make him angry again. Qin Chiwen still feels a little scared when she thinks about it. Mu Qingyang patted her beautiful back. Thank you for your hard work, my little baby. To make it up to you, I decided to give you a big baby. Qin Chiwen's favorability has reached 69 points, and she is only a little bit away from cashing out. Mu Qingyang decided to give her a car to reach 70 points in one fell swoop. He and Qin Chiwen will definitely meet often in the future, so it's not a big deal to take Didi all the time. Besides, girls generally don't like driving, so it's reasonable for me to be her driver, right? Mu Qingyang was already thinking about choosing Lambo or Ferrari. I don't need anything now, so you don't need to give me anything. Qin Chiwen handed the shopping bag to Mu Qingyang. Here, these are the clothes I asked Fei to help me choose. You don't usually dress up, so I was afraid you didn't have anything to change into, so I bought a few more sets. Mu Qingyang was so touched that he quickly reached out to take it. Wenwen, this dress is quite expensive. Do you have any money left? How about I transfer tens of millions to you? Qin Chiwen shook her head. No. We haven't even confirmed our relationship yet. How can I ask you for so much money? Didn't you deposit more than 2 million yuan into the dance club? The boss returned 1 million yuan to me, and she said the remaining 1 million yuan would be used as my investment capital. Now I am also a shareholder of the dance club, and I get dividends every month. Mu Qingyang nodded. This boss is quite smart. Not only did she stop herself from returning the card, but she also allowed Qin Chiwen to invest in the company, which in turn tied her to her in disguise. She is a good business person, and it would be a good idea for Qin Chiwen to follow her and gain experience. If you don't want to transfer the money, then I'll buy you a car, so it will be convenient for you to commute to get off work. Qin Chiwen pouted and wanted to refuse. Mu Qingyang was directly possessed by the domineering president. Woman, you'd better be obedient and don't be ungrateful. Well, okay, actually I quite like a car, but it's a little expensive. Mu Qingyang's eyes lit up. It's better if it's more expensive. The more expensive it is, the more excited I am. Is it Pagani or Koenigsegg? Qin Chiwen took out her phone and clicked on a photo in the album. What kind of cars are you talking about? I've never heard of them. I'm talking about this one. Mu Qingyang turned his head to look, and his heart sank. 2023 Mercedes-Benz E-Class Coupe. You call this a little expensive? Chapter 37. It's reasonable for me to compete fairly before getting married, right? This. 1-1. The Mercedes-Benz Coupe looks nice and is suitable for girls to drive, but it's a bit too low-end. Let's change it. After buying the car, the favorability will most likely be raised to 70 points. Now, being able to earn more money is equivalent to earning more. Mu Qingyang cannot miss this good opportunity. In fact, he wanted to use the remaining balance to buy a villa for Chen Qiwen. But if he really did that, what would he do when his favorability exceeded 90 points? This ultimate move must be saved for critical moments. After all, Mu Qingyang still really wants the iron kidney skill. He has now spent over 5 million on Chen Qiwen. And if he buys her a car worth several million, the more than 10 million in cash will be enough for him to conquer the next goddess. Is this level still low? I think it's already pretty good. Before Chen Qiwen met Mu Qingyang, this car could only lie in her photo album. She felt that she would be satisfied if she could drive it in her lifetime. But now she is madly despised by the man next to her. You are so beautiful. You deserve something better. How about I recommend one to you? Oh well. Mu Qingyang took a deep breath. Ferrari LaFerrari, limited to 499 units worldwide, equipped with a 6.3-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine, 0-100 kilometers acceleration within 3 seconds. Stop. Chen Qiwen interrupted directly. The car you were talking about is the Ferrari flagship, worth more than 40 million yuan. I often see it on TikTok. Mu Qingyang was a little surprised. You have a wide range of knowledge. This car is so famous that few people don't know it. Although it looks cool, it doesn't suit me at all, and it's a bit too expensive. LaFerrari is actually Mu Qingyang's dream car. He even thought that he would be willing to live 5 days less just to drive this car once. There is an opportunity now, but Chen Qiwen is unwilling, so we can only talk about it later. Then let's go to the car dealership and have a look. Actually, Bentley Continental and Porsche 911 are both quite suitable for girls to drive. You can buy whichever one you like. Mu Qingyang had already made up his mind that no matter what Chen Qiwen bought in the end, he would force her to buy a Ferrari. He also has requirements for the co-pilot. I'll listen to you. Which 4S store should we go to? High-end models are usually out of stock in 4S stores. Even if you pay the deposit right away, you still have to wait for several months. How about we just buy a nearly new car? Oh. Chen Qiwen nodded repeatedly. She didn't know much about these things, and it was Mu Qingyang who mentioned the money, so she naturally had no objection. Mu Qingyang took out his cell phone and found the navigation for the most high-end car dealership in Jiangnan City. The special car took them there smoothly. Beyond famous cars, this store looks so big. Is this whole building a sales floor? Chen Qiwen looked around like a curious baby. Mu Qingyang smiled. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy the whole thing for you. He was not bragging. If he could get cash back today, combined with the system's 1 to 100,000 ratio, even buying an entire street would be no problem. Chen Qiwen stuck out her tongue. Forget it. I can't do anything except dancing. If you give it to me, I don't know how to manage it. As the two of them walked and strolled, Mu Qingyang could hear a coquettish female voice from time to time. Everyone please like it. If it gets 100,000 likes, the host will dance for you. This is a live broadcast room selling cars, not non-stick pans. Selling a car for a live streamer? Ha ha ha, you'll have to pay extra for a live streamer. The first floor was filled with vehicles worth around 100,000 yuan. Mu Qingyang went straight to the second floor when he saw the escalator. After walking a few steps on the second floor, I saw a very amazing girl live streaming on her phone. This is also a goddess-level beauty, wearing an OL professional suit, full of royal sister style. Mu Qingyang subconsciously checked her information. Name, Yishuyan. Age, 26. Value, 88. What a pity, 2 points short. Mu Qingyang suddenly lost interest and prepared to go to the third floor. At this time, the beautiful anchor called him. Hey handsome guys, are you looking for cars? Let me introduce them to you. Yishuyan had already noticed this pair of handsome men and beautiful women a long time ago, just waiting for them to come up. Based on her years of sales experience, she judged that the man must have bought the car as a gift to the girl. In this case, the chances of closing the deal are very high. The car dealership business is becoming more and more popular now, and almost every one of them is doing live broadcasts. With her hot body and beautiful face, she can attract many people into the live broadcast room. But are these people here to see the cars? Apart from verbal teasing, she was asked to sing and dance. and the car-selling live broadcast room turned into an entertainment live broadcast room. Instead of chatting with these people on the phone, it would be better to actually receive two customers who come to the store. Moreover, the man was wearing all luxury goods and the girl was carrying a new Chanel bag. They didn't look like they were short of money. If you can sell $1 million luxury car, wouldn't that make more money than live streaming? Mu Qingyang nodded. Buying a car. Which floor is your most expensive car on? Yi Shuyun's eyes lit up. She handed the live broadcast phone to her assistant and came over with her hips twisted. It's on the 5th floor. Handsome, I'll take you there. There are usually few customers on the 5th floor of Chaiwa luxury cars, because the cheapest cars parked here are priced over 1 million. Handsome guy, we have all kinds of luxury cars here, such as Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, McLaren, etc. Do you have any brand or model you are interested in? Mu Qingyang looked at Chen Qiwen. Wenwen, did you see anything you like? Chen Qiwen shook her head. There are so many models here, and many of them are very beautiful. My eyes are dazzled. How about Brother Mu help me choose one? Upon hearing this, Yi Shuyun smiled secretly in his heart. As expected, it looks like a big order will be made today. She quickly replied, Are you buying it for a young lady? I can recommend a few cars suitable for girls. Can you tell me what your budget is, handsome guy? Mu Qingyang didn't want to show off, but if you insist on asking, then you can't blame me. He spread his hands. As long as my girlfriend likes it, there's no upper limit on the budget. Yi Shuyun looked at Chen Qiwen with envy. Do you need my help with recommendations? Chen Qiwen nodded. Hurrah! Yi Shuyun walked in front with her waist twisted, but she felt sad in her heart. In order to earn some commission, this girl gets up early and works late every day to do live broadcasts and bring in clients. After working hard for so many years, now she can only drive a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Why is this girl so lucky? Without doing anything, your boyfriend will deliver it to your mouth. It's okay if you say she found an older man, but I'm definitely not jealous at all. But this guy is so handsome, okay? God is so unfair. In fact, there are many rich men pursuing Yi Shuyun, but she doesn't like any of them. She is a pure beauty lover. She would rather spend time with a young hunk than spend time with an old man for money. Mu Qingyang, a tall, handsome, rich and good man to his girlfriend, is simply the perfect boyfriend in her mind. Why can't I meet a man like this? At this moment, Yi Shuyun is turned into a sour girl and is extremely jealous of a girl he doesn't even know. After thinking about it to the end, she even had the idea of snatching Mu Qingyang away. Etc. He just said, as long as my girlfriend likes it. So you're not married? It's reasonable for me to compete fairly since we're not married, right? Chapter 38. The Rich. This is the latest Lamborghini Huracan. It has a very cool appearance and an interior similar to an airplane cockpit, full of combat atmosphere. Wherever you drive this car, you will be the focus of attention. The price is just over 3 million. Do you like it, young lady? Chen Qiwen walked around the car twice, looking very hesitant, but finally shook her head. It's a bit too ostentatious. I'm a girl, and I can't drive it very well. Mu Qingyang also felt that it was not possible. If I were to choose this brand, the first choice would definitely be the Daewoo, but the Lamborghini is very hard to drive and is not very suitable for commuting. Let's look at other cars. Mu Qingyang had never touched a Lamborghini. The reason he knew all this was because he learned it from watching videos of car bloggers on Douyin. If you want both comfort and performance, you can consider the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the Bentley Continental GT. We happen to have these two cars here. Would you like to take a look? Yi Shuyun had a professional smile on his face and pointed at two cars, one black and one white, next to him. If a girl drives it, the Continental GT would be more suitable. Woman, take a look at the white one. Chen Qiwen took 2 steps forward and fell in love with this extremely elegant coupe at first sight. Compared to the Mercedes-Benz E-Class coupe, it is obviously more beautiful and luxurious, and of course it is many times more expensive. Brother Mu, this car is so beautiful. Can I get in and take a look? Certainly. Mu Qingyang walked forward and opened the driver's door of the Continental GT, motioning Chen Qiwen to sit in and feel it. Chen Qiwen carefully moved her butt up. The linen white and cricket red interior has a very shocking visual effect, and the black piano lacquer solid wood finish on the center console is low-key yet luxurious. This is simply a work of art. Chen Qiwen couldn't let go of the hand-stitched steering wheel. Mu Qingyang saw her excited face and couldn't bear to disturb her. He understood the feeling of getting a beloved big toy. It was just like his childhood playmate gave him the 4-wheel drive car he had always dreamed of. At that moment, he really felt his heart was filled. One, you can experience it for a while. I'll take a look around. Mu Qingyang gently closed the car door, turned around, and headed straight for the Ferrari area. He had just seen a car there that was as rare as La Ferrari. 488 Pista Spider. Although it is not as expensive as La Ferrari, its appearance is just as stunning. Mu Qingyang even thinks it looks better. Brother, do you like this car? This is our most valuable car that surpasses all the famous cars in the store. It has only been in the store for a day or two. Mu Qingyang nodded, opened the car door, and got in. It's completely different from the feeling of looking at pictures and videos online. At this moment, he could clearly feel his blood boiling, his heart pounding, and his limbs shaking uncontrollably. He swore to give this car to Qin Shiwen. Bang! The sound of a car door closing woke him from his trance. When I opened my eyes, I saw the beautiful saleswoman sitting in the passenger seat. How's it going, little brother? Are you satisfied? Yi Shiyan asked in a coquettish voice. Mu Qingyang nodded. So, do you want to take a test drive? Mu Qingyang inadvertently glanced out the window and saw Chen Shiwen looking around. He immediately opened the car door and got out. Wen, I'm here. Chen Shiwen came running over. Brother Mu, I really like that car, but I just took a look at the price. It's more than 3 million. How about I pay 1 million myself? Mu Qingyang rubbed her little head. It's only over 3 million. I still think it's too cheap. So I'll give you this Ferrari as a gift. Beauty, where do you swipe the card? Yi Shiyan stepped out from the passenger seat. She didn't react for a moment. Handsome, you mean you want both? Mu Qingyang nodded as a matter of course. Yes, full payment. I hope to pay and pick up the car immediately. Wait a moment, I'll help you calculate. Yi Shiyan opened the built-in calculator in his phone to calculate the price, and his heart was already filled with shock. Where does this handsome guy come from? Can you just buy a car worth over 10 million yuan? Or the full amount? I've only been watching for a few minutes. You can't be so casual when buying groceries, right? Didn't the most forthright customers I met in the past require me to bargain for half an hour? Super rich. Absolutely rich. Without billions of assets, you definitely don't have this kind of temperament. This is a real treasure boy. Yi Shiyan tried to make his expression look natural. Handsome guy, the two cars together cost 10.24 million. I can apply for a 9.8% discount for you. Need not. Mu Qingyang interrupted directly. I will just pay 12 million, and the rest will be used as maintenance fees. Where can I pay by card? Yi Shiyan swallowed his saliva. Please follow me. She was really glad that she turned off the broadcast to receive customers. For luxury cars sold at original price on the 5th floor, there is a 2% commission on the sales. She can earn 240,000 yuan from this order alone. It is equivalent to working very hard for half a year. At this moment, Mu Qingyang's image was extremely tall and majestic in her heart. If I could see your favorability, it would probably have exceeded 90. Chapter 39, Driving Wizard. Qin Shiwen held the corner of Mu Qingyang's clothes with her little hand. Brother Mu, one car is enough. I don't have time to drive more. Besides, this is 10 million. Mu Qingyang stared at Qin Shiwen's big eyes very seriously. Wen, this is a token of my love. You must accept it. To be my woman, you don't have to give me things, but you must have this. Don't worry about parking. Take the 1 million yuan on WeChat and buy 2 parking spaces at home and in the dance club's garage. Qin Shiwen was so moved that she almost cried. Isn't this the plot of a domineering president falling in love with me? And Brother Mu is such a considerate and domineering president. Not only does it solve the problem of buying a car, but also the future maintenance and parking issues. I must have saved the galaxy in my previous life to be able to meet him. Qin Shiwen's favorability, +1. Current favorability, 70. Congratulations to the host for raising Qin Shiwen's favorability to 70. All the dog money spent on this person will be returned in cash. The vehicle has been decided to be purchased before the favorability is improved, and it is counted as the dog gold. The amount is being calculated. By 1834367 has been deposited into WeChat wallet. Please check. Yes. Mu Qingyang threw 3 punches at the air in succession, then turned around and hugged Qin Shiwen and kissed her madly. Then he opened his arms and ran around the car park, grinning foolishly. With more than 18 million yuan of huge sum of money completely belonging to him, Mu Qingyang felt that his soul was purified and his life level was sublimated. This moment, an overwhelming feeling of loneliness spread throughout my body. Self-confidence rushes from the soles of your feet to your forehead. Brother Mu, I will listen to you. Are you okay? Qin Shiwen was frightened by his sudden madness and was at a loss as to what to do. She kept shouting behind him. After Mu Qingyang had enough fun, he stopped and opened his arms towards Qin Shiwen. Chen Qiwen rushed into his arms, her voice filled with tears. What's wrong with you? Mu Qingyang held up her little mouth and kissed her, and they did not separate for a long time. I'm fine when you are my lucky star. Yishuyun's heart was sore that it wrinkled. She forced a smile. Mr. Mu, the cashier is over here. Swipe the card, spit out the ticket, and sign in one go. The cashier girl timidly handed the receipt to Mu Qingyang. Hello, sir. Here's the payment receipt. Mu Qingyang casually crumpled it into a ball and then threw it accurately into the trash can. Can we drive the car away today? I'll leave all the formalities to you. Of course, Mr. Mu. Yishuyun handed the car keys to Mu Qingyang. You just need to sign a power of attorney agreement, and the vehicle will be transferred to your name, right? Mu Qingyang pointed at Chen Qiwen. All the properties have been transferred to my girlfriend's name. I bought them as gifts for her. Yishuyun was so jealous that she almost cried. She sighed secretly. Then he gave a forced smile. Then, miss, please come to the office to sign the contract and complete the formalities. How long will it take? Mu Qingyang couldn't wait to test drive the red beast. About an hour. One go sign. I'll go test drive the car. Chen Qiwen nodded obediently. Well, Brother Mu, please be safe. Has Mr. Mu ever driven a Ferrari before? No. He has never driven a car since he got his license. Ferrari uses paddles to shift gears, which is different from the gear lever of a family car. It may be a bit unfamiliar if you drive it for the first time. I'll accompany you. Mu Qingyang didn't think much about it. Okay. Sitting in the cockpit of the 488 Pista Spider again, Mu Qingyang couldn't hide his excitement. This is a racing car that can be legally driven on the road. There are only a few of them in the country, and he is now holding the carbon fiber steering wheel of this car. Mr. Mu, please step on the brake pedal first. Press the red knob on the steering wheel again. Mu Qingyang applied a little force with his index finger, and a soft, damping feeling came from the key, followed by an angry roar. The 488 Pista Spider is on fire. The rumbling sound made Mu Qingyang's heart tremble, followed by a rapid secretion of dopamine. These are truly two of the most beautiful sounds in the world, and they can instantly ignite a man's fighting passion. Mu Qingyang moved his right foot uncontrollably to the accelerator pedal. Boom, boom. Every time you step on the pedal, this red beast will roar angrily. Lift it up here, and it will be the first gear. Just step on the accelerator, and you can drive away. Mr. Mu, try it. Mu Qingyang lightly flicked the slender paddle with his index finger, and the N logo on the central control instrument panel immediately turned into a 1. He tapped the accelerator pedal lightly with his toes, and the Ferrari slowly drove out of the parking space. Although it was his first time driving, Mu Qingyang did not feel unfamiliar at all and drove into the car elevator steadily. This may be his most outstanding talent in the first 25 years. His driving instructors all said that he was a driving prodigy that only appears once in a century. The elevator slowly descended and finally stopped on the first floor. Mu Qingyang could no longer suppress his inner desire. He stepped on the ground hard, and the 488 Pista Spider instantly turned into a beam of red light, roaring and disappearing at the end of the road. Chapter 40. Men don't have to be handsome. The red supercar looks so cool that people will take photos and videos wherever it goes. After more than 10 minutes of test driving, Mu Qingyang has gradually figured out the temperament of this performance beast. Beautiful saleswoman, I think it's about time. Let's go back to the car dealership. Yishuyun supported her chin with one hand and looked at him lovingly. You're leaving just like that? The Ferrari slowly stopped at the hotel entrance. Yishuyun opened the car door without any hesitation and stretched one of his long legs down. But Mu Qingyang didn't seem to want to move. What are you still doing? Turn off the engine and get out of the car. Are you unable to do it? Mu Qingyang is not Lu Xiaohui. He also likes this kind of passionate beauty, but there are too many goddesses around him now. He knows that he does not have the energy to deal with other girls. He struggled painfully between desire and reason. You can't be so bad was the last straw that broke the camel's back. A man may not be handsome or have no money, but he must be capable. This touched Mu Qingyang's reverse scale. He opened the car door angrily and slammed it shut. Walk. Yishuyun glanced at him charmingly, then walked around the front of the car and naturally put her arms around his arm. Mu Qingyang didn't think anymore and walked towards the hotel gate, holding the beautiful saleswoman's hand. As soon as he stepped through the glass door, Yishuyun's cell phone rang. She wanted to hang up directly, but the caller ID showed Mr. Liang from the car dealership. This is a big boss who owns more than 50% of the shares of a car dealership. He usually doesn't call me unless it's something urgent. Yishuyun curled his lips and pressed the connect button. "Hello, Mr. Liang. What instructions do you have?" There was a very attractive male voice on the other end of the phone. "The front desk said you were accompanying a customer on a test drive. Are you done? Come back quickly. A customer has asked for you." "Mr. Liang, can you ask other sales staff to receive me? I have something to do here and may be delayed for a while." "Why would I look for you if other people can handle it? The people who came here are group buyers from the live broadcast room, the ones who bought a few cars at Carnival." Ishuyun was conflicted. Those people are all big customers, and the car models they are interested in are all priced below 1 million. If this order fails, they will definitely be fired. Although I can find a job anywhere with my abilities, it is never as comfortable as staying in a familiar place. Never mind. Be patient for 2 days. Judging from the handsome Moo's expression, he seems to be interested in that. There will be opportunities in the future. "Okay, Mr. Liang, I'll be right back." After hanging up the phone, Ishuyun looked at Mu Qingyang apologetically. "I'm sorry, handsome Mu. I have to go back to the company for some urgent matters. Don't look at me like that. I really want to go in with you. How about next time?" Mu Qingyang's face was filled with a huge expression of speechlessness. It had come to this point. It was such a bummer. "We'll talk about it next time. If we meet again." After saying this, Mu Qingyang went back to the car. Ishuyun stamped her feet in anger, feeling very resentful about the boss's sudden call. She returned to the car in a depressed mood and looked at Mu Qingyang pitifully. Mu Qingyang said calmly, "Hold on tight, I'm going to drive fast." Shift gears, release the brake, step on the accelerator. The whole combo is performed very smoothly. The supercar roared out, stirring up a cloud of fallen leaves. Chapter 41, Pull Over. Beyond the VIP reception room of luxury cars, Chen Chiwen wrote her name on the last document. She gently put down the pen and glanced back casually. Her brother Mu was leaning against the door frame, drinking ice cola. "Hey, brother Mu, have you finished testing the car? How is it? Do you like that Ferrari?" Mu Qingyang walked over to her and sat down, touching her long, smooth black hair. "I like it very much. Are you done here?" Chen Chiwen smiled sweetly at him. "Just after I finished it, I suddenly had an extra 10 million in assets under my name. I was panicking." Mu Qingyang scratched her nose. "This is just the beginning. There are still many things to buy in the future. You have to get used to it." Chen Chiwen rubbed her little head against his chest. "This all feels like a dream. So, brother Mu, how did you make so much money?" Mu Qingyang smiled mysteriously. "Do you believe me when I say I'm a reborn person? I know all the ways to make a lot of money in the next 20 years. I can make a lot of money just by doing it. Just follow me, and I guarantee you will enjoy endless wealth and glory." Chen Chiwen's big black eyes rolled around, as if she was really thinking about this problem seriously. After a few seconds, she said innocently, "Well, that's possible. Brother Mu, please don't tell this secret to anyone else. Some people are very bad and might use you to make money." Mu Qingyang laughed. "Ah, then you have to keep it a secret for me." Chen Chiwen is actually very smart, and you can tell from the first moment you meet her. Love really does make people stupid. The beautiful schoolgirl has completely fallen into the love brain state. Mu Qingyang sighed inwardly. Is this the hidden benefit of increasing favorability to 70 points? I don't know what it will be like after reaching 90 points. I guess it won't be a problem to share a bed with a big quilt. Mu Qingyang had plans for the future in his mind. It's not that he can't let go of Zwakursin, Li Zhili, and Ruanyi. But I can't bear to give up my top singing talent, kingly fighting skills, top acting skills. Mu Qingyang rubbed Chen Chiwen's little head lovingly. "Are you hungry? I'll take you to a feast." Chen Chiwen nodded. "The Xian Rongji we ate last time was quite good. Do you want to go there?" When Mu Qingyang heard these 3 words, he thought of the 10-pound scallion oil king crab. Saliva is secreting rapidly in the mouth. These meals were all fried rice in rice bowls, and he had been craving for them for a long time, so he immediately nodded in agreement. "Let's go, order 1 more meter-long lobster today." "How can there be a lobster that long?" "There is not a single grain of rice. I will not eat." Beyond the door of luxury cars, the staff has already driven down the Continental GT. Chen Chiwen was troubled by the 2 cars, one white and one red. "Brother Mu, should we each drive one?" The test drive of more than half an hour, just now, was not satisfying at all. Mu Qingyang actually wanted to drive this Ferrari very much. But I was also worried that it would be unsafe for Chen Chiwen to drive alone. "Go ahead and drive your car. I'll be on the passenger seat watching for you." "That suits her just fine." Chen Chiwen smiled sweetly. "Get in the car." What is it like to pair an extremely elegant coupe with an extremely beautiful girl? Mu Qingyang only wanted to describe it in 2 words. That's wonderful. When I was delivering food in the past, I would occasionally see beautiful ladies wearing sunglasses driving a Porsche 718 or a Mercedes-Benz CLS. At that time, they were so arrogant and unattainable that they would not even look at Mu Qingyang straight in the eye. She was someone he dared not even think about. And now, the roles have been reversed. But Mu Qingyang will not let them know what cruelty is, because they don't deserve it. Chen Qiwen had only driven for her drunk father a few times, and her skills were not very good, so she drove very slowly. Mu Qingyang did not urge her, but enjoyed it instead. He quietly admired the beauty beside him. Chen Qiwen has cold, fair skin, and her skin is very delicate. Even if you look closely, you can't find any flaws. She drove very seriously, with her back straight, just like a student listening attentively to the lecture. Mu Qingyang naturally placed his hands on her beautiful legs. Chen Qiwen, who was focused and attentive, was frightened by the sudden touch and trembled twice. When she saw from the corner of her eye that it was her brother Mu, she pouted and said coquettishly, "Hey, brother Mu, don't do this. I will be distracted. Wen, tell me the truth. Have you done anything bad at home, secretly, since we separated?" Chen Qiwen understood what Mu Qingyang meant. Her face instantly turned red, and she said stubbornly, "No way. How could I do something like that?" Mu Qingyang raised his lips to smile evilly. "That means you didn't think about me. I'm so sad. I decided to punish you." "Ah, I obviously miss brother Mu very much. You are deliberately trying to bully me. The explanation is invalid. Pull over." Chen Qiwen stopped the car obediently and stared at Mu Qingyang with grievance. Change positions. After Mu Qingyang sat in the driver's seat, the speed of the Continental GT increased significantly. Chen Qiwen looked at the increasingly remote route and felt a little panicked. "Brother Mu, where are we going?" Hey, go to the place where you will be punished. There is a road around the mountain and lake in the new district of Jiangnan City. The development there has been on and off for many years, but construction has stopped in the past year. Mu Qingyang had received takeout orders from there. The scenery at the top of the mountain is great, there is no surveillance, and there are very few people. More than 10 minutes later, the Bentley stopped at a hidden spur at the top of the mountain. Mu Qingyang got out of the car and walked around twice. Not a single person. He opened the passenger door and gave Chen Qiwen a wicked smile. "Get off." Chen Qiwen thought they were here to visit some tourist attractions, so she got off the car happily. However, before he could stand firmly, Mu Qingyang picked him up by the waist and threw him into the back seat. Chapter 42, Super Beautiful Girl, Liang and Chong. Surpassing luxury cars. After several hours of hard work, Yixian finally managed to get those group buying customers. The boss, Mr. Liang, handed her a bottle of Waha mineral water. "Xiao Yi, thank you for your hard work. The company's cash flow has been very tight recently. You made nearly 20 million in sales in one day. You are a hero of the company. I decided to give you an extra bonus of 10,000 this month. I hope you will keep up the good work." Yixian showed a very tired but fulfilled smile. "Thank you, Mr. Liang. This is what I should do. Only when the company is doing well can our employees do better, right? You go ahead and do your work. I'll go to my assistant to check today's live broadcast data." Kindness. As Yixian turned around, the door of the president's office was kicked open with great force. A very pretty girl with long blue-green hair rushed in, with one hand on her waist and one finger pointing at Mr. Liang's nose. "Liang Xiqing, where's my 488? How come it disappeared while I was doing some maintenance? I warned you, if you dare to take my car, I will sever our father-daughter relationship." The calm and composed temperament of Liang Xiqing disappeared, and his face was full of roguery. "In Chong, didn't Dad tell you that the company's cash flow is having some problems? After this period of time has passed, I will buy you a better one." "I don't want it." Liang Incheng turned his head away proudly. 488 Pista Spider is my favorite car. I have an appointment with my friends to go to the track next week. Find it back for me immediately." Liang Xiqing lowered his head and touched his forehead. "Incheng, what has Dad not done for you since you were a child? This time you are really in trouble. Can't you understand, Dad?" Liang Incheng stomped his beautiful legs. "Humph, then swear to buy me a Lamborghini Revuelto next month to compensate me." Liang Xiqing patted his head lightly. Lamborghini Revuelto is a new generation of Lamborghini. This car has just been launched on the market, and its price is close to 10 million. In the past, buying one was not a big problem. But this year, new cars from all major brands have been reduced in price, and the used car industry has been severely impacted. He was already strapped for cash. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to selling his beloved daughter's car. Not next month, and Shuan give Dad more time. How about next year? Liang and Chong exhaled a few times angrily. Hoo, it's a deal. If you dare to lie to me, I will never talk to you again. Definitely. Have the scratches on my Continental GT been repaired? I'll just drive it for half a year. Liang Xiqing frowned and rubbed his nose, not daring to look at his beloved daughter. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yi Shuyun stood up and said, Sister and Shuan, the Continental GT is also sold. What? Liang and Chong was furious. She glared at Liang Xiqing with gritted teeth. Okay, you're the one who did it. I'm going to Australia to find my mom. I don't want to see you again. Liang and Chu was about to run outside when she finished speaking. Liang Xiqing hurried over and held her back. In Chong, didn't you say that it's boring to have no friends in Australia? And your English is so poor, you won't be able to adapt there. That's better than staying with you. Liang and Chong's eyes were already misty. At least my mom won't secretly sell the things I like. You are a thief. Liang Xiqing was stunned, with words stuck in his throat and unable to utter a word. Liang and Chong is his only daughter. When she was young, she was as pretty as a doll, and when she grew up, her appearance was no less than that of a celebrity. She has been his pride and the apple of his eye since she was a child. The longest time Liang and Chu was away from him was when he went to study in Australia. During that period, he was in a very bad condition, in a bad mood, and his sleep quality was seriously deteriorating. He would rather the company go bankrupt than let his beloved daughter leave again. Dad will ask the finance department to transfer $7 million to you later. Go and buy the car back. Liang Xiqing compromised and chose the latter between the car dealership and his daughter. Liang and Chong shook off his father's hand and turned to look at Yi Shuyun. Sister Shuyun, who bought my car? Give me his contact information. Yi Shuyun similit akardli. Sister and Chong, would you believe me if I said I don't have his contact information? Liang and Chong stared at her big, sparkling eyes. How can there be no contact information for such a big deal? Sister Shuyun, please don't tease me. The person who bought your car took less than 10 minutes from the time he walked in to the time he paid, and he didn't bargain. He just paid 12 million yuan, and he only left his name on the contract. 12 million. Liang and Chong opened her mouth slightly. The price of 488 Pista Spider has increased? No, he also bought your Continental GT. Laugh. Liang and Chong sneered. Could it be that idiot Jiang Haoran did this on purpose to get my attention? How childish. Yi Shuyun shook his head. The handsome guy who bought the car is named Mu, and he has a girlfriend. Heh. Liang and Chong smiled inexplicably. That's quite a taste. My curiosity has been aroused. I'll mobilize those guys who like to show their affection to find him. The 488 Pista Spider is so eye-catching, it should be easy to find. No need to bother. Liang Xiqing regained his confident and calm demeanor. Don't we have a clear rule in the company that customers must leave their name and phone number on the receipt after swiping their cards? You can find it by checking at the cashier. Liang and Chong's eyes lit up, and he pulled Yi Shuyun and ran out. Sister Shuyun, let's go and take a look. Mu Qingyang, your handwriting is pretty nice. Your name is nice too. Your phone number is 199-7766. Liang and Chong directly searched for the mobile phone number on WeChat and clicked to add it. Yi Shuyun, who was standing by, memorized the number silently and planned to add him later. Chapter 43. I just want to buy you a house. I won't do anything else. Brother Mu, I'm full. Chen Chuan wiped her mouth with a tissue and smiled sweetly at Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang stuffed the last lobster tail on the table into his mouth and wiped his hands with a wet towel. I'm full too. It's still early. Shall we go watch a movie? Chen Chuan picked up her phone and took a look. It's already 7:30 and my curfew is 8 o'clock. I'll watch it with you next time. That's fine. Mu Qingyang nodded slightly. The dealership has delivered the Ferrari. Can I drive one home for you? No, you can keep this car for yourself. I'll just drive the white one. Mu Qingyang was delighted. System, did you see that? She gave it to me on her own initiative. It doesn't count as a violation, right? He promised repeatedly. Okay, drive slower and be careful on the road. Not long after Chen Chiwen arrived home, her younger brother followed her back. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted, Sister, do you know what I just saw downstairs? A new model of Bentley Continental GT. That car is so beautiful, so elegant, and so classy. If I had one, I could pick up all the girls in Jiangnan City. Even if I met Zhang Runan, I would dare to chat her up. Chen Chuan felt sweet inside, But on the surface, she looked disgusted. It's just a car. Is it that exaggerated? Whispering sound. Chen Chiwen sneered. If you could sit in the car and feel it for even 10 seconds, you wouldn't have such childish thoughts. Is that a car? That's a work of art. It's self-confidence. It's face. You are a woman who only knows about cosmetics and bags. You won't understand, even if I tell you. Chen Chiwen's expression became playful. What if I sat on it? Chen Chiwen's eyes lit up. Yes, sister. Don't I have a rich brother-in-law? Does he also have this car? Tell my brother-in-law if you can let me have the experience. If I can, I'd be willing to carry his shoes. Your brother-in-law doesn't have the car you're talking about. Chen Chiwen's eyes gradually dimmed, and he felt a little disappointed. But he has a Ferrari 488 Pista Spider. What? Chen Chiwen's eyes flashed with brilliance. Sis, from now on we will have our own relationship. You are still my sister, but your brother-in-law is my godfather. Chen Chiwen gave him a slap on the face. If Dad hears this, he will type it out for you. Can I take a ride in my brother-in-law's Ferrari? Sister, I beg you. Chen Chiwen bowed repeatedly. Chen Chiwen shook her head and took out a key with wings from her bag. Don't be so vain, okay? It's not pleasing to others. We don't have a Ferrari yet, so go try my Bentley. Chen Chiwen's eyes almost popped out of his head. He grabbed the car keys. How am I vain? I just like you purely, okay? Sister, that car is actually yours. You are so awesome. You are driving a Bentley at such a young age. You are the hope of our Chun family. Chen Chiwen sighed. Hey, this is a gift from your stepfather, but Dad doesn't agree with me being with him. Maybe if we fail one day, the car will be returned to him. Chen Chiwen carefully stroked the Bentley key with a confident look on his face. Don't worry, sister. You won't fail as long as I'm here. I have experience in dealing with Lao Chun. Mu Qingyang parked the car on the basement floor of the rental house. The red Ferrari looks very abrupt and out of place among a crowd of family cars priced around 100,000 yuan. This is probably the most expensive car ever parked in the garage. He walked to the first floor, bought 2 packs of Huangle 1916 cigarettes from the supermarket, and slowly came to the entrance of Gongzi fast food restaurant. There were only 1 or 2 customers in the restaurant. Gongzi was sitting on a table piled with miscellaneous items, playing with his phone as usual, while Ruan Yi was reading a book at the bar. Mu Qingyang walked while reaching out his dirty hands to stroke Ruan Yi's fair and pretty face, then slapped the cigarette under his armpit on the storage table. Uncle Gongzi, have you ever smoked this kind of cigarette? Gongzi looked at Mu Qingyang and then at Yin. Where did you steal it? Oh, look at my memory. You are a rich man and you have revealed your cards, but I still treat you as a delivery man. Why? Is this for me? Mu Qingyang pushed the cigarette over. Take it, but don't sell it for healthcare. It's not worth it. Gongzi was anxious. Why would I need healthcare? Am I that kind of person? Mu Qingyang waved his hand. Don't quibble. Last time when I picked up the food, I heard your wife scolding you. She said you made false bills for buying food and gave all the stolen money to the technicians at the bath center. Gongzi's face turned red. Don't listen to her nonsense. Then immediately change the subject. You know what? I've actually smoked this cigarette before. Last time, a customer dropped half a cigarette in the store, and I picked it up. I thought it was a pity, so I took 2 puffs. The taste was really pure. Half a stick. Mu Qingyang's expression became strange. You didn't pick up a cigarette, but on the ground? Ahem. Gongzi coughed twice. Don't worry about these details. You're here to eat at this time, right? Order whatever you want today. It's my treat. I've eaten, and I stopped by to see my future wife. I also have a small matter to discuss with you. Gongzi didn't think there was anything wrong with Mu Qingyang calling Ruan Yi his future daughter-in-law. He has already given 688,000 yuan, which is a sky-high price if considered as a betrothal gift. Moreover, Mu Qingyang is more than qualified to be a match for Ruan Yi in terms of appearance alone, not to mention his showdown. It is her blessing that her distant niece can find such a high-quality man. What do you want to discuss with me? Set a date. Ruan Yi, who was reading a book, blushed when she heard Gongzi's words. She pouted and stared at this unreliable uncle, feeling like a grown-up pig ready to be sold. Mu Qingyang patted Gongzi's greasy hands. Why didn't I realize that you were so humorous before? Let's talk about the date later. Let's solve the housing problem first. I want to buy a house for Yi. What did you say? Buy a house? The housing price in Jiangnan City is around 20,000 yuan per square meter, and there are also large apartments and small villas of better quality that cost 40,000 or 50,000 yuan per square meter. Even if you buy a small 2-bedroom apartment, it will cost at least 1 million yuan. He and Ruan Yi haven't even started dating yet, but already they have to resolve the most important issue in marriage? Yes. Let's buy a large apartment of several hundred square meters first, and then choose a few better villas when we have time. If I tell Yi directly, she will definitely not agree, so I want you to help persuade her. Gongzi swallowed his saliva. Why would I bother you? Once you've bought the house, I'll just let her go. She won't be comfortable living in my old, run-down house. Uncle Gongzi, the house is too expensive. I can't take it, and I can't live alone with a strange man. Ruan Yi closed the book, stood up, and said seriously. Mu Qingyang already knew that she would have this attitude, so he went straight to talk to Gongzi. It stands to reason that since he now has 18 million yuan in his pocket, it would be easy for him to buy a house. But how can this be as exciting as the 1 to 100,000 ratio of the dog-licking manhwa? What's more, you can get cash back after settling with the dog gold. Don't worry, I will never force you to do anything. I swear to God, I am giving you the house voluntarily. We can go to the notary office to notarize it. Ruan Yi didn't say anything, just sat down and opened the book again. Well, this is the situation. Uncle Gongzi, please help me persuade Yi. I will go back to my Syrian-style rental house to deal with it for one more night. Mu Qingyang waved his hand and walked out of the restaurant. I only heard Ruan Yi's resentful voice behind me. Unless you can't help it. Chapter 44 Liang and Cheng's friend request. In the rental house, Mu Qingyang was lying on the sofa with his arms bare. He could vaguely hear the hum-hum-ha-ha sounds of fighting coming from next door. However, after in-depth communication with the school beauties and the car dealership salesperson, he no longer had any interest in these vulgar things. I took out my phone and opened the Douyin app out of habit. There are still 99 plus messages. After looking through them for a while, I found that they were all private messages with strong purpose. Mu Qingyang was already numb. He exited the message window directly and found Ligan Noodles in my follow list. When I clicked on her profile picture, I saw that she actually replied, "I'm sorry, Brother Chongqing. I don't usually read private messages. I'll send you my WeChat ID right now." Yes. Mu Qingyang waved his fist, opened WeChat, entered the number, and sent a friend request to Li Jili. After waiting for 2 minutes without receiving any approval notification, he simply dealt with a few messages first. Coco Heart. It's a new day again. I wish you a happy mood. It was obvious that this was a mass message. Mu Qingyang did not reply, but directly transferred 880,000 yuan. Zwickerson's reward for completing the strategy is top-level singing talent, and he prefers this skill. Plus, since this DJ is a gold digger, it should be easy to reach a 90-point favorability rating. Isn't it just money? It only cost me 8.8 yuan to transfer 880,000 yuan to you. With my current financial resources, I can transfer money to you every day. The transfer was quickly received, and Zwickerson replied with a message. Add my WeChat ID 1762345. Mu Qingyang. What's going on? Haven't I been busy chatting with the person himself? Can I sue her for fraud? Mu Qingyang suppressed his anger and added Zwickerson's other WeChat account, and agreed almost immediately. Just as he was about to transform into a Zon pianist, Zwickerson sent him a message. Why didn't you transfer the money this time? Angry pipe. I'm transferring money to you. I'm transferring real money to you. And you're using a fake person to chat with me? Feel your conscience and see if it hurts. Zwickerson. It's because I feel so sorry for you that I gave you my WeChat ID. I'm so generous, but you're still not satisfied? Angry pipe. Smiley emoji X3. How can a mouth with a temperature of 37 degrees say such cold words? I'm sincere to you, but you're playing tricks on me. I don't love you anymore. Zwickerson. Come on, I don't want your sincerity, so keep it for your girlfriend. Mu Qingyang stared at the screen in a daze. Is this jealousy? Or is this a test? Logically speaking, as a gold digger, she shouldn't believe in any bullshit love. Making money is her top priority. That's testing my attitude. If I say that my relationship with Chen Chiwen has not been confirmed yet, she will come up to me immediately. When I'm sorry. In order to get the skills, I had no choice but to tell a white lie. Angry pipe. Are you talking about the one at the bar? She does like me a lot, and I like her a lot too, but we're not there yet. Zwickerson gritted her teeth as she read the news. If Mu Qingyang stood in front of her now, she would definitely kick his balls. I saw with my own eyes that you took her into the hotel, and now you tell me that you haven't confirmed the relationship yet? Okay, you scumbag, you're cheating on your girlfriend behind her back, right? You want to corrupt women with money, right? It just so happens that I'm short of money for a music festival. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. Zwickerson. Ah, but I saw you kissing, but in today's society, kissing and touching are not uncommon anymore. Angry pipe. I drank a little that day, and with the stimulation of the lights and music, I was a little intoxicated. Zwickerson. You were the first one to spend money that day, and then you kept transferring money to me. Do you like me? Angry pipe. Everyone loves beauty. Besides, you are so talented. Any normal man will be attracted to you. Zwickerson. A lot of men say this, but very few are willing to take action to pursue me. So, I am still a single dog now. Angry pipe. I transferred nearly 2 million to you, but you still don't take action? Are you a glutton? Why do you have such a big appetite? Zwickerson. It's not that I have a big appetite, but what I want to do is too expensive. If only I had a boyfriend, I wouldn't have to worry about it alone. Mu Qingyang knew that he was about to be hooked into a black carp, but he still had to pretend he knew nothing. Things that can be solved with money are not problems. Tell me what you want to do. Zwickerson. I want to host a big electronic music festival to increase my popularity so that I can hopefully be shortlisted for this year's world's top 100 DJs. Angry pipe. It's just an electronic music festival. How much money can it cost? Zwickerson. The venue fee, sound equipment, stage construction, and staffing alone would cost several million. If you want to attract attention, you have to invite famous DJs to help out, and the appearance fee is tens of thousands. Not to mention the publicity costs, which are at least 10 million. Angry Tube initiates a transfer of 10 million to you. Zwickerson's eyes widened. Just these few lines of words turned over 10 million? Is this guy a banker? Although there is no possibility of anything happening between him and me, this has definitely helped me realize my dream. In this respect, he is pretty good. Zwickerson's favorability plus 10, current favorability 20. 10 million only adds 10 points of favorability. What a greedy gold digger. Mu Qingyang suppressed his nausea and typed the following line of words in the chat box. Money has a price, but dreams are priceless. If you have a dream, you must be brave enough to pursue it. I will fully sponsor this music festival, and I will give you the rest of the money when we meet. I spent so much money on kissing and touching, right? I'm not attracted by her beauty. I just want to vent my anger. Otherwise, you would really be a purebred being taken advantage of. Didn't she say that this behavior is very common nowadays? I want to see where her bottom line is. Zwickerson's favorability plus 10, current favorability 30. Zwickerson. Thank you for your help. Heart emoji. It will take some time for us to meet. My schedule is very full right now. I should have told you this earlier, so you wouldn't have to work so hard every day to make money. Female crying expression. Angry pipe. Don't worry, just contact me when you are free. The money is always ready. Zwickerson. Okay, I have to get ready for tonight's performance. Bye. He is such an ungrateful person that he just ran away after getting the money. Mu Qingyang angrily closed Zwickerson's chat box and saw 2 friend requests in the address book column. He checked the greetings one by one. I will turn off my phone next time I go to a hotel. It was obvious that she was a beautiful saleswoman who surpassed luxury cars, so he immediately agreed to her friend request. Original owner of the Ferrari 488 Pista Spider, please come through for something important. Chapter 45. Meeting the super beautiful girl Liang and Chong. Mu Qingyang has no habit of adding strangers. And the reason for this application seems a bit like a scam, but this guy's profile picture is so pretty. With her blue and green hair, figure and looks, she looks like a comic book heroine. He subconsciously checked the information of this photo. Name, Liang and Chong. Age, 21. Overall appearance, 95. Oh shit, it's about the same score as Ruani. And she is a beautiful girl who knows how to dress up. I don't know what her strategy reward is. If she were like this, she would be very happy and it would be effortless. Mu Qingyang nodded in agreement without hesitation. Then sent a red envelope of 80 cents directly. If there are detailed information after she clicks on it, it will be the avatar herself. If not, it's just a loss of a few cents, just delete and block it. Harpy is a cat. Why did you send me a red envelope? Angry pipe. Open the red envelope first, and then chat, otherwise no talk. Harpy is a cat who received your red envelope. Several lines of information appeared in Mu Qingyang's site. Name, Liang and Chong. Age, 21. Occupation, none. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Favorability, 20. Overall appearance, 95. Raiders reward, top-notch athleticism, including extreme sports such as skydiving, skiing, and surfing. Oh shit, this strategy reward can only be described in one word. That's cool. What do men like most besides women? It has to be an extreme sport? Why do young people abroad who don't have to worry about car loans or mortgages like to commit suicide? It's not that they are stupid or that they have nothing to do after eating, but only those who have been exposed to extreme sports know how attractive it is. Some enthusiasts are even willing to risk their lives for it. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, Mu Qingyang naturally likes these things. But the cost of learning each extreme sport is incredibly high, and the difficulty is extremely high. He didn't even dare to think about it before, and at most he just looked at it on his mobile phone. But now he has the hope of mastering them all. Mu Qingyang looked at the avatar with long blue-green hair again and saw that his eyes were glowing green. Angry pipe. Excuse me, my dog just snatched my phone away. I just bought a 488 Pista Spider. Any problem? Harpy is a cat. Have you ever considered selling it? I can add more money. Angry pipe. I like this car very much and have no intention of selling it for the time being. Harpy is a cat. Is there no room for negotiation? Angry pipe. I do things based on my mood. Let's talk about it when we meet. Maybe I can give it to you if I see you. This is Chen Chuan's car. How could Mu Qingyang dare to sell it? But spending money to buy something else would just be a waste of time. Liang Inchong frowned as he looked at the chat box. Could it be that this person has some bad intentions because of my pretty profile picture? But for the sake of my beloved car, I have to be patient. I'll just ask 2 friends to come along when the time comes. Harpy is a cat. Okay, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., you decide the location. Liang Inchong's favorability -10, current favorability 10. Mu Qingyang. What did I say to lose favorability? I can really give you a car. Do you think I'm joking? Don't these women all have paranoia? But for the sake of top athletic ability, I'll endure it. Angry pipe. Right here at the Roman Holiday Cafe. After processing 2 friend requests, Li Zhili finally added him. Her WeChat nickname is the same as her Douyin nickname, both called Ligamian. Mu Qingyang sent a message directly. What did you say the last time you turned off the broadcast? Li Zhili blushed as she looked at the chat box. Even now, when she thought of those 2 words, her face felt hot. Look on me on. Brother Chongqing, please stop making fun of me. The audience in the live broadcast room are holding on to this joke, and it's getting to the point of annoying me. Angry pipe. Only when there are jokes can there be popularity. Isn't that good? After that live broadcast, I think you ranked first on the Douyin live broadcast list. You must be more popular now. Look on me on. Now there are thousands of people every day, but I feel it is much more troublesome than when there were fewer people. I don't know how to answer many questions. I am exhausted. Angry pipe. If you're tired, take a break. Why don't you come to Jiangnan City to play with me? I don't have anything to do. Li Zhili curled his lips. Sure enough, just like Shuang said, the top brother on the list will always ask to meet offline. It just so happens that I'm going to Jiangnan City to attend a class reunion next week. How about I go and see him while I'm there? No, I don't even know what he looks like. If he's not my type, I'll be annoyed. Brother Chongqing has given me millions of dollars. I can't treat him like this. How about we just be online friends? Look on me on. I think it's not a good idea for the female anchor to meet with the top guy in private. Let's wait until they're more familiar with each other. Angry pipe. I don't think of myself as the top guy on the list, nor do I treat you as a female anchor. Can't we just be normal friends? Look on me on. Isn't the Qiao Biluo meme very popular online recently? Aren't you afraid that I look very different in person than when I'm live streaming? Mu Qingyang has a magic mirror, and he has long known Li Zhili's true appearance, but her words gave Mu Qingyang a bad idea. Angry pipe. Why don't you just watch the video first? But I have a feeling that you must be as beautiful as you are during the live broadcast. As soon as the message was sent, Mu Qingyang made a video call directly. It is the dream of many men to be able to have a one-on-one private conversation with a beautiful anchor, and Mu Qingyang is no exception. I'm free anyway, so it's nice to relax my eyes. Li Zhili's heart was pounding as he looked at the video call request that popped up in the chat box. Should I answer it? Would it seem casual if I answer the call? But this is a good opportunity to see Chongqing's true appearance. What if he wasn't ugly? Pick it up. I can just not turn on the camera. If you don't like it, just hang up. Thinking of this, Li Zhili gently pressed the answer button. The video was connected quickly. A muscular man with his upper body naked appeared on the screen. He has sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and distinct facial lines. He is a typical handsome guy. Li Zhili's pretty face turned red. Hey, why can't I see you? Don't you have a camera on? I forgot. Li Zhili said stutteringly. Then he hurriedly turned on the front camera. Pretty. Mu Qingyang shook his head in amazement. Li Jili without beauty filter is even more stunning than during the live broadcast. This sense of reality cannot be compared with any special effects. Since you've seen it, I'll turn it off. Li Jili didn't know why she was so nervous. She didn't even dare to look at the man in the video a second time. Hey, wait a minute. Mu Qingyang hurriedly called out. Call me husband before hanging up. Oh, ba, goodbye, brother Chongqing. Chapter 46. The Warm Man Behind the Dog. Mu Qingyang shook his head as he looked at the video call that had been hung up, then typed the following line of words. Will you come to Jiangnan City? Will you contact me when you come? Li Jili deliberately paused for a few seconds before typing the word yeah in the chat box. After seeing Mu Qingyang's true face, she no longer had any worries. I even developed a lot of favorable feelings towards this top brother on the list. He is completely in his own aesthetic. I just don't know how tall he is. The only thing that puzzles me is, why does he live in an unfinished house when he is so rich? Maybe it's a special habit of rich people. Li Jili's favorability +10, current favorability 55. Mu Qingyang smiled with satisfaction while holding the phone. Before I even met this young anchor, my favorability level was almost 70. He is confident that he can conquer Li Jili directly after they meet. It was still early, so Mu Qingyang opened the game Honor of Kings, which he hadn't played for a long time. After playing with it for a while, I found that the secondhand Xiaomi was hot and stuck, and the screen was broken, so the experience was very bad. Mu Qingyang left his phone on the sofa. My old brother should have retired long ago. It's really hard for him to follow me. Wait, didn't I get cash back today? I have 8 figures in my card. What phone can I not afford? Mu Qingyang immediately opened Meituan, found a Huawei store that was still open, and made a phone call. I want a top-of-the-line one that's way ahead of the rest. The price increase is acceptable. The address is in Sunshine Community. In less than half an hour, the phone was delivered, costing nearly 10,000 yuan. But after Mu Qingyang tried it, he felt it was totally worth it. Smooth, silky, and feels good. There is no delay when watching TikTok or playing games. There is very little information on secondhand Xiaomi, and the data was transferred in a few seconds. Mu Qingyang held his new phone and played with it until 12 o'clock before falling asleep contentedly. The next morning, Liang and Chong woke up in the morning, which was rare. Yawning, she called 2 good friends and asked them to wait outside the community on time. Then I started to wash up with sleepy eyes. This kind of situation was very rare in the past, so Liang Xiqing paid special attention to his daughter's every move. 10 o'clock, Roman Holiday Cafe. Buy a car. Liang Xiqing roughly knew what was going on, but he was worried about a few kids doing such a big deal, so he decided to go to a coffee shop first and find a secret place to observe secretly. Liang and Chong wore a pair of ripped denim shorts today, a pure black tank top, and a loose khaki shirt on the outside. The whole person looks youthful and full of girlishness. Outside the gate of Champs Élysées, pure villa community. A McLaren 720S and a Mercedes-Benz G were parked quietly on the side of the road. 2 stylish young men were squatting beside the car, smoking. Jiang Haoran, you are the eldest son of the Jiang family after all. You will inherit the family business in the future. Can you please have a little more temperament and stop doing stupid things like bringing breakfast? It's embarrassing for me to be with you. The man who was speaking had a hipster 2:8 hairstyle and looked like a rich young man. Ho Junyi, how I treat In Chong is my business. You are meddling too much. Jiang Haoran, don't you know that warm men come after dogs? Which hot sheep has a good ending? Don't hang yourself on a tree. Learn from me. Have fun with more people while you are young, and then find someone who is a good match for you when you get married. You could be your own scumbag, and I'm fine being a sweetheart. You are so stubborn. She has clearly told me that she has no feelings for you and only treats you as a friend. Why are you trying to please yourself? It's none of your business. Stop it. Grace is here. Liang and Chong came over and patted Jiang Haoran on the head. Not bad, quite on time, let's go. Jiang Haoran touched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. In Chong, you haven't eaten yet, right? I brought you some Starbucks coffee and 2 strawberry velvet Swiss rolls, both of which you like. Liang and Chong took the coffee, took only 1 sip, and put it in Ho Junyi's hand. Who wants to eat something so sweet so early in the morning? Ho Junyi had an expression that said, I knew it. He was familiar with the process, but Jiang Haoran just didn't believe it. Jiang Haoran was not angry at all. He opened the passenger door of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class attentively. In Chong, you said last time that you didn't like sitting in the passenger seat of a sports car, so I drove this one today. Liang and Chong turned around and opened the door of the McLaren. Today I suddenly wanted to ride in a sports car. Downstairs of Roman Holiday coffee shop. Two eye-catching luxury cars slowly stopped in the open-air parking space with a low roar. The pedestrians nearby all turned their heads to look. The passenger door of the McLaren opened, and a girl with blue-green hair walked out. Many men stared with their eyes wide open, and some even exclaimed in surprise. Liang Inchong looked around, but didn't see the 488 Pista Spider. She looked slightly disappointed and prepared to go upstairs to wait. After taking only 2 steps, a familiar voice suddenly rang in my ears. She stopped and stared sideways in the direction of the parking lot entrance. Not long. A bright red Ferrari sports car drove in slowly. After the sports car stopped, a tall man got out of the car. More than 10 meters away, Liang Inchong could only see his simple outline. His jawline is very nice, and his facial features are very three-dimensional. He must be a handsome guy. Her mood inexplicably improved. Fortunately, my car was not bought by a greasy fat geek, otherwise it would feel awkward to drive in the future. Liang Inchong's favorability +5, current favorability 15. Mu Qingyang was delighted. What's going on? Is your luck so good today? I just got off the car, and my favorability increased. Could it be that Liang Inshu arrived first and discovered me? He closed the car door and looked towards the stairs of the coffee shop, where a super beautiful girl was standing gracefully. Mu Qingyang could tell just by looking at her figure. It's Liang Inchong. Chapter 47 Liang Inchong. Okay, I can kiss you, but it will cost you 1 billion. Mu Qingyang smiled brightly and waved his hand. Harpy is a cat. It's me, the angry pipe. After saying that, he strode over. Liang Inchong was full of black lines. Brother, there are so many people around. Why are you calling your username? It's embarrassing, okay? But she still managed to smile and nodded. Hello. Zhang Haoran looked at the strange man who was getting closer and closer, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Although they are all over 180 centimeters tall, this guy seems to be a little more handsome. He hurriedly took a step forward and stood between Liang Inchong and Mu Qingyang. How come there is another flower guardian? 2 again this time? Mu Qingyang was complaining in his heart, but he appeared to be friendly on the surface. Are you guys together? Liang Inchong nodded. They're my friends. Let's go up and talk. Liang Inchong sat on the south side of the square table by the window in the coffee shop, with Zhang Haoran and Ho Junyi on his left and right. Mu Qingyang sat opposite her. After they sat down, before they ordered drinks, Liang Inchong got straight to the point. You angry guy. Just like what I said on WeChat, the main reason I met you today is to buy back the 488 Pista Spider. Please name a price. Mu Qingyang stroked the car keys, looking as if it was a matter of course. I really like this car. If I were to sell it, I'd have to sell it for at least 1 billion or 800 million. Liang Inchong's favorability -5, current favorability 10. That's meaningless. How can we talk if you say that? If Liang Inchong hadn't found Mu Qingyang to be quite good-looking, he would have served him long ago. Ho Junyi sneered. Brother, the market price of this car is over 6 million. This is not the way to ask for a lot, right? Zhang Haoran was directly angry. Are you dreaming? Haven't you woken up from your morning sleep yet? Tell us the price honestly. We don't have time to waste. He's a good boy in front of Liang Inshu, but not so friendly to others. Moreover, he had a hunch that this person's motives for favoring others were not pure, so he instinctively felt hostile towards Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang was so angry that he laughed. Do I need your 6 or 7 million? I have a super rich system, and I can reluctantly give up 1 billion or 80 billion just for the sake of the beautiful girl. What are you barking about? It seems that this man is undoubtedly Liang Inchong's bootlicker. Since you have no manners, you can't blame me. Business talks require mutual consent. I want this price, not a cent less. If you can't afford it, then forget it. Neuropathy. Liang Inchong was ready to get up and leave. He felt that there must be something wrong with the man in front of him. Continuing to talk to him would be an insult to his intelligence. But Mu Qingyang's next words made her freeze in place. How about I give you the latest Bugatti? Just like I said on WeChat, if you like me, I can give you a car. You're lucky. I like you very much. Zhang Haoran slammed the table and stood up. Who the hell are you? Who told you to like Grace? Giving me a Bugatti? Do you think you're playing QQ Speed? Liang Inchong also reacted. She shook her head as she walked, laughing at herself for believing such things. Mu Qingyang's smile remained unchanged. You can transfer the money now. Liang Inshu paused, looking a little surprised. She turned around and frowned and asked, Are you serious? Mu Qingyang shook his phone. Give me the card number. Liang Inchong sat back in his seat, somewhat confused. But she still took out a card from her bag and slapped it on the table. If you turn around, you'll be my brother, dear brother. Mu Qingyang first spent 10,000 to recharge 1 billion dog-licking gold, and then transferred 100 million to Liang Inchong's card. It's already turned around, but you can never call me brother. Liang Inchong picked up his phone doubtfully and saw that he had indeed received a text message about the money arriving. Her balance increased by a full 100 million. She looked at her two friends who were ready to watch the show in disbelief. It really arrived? How many? Zhang Haoran and Ho Junyi said in unison. 100 million. What? Zhang Haoran sat back on the stool dejectedly. He would never believe that such a dramatic thing would happen to him. He knows better than anyone what 100 million means. His company is one of the largest leather manufacturers in Jiangnan City, with an annual output value of only about 1 billion yuan. It would be considered good if he could make a net profit of 100 million yuan. Just giving 100 million to a stranger? What is this person's background? He's not trying to steal my favor, is he? The next table is separated by a screen. Liang Xiqing lowered the brim of his baseball cap a little, then turned his head and stared at Mu Qingyang carefully for a moment. Previously, he thought that these were just some kids bragging and did not take the transaction seriously. But just now, his beloved daughter said in person that she had received a transfer of 100 million yuan. He was shocked and curious about the identity of this young man. But seeing how he looks so imposing and generous he must be the son of some wealthy family. This identity is worthy of my family's favor. Harpy is a cat. Your name is Liang Inchong, right? Mu Qingyang gave her a harmless smile. Liang Inchong nodded. The name on the bank card is my name. Inchun. What do you think? With this 100 million, can you buy a newest Bugatti? Liang Inchong nodded. There's still a lot left. I can mark this transfer as an automatic gift, but there is one small request. Liang Inchong had already guessed that things were not that simple. She stared at Mu Qingyang with her beautiful eyes. You say. It's very simple. Mu Qingyang pointed to his cheek. Just touch it with your lips. Bullshit. Zhang Haoran was so angry that his index finger was shaking as he pointed at Mu Qingyang. Why do you want Inchong to kiss you? You want to buy Inchong's first kiss with 100 million? Do you think she is a materialistic girl? You are dreaming. Liang Inchong's mouth curled up. Okay, I can kiss you, but it'll cost you 1 billion. She has lived a life of luxury since she was a child and has no concept of money, let alone material things. But last month, she overheard her father making a groveling phone call to someone, saying he wanted to raise 1 billion yuan, but was rejected. After that, he had a lot more white hair on his temples. In her impression, her father has always been a confident and steady figure. He had never been so humble. Although I am willful and capricious in front of him, my love for him does not decrease at all. Now she can get 1 billion just by touching her cheek, so she decided to go all out to earn the money. Mu Qingyang showed a harmless smile. 1 billion is fine, but it has to be done mouth to mouth. Liang Inchong frowned slightly, stared at the table with lifeless eyes, and played with his long blue-green hair with his small hands, as if he was thinking seriously about this condition. Zhang Haoran panicked. He half knelt in front of Liang Inchong and said anxiously, Inchong, you can't agree to him. You must not agree to him. If you need money, you can tell me, and I will give it to you for free. I don't want you to degrade yourself like this. Liang Inchong pushed him away. Zhang Haoran, what nonsense are you talking about? You've already made me feel like nothing just by touching my lips. Give me 10 billion. I'll give you mine. Zhang Haoran said timidly. I don't have that much, but I can write an IOU. Roll, roll, roll. Liang Inchong pushed Zhang Haoran further away and looked at Mu Qingyang. You can only touch it with your lips, you can't stick out your tongue, you can't take photos or videos, and you can't tell anyone. As long as you swear, I will agree to it. Okay. Mu Qingyang took out his mobile phone and directly topped up 10 billion in dog-licking gold, and then transferred 900 million to Liang Inchong. The account has been transferred. When do we start? Liang Inchong glanced at Zhang Haoran and Ho Junyi. You two go out first, I'll be down soon. Zhang Haoran refused to leave and vowed to defend Liang Inchong's innocence to the death. Liang Inchong only said one sentence, and he went downstairs obediently. If you don't listen to me, I'm going to go to his car. Zhang Haoran was at a loss. Compared to the private space inside a car, public places like coffee shops are obviously safer. After everyone had left, Liang Inchu closed his eyes with a fearless look on his face. Bring it on. Chapter 48. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. At the stairs, Jiang Haoran sat dejectedly on the ground smoking. Ho Junyi, what do you think of that kid from Incheon? Her family is not bad. There's no need for her to do this, right? Oh. Ho Junyi looked at him as if he were an idiot. Brother, that's 1 billion. 1 billion. If you deposit it in the bank, you'll earn 100,000 yuan in interest every day. What can't you buy with this much money? Even a popular actress would have to kneel down before her. If he uses this money to test me, I'll stick my butt up. That's right. Jiang Haoran was a little lost. Then what should I do? Even if I take over the family business, my financial resources are far less than his. Should I just give up my favor to him like this? Laugh. Ho Junyi sneered. When did Liang Inshu become yours? What are you talking about, giving it up or not? If she really likes you, she will follow you even if you are not as rich as that guy. The question is, do they care about you? That guy gets 1 billion with one kiss, and you get 10 billion with one kiss. You're not even as good as a stranger. Think about it carefully. Jiang Haoran was still somewhat unwilling. But there's only one goddess like En Feng in our circle. If you miss her, I'm afraid you won't be able to meet another one in your life. What's yours is yours, and what's not yours can't be forced. Don't waste your time on her. It's good for you to be friends. I'll take you to the club to choose a concubine. I guarantee that you will forget her immediately. Jiang Haoran stomped out the cigarette, but maybe you're right, I might be too persistent. As for the club, let's go to Lingliansashui. It's pretty nice there. Ho Junyi widened his eyes. Okay, Jiang Haoran, you know about Liliansashui? You must have been to these places a lot behind my back, right? Why are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? Jiang Haoran smiled bitterly. Occasionally, just occasionally. Wait. Ho Junyi narrowed his eyes slightly. I remember Liang Incheon once asked me a question, but I didn't take it seriously at the time. When you mentioned this name, I suddenly remembered it. What's the problem? She said she saw you enter the Liliansashui and asked me what place that was. What did you say? Jiang Haoran's heart tightened. I thought she was joking, saying how could you possibly go to a place like that? Hold! Jiang Haoran patted his forehead. So that's where the problem lies? You think too much. Ho Junyi patted his shoulder. She said you should go out more often and see the world, so as not to bother her every day. Ah! Jiang Haoran scratched his hair randomly. I'm going to order 10 today. Inside the coffee shop, Liang Xiqing stared at his precious daughter and the strange man who bought her car with a serious expression. There is nothing wrong with touching lips. As long as the girl is willing, he will not interfere. But if the man was about to take the opportunity to do something excessive, he would immediately step forward to stop him. Liang Incheon was so tired of pursing his lips, but the kiss never came. She opened her eyes and complained. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Mu Qingyang looked at her with a smile. Is this your first kiss? Liang Incheon put his hands on his hips. It's none of your business. How can this be my first time? You're already the 100th. Oh, really? Mu Qingyang licked his lips. But this is my first time, and I don't have much experience. You won't mind, right? Oops. Liang Incheon stamped his feet. I don't care how many times you do this. Just hurry up. Okay. Mu Qingyang rubbed his hands. Then I'm coming. If I don't get it right, you have to teach me. After saying that, Mu Qingyang moved to the position next to Liang Incheon, bent down, and kissed him. Liang Incheon hurriedly closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembling constantly. But after a few seconds, there was still no feeling on her lips, and she opened her eyes helplessly again. Mu Qingyang's handsome face with sharp edges blocked all her view, and the two of them were face to face, less than 10 centimeters apart. What are you doing again? The beautiful girl was angry. If you don't kiss me again, it will be invalid. Mu Qingyang grinned, revealing his neat and white teeth. Is that so? After saying that, he moved a little closer. Liang Incheon's heart was about to jump out of her chest. She suppressed her nervousness. You right? Mu Qingyang moved 2 centimeters closer, and Liang Incheon could feel his hot breath. The strong smell of male hormones also made her feel indescribably awkward all over. A few more seconds passed, but still no kiss. She was angry. Are you going to kiss me or not? After saying that, she held Mu Qingyang's head and pressed her beautiful red lips against his. The moment their lips touched, Liang Incheon felt as if an electric current passed through her heart. Her body suddenly froze, and she could no longer move. Her brain also went into a state of temporary shutdown. Mu Qingyang couldn't help but enjoy it. He completely forgot the agreement before the kiss and gently bit Liang Incheon's upper lip. The unusual action immediately woke up the beautiful girl. She hurriedly pushed Mu Qingyang away and wiped the corners of her mouth with her hand. You humph. Mu Qingyang smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Liang Inchong was very confused. She waved her hand at Mu Qingyang. Okay, go away. We are even now. Mu Qingyang got the advantage, but didn't act ungrateful. He knew that the beautiful girl needed time to digest the feeling. Besides, he had spent a full 1 billion in dog-licking gold today, which had exceeded the target. He waved his hand and left in a cool manner. Liang Inchong was still confused. The first kiss is gone just like that? But a first kiss worth 1 billion is unique in this world. It feels so strange. Why don't I feel sick at all, but rather a little excited? Being kissed by him is not such a big loss. At least I can't find any man around me who is more pleasing to the eye than him. Liang Inchong's favorability plus 10, current favorability 20. I have to tell my dad the good news that I made 1 billion. Liang Inchong couldn't wait to share the good news with her father. Liang Xiqing was ready to take action, but fortunately his daughter stopped the young man in time. He had just sat down and breathed a sigh of relief when his daughter called him. Fortunately, the phone was muted in advance. Liang Xiqing quickly left the coffee shop and answered the phone in the last few seconds of the ringing. Inchong, what do you want to do with Daddy? Liang Inchong's joy could be felt from the other end of the phone. Dad, didn't you say that the company is short of funds? How about this? I will invest 1 billion in you, and you give me half of the shares. When did Inchong have 1 billion? Since you said so, Dad will promise you that as long as you can come up with that much money, you will get half of the shares. From now on, you will be the big boss of the company, and Dad will be the small boss. Dad, I'm not kidding you. I really do. Liang Xiqing asked knowingly. Oh, who gave it to you? Your boyfriend. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll turn it over to you. He's willing to give you so much money, so he probably likes you. How about him? Is he worthy of your attention? Yeah, it's okay. Dad, what are you talking about? We are still a long way from this step. Liang Inchong's favorability plus 10, current favorability 30. Roman Holiday Cafe is just across the street from the bookstore where Wan Yi works. Mu Qingyang decided to go over and see her, and asked her what she thought about buying a house. After experiencing the soft bed in the hotel's presidential suite, the wooden bed in the rental house was not so comfortable to sleep on. There is 10 billion in cash lying all alone in the card. There is no need to put yourself in a difficult position, right? Today is a weekday, so not many people are reading. After finishing the work at hand, Wan Yi found a corner to review the materials for the postgraduate entrance examination. She was watching so seriously that she didn't even notice when someone stood next to her. Mu Qingyang slowly placed his hands on Wan Yi's shoulders and gently massaged her. Wan Yi's body tensed up instinctively. She thought it was a prank by her female colleague, but she was still worried and quickly looked back. After finding out it was Mu Qingyang, she swayed her body in resistance. What are you doing? Take your hands away. Mu Qingyang reluctantly withdrew his hands and sat down next to her. How is it? Are you used to this job? Wan Yi stared at the book without looking away. It's good. It suits me very well. Have you calculated how long it will take to save enough money for tuition? After a long time, Wan Yi turned to another page. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. How about I buy you a suite near the school, which will save you some accommodation fees? If you don't mind, I can also fully sponsor you to complete your graduate studies. Not only graduate students, but also PhD students and postdocs. I've got them all for you. Wan Yi closed the book and looked at him with clear eyes without any emotion. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to owe others too much. I think it's good to go at my own pace. Mu Qingyang was no longer obsessed and stared at her with one hand on his temple. Okay, if you feel tired someday, remember to let me know. I'm always here. Wan Yi's favorability plus 5, current favorability 45. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window of the bookstore, a pair of eyes were staring at the two of them. That was Yuanjia, who was fully armed, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. His back teeth were all broken. I have been licking Wan Yi for 4 years and have never received a single nice word from her, let alone having close contact with her. This guy who came out of nowhere has already gotten the upper hand over her after only knowing her for a few days. Yuanjia was already angry, and now he was even more angry. He remembered all the people there that day. Zhao Mingnan molested Wan Yi, his concubine, in front of him as if she were his forbidden lover. He deserves to die, but he was always followed by 2 thugs. Yuan Jie thought that even if he launched a sneak attack, he might not be able to kill the 3 of them, so he mercifully spared Zhao Mingnan's life. The second one was his cousin Yuan Peng, who dared to slap him in front of the goddess, making him lose face. He also had a reason to die, but he was a relative of theirs after all, so they felt a little hesitant about killing him, so they spared his life. The last one is this tall and strong man named Mu Qingyang. Since we couldn't find his whereabouts, we could have spared his life. He didn't expect that he would run into trouble. Even God thinks you deserve to die, so you can't blame me. Yuanjie touched the sharp knife behind his back and looked at the time on his watch. Suddenly, he began to whisper to himself. The flight to Laos will take off in 2 hours, just in time. Ruan Yi, these men deserve to die, but you are the one who committed the heinous crime. If you weren't so fickle, how could you attract so many flies? You rejected my deep love and cheated on me in advance. You have a reason to die. Yuanjie pulled his mask, stood up from the public seat, and slowly walked towards the door of the bookstore. After feasting his eyes for a while, Mu Qingyang decided not to disturb Ruan Yi anymore. He quietly stood up and left the store. Just as I passed the gate, I brushed past Yuanjie. Mu Qingyang was stunned for a moment. He felt that the man who was covered tightly with clothes looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Yuanjie was also stunned for a moment. Did God decide to give him a chance to live? That's fine. He looked much stronger than himself. If he couldn't kill him with one blow, something bad would happen. After a brief pause, Yuanjie walked in, and Mu Qingyang walked out. Yuanjie was wearing a pair of mesh sneakers, and his steps were very light. He leaned behind him with his right hand as he walked. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Ruan Yi's back gradually became larger in the sight. Yuanjie was not afraid at all, and even felt a sense of excitement for some reason. The bookstore is a great place. It is quiet, elegant, bright, and the floor tiles are cleaned spotlessly. If a pool of blood was spilled here and a few screams were heard, the contrast would be very exciting. Ruan Yi, this is your best destination. Don't you like reading? Read on below. Yuanjie had already stood behind Ruan Yi, and all the weapons on his back had been pulled out. He was ready to slowly move the knife around Ruan Yi's neck and cut her throat to kill her with one blow. Mu Qingyang took 2 steps and felt something was wrong. He looked back as if he sensed something. This look frightened him so much that his face turned pale. The familiar man drew out a knife and gestured behind Ruan Yi. He is going to commit murder. Mu Qingyang didn't have time to think about it. He ran into the bookstore. Yuanjie heard hurried footsteps behind him. He immediately sped up his movements, and the sharp knife was across Ruan Yi's neck in an instant. Ruan Yi then discovered the murder weapon that was glowing with cold light. She screamed subconsciously. Mu Qingyang thought to himself that this was not good. He was still 2 or 3 steps away from Ruan Yi. If the attacker acted immediately, he would definitely be half a second slower. Let's do it. Mu Qingyang lifted his body into the air and pushed his hands forward with all his strength. Just when Yuanjie was about to wipe his neck hard, he was pushed to the ground. Yuanjie could already foresee the scene of Ruan Yi's blood spurting out from his neck, and he was looking forward to that sad and beautiful scene. But suddenly there was a huge force behind him, and he fell forward uncontrollably. But he heard the noise in advance and held the knife tightly, so the weapon did not fall even when he fell. Just when the sneak attack was about to succeed, it was broken at the last moment. Yuanjie was so angry that he turned around and stabbed Mu Qingyang in the chest with his knife without thinking. Mu Qingyang reacted quickly as well. He grabbed Yuanjie's right hand just as the sharp knife pierced the skin. Yuanjie was far inferior to him in strength, and Mu Qingyang twisted his wrist suddenly and dislocated it. The long knife fell to the ground with a clang. Mu Qingyang stood up and stepped on the neck of the murderer, then tore off the disguise on his face. It's you! Why don't you learn how to kill people when you're good at fucking? You bastard! You pervert! Mu Qingyang was so angry that he raised his other foot and kicked him hard in the face several times. Chapter 50 Saliva can be used for disinfection. After a few fierce kicks, Yuanjie's face was bruised and swollen, with saliva and blood all over the floor. He looked like a dead dog. Ruan Yi finally got up and hurried to Mu Qingyang. How are you? Are you hurt? Mu Qingyang looked down at his chest, which was still bleeding. It's just a scratch. It will heal in a day or 2. Call the police first. Good. When the police arrived, the crowd had already surrounded the bookstore in 3 layers. A man who looked like a captain pushed Mu Qingyang away. What's going on? The person who called the police said there was bloodshed here. Were you 2 fighting each other? Move your feet away immediately. If you cause minor injuries to someone, you will be held criminally liable. Mu Qingyang was somewhat speechless. His tone was very cold. Bloody incident? This is a case of intentional homicide. Young man, don't talk nonsense. The police officer thought that the person involved was just talking nonsense out of anger and didn't take it seriously. But the crowd all echoed. This is really a murder case. The murderer has been sneaking around there for a long time. I have long felt that there is something wrong with him. That's right, officer. I was buying books in the bookstore at the time and saw with my own eyes that the thief wanted to kill the girl, and it was this young man who stopped him. The murder weapon is still there. The murderer must be severely punished. We cannot let such a person out to endanger society. The police officer then realized that the matter was not simple, and he immediately said to his men, "Go check the store surveillance." The LCD TV hanging at the entrance of the bookstore was playing 7 or 8 surveillance images in real time. Under the instructions of the police, the staff operated it, and one shot was enlarged to full screen. The entire scene of Yoonjia from entering the door to committing the crime was recorded. The crowd was shocked again. Oh my God, this guy is here to kill people. If it weren't for this guy, the girl would probably be gone. It's so scary. He dared to come into the store and commit murder in broad daylight. Does he still have the law in his eyes? Take him in, shoot him. Only after seeing the surveillance video did Ruan-E realize how dangerous the incident was. If Mu Qingyang had been half a second slower, she would have died. She took the initiative to move closer to Mu Qingyang and covered his hand. How do you know he has a problem? Thanks to you being here today? Otherwise, Ruan-E's favorability plus 24, current favorability 69. Mu Qingyang was shocked. Oh no! How come this girl's favorability increased so quickly? If I say a few more sensational words, it will probably break the 70 mark. No. I just gave her a few $100,000, and if she breaks through like this, it would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang put Ruan-E's hand to his nose and took a deep breath, deliberately making a lewd expression. I originally wanted to come back and have some fun with you, but I didn't expect to find this thief. You were lucky. I just happened to be lucky. The expected reminder of decreased favorability did not appear. Instead, Ruan-E looked at him with a smile. Although your intentions were not pure, you ran pretty fast. No matter what, I was saved because of you, and I really want to thank you. Mu Qingyang naturally put his hands on Ruan-E's shoulders and laughed obscenely. Hey, how are you going to thank me? You're not just going to say it, are you? Ruan-E felt a little awkward, but she did not break free from Mu Qingyang's embrace. She bit her teeth lightly. Are you trying to do something excessive to me? Of course. How could I let go of such a good opportunity? Mu Qingyang took it for granted. Ruan-E was silent for a moment, then slowly lowered his head. Okay, I'll thank you with practical actions. You can do whatever you want of me. Ruan-E's favorability minus 10, current favorability 59. It finally came down. Mu Qingyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He took his hand away from Ruan-E's shoulder and pointed at the wound on his chest. What inappropriate things are you thinking about? I just wanted to help me take care of the wound, okay? Ruan-E raised her head and smiled sweetly at him. Okay, I'll go get you some disinfectant and Band-Aids. Ruan-E's favorability plus 10, current favorability 69. Hud, why did you go up again? Mu Qingyang gave himself 0 points for this wave of tug-of-war. He grabbed Ruan-E, who was about to leave. I don't need you to buy me medicine. What should I do then? Mu Qingyang pinched her tender chin. I heard that saliva can be used for disinfection. How about you help me? After saying that, he lifted up his shirt to reveal the wound. Ruan-E's heart beat fast as she looked at Mu Qingyang's smooth and natural muscle lines, but she could not do such a shameful thing no matter what. Not to mention there were so many people around watching the fun. Mu Qingyang added fuel to the fire again. You can't be unable to meet even such a small request as your lifesaver, right? I was injured because I saved you. As long as you do what I say, we can write it off like last time. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Ruan-E raised his head. Real? More real than pearls. She wavered. She didn't want to owe Mu Qingyang a huge favor. Otherwise, she would be at a disadvantage when facing him in the future. Maybe someone will continue to take advantage of me because of this matter. Ruan-E glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to her. She quickly moved closer to Mu Qingyang's chest and licked it gently. Ruan-E's favorability minus 5, current favorability 64. Okay, now we're even. Ruan-E's pretty face turned red enough to look like blood was dripping out. Mu Qingyang was very satisfied with the 64 points of favorability. He put down his clothes. Okay, as you say. At this time, Yuan Jie, who had attempted murder, had been picked up. He wore silver bracelets on both hands, and his face showed resentment, but no regrets. Have you copied the surveillance video? Pick up the murder weapon and bring it back to the station. You too. The police officer pointed at Mu Qingyang and Ruan Yi. Let's go to the police station and make a statement. Chapter 51, Buying a House. Who said I'm your boyfriend? When I came out of the station, it was already night. Mu Qingyang stretched lazily. Are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal. Ruan Yi rarely refused and nodded slightly. During the few hours inside, she thought a lot and decided to take this opportunity to have a good talk with Mu Qingyang. A private room in a high-end private restaurant. Now that I think about it, what happened this morning was so terrible. How big of a conflict was there between you and Yuan Jie that he would treat you like this? Ruan Yi lowered his head and counted the rice grains with his chopsticks. I'm not sure. Maybe it's because I rejected him too many times when I was in college. Why? Mu Qingyang shook his head. Isn't it normal to be rejected? If this is his motive for committing the crime, then he has a mental illness. But I didn't see anything wrong with him the last time I saw him. He was a pretty normal guy. There should be some, more or less. Ruan Yi took out his phone and placed it on the table, then clicked on a video. I found this in the photo album on Yuan Jie's phone. Mu Qingyang clicked play, and the picture showed a girl with a graceful figure and beauty like a fairy blowing her hair on the balcony. Isn't this you? Did he secretly take the photo? Yeah. Ruan nodded. Not long after the school started, he started to target me. And the police also said that they found some unspeakable things in his memo. What is it? Mu Qingyang's curiosity was immediately aroused. The title is, I will discipline myself to Ruan Yi 14 times. Then what? It lists the exact dates and times. As of yesterday, it was 1,298 times in total. Fuck. Mu Qingyang was so shocked that he almost stood up. Isn't this a purebred pervert? You just graduated, right? Even if he's been secretly filming this video since the beginning of school, it's only been 4 years, 1,298 times. Don't you need to take a break? With this kind of perseverance, you can't succeed in anything. Why do you have to go to extremes? Ruan Yi turned her head away shyly. So I also think he's a pervert. Mu Qingyang put down his chopsticks, held Ruan Yi's little head with both hands, and turned it around. It's not all his fault. Sometimes we have to look for our own reasons. Ruan Yi was full of surprise. Is there something wrong with me too? Mu Qingyang gently took off her oversized black-framed glasses, parted her long bangs in the middle, and turned on the front camera of her phone. Do you think the girl in the picture is pretty? Ruan Yi nodded embarrassedly. It's okay. Mu Qingyang put his hand to her mouth. Spit out the braces. Ruan Yi did as he was told. Smile. Ruan Yi looked at the camera a little shyly, but still smiled frankly. Her teeth are so neat and white that she could be an advertisement for a toothpaste brand. Why would she need braces? Mu Qingyang shook his head and sighed. This is just like a fairy, okay? You look like this. What man wouldn't be confused? The world is so big. Where can't there be two psychopaths? It's okay on campus. Everyone is innocent. But when you get out of society, there are yellow-haired boys and old perverts everywhere. How long do you think these things can hide your true appearance? Ruan Yi sighed softly. Actually, I've also realized this problem. So, can you please pretend to be my boyfriend? She felt that Mu Qingyang was so rich and his background must be extraordinary. If she asked him to be her boyfriend in public, no one would dare to harass her. Mu Qingyang curled his lips. It's boring to pretend. If you want to do it for real. Ruan Yi hurriedly explained. You can do whatever you want to me. Mu Qingyang's eyes lit up. Really? Then can we use the code to that extent? Ruan Yi lowered his head and stopped talking. She was actually willing to do so. Increasing her favorability was one thing, but the most important thing was that she had no plans to get married in her life. She didn't want to be bound and just wanted to quietly do what she liked. She could get over the hurdle of giving her only precious thing to the person who took good care of her. Mu Qingyang understood. After this life and death crisis, this girl has completely let it go. As the saying goes, if a woman lets go of things, a man will understand. He once again lured the topic back to buying a house. You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend so that you can reject those annoying harassment. This is a method, but it only works for some people. This society is full of people named Lao, Wang, and Chao, and they will be even more excited to stick to me. The best way is to make these people feel out of reach so that they don't even have the courage to talk to you and make them feel inferior from the bottom of their hearts. Ronnie was a little confused. Then, what should we do? It's very simple. Mu Qingyang showed a harmless smile. Throw away your glasses and braces. Change your hairstyle, wear nice clothes, then live in a villa and drive a luxury car. As long as you put on this kind of personality, you can automatically filter out 99.99% of the opposite sex. Mu Qingyang was not talking nonsense at all. When he was delivering food before, he didn't even have the courage to look a girl like this in the eye. Ruani knew that this method would work. I also encountered classmates like this when I was in college. Although she was voted the school belle, very few people dared to pursue her. But she had no money to buy these valuables. Ruani said timidly. But, don't say but. Mu Qingyang interrupted directly. Let's go buy a car and a house tomorrow, and I'll give it to you. Who told me to be your boyfriend? Ruani blushed, but did not refuse. Mu Qingyang immediately took advantage of the situation. Since we are in a relationship, can you give me some benefits first? It's not too much, but my wound still hurts a little. Can you help me disinfect it? Once a woman changes her mind, she is very motivated to take action, which Mu Qingyang admires from the bottom of his heart. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his face was full of satisfied smile. After more than 10 seconds, Ruan Yi raised his head. Is it almost done? Your blood clot is almost melting. Mu Qingyang glanced down. Cracks can be seen on the wound that had already healed. He reluctantly put down his clothes. That's great. Even the psychological haze of fighting against the murderer has been healed. Ruan Yi grabbed a tissue and wiped his bloody mouth. As long as you feel happy. Mu Qingyang stretched out his big hand and placed it on Ruan Yi's beautiful legs. How about I tell Uncle Gongzi not to go back to his house today, and let's stay in a hotel? Okay. Contrary to Mu Qingyang's expectations, Ruan Yi agreed readily. He originally just wanted to talk big, but now he was in trouble. According to my experience with school beauties, your favorability towards them will increase dramatically once you do that. Ruan Yi's favorability has reached the threshold of 70 points, but only less than 700,000 gold has been spent on her. If you choose tonight, you will lose a lot. Tolerate. Anyway, she has thought it through and is not in a hurry for a day or two. I'm just kidding. Let's go buy the house and the car tomorrow. Ruan Yi smiled sweetly. Okay. Chapter 52 Private Chat with Several Goddesses. When Mu Qingyang paid the bill, he bought 2 packs of good cigarettes and 2 bottles of good wine in the restaurant. Then I took a taxi to the downstairs of the coffee shop. He took out the Ferrari key from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. A red supercar that looked like a work of art emitted dazzling white light from its eyes. Mu Qingyang opened the passenger door. Get in the car. Ruan Yi sat in with some trepidation. She had never ridden in a luxury car of this level in her life, but her beautiful eyes showed more curiosity than excitement. There's nothing I can do. It's just my indifferent nature. Mu Qingyang sat in the driver's seat and started the sports car skillfully. The Ferrari woke up with a low roar, drove out of the parking lot, and turned into a red lightning running on the asphalt road. Gongzi Fast Food is usually closed at this time, but today the red sign is still lit. Gongzi took a stool and sat at the door, smoking with a sad face. The police station called in the morning and said that Ruan Yi was nearly attacked by criminals and needed to cooperate in taking a statement. Although his niece had reported that she was safe an hour ago, he was still a little worried. Gongzi's mood was not very calm to begin with, and the shrill roar of the engine in his ears made him even more irritated. He threw the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground and was about to spit out a fragrant smoke at the oncoming red sports car. But after seeing clearly the people getting off the car, he had to hold back his national treasure. Homo, are you back? Mu Qingyang opened the front trunk, took out an exquisite handbag, and handed it to Gongzi. I still say that, keep it for yourself to smoke and drink, don't sell it for health care. Gongzi happily took it and couldn't wait to open the bag and take a look. Oh, Mao Dai and Chongjiu, thank you for spending so much money, Hashimu. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. I've already laid my cards on the table for you. Why are you still spending money? It's just a drop in the bucket. Gongzi laughed twice. After getting used to the good stuff, I always feel that the old cigarettes I smoke are not as good as before. Xiao Mu, you are corrupting me. Mu Qingyang rolled his eyes at him. Please don't corrupt me like this every day. Just kidding, just kidding. Gongzi happily put the bag on the bar, turned to Ruan Yi, and said, What happened today? Are you not hurt? Ruan Yi shook his head gently. It was a close call. thanks to Mu Qingyang's timely action. I told you, Xiao Mu is both down-to-earth and willing to help. You can definitely go no wrong by following him. Mu Qingyang raised his eyebrows at him. Uncle Gongzi, Yi has agreed to let me buy her a house. She will live with me from now on. Gongzi's expression became somewhat stiff. Okay, that's a good thing. I feel much more at ease having you help look after her. This helpless distant niece has lived in his home for 4 years, and Gongzi has long regarded her as a family member. Although I was mentally prepared, but when it comes to really handing her over to someone else, I still feel reluctant. Don't make it like we're parting forever. Just buy a house in Jiangnan City, and you can see each other anytime. Mu Qingyang waved his hand after speaking. I'll stay at the hotel for one night and pick Yi up tomorrow morning. Mu Qingyang randomly found a hotel that looked nice and booked a luxury suite. The price is not too expensive, just over 2,000 per night. After taking a shower, he wore a silk bathrobe and lay on the semicircular swing on the balcony to check WeChat messages. Chen Qiwen's remark has been changed to Wenwen. Wenwen, sharing a sad story with you. Didn't you give me a Bentley coupe? I parked it downstairs in the community and my brother found it. Then he couldn't help but tell my mother. My mom didn't object to our relationship, but she couldn't help but tell my dad. My dad received the message at 9 p.m., boarded the plane at 10 p.m., arrived home at 1 a.m., and knocked on my bedroom door at 8 a.m. He said that my behavior of getting something for nothing is very bad, and he wants to give me a thought education class. I guess I won't be able to leave for the next few days. Crying emoji. Muchin gun. It just so happens that I have some things to deal with these days. I will go and meet my father-in-law in person after I finish them. Bored at home? Do you want me to send you some selfies? Well, why post a selfie? Muchin gun. It will be convenient for you to perform water washing magic, but you must exercise moderation. Understand? Well, get out of here. After closing Chun Chiwen's chat box, Mu Qingyang clicked on Zhuo Kerson's WeChat avatar again. Coco Heart. I was exhausted yesterday, but the results were pretty good. Mu Qingyang. What's wrong? Are you working illegally outside? Coco Heart. Without your sponsorship, I would have to work for a year. But now I have postponed all my performances, so luckily, I didn't have to pay much in liquidated damages. Mu Qingyang. Have you always been thinking about my tens of millions? Coco Heart. No way. I just can't wait to meet you. Mu Qingyang sneered in his heart. Gold digger. I'll say anything for money, but I really want your strategy reward. You're lucky. But you must also be prepared to sacrifice your looks. Since you've been so explicit, I can't pretend to be reserved, right? Mu Qingyang. Okay, let's meet in Jiangnan City the day after tomorrow. Coco Heart. Okay. Zhuo Kerson's favorability +5, current favorability 35. The next message came from a person on WeChat named Chaoming Che Yisuin. Mu Qingyang suddenly recalled the impressive test drive. Even after a few days, the little brothers were subconsciously eager to make a move, surpassing the famous car Yishian. Mr. Mu, I have been waiting for your news for several days. Have you forgotten me? Mu Qingyang really wanted to call her over and fight her for 300 rounds, but when he thought about having to deal with Wan Yi tomorrow, he suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. You left a deep impression on me, and I won't forget you for a while. There are too many romantic opportunities around me lately, and I can't handle it. Please wait patiently in line. Surpassing the famous car Yishian. Mr. Mu, you are so direct. Aren't you afraid of hurting others? Mu Qingyang smiled. Which good girl gets bitten by someone the first time they meet? If my ancestors hadn't said cherish good girls and don't waste bad girls, I wouldn't have time to care about you. Mu Qingyang. We are all from the countryside. Why bother pretending to be innocent? I will buy a car from you tomorrow to improve your performance. Surpassing the famous car Yishian. Okay, Mr. Mu. Xiao Yi will be waiting for you all day long. The last message was sent by Li Jili. Look on me on. I'm going to Jiangnan City to attend a college reunion this Saturday. Do you have time? Mu Qingyang. What time is your flight? I'll pick you up on time. Look on me on. If it's not late, it will land at 11:30. Mu Qingyang. Okay. After processing all the messages, Mu Qingyang locked his phone with satisfaction. He swung the swing gently, with a faint smile on his face. I'm busy now. I really want to get those strategy rewards as soon as possible. Chapter 53, I will slowly teach you about science at night. Early the next morning, Mu Qingyang was awakened by his biological clock. After a quick wash, he drove to Gongzi fast food restaurant. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Wan Yi sitting at the bar reading a book. You're here. Yeah. Mu Qingyang leaned over the bar with his chin on one hand and looked at her. Do you get up so early every day? Ruan Yi closed the book. Not entirely. I also sleep in when I have nothing to do. You can sleep a little longer today. It will be quick to buy 2 things. Ruan Yi pointed to the vegetable porridge and meat buns on the table. Uncle Gongzi doesn't make breakfast here, so I brought it for you from outside. Wow, wow. Mu Qingyang said as he walked. It feels so good to have a wife. She even got up early to make food for me. How did you know I didn't have breakfast? I guess. Mu Qingyang quickly finished showing off a tray of steamed buns and a large bowl of vegetable porridge, then lit a cigarette and said comfortably, Let's go to Royal Cut to get a haircut first. I searched when I came here. Royal Cut is the best barber shop in Jiangnan City. It has a high rating and will definitely give you a brand new look. Ruan Yi didn't say anything. She was calculating whether her balance was enough for a high-end look. Mu Qingyang said he would give her a house and a car, but it was impossible for him to pay for something as simple as a haircut. Mu Qingyang knew what she was thinking and said directly, Don't worry, all the expenses today will be paid by Master Mu. Just obey and do as you are told. Is this navigation wrong? How come I ended up at a building when I was going to a barber shop? Mu Qingyang searched for the store information of Huang Jian again and looked at the location column carefully. Poly Villa number 9. This barber shop is awesome. It's located in a villa area. He turned the car around and drove straight towards the gate of the community. A handsome young man in a suit and wearing a headset came out of the security room. When he saw it was a Ferrari, he immediately raised the barrier. Mu Qingyang drove slowly along the internal road and soon arrived at the door of Villa number 9. There are so many luxury cars parked here, this is it. Mu Qingyang got out of the car, held Ruan Yi's hand, and rang the doorbell. Hello, do you have an appointment? A colorful head popped out from over the garden fence. No. Mu Qingyang shook his head. I'm sorry. Our royal scissors are reserved by members only and are not open to outside customers for the time being. Doing this again? Mu Qingyang really couldn't figure out whether this was hunger marketing or if business was really so good that he couldn't handle it. He said unhappily, Can I apply for membership now? Wait a minute. Let me check today's appointments. Soon, the 5-colored head opened the door. We can still accommodate 1 customer this morning, but our membership starts at 100,000 yuan. Do you want to do it, sir? Let's top up 1 million first. What did you say? Mu Qingyang scanned the code directly, and then went straight to the lazy sofa in the rest area and lay down under the astonished gaze of the 5-colored heads. After the 5-colored head came to its senses, it took out 2 bottles of water from an ice bucket and handed them to Mu Qingyang and Ruan Yi attentively. Mu Qingyang was a little surprised after taking it. He recognized this water. He had seen it while watching short videos. The bottle was made of frosted glass, with a pair of Swarovski crystal wings at the neck of the bottle, and the bottle cap was gold-plated. I heard it's worth 1,500 a bottle. He complained at the time that only idiots would buy such a thing, but he never expected that the bullet he fired a few years ago would hit him now. Mu Qingyang unscrewed the water and gulped down a few gulps. It was just ordinary mineral water, and it didn't taste even as good as Waha. At this time, the colorful head turned on the huge TV in the lounge area, and the screen was full of various hairstyles. Mr. and Miss, do you have any favorite styles? Mu Qingyang looked at Ruan Yi. Take a look at them one by one and decide which one you like better. Ruan Yi smiled peacefully. I don't know much about these, just listen to your hairdresser, or it's up to you if you like. Mu Qingyang has always been prejudiced against hairstylists. He has never walked out of the shop with a smile after getting a haircut. He directly pointed to a hairstyle that he thought looked the best. That's it. He believed that with Ruan Yi's conditions, he would look good even with a shaved head, so it would be a good idea to pick one that he liked. Okay, sir, this style is called air bangs will curls. Do you want it to be the same dull green color as in the picture? Ruan Yi waved his hands. No, black will do. She still has to go back to school for graduate studies, so it's not good to be too flashy, and she prefers black. Because black is simple, profound, and mysterious. It was almost the same level as what she wanted to achieve. Okay, beautiful lady, please follow me over here. Our styling director of the Emperor of Cuts will be at your service. Mu Qingyang was lying on the sofa, bored, watching Douyin. He originally wanted to find 2 more female anchors with a rating of above 90 to see if he could unlock some useful strategy rewards. But I had used up almost half of the battery and still hadn't found one. It seems that goddesses with a score of 90 are a scarce resource, and everyone you meet should be cherished. Nearly 11 o'clock, Ruan Yi reappeared in front of Mu Qingyang. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he could not hide his shock. Is this something that an embryo can create? No. She is definitely the painstaking work of the world's top sculptor. Her facial features are so perfect. Even if you look through a magnifying glass, you can't find a single flaw. Is this the goddess with a score of 96 certified by the system? Who could have imagined that she was about to make love with me? Mu Qingyang gathered his thoughts and gave her a thumbs up. So beautiful. I can't wait to buy you a skin. Ruan Yi was also very happy. Today she is finally able to bravely be herself. Which girl doesn't love beauty? Who wants to wear a clown mask all day long? She smiled sweetly at Mu Qingyang. I think it suits me too. You have good taste. But what does it mean to buy skins? I remember that this thing is only available in the game. Mu Qingyang walked over and scratched her nose. I'll slowly explain it to you tonight. Chapter 54. Change of Appearance, Ruan Yi. After leaving Huangjian, Mu Qingyang took Ruan Yi and headed straight for the most prosperous pedestrian street in Jiangnan City. There are many luxury stores there, making it a great place for shopping. Along the way, the red Ferrari attracted countless eyes. And after getting off the car, the rate of people turning back to look at the two of them reached 100%. Everyone is amazed by the amazing looks of this pair. Those taking street photos with cameras on their shoulders all pointed their cameras at them at the same time. This is fucking street bombing. In front of the Louis Vuitton store, Mu Qingyang took Ruan Yi's hand and walked in. Today, he not only wants to select about 100 sets of nice clothes for Ruan Yi, but also prepares to buy a few sets for himself. The shopping guide saw the two and thought they were celebrities, so she ran over to greet them. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Louis Vuitton Jiangnan store. Mu Qingyang snapped his fingers. Prepare 2 good quality sacks. I'm going to start buying the goods. The salesperson had never seen this way of opening it before, and she stammered. Okay, sir. Would you like to see men's clothes or women's clothes? Let's start with women's clothing. Mu Qingyang walked straight to the hangers with colorful women's clothing. This one. You want these 2, sir? I don't want these 2. Pack up the rest. Okay, sir. Mu Qingyang bought things very quickly and almost emptied the Louis Vuitton store in just a few minutes. He completely ignored Ruan Yi's stunned look and continued pointing. These. I want them all. When I was checking out, the cashier's calculator was smoking. In the end, more than 2 million yuan was spent on credit cards. Afterwards, Mu Qingyang strolled around the men's clothing area twice. This time he was not so extravagant because he had to spend his own money. He picked out a few pieces of clothing with less exaggerated logos and spent nearly 100,000 yuan in cash. Ruan Yi looked at the orange shopping bags piled up in the empty space and was confused. If she takes all of this to Uncle Gongzi's house for temporary storage, I'm afraid all the closets won't be enough for her alone. She looked at Mu Qingyang for help. Brother Mu, what should we do with these things? Mu Qingyang pinched his nose bridge. Go pick out a few clothes to change into and leave the rest in the store for now. We'll have them deliver them to us after we buy the house. Okay. Ruan Yi picked a few pieces at random and went into the changing room. When she changed her clothes and walked out of the dressing room, not only Mu Qingyang, but also several female shopping guides in the Louis Vuitton store stared at her in amazement. They're all old employees who have worked here for many years. They often meet various high-quality women, such as internet celebrities, socialites, noble ladies, and wealthy daughters. But compared with the one in front of him, they're like a jackdaw compared to a phoenix. Neither of them is even 1%. She is so beautiful. She is nearly 170 centimeters tall, with a very well-proportioned body. With her straight back and quiet and calm temperament, she looks like a princess from ancient times. She doesn't need to do anything. Just standing there quietly is already a beautiful sight. Pa. Mu Qingyang clapped and approached. These clothes barely suit you. You look stunning in them. He sighed inwardly. Ruan Yi is worthy of being the goddess rated 96 points by the system. She is simply perfect like a fairy who is not of this world. Such a treasure is actually hers. It's so fucking cool. Ruan Yi turned around. I think it looks good and is very comfortable to wear, but the price is a bit too expensive. Mu Qingyang took a step forward and held her chin, gazing deeply into her bright eyes. Woman, since you're following me, you have to have the best food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. You have to get used to this kind of life quickly. Ruan Yi lowered her head shyly. Kindness. Ruan Yi's favorability +5, current favorability 69. Oh no, the favorability has increased again. Mu Qingyang quickly let go and secretly cursed himself for trying to show off. If he triggered the cashback reward before buying the villa and the luxury car, he would be so angry that he would die again. At this time, the phone rang with a message alert. I picked it up and saw that it was from the female car salesperson, surpassing the famous car Yishian. Mr. Mu, are you up yet? When will you come over? Mu Qingyang thought for a moment and replied, get up and come after lunch. Surpassing the famous car Yishian. Okay, I'll wait for you in the reception room. Expecting expression. In fact, Mu Qingyang wanted to buy a villa first because he could earn more money. But then I thought buying a house would take too much time and I might not be able to find a good one in a short while. Maybe I have to put it off until tomorrow. He didn't want to endure it another night. So he agreed to Yishian directly. At worst, I can flirt with the saleswoman in front of Yi. I don't believe her favorability towards her won't decrease. Thinking of this, he took Ruan Yi's hand and walked out. Yi, let's hurry up, go eat first, and then go buy a car directly. Beyond the luxury car reception room, Yishian happily locked her phone and crossed her long legs, waiting for the arrival of her Prince Charming. While she was dozing off, the glass door was pushed open and the few customers she had just served came back. The leader sat directly opposite her. Miss E, we just went to the car dealership next door and saw that the same car model is more than 10,000 cheaper than yours. Can you give us a better discount? If it were any other time, Yishian would have patiently explained that the price fluctuated slightly due to differences in mileage and age. But now she didn't even have the mood to care about these people. She just wanted to get rid of them quickly. It's just 3 cars. How much commission can you get? You old perverts are not even as good as one toe of Mr. Mu. Yishian said indifferently. This is the price we have here. You can consider it yourself. The leading broom eyebrows spoke more slowly. Hey, Missy, that's not what we meant. Actually, 10,000 or 20,000 yuan is nothing to us. How about this? It's almost noon. As long as you accompany us for a meal, we will buy it from you. Yishian directly refused. I have an appointment with a client, so forget about the meal. Also, I'm a car salesman. Selling cars is my profession. If you want to have a meal, you can contact the company's public relations department. Broom Eyebrow didn't listen to her at all and came over to pull her hand. 3 of our clients are not as good as one. It's just a meal and a drink. I won't do anything to you. Let's go. Yishian jumped away directly. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Broom Eyebrow was not happy and wanted to come up and pull it hard. We're just holding hands. Why are you yelling? Even if the police come, they can't do anything to us. You call us Big Brother in a coquettish voice every day in the live broadcast room. Why are you pretending when we meet? Yishian retreated while shouting. Security, security, come quickly. Someone is molesting us. At this time, a tall figure walked in from outside the glass door. He walked straight to Yishian and pushed his broom away. What are you doing? Yishian suddenly felt safe, and she quickly took the man's arm and complained. Mr. Mu, they are forcibly dragging me to eat. Chapter 55 Cullinan. Mu Qingyang glanced at the 3 middle-aged men. Do you think this is a club? You dare to touch and do something in broad daylight? Believe it or not, I will fucking beat you up. Mu Qingyang couldn't stand this kind of obscene behavior, like the Japanese invaders entering the village. He had a real-life PK with a few old hooligans who wanted to take advantage of young girls when he was delivering takeout late at night. Broom Eyebrows looked at the tall and strong Mu Qingyang and felt a little timid, but still bravely asked, Who are you to her? What does it have to do with you? As for me, I am her guest. After Mu Qingyang finished speaking, he pinched Yishian's chin presumptuously. The 3 middle-aged men looked at each other in bewilderment. They were dumbfounded by this operation. We hadn't even touched each other yet, and they were screaming like pigs being slaughtered. This man was so indecent and didn't even react. Differentiate treatment like this? Although Mu Qingyang got the advantage, he was not happy at all. He did this on purpose in front of Ruan Yi, but Ruan Yi was watching at the door, with no emotion in her eyes and no change in her favorability towards him. Yishian's treatment of Mu Qingyang was completely different from that of the 3 greasy men opposite. Not only did he not blame him, he also glanced at him with resentment. But she was a little unsure about the top-notch beauty, who came in with Mr. Mu at the door and asked nervously, Mr. Mu, who is that beautiful young lady? Mu Qingyang smiled. Her name is Ruan Yi, and she is my girlfriend. Yishian opened his mouth in shock, and the 3 middle-aged men also turned their heads to look. Hiss! 3 people gasped at the same time, and the 3 of them almost broke apart. What is that top grade? She is actually several levels more beautiful than the beautiful E. Did this guy step on some fucking golden shit? Is this his girlfriend? And isn't she angry when someone takes advantage of other girls in front of her? Is there still any law? Are there any laws left? Lee Shuyun came back to his senses from the shock and asked weakly. That girl last time? Mu Qingyang said loudly. My girlfriend too. After saying that, he looked at Ruan Yi specifically. Ruan Yi showed no emotion and even smiled at him. Mu Qingyang waited for a long time, but there was no change in favorability. It seems that she really doesn't care. What is this girl thinking about? How can you tolerate this? But for me, the system owner who will surely ascend to the throne of the Sea King, she is indeed the best partner. The reception room was quiet for a moment. Yi Shuyun didn't dare to act rashly in front of Mu Qingyang's official girlfriend, and the three middle-aged men were still digesting the explosive information. Mu Qingyang didn't want to stay like this. He tugged at the collar of Yi Shuyun's white shirt, covering up the faintly visible whiteness. Let's go to the 5th floor to look at the car. Yi Shuyun glared at him and led the way in front of him with her high heels clacking, ignoring the other 3 guests. 5th floor. Yi Shuyun pointed at a dazzling blue Continental GT and introduced it. She felt that no girl could refuse this car. Besides, Mr. Mu's ex-girlfriend also chose this car, so he has to be fair. But Ruan Yi shook his head gently. Not very fond of it. Yi Shuyun brought her to a supercar. How about this Aston Martin DBS? It has a cool appearance and a convertible top. It looks very classy for a girl to drive. Ruan Yi shook his head again. Not really for me. Yi Shuyun took Ruan Yi to look at about 10 cars, but she was not satisfied with any of them. Mu Qingyang thought that she thought it was expensive and so deliberately didn't want to buy it. After asking, he realized that she really didn't choose what she wanted. Take your time to choose. There's no rush. I'm going to the bathroom first. Mu Qingyang lit a cigarette and went to the bathroom. After Yi Shuyun saw him leave, he also said, Miss, I need to go to the bathroom too. Please walk around for a while. I'll be back soon. Mu Qingyang walked out of the bathroom, and after a few steps he saw Ruan Yi standing at the end of the exhibition hall. Mu Qingyang leaned over. How about it? Have you chosen one you like? Ruan Yi nodded and pointed at a pure black SUV in front of him. Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB version? So you like off-road vehicles? I don't know much about these things, but I think this car is quite simple, not as exaggerated as other cars. Mu Qingyang understood. Ruan Yi just doesn't like supercars with exaggerated shapes. But it is quite a contrasting beauty when a girl drives a car with its own aura. Mu Qingyang could imagine the visual shock she would bring when she came down from Cullinan. Okay, that's it. Let's sit in and take a look. The interior color of this Cullinan is Hermes orange, which looks very high-end and textured. Ruan Yi touched the steering wheel timidly and was very satisfied with the car. One by one, do you have a driver's license? Well, Uncle Gonzi signed me up for it during the summer vacation of my sophomore year. He said that driving is a necessary skill in today's society, and it will be useful in the future. Then I'm relieved. Let's drive this car to see the house later and see how good your skills are. Good. Ruan Yi nodded happily in agreement. After Yi Shuyun came over, Mu Qingyang asked her to lead the way downstairs to swipe the card. Yi Shuyun was secretly happy, as he could earn at least tens of thousands from this order. Having a great customer like Mr. Mu really saves her from worry. She doesn't need to do anything. The car cost more than 6 million yuan, but Mu Qingyang didn't bargain and directly paid 10 million yuan. Just like last time, the repair and maintenance insurance will be deducted from the remaining balance. Car dealership gate. Yi Shuyun waved to Mu Qingyang reluctantly. Mr. Mu, take care. Chapter 56. The Magical Property Consultant. Ruan Yi drives very slowly but steadily, much better than the average novice. Mu Qingyang sat comfortably in the passenger seat, admiring the ferry beside him while fiddling with his phone. I checked several properties for sale, but the houses were either too small or undecorated. It was difficult to find a satisfactory one. Ruan Yi stared ahead, her mouth slightly opened. Actually, size doesn't matter. If there are only 2 of us living here, 2 bedrooms and a living room will be enough. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room? Mu Qingyang's tone was questioning. Ruan Yi blushed slightly, thinking that she had made him angry by mentioning an extra bedroom, and immediately added in a low voice. 1 bedroom and 1 living room is also okay. She had greatly misunderstood Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang simply thought that such a small house was not worth much money and would not be conducive to earning money. At least you have to buy a set worth tens of millions, right? That's not what I meant. I just want to give you a better villa. A large flat will do, so that I can live more comfortably. Oh, Mu Qingyang searched for a few more minutes, but couldn't find a suitable one. Suddenly, he remembered a blogger who introduced high-end residential properties that he often came across in the past. I have the impression that he was a bald guy, and his name seemed to be Dash Shuafang. He had a lot of good real estate resources. Mu Qingyang searched the name in the Douyin search box and found him. There's contact information on the homepage. Call and ask. A pleasant female voice answered the phone. It was obviously not the blogger herself, but the company's customer service. But after Mu Qingyang told her his needs, she was immediately matched with a house. Hello, sir. There happens to be a single-family house in Xianghenglan Villa District that meets your requirements. I just don't know if you can accept the price of over 60 million. Price is not an issue. Okay, I'll let Xiao Zhou, the property consultant over there, contact you. After hanging up the phone, Mu Qingyang looked excited and his breathing became heavier. More than 60 million? Add in the money spent on buying a car, clothes, and recharging the barbershop, and add in his own 18 million plus. Wouldn't that be over 100 million? Navigate to the Camphor Forest Villa area. The Xianghenglan Villa District is located in the center of Jiangnan City, only 7 or 8 kilometers away from Jiangnan University. It can be reached in more than 10 minutes by car, which is also convenient for Wan Yi's subsequent postgraduate studies. The vehicle drove into the luxuriously decorated sales office, and a tall, long-legged, and extremely handsome young man was already waiting at the door. When he saw the license plate number reported on the phone was on a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he secretly delighted. Zhou Heng personally acted as the parking lot security guard and directed Cullinan into the parking lot. The car stopped. Mu Qingyang and Ruan Yi opened the door at the same time. After seeing their faces clearly, Zhou Heng's eyes flashed, and he was obviously much more excited. Hello, Mr. Mu. I'm Xiao Zhou, the property consultant who just contacted you. Nice to meet you. After Zhou Heng finished speaking, he stretched out his hands and held Mu Qingyang's right hand. Mu Qingyang was a little surprised. This salesperson's enthusiasm was a bit too much. Did he know that I would buy it? Hello, Xiao Zhou. You just said on the phone that you need to verify your capital to see that villa. How do you verify it? Zhou Heng held Mu Qingyang's hand tightly, with no intention of letting go. Mr. Mu, I don't think that's necessary anymore. Your car has already proven your strength. Mu Qingyang pulled away awkwardly. Then please lead the way. The single-family villa was just behind the sales department. Zhou Heng introduced the house information to Mu Qingyang while driving the internal commuter car. Mr. Mu, this villa was bought by a financial boss long before it was put on the market. But he had some financial problems recently, so he just entrusted us to help deal with it. You are destined to have it. Oh, really? How big is the house? This villa covers an area of 521 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The actual usable area is close to 3,000 square meters. The front and back gardens add up to nearly 1 acre. It is one of the most luxurious villas in Jiangnan City. Mu Qingyang nodded. I'm quite satisfied. I don't even need to look at it. I can just pay by credit card. Zhou Heng coughed rapidly a few times upon hearing this, apparently choked by these inhumane words. Mr. Mu, you're not kidding, right? Ruan Yi stretched out her small hand and pinched his thigh. Let's take a look first. Mu Qingyang smiled. Okay, let's see. A few minutes later, the commuter bus arrived at the gate of Villa Number 1. Mu Qingyang looked up and saw a French-style building standing before him. It is cream white all over and surrounded by lush green gardens, looking like a castle in a fairy tale world. Zhou Heng took out the remote control, opened the intricately patterned European-style wrought iron gate, and led the way into the garden. The landscaping of the garden was created by a top domestic design studio, but of course you can also DIY according to your own preferences. Mu Qingyang looked at Ruan Yi. How is it? Do you like it? Ruan Yi was somewhat incoherent. Like this is so beautiful. Mu Qingyang held her little hand. As long as you like it, come on, let's go inside and take a look. The interior decoration style of the villa is also purely French. The walls are covered with precious marble, the stairs are spiral, and the carvings everywhere are very delicate, which looks very luxurious. Mu Qingyang has made up his mind that he must buy this villa. Xiao Zhou, my girlfriend and I are very satisfied. Please take out the contract, and I will sign and transfer the money now. Zhou Heng tremblingly took out the folder from under his armpit and took out the standard contract from it. He always carries it with him when he takes clients to see houses, but this is the first time he has used it. Then he took out a golden fountain pen from his pocket, uncapped it, and handed it to Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang was just about to reach out to take it, but Zhou Heng, perhaps because he was too nervous or did it on purpose, his hand shook slightly and the pen fell on the cashmere carpet. He quickly turned around and squatted down to pick it up. Mu Qingyang, who was standing, and Zhou Heng, who was squatting, were very close to each other. How can two men pose like this? Mu Qingyang was a pure steel straight man, and subconsciously raised his knee to push him away. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhou was shaking his hips. "I'll fuck you." Mu Qingyang took 2 steps back and kicked him so hard that he fell to the ground. Then I went to the kitchen and washed my hands frantically. No wonder he held my hand and refused to let go when we first met. Turns out he's a gay. And it's still 0. Chapter 57, 68.88 million. Zhou Heng's face slid along the ground, his cheekbones turning red as they rubbed against the cashmere carpet. He didn't care about his burning cheeks at all. He climbed up and then bowed deeply 90 degrees in the direction of Mu Qingyang. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mu, I just lost consciousness. I don't know what I did." Mu Qingyang shook off the water droplets on his hands. "What did you do?" "You fucked me," he said unhappily. "Leave the contract and get out of here. I don't want to see you for another fucking second." Zhou Heng obediently placed the folder on the coffee table and walked away dejectedly. Ronnie finally couldn't hold it back anymore. She burst out laughing. "Ha, I didn't expect you to be popular with the same sex. The salesman must have seen that you were handsome, so he couldn't help himself. How could you scold him?" Mu Qingyang stared at her evilly. "I implied that I kissed you before, didn't I?" Before Ronnie could even utter a sound, her mouth was blocked by Mu Qingyang. Ronnie straightened her clothes, without much emotion on her face, and walked upstairs. "Let's go look at the bedrooms on the second floor. You choose first, and then I'll choose." Mu Qingyang caught up in 2 steps. "Didn't you say that a 1-bedroom apartment is fine? I only accept living in one room with you. There are only 2 bedrooms on the second floor, which is over 500 square meters, and each of them is extremely luxurious. The host and hostess each have a circular dressing room. The bathroom is larger than the house Mu Qingyang rented before, and the terrace is a fully equipped gym. If I could wake up here every day, I would feel more confident." The new sales lady gave an apologetic smile. "My colleague just offended you. I am taking his place to serve you. To express our apologies, we can give you a 9.9% discount on this villa, and our company will make up the difference." No. Mu Qingyang waved his hands quickly. "I hate discounts. What's the original price? Pay now." "Mr. Mu, this villa is a top luxury mansion in Jiangnan City. The decoration materials are all first class. The previous owner offered 68.88 million and did not accept bargaining." 68.88 million? Mu Qingyang confirmed it. The saleswoman thought the price scared the customer and hurriedly explained. "Your villa is the best building in Xianghanglan. If you think it's not suitable, we have other houses available." Mu Qingyang waved his hand. "That's it. Swipe the card." VIP reception room of the sales office. Mu Qingyang entered the last digit of his password on the transfer page. When he saw the words "transfer successful," his heart trembled involuntarily. The scene of buying a car for Qin Qiwen last time is still vivid in my mind. The school beauty was so happy that her favorability rating exceeded 70 points, and he also successfully received his first cashback. Mu Qingyang waited excitedly for the system prompt sound to sound. After a while, nothing happened. Ronnie touched his shoulder doubtfully. "Brother Mu, what are you thinking about?" Mu Qingyang shook his head and came back to his senses. "No, it's okay." He was completely convinced. After receiving this kind of gift, Ronnie felt nothing at all. Not even a single bit of favorability increased. This indifference is really awesome. He recalled that until now he had known Ronnie, apart from the fact that his favorability increased after helping her solve her debts. His spending money on recharging her credit card, buying clothes and luxury cars seemed to have received no due response. This girl who cost him so much money was actually the least materialistic one. Chapter 58. Zhou Kersen is super angry. A puff of thick smoke rose into the air, and Mu Qingyang said calmly, "You're going to meet your university advisor Wang Lan? Isn't there still half a month before school starts? Why are you so anxious to take the postgraduate entrance exam? First, I'll go and resign to the bookstore's director. How? And then go and ask Professor Wang for advice on the postgraduate entrance exam. It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so there's just enough time." Mu Qingyang shook off the sweat on his hair. "Okay, but you have to tell Professor Wang to introduce you to a female graduate student advisor. You know, male professors are unreliable." "I know." In the back garden swimming pool, Mu Qingyang was lying in it with a look of enjoyment on his face. He was in a good mood. Ruan Yi's favorability has increased by 10 points and is now 79 points. He is not far from obtaining the strategy reward. At the same time, he received nearly 100 million in cash back. It's all like a dream. Last week, I was a hard-working food delivery rider, but now I have assets worth over 100 million. Don't be complacent. You have to keep working hard. I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll do some exercise first, and then I'll go meet that gold digger's Wickerson tomorrow. The next morning, in the dressing room of a duplex villa in Shanghai, Wickerson was sitting in front of the dressing table while a slightly plump girl was putting makeup on her. In fact, considering Wickerson's own conditions, the role that makeup can play is minimal. But today she was going to meet the noble man who had invested in her music festival, and she put on a little makeup just to show her respect. Assistant Suin looked at the beauty in the mirror and exclaimed, "Sister Kuexian, you always stay up late to play DJ sets, but how come your skin is still so crystal clear? It's simply unscientific. And your lips, they look super shiny with just a little bit of lip gloss. I'm so jealous." Wickerson chuckled. "Ha, Xiaoyuan, are you going to say next that if you had my beauty, I wonder how many young men you would charm?" Xiaoyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, those male internet celebrities I like don't pay much attention to me. But when they see you, they immediately turn from aloof male gods into licking dogs. Wickerson shook his head and sighed. "Xiaoyuan, when will you change your bad habit of being a fangirl? Every time you see a handsome guy, you can't even walk, and you insist on keeping me here to accompany you. I'm speechless. Next time, I won't indulge you anymore." Sun shook her arms and said coquettishly, "Sister, you're my cousin. Without you, they will ignore everyone. Just think of it as accompanying me." Wickerson rolled her eyes. "I feel uncomfortable with your sister." Xiaoyuan pouted her mouth. "Then I'd be disgusted if you asked me to accompany you to meet the angry pipe. This shameless old pervert makes me want to vomit just by looking at him." Wickerson patted her hands. "We took the money and flew back. The man was very straightforward, and it didn't take long." Xiaoyuan smiled mischievously. "Then you have to promise me that next time I want to date a handsome guy, you will accompany me unconditionally." Wickerson stood up and smoothed her hair. "Okay, I owe you one." A high-end music restaurant in Gangnam City. Mu Qingyang sat alone in a booth in the corner, typing on his phone. He was sending a message to Wickerson. "Is the plane late? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Coco Heart. On the way, less than 5 kilometers away from the location you sent. Mu Qingyang. Hurry up, the food is getting cold. Coco Heart. What can I do if the driver is driving slowly? Mu Qingyang. Don't you know how to grab the steering wheel and drive it yourself?" After Mu Qingyang formed a stereotype of this internet celebrity DJ as a gold digger, he did not indulge her at all. As for gold diggers, they only care about money, not people. As long as the money is in place, everything will be easy to talk about. He was confident enough that he could use money to raise her favorability to 90 points and unlock her top singing talent. A few minutes later, the music in the restaurant suddenly stopped. Mu Qingyang looked towards the stage curiously, only to see the pianist staring blankly at the door, having completely forgotten the work at hand. Mu Qingyang followed his gaze, and a familiar figure came into view. It's Wickerson. She wore a white baseball cap, a simple black t-shirt, and great purple 5-point loose shorts. Looks cool and sassy, very charismatic. The slightly plump girl following her should be the WeChat substitute who asked me to transfer money to buy a plane. Wickerson glanced around and found Mu Qingyang in the booth in the corner, so she walked over. Mu Qingyang did not stand up. His pair of black and white eyes stared at her unscrupulously until Wickerson lowered the brim of her hat. "Master Mu, it's not good for you to stare at a girl like that." Wickerson pulled out a stool and sat down opposite Mu Qingyang. Xiaoyuan's heart was beating very fast at this moment. She didn't dare to look into the eyes of this Master Mu. She lowered her head and sat close to her cousin. She felt very uneasy. My cousin misunderstood me. She only said that Master Mu was a complete scumbag, but she didn't say that he was so handsome. It makes me dress so casually. I'm so angry. Mu Qingyang smiled indifferently. You're wrapped up like a dumpling. What's so good about you? Staring at you is just plain boring. Also, what do you mean by sitting so far away? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Come over here and sit next to me. Mu Qingyang said this and patted the seat on his right. Wickerson frowned slightly and was thinking about how to refuse, but Xiaoyuan agreed immediately. Okay, angry. Oh no, Master Mu. After saying that, he stood up and sat on Mu Qingyang's left. What a stupid girl. Zwakerson secretly cursed this lovelorn sister in her heart. In order to avoid awkwardness when they first met, Zwakerson moved silently. But she had just sat down when she jumped up again. There seems to be something on the stool. Zwakerson looked down and saw Mu Qingyang's hands were on the seat. She was almost mad with anger and raised her hand to slap him. Do you want to die? Zwakerson's favorability -30, current favorability 5. Chapter 59. Do your words still count? A pop sound was heard. Mu Qingyang raised his hand and clapped his hands accurately with Zwakerson. He squeezed her little hand tightly. Are you crazy? You want to hit someone as soon as you meet them? Zwakerson pulled it out with all her might. I'm beating up on you, you filthy bastard. Is being rich so great? Just because you're rich you can do whatever you want to, girls? Mu Qingyang really wanted to vomit. Sister, please stop trying to portray yourself as a pure and innocent person, okay? I have seen through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. You are a gold digger through and through. Whether online or offline, your purpose is to get my money. I don't want to act with you anymore. I'm tired. Mu Qingyang spread out his right hand. I admit that your butt is very flexible, but didn't you sit on it yourself? I couldn't even pull it away in time. Zwakerson's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? She looked at Mu Qingyang in disbelief, a glass in her hand. Just when she was about to smear the scoundrel with a bloody face and then turn away, Siyuan spoke. Sister, you really sat there by yourself. When Master Mu asked you to sit there, your hands were placed there. Zwakerson turned her head and glared at her sister fiercely. Siyuan said she could tell at a glance that he was not lying. In the end, she was disappointed. Her sister's expression and eyes were sincere, and it was obvious that what she said was true. She squinted her eyes and tried to recall the scene just now. After sitting down, Mu Qingyang patted the stool on his right and said, Why are you sitting so far away? Then he didn't move his hands. Did I really sit down too fast? Then why does he have such a lewd smile on his face? Zwakerson slammed the water cup on the table. Then why are you smiling at me? Mu Qingyang was speechless. You look at me and smile, and I look at you and smile. Isn't this basic etiquette for people to interact with each other? Is it against the law for me to smile? Zwakerson was choked for a moment, and she sat back in her seat angrily. Zwakerson's favorability -5, current favorability 0. What a fuck? Mu Qingyang really wanted to slap Zwakerson's but hard at this moment. I worked hard to act with you, and was willing to be a black card for you to hook. I transferred more than 10 million yuan in total, and in the end it was all for nothing? Even if I did it on purpose, it was just a touch through my pants. Is it that exaggerated? Do you have any professional qualities of a gold digger? No, absolutely not. You are operating illegally. Mu Qingyang also got angry and said, I don't care what you think. I'm not going to serve you anymore. Zwakerson, this is your attitude when you ask me for money? I fucking owe you. Have you downloaded AMAP? Have you figured out your location? Zwakerson stood up suddenly. Is it a big deal to have 2 stinky coins? I don't need them anymore. Goodbye. Mu Qingyang was so angry that he called her. You can leave, but return the money I transferred. Tisk. Zwakerson sneered. Do you know what an active gift is? If I accept it, it's my money. If you don't agree, go and sue me. Mu Qingyang was so angry that his teeth were itching. What kind of rolling meat is this? Doesn't it hurt your conscience to say such things? This person is so shameless that he is invincible in the world. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. Okay, go ahead. I'll just treat that money as feeding the dog. Zwakerson gave Xiaoyuan a sharp look. Are you still sitting here waiting for the food to be served? Come on. Xiaoyuan was not panicked at all. She drank some water and then said slowly, Sister, do you remember what you owe me? Zwaku was so angry about this crazy sister. I keep my word, of course I remember. But not this time. I will repay you twice in the future. Suan shook her head gently. I don't want it. I want it now. He pointed at his phone inconspicuously. Zwakerson understood and unlocked the phone. Sure enough, she received a WeChat message from Xiaoyuan. Sister, I think Mr. Mu is pretty good. It's you who are too sensitive. Besides, if you miss out on his investment, you won't be able to enter the list of the world's top 100 DJs this year. Think about how much time Uncle's was left for you. Even if you lose your hair, age quickly, and take on commercial performances day and night, it will still be a long way from raising more than 30 million yuan. I think you two should have a good talk. Zwakerson hesitated. On one hand, there are the difficulties of being self-reliant, and on the other hand, she can quickly approach her dream by lowering her posture. After she calmed down, She knew what was important. Zwa Kursen sat back in her seat again. Master Mu, I was impulsive just now. I apologize to you. I hope you don't mind. Mu Qingyang didn't understand. Is this woman schizophrenic? How come you were so nervous a minute ago, but now you're so scared? However, he didn't bother to figure out the inner world of this internet celebrity DJ and just waved his hand indifferently. All right, I don't want to argue with you. You've come all this way. So why don't you have a meal before you leave? From now on, we'll just pretend we never met. Zwa Kursen's favorability plus 15, current favorability 15. Mu Qingyang was a little surprised at the change in his impression of her, but he didn't take it to heart. He has decided to give up on this neurotic woman. At worst, he can find another one. The second half of the meal was very quiet, with everyone eating in silence. Only Xiao Yuan kept kicking Zwa Kursen's feet under the table. Zwa Kursen knew what her sister meant, but she found it difficult to ask Mu Qingyang for money again. Seeing Mu Qingyang pulling out a piece of tissue and starting to wipe his mouth, if he didn't say anything, he might not have another chance. Zwa Kursen made up her mind and asked the question while suppressing her embarrassment. Master Mu, you said you would give me the remaining money after we meet. Do you still mean what you said? Mu Qingyang smiled. If you knew your dog was an ungrateful wolf, would you still feed it meat buns? Zwa Kursen's eyes dimmed. I see. At this time, Mu Qingyang changed the subject. But if you can stand still and let me touch that place just now, maybe I will agree if I am happy. Without waiting for Zwa Kursen to respond, Xiao Yuan immediately stood up. Mr. Mu, touch mine. I'm on behalf of Sister Kuexian. You can touch me as you like. Mu Qingyang looked at her. She was not ugly, but far from the 90-point standard. Xiao Yuan, this is a grudge between your sister and I. I just want to vent my anger. It has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yuan pouted and sat down. Oh well. Mu Qingyang thought Zwa Kursen would refuse outright, but unexpectedly she agreed. Okay. Anyway, you've touched me once, so come on. Zwa Kursen said this and stood up. Mu Qingyang stared at her pretty face, deliberately showing a lewd smile on his face, and slowly reached out his hand. Zwa Kursen frowned and simply closed her eyes. After a while, she didn't feel the touch and opened her eyes in confusion. Mu Qingyang was seen drinking tea from a cup with a calm expression on his face, without any trace of the lewd look he had just now. Zwa Kursen's favorability plus 30, current favorability 45. Chapter 60. Mr. Mu, can I touch your chest muscles? Favorability is 45 points? Mu Qingyang really couldn't understand. His original intention was to never give Zwa Kursen a penny again, so that she would feel like being fooled. But now he is only 20 points away from cash back, and he is tempted. Why not try giving her some money? If it goes up, try to get it. If it doesn't, just let it go. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang directly found her WeChat and transferred 20 million to her. I just wanted to test your attitude, and you did it. Please accept the money. I'm Mu. Always keep my word. Zwa Kursen felt mixed emotions when she looked at the 20 million yuan in pending receivables on the WeChat page. Did I really blame him wrongly? Maybe he is just a playboy, but not a vulgar one? It should be. In a situation, there is no need for him to do such a cheap thing. So, this matter is my fault. But he not only didn't care, but also gave me the remaining money as promised. Regardless of whether he is a scumbag or not, he is indeed a good person. Zwa Kursen's favorability plus 10, current favorability 55. Thank you, Master Mu. If the tickets for this electronic music festival sell well, I should be able to get some money back. Then I will give it all to you. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. I don't need this little money. You can keep it for yourself. The happiest one is Xiao Yuan. She smiled and pulled Zwa Kursen to sit down. Sister, I think young Master Mu is a good person. You must have wronged him. Mr. Mu, don't be angry with my sister. She has always been like this since she was a child. The favorability level has risen to 55 points, and Mu Qingyang is so happy that he can't contain himself. He immediately gained another wave of favor. The misunderstanding has been resolved. Why should I be angry? It's a good thing for a girl to love herself a little. By the way, which city are you planning to hold the electronic music festival in? Zwa Kursen tapped the table with her fingers. My original plan was to go to the Magic City. Do you have any good suggestions? I don't know much about this. I'm just asking casually. You guys can decide for yourselves. Remember to let me know the performance time in advance. I'll go and show my support then. Zwa Kursen nodded. You've invested so much money, so I must let you see the grand spectacle that day. The performance is tentatively scheduled for next month, so I have plenty of time to promote it. There are a lot of details to organize an electronic music festival. I want to rush back to the Magic City to make plans. Master Mu, I have to slip away first. See you next month. Mu Qingyang couldn't wait for her to leave. If she goes crazy again later, the favorability that I have worked so hard to build up might be instantly reduced to zero. Try to avoid contact with her, and when she needs you again, satisfy her unconditionally. Sooner or later, you will unlock your top singing talent. Okay, your career is more important. It won't be too late to get together again when you have some free time. Zwickerson couldn't wait to start this long-awaited project, so she picked up her bag, said goodbye, and left. Seeing this, Xiaoyuan's face suddenly became gloomy. Sister Koexian, I haven't even sat down yet, and you're leaving. Even if you're in a hurry, you can't afford to spend half a day here, right? I've finally come to Jiangnan City. I'll leave tomorrow. Zwickerson was stunned for a moment. She stared at her sister for a moment, and found that she had a resentful look on her face. She immediately understood what she meant. Mr. Mu, my sister wants to stay with you for a while. Are you free this afternoon? Mu Qingyang glanced at Zwickerson in confusion. She looked serious and didn't seem to be joking. He turned his head to look at Xiaoyuan again. Her little face was flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. Is what Zwickerson said true? Mu Qingyang checked Xiaoyuan's information. Name, Yuan. Age, 22. Overall appearance, 76. Before getting the system, this kind of sweet and obedient girl next door would definitely be an ideal mate choice. But his energy is limited now, and Mu Qingyang will never spend real money to pick up girls. Mu Qingyang coughed twice. Ahem. I have an appointment to discuss something this afternoon. Let's do it next time. Zwickerson expected that Mu Qingyang would definitely look down on her sister, so she gave Xiaoyuan a helpless fake smile. It's not that I don't want to accompany you. It's that Master Mu is busy. Do we still have to play in Jiangnan City? Xiaoyuan pouted her mouth. Humph, it's you who has to leave. Otherwise, no, not at all. Zwickerson interrupted directly. Master Mu is different from those handsome boys you met before. He even scolded me. You just saw it. Mu Qingyang didn't want to say more. He was really afraid that if he said something wrong or made an inappropriate expression, Zwickerson's favorability would drop sharply again. He waved his hand. See you at the next electronic music festival, which will be next month. Xiaoyuan was in a very low mood. She has always wanted to find a boyfriend who is young, handsome, and has a good figure. Now the standard template is sitting next to her, but she cannot have any in-depth contact with him. This feeling of being loved, but not being loved, made her suffer deeply. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she still said unwillingly, Hey, Mr. Mu, before we say goodbye, can you let me touch your chest muscles? The fresh meat Xiaoyuan usually comes into contact with are all thin dogs, with only skin for show. But her favorite is the wolf dog type with a little muscle. Just like Eddie Peng. Although Mu Xiao's muscles are not that exaggerated, his lines look more smooth and natural, and the visual effect is even better. If I could touch it, then this trip to Jiangnan would be worth it. Mu Qingyang laughed. What a weird request. Are you treating me like a male model? Although it's okay to be touched by a little girl, I still feel offended. He stared at Zwickerson, who remained silent, and joked. Okay, but only if I touch your sister first. Zwickerson's pretty face turned red all the way to her ears. She glared at her sister. Xiaoyuan, what nonsense are you talking about? Can you be a little more reserved as a girl? I really admire you. Xiaoyuan ignored what her sister was saying. He just felt that Master Mu's conditions were fair, so he straightened his chest. Mr. Mu, I don't need Sister Koexian's help. I can do it myself. Mu Qingyang's head was full of black lines. Xiaoyuan, listen to your sister. Girls should be more reserved. After much persuasion, Mu Qingyang finally sent the infatuated girl Yuan away. Then, he received a message from Li Zhili on WeChat. Look on me on. The plan remains unchanged. We will arrive in Jiangnan City at noon tomorrow. Mu Qingyang, what do you want to eat? I'll make a reservation in advance. Look on me on. I don't care what I eat, but I heard there's a zombie escape room in Jiangnan that's very popular. I really want to try it. Mu Qingyang. I know, but I heard it's very scary. You're pretty brave. Look on me on. Aren't you here? Chapter 61 Mu Qingyang. She is my wife. An ordinary 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment in Tianfu City. Li Zhili was packing up her things. A woman with light crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, but elegant features, looked at her with a smile. Zhili, you should be careful when you go to Jiangnan City alone. Don't be too high profile in front of your classmates. When you meet the boss who rewarded you, thank him more. I know, Mom. Li Zhili walked over and held the woman's hand. After I leave, you can go shopping and eat some delicious food. I will be back the next day. The woman smiled knowingly. I'm still a little uncomfortable after suddenly not working. Do you have enough money? Take some of the money I gave you. You have to be generous when you go out. I left over 100,000 yuan. You don't need that much for a class reunion. Just keep it and spend it. Hey, my taxi is here. Goodbye, dear mother. After Li Zhili got on the car, the driver was confused. He has been driving for Didi for 3 years and has never seen such a beautiful passenger. He could find the way to the airport with his eyes closed. But because he kept stealing glances at the beautiful passenger through the rearview mirror, he went through several wrong traffic lights and even exceeded the delivery time. Li Zhili was speechless, but was too embarrassed to blame the driver, so he had to run towards the boarding gate with his long white legs. The fragrance she brought along with her and her beautiful figure made everyone who crossed her path open their mouths wide. A common thought came to their minds: there is such a peerless beauty in the world. Li Zhili finally boarded the plane at the last minute after rushing to get there. She took out her headphones from her pocket, put them on, and slowly closed her eyes. When I opened my eyes again, the plane had already landed at Jiangnan International Airport. She took out her cell phone and checked the time. It was exactly 11:30. Then he sent a message to Mu Qingyang. Brother Chongqing, I got off the plane. Where are you? Mu Qingyang. I'm at the T2 arrival gate. You can see me when you come out. Li Zhili walked with his long legs in the familiar airport, recalling the time when he was studying in Jiangnan City. When I revisited the old place, my mood was completely different. There are more sighs and lamentations, and less immaturity and ignorance. He arrived at the T2 arrival gate with ease, and when he looked up he saw Mu Qingyang standing out from the crowd. Li Zhili's heart suddenly tightened, and then a blush appeared on her pretty face. Why is he so tall? It should be about 185, right? I'm only 164 centimeters tall, probably only up to his chin, but it doesn't matter, I just like tall ones. Li Zhili's favorability +5, current favorability 60. After receiving the prompt, Mu Qingyang looked up suddenly and found Li Zhili in the crowd in an instant. She is beautiful, has a good figure and fair skin, but more importantly, almost all the men around her have their eyes on her. She simply stood there and already attracted everyone's attention. Mu Qingyang excitedly pushed through the crowd and moved towards the goddess, whose favorability level had already reached 60 points even before they met. He had high expectations for Li Zhili, and he planned to take the strategy reward of king-level fighting technique in one fell swoop. When Li Zhili saw Mu Qingyang coming, he slowly moved towards him. When the distance between them was less than 2 meters, Mu Qingyang opened his arms wide. Li Zhili also wanted to hug this tall, handsome, and young big brother who had changed his life. Just as she was about to take action, she hesitated instinctively. She had never had close contact with the opposite sex before, so she subconsciously stopped. She simply felt that this was not a good idea, and it would be awkward with too many people around. Mu Qingyang naturally noticed the changes in Li Zhili's movements, but he didn't care. The snow-white, soft and smooth body is right in front of me. If I don't hug her, it would seem that I don't understand romance. He kept his hands moving, took 2 steps forward, and then hugged Li Zhili tightly in his arms. She had a hyacinth scent on her body, which was addictive, and Mu Qingyang was intoxicated by it. In the constant temperature room, with a temperature of over 20 degrees, Li Zhili's whole body was burning hot. She had never had such a large-scale physical contact with the opposite sex before. Her heart was beating like a deer, and she was so nervous that she stood there in a daze. It was a strange man who separated them. He pointed at Mu Qingyang with hatred. How can you be so shameless? Don't you see that the girl doesn't want to hug you? Why are you still holding her tightly? Let go of your dirty hands right now. The strange man turned to look at Li Zhili. Don't be afraid, girl. He won't dare to do anything to you while I'm here. Then he took out his cell phone. I'm a local from Jiangnan City. I'm doing pretty well here. Add me on WeChat, and you can contact me if you have any problems here in the future. Mu Qingyang looked at Li Zhili with a smile. Wife, this person wants to add you on WeChat. Should we give it to him? Li Zhili's pretty face was red as blood was about to drip out, and she was so flustered that her tongue was tied. I am not. Oh no. Mu Qingyang turned his head and looked coldly at the strange man. Get out of here now. After saying that, he took Li Zhili's hand and got into the red Ferrari next to them. The onlookers were furious. What did he say just now? That hottie is his wife? You must be kidding. That girl looks only 18 or 19 years old. Is she of legal marriage age? If I'm not mistaken, that car should be a Ferrari 488 Pista Spider, right? How come he is tall, rich, and has such a beautiful wife? Which window did God close for him? Don't envy him so much. God is fair. When he gets all this, he will also lose his worries. If I could trade one day with him, I would be willing to live 10 years less. The red supercar sped all the way to Mu Qingyang's favorite Xian Rongji restaurant. He ordered a table full of delicious dishes and enjoyed them very much. Li Jili also ate more today, but she was more concerned about the zombie chamber. Brother Chongqing, is there any more sessions in the secret room today? Mu Qingyang nodded. I have booked it in advance, but there are only 2 of us, which does not meet the entry requirements, so we will need to group with other people when the time comes. But if we pay more money, we should be able to get in. Li Jili smiled happily. You don't need to spend more money, Brother Chongqing. It will be more lively with more people and won't be so scary. Mu Qingyang didn't care. He was very brave and could do anything. And Li Jili's choice of entertainment method was exactly what he wanted. In such a dark and scary place, Li Jili would probably stick to him without him having to do anything. The 5-star love guru MacArthur once said that only physical contact can quickly heat up feelings. Maybe after coming out of the secret room, Li Jili's favorability will increase a lot. He was already looking forward to it. Chapter 62, Why Not Play? This is exciting. I've finished eating at Brother Chongqing's. This restaurant tastes really good. I've never eaten so much high-quality seafood. Mu Qingyang exhaled a thin puff of cigarette and stuck the cigarette but into the ashtray. If you like to eat, I can bring you here every day, but you can't call me Brother Chongqing anymore. Li Jili said timidly. What should I call it? Mu Qingyang stroked his chin. Or you can remove the radical and call me Jiao. I'm keeping a low profile now, so forget it. You can just call me by my name, Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang. Li Jili read it word by word. What a nice name. From now on, I will call you Brother Mu. Didn't I say I'm keeping a low profile now? Why do you have to add that big word? Li Jili blushed. Hey, Brother Mu, please stop making fun of me. Mu Qingyang knew she was thin-skinned when he watched her live broadcast. The word husband directly made her quit the live broadcast in front of the live broadcast room with more than 100,000 fans. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang mentioned her job, by the way. How's my popularity lately? Is there anyone who can shake my #1 position? Li Jili smiled sweetly. There are a lot more people in the live broadcast room recently, but you are probably the only rich man like you on Douyin. I'm satisfied if I can meet one. Mu Qingyang shook his hair in a showy manner. That's good. If you need gifts in the future, just give me a call. After these few days of practice, my hand speed has increased a lot. Now I can send out at least 500 carnivals in 1 minute. Li Jili waved his hands repeatedly. No, after the company gave me a discount on the gift I gave them, I paid off my mortgage and still had about 1 million left, which is enough for my mother and I to spend for a long time. Mu Qingyang secretly sighed that this girl was so naive. In today's society, the world is full of chow thieves and lao wongs. Fortunately, she met me and can continue to keep her original innocence. All right. Mu Qingyang didn't dwell too much on this issue. After all, whether to give it a gift depended on his mood. He looked at the time. It was almost 1:30. The secret room was scheduled for 2 o'clock. Now was just the right time to go. So he took the initiative to help Li Jili carry the bag. The zombie chase we scheduled is about to start. Let's go. Li Jili stood up immediately. Okay. The Doomsday Zombie Chase secret room has recently become a hit on major social media platforms, with many influencers posting videos saying they gave it a thumbs up after checking in. A girl like Li Jili, who is both naive and playful, is the precise target user of the business. Her psychology has been well controlled, so it is no wonder that she wants to play so much. Mu Qingyang read the reviews, and 90% of them were positive. Some said the atmosphere was invincible. Some suspected that the NPCs were captured in Busan, and some even broke their legs because they couldn't tell reality from reality. Anyway, there are many kinds of things, but to sum it up in 2 words, fun. The remaining 10% of negative reviews were just random comments made out of sheer fear. Mu Qingyang dared to watch horror movies alone late at night when he was only 12 years old. He was extremely brave and took this opportunity to show off his overflowing sense of security. The Ferrari was driving very fast, and Mu Qingyang and Li Jili arrived at the venue more than 10 minutes early. This is the top floor of a large shopping mall. The total area of the floor is close to 10,000 square meters, but the zombie chamber business occupies nearly half of it. The hall was full of people, and the staff introduced the usage and rules of guns to the players who had made reservations, and also emphasized some thematic matters. Mu Qingyang went straight to the front desk and presented his appointment code. The lady at the front desk was wearing a sandy brown camouflage uniform and a cool beret, which created a very cool atmosphere. After verifying the code, she handed the phone back to Mu Qingyang. Hello, sir. The minimum number of people allowed to enter this instance is 10. We have already matched you with teammates. Please follow this soldier to waiting room 2 to get familiar with the firearms. The receptionist pointed at a male staff member dressed as a mercenary. Upon hearing this, the male staff member immediately raised the submachine gun hanging in front of him and gave Mu Qingyang a determined look. Follow me. Mu Qingyang followed him into an equipment warehouse made of panoramic glass. The walls of the equipment warehouse are covered with a wide variety of equipment. There are the most basic pistols, shotguns, and Gatling guns. There are also handheld rocket launchers and grenades at the highest point. At this time, the other team members who had arrived were discussing excitedly what equipment to use and how many zombies to kill. But the mercenaries' words instantly brought them back to their original form. All of you are beginner players entering the dungeon for the first time. You can only use a pistol to go to the most basic map. If you want to get better equipment or unlock more difficult maps, work hard to earn points. Some players who didn't understand immediately asked, "Can a pistol alone defeat zombies? Didn't your promotional videos all use submachine guns?" The mercenary picked up a pistol and fired a bullet into a human-shaped target. With a pop sound, the target shook slightly twice. The pistol is filled with water bullets, which will sting when they hit your body. There are 50 bullets in total, and each shot can repel the zombies. If 3 bullets hit the zombies at the same time, they will die. Of course, this can only deal with the small zombies in the early stages. As long as you pass the levels continuously, you can pick up a submachine gun in the room at the back. That is the key to earning points for you. Everyone became excited again, and a man with glasses said to his male companion, "Don't be afraid, dear. If I find a submachine gun, I'll give it to you." The man called Deer punched the man with glasses in the chest. "Why are you yelling when so many people are looking at you?" A young couple was also excitedly discussing the strategy. The remaining 4 people in the group of 10 were all girls. They were together and also looked excited. "Okay, grab your weapons and follow me to the war room." The war room was an audio-visual room with a zombie movie playing on the screen. Coupled with eerie music and the mercenaries' intimidating explanations, the atmosphere of horror immediately created. Players with stress-related diseases such as heart disease and high blood pressure are not allowed to enter the dungeon. We are not responsible for falls, sprains, or fractures. If you can't bear it, you can wave at the camera on the roof, and the staff will take you out immediately after seeing it. If there are no problems with the above terms, you can replace the professional equipment after signing the waiver agreement. Mu Qingyang looked at Li Zhili. "Are you scared?" Li Zhili nodded. "Yeah." "Then are you still playing?" "Why not play? It's exciting." Mu Qingyang said no more and signed his name in a few strokes. Chapter 63, It's So Scary. Mu Qingyang has 5 beauties hanging all over his body. All 10 members of the team signed the waiver agreement, and the man in the couple was still shouting, "What the hell is so scary about this? I think it's just like that. I can clear this primary instance in less than half an hour." After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and showed his non-existent muscles to his girlfriend. The mercenary collected the agreements one by one, and then led everyone to the locker room. For everyone's safety, knee pads, elbow pads, and helmets must be worn. You can choose the camouflage uniforms you like and match them at will. Mu Qingyang picked up the clothes from the top shelf and smelled them. There was no peculiar smell, so they must have been just washed, which was a plus. He chose a set of khaki desert camouflage and handed it to Li Zhili. "Let's wear this one. This color is more conspicuous, so I can find you at a glance." Li Zhili reached out to take it, put it directly on top of her original clothes, and tied her long hair into a high ponytail. Mu Qingyang looked a little dazed. Isn't this the military training goddess on campus? There were a few popular ones on Douyin before, but they were not as good as the beauty in front of him. This is so fucking youthful and beautiful. Fortunately, Mu Qingyang had experienced several extremely beautiful women before, so he quickly came to his senses. He quickly put on his desert camouflage and took out a set of protective gear from the shelf. "Zhili, this is a little tight. It's hard for you to put it on by yourself. Let me help you." Li Zhili didn't think much about it and nodded readily. Mu Qingyang simply sat on the ground. He gently lifted Li Zhili's jade feet and placed his palm on her calf. "What kind of softness is this?" "It is soft, tender, and sticky, just like the green rice dumplings made from glutinous rice." After putting on the knee pads, Mu Qingyang put on elbow pads for Li Zhili. It felt just as soft and elastic, and he couldn't let it go and couldn't help kneading it a few times. Li Jili immediately quit and quickly pulled his arm back. I can do it myself. Brother Mu, you wear your own clothes? Mu Qingyang didn't care. It was normal for a girl who had never been in love to be shy. He had the patience to conquer her step by step. Mu Qingyang quickly put on his protective gear, and the mercenary spoke again. It looks like everyone is ready. This time we will go to the preparation room. You only have 1 minute to stay there to adapt to the dim light. Come with me. Mu Qingyang and Li Jili walked at the end of the team. The man who had just shouted started again. Why are you preparing a useless battle? Just let me in to kill the zombies. I'm going to fight 10 of them. The mercenary ignored him. He had seen too many customers like this. The louder he explained before starting, the more nervous he would feel. He might even piss himself if he was scared. In the pitch-dark preparation room, only the electronic clock hanging in front was ticking a blood-red countdown. As the numbers on the clock became smaller and smaller, the shrill sound in his ears became louder and louder, and Mu Qingyang even felt a cold wind blowing on his face. He leaned forward and looked at Li Jili in front of him. Although she was afraid, the excitement on her face did not diminish at all. It seemed that there was no need to worry about her at this point. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, there was a loud clang behind them. Everyone turned around in shock, only to see that the retreat route had been blocked by an iron gate. At the same time, an emotionless female electronic voice sounded in my ears. The zombie tide will erupt in 30 minutes. The morgue is safe for now. Please get here quickly. The electronic sound went out and was replaced by the same background music from horror movies, which gave people uncontrollable goosebumps. As soon as Mu Qingyang heard it, he knew that the sound equipment in this secret room was very top-notch. The shrill cries kept ringing in his ears, as if someone was really sobbing behind him. None of the 10-member team dared to move. The opening music alone frightened them all to the point of freezing in place. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, a girl said tremblingly, "Isn't the one who yelled the loudest just now very brave? Lead the way and move forward." The pretentious guy was regretting his decision so much at this moment. If he had known it was so horrible, he would have shut the hell up. But he has already pretended to be so arrogant, and his girlfriend is by his side. If he backs down at this moment, he will be embarrassed. He forced himself to move his legs, but his calves were shaking so badly that they were not very responsive. Fortunately, he could still move forward shakily. After walking a few steps, the way ahead was blocked by a large piece of white silk, and a few open coffins could be vaguely seen around. The pretentious guy's calves were shaking even more violently. The view was completely blocked by the white silk, and no one knew what was inside. This unknown fear, coupled with the terrifying scene and the highly immersive music, would make even Uncle Lin frown. The pretentious guy didn't move, and no one else dared to move. His girlfriend kept urging him, "Hurry up, or a zombie tide will break out, and we'll all die." A few beads of sweat slid down the pretentious man's forehead, but no one noticed. He swallowed, gritted his teeth, reached out to pull aside a few white silks, and stepped in. Step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The footsteps were amplified by some device, and the sound of tapping echoed in the room, sounding a bit creepy. "Son!" The pretentious man screamed and took a few steps back, knocking the team behind him to the ground. Just as he was about to retreat in front of Li Jili, Mu Qingyang protected her with her arms, and then kicked the pretentious man back. "What kind of plan are you working on?" The pretentious man didn't care about being kicked and hurriedly got up, then hid behind his girlfriend, pointing at Bai Ling and trembling. "There is a shadow inside. There is a shadow inside. Something touched my foot just now. There is something wrong with this white silk and the coffin." The man with glasses said speechlessly, "Handsome guy, this is a zombie instance. There must be something there. Didn't you just brag about how great you are? Hurry up and lead everyone forward." The pretentious guy's girlfriend also echoed, "Yes, let's go quickly. It's been a few minutes. If we don't hurry up, we will definitely not be able to pass the level." After saying that, she was about to pull out the man behind her. The pretentious guy lost his guard, pointed at his girlfriend, and yelled, "Don't pull me into this. If you pull me into this again, I'm going to turn against you." Then he waved wildly towards the roof. "Staff, where are the staff? I want out, I quit." Mu Qingyang looked at his swollen poop and took the initiative to stand up. "I'll take the lead, and you guys follow me." The degree of terror of walking in front and walking behind is completely different. Li Jili immediately grabbed his left arm. Mu Qingyang was about to step into the white silk formation, but unexpectedly, The next second his right arm, legs, and waist were all hugged by someone. Looking down, he saw that except for Li Zhili, the other 4 girlfriends were hanging on him like monkeys. What style is this? Who can bear so many people? Chapter 64. Why are you at a disadvantage? Mu Qingyang struggled a few times, but the girls clung to him like an octopus and he couldn't get rid of them. He was completely unable to move. Sisters, how can I walk with you like this? If you are really scared, can you hide behind me? The girls exchanged glances, then slowly loosened their restraints on Mu Qingyang, stepped back, and pulled his clothes. The 2 gays also hurried over, afraid of being left behind. The man in the couple was still waving frantically, and the girl was conflicted. She wanted to follow them, but she was afraid that her boyfriend would be scared to death if he was left alone. After hesitating for a few seconds, all the companions in front were hidden in the white silk. She sighed and decided to wait with her boyfriend for the staff to come and take them out. At this moment, the man saw that there was no one around, so he screamed and chased after her, completely forgetting that he had a girlfriend. Mu Qingyang walked slowly, because he knew there must be zombies waiting for them in the white silk. Although I'm not afraid, it's still scary if something suddenly jumps out, so it's always better to be cautious. As I walked, the mournful background music became quieter, and the only sound I could hear was the rustling of the wind blowing the white silk. Mu Qingyang took another step forward and pulled away the white silk blocking his eyes with one hand. When he was about to move forward, a blurry black shadow became clearer and clearer in his sight. When he looked carefully, he saw a skinny zombie with a face full of rotten flesh and his eyeballs hanging in his eye sockets by a thin piece of flesh tissue. Before he could draw his gun, a piercing shriek sounded. Ouch! The volume was so loud that it was like having a truck snail horn turned up high right in your face. Mu Qingyang was completely numb. Is this a sound a human can make? These NPCs all carry speakers to work. This wave was directly controlled for 3 seconds. Mu Qingyang checked his buzzing eardrum and was about to draw his gun to shoot. First there was the crackling sound of water bombs breaking behind me, then a tingling sensation all over my body, and then a very high decibel scream. The teammates hiding in the back were so frightened that they lost the ability to think and just kept shooting. In just a few seconds, several of them emptied their magazines. The zombie had countless blood bags bursting out of its body, and it lay motionless on the ground, but was still being mercilessly whipped by the team. Mu Qingyang admired this staff member very much. Not only did he act the zombies realistically, but he was also extremely dedicated to his work. Those water bullets clearly made him twitch and spasm constantly, but he didn't make a sound. The noise here was too loud, and there were continuous howling sounds nearby, attracting all the zombies around. But at this time the team's ammunition was seriously insufficient, and it was obviously unable to fight so many zombies head-on. The only way out was to go to the map in front to pick up a submachine gun. At this time, Li Zhili handed the pistol to Mu Qingyang. Brother Mu, I can't shoot accurately, so I'll give you the weapon. Mu Qingyang pushed the pistol back. If you can't shoot accurately, just wait until the zombies get closer before shooting. You don't have a gun in your hand. What if you get touched by these things? Wouldn't I be at a huge loss then? Li Zhili was a little confused. She tilted her head and looked at Mu Qingyang. Why do you feel so bad? Mu Qingyang did not explain. He naturally took Li Zhili's hand and ran with her, shouting, Hurry up! The zombies are surrounding us. We will meet in the next map. In fact, it doesn't matter whether these stragglers are kept or not, but in order to keep more cannon fodder, Mu Qingyang still kindly reminded them. His words instantly gave the team a backbone. They stopped huddling together and trembling and started running at full speed. In just a short while, they surpassed the 2 of them. Mu Qingyang and Li Zhili were not running very fast, and several zombies almost caught up with them. Fortunately, he had enough bullets and was always able to repel the zombies at the critical moment. Li Zhili would occasionally fire another shot. The feeling of facing zombies at close range was too exciting. Her cheeks flushed, sweat dripped, and she couldn't help but tighten her grip on Mu Qingyang's hand. The 2 fought and retreated, and soon they reached the end of the map. This is a dead end. The retreat route was firmly blocked by a wire mesh. There are pursuers in front, and no way to retreat behind. Li Zhili's heart was beating fast. She looked at Mu Qingyang's resolute profile and asked nervously, Brother Mu, what should we do now? Mu Qingyang was still calm. He knew that there must be a way out of this game, but the light in the room was too dim to see clearly with the naked eye. So he groped along the wire mesh, and soon he found a gap that was just big enough for an adult to pass through. Zhili, the exit is here, you go in first. Li Jili is 164 centimeters tall and weighs more than 90 kilograms, but he was able to fit in like a cat. Mu Qingyang fired a few shots in succession to repel the zombies that were about to pounce on him. Then he rolled backwards with his back against the cave entrance and entered the new map. He wanted to pick up the fence on the ground to block the hole, when two familiar figures ran towards him from the other side of the road, screaming. It was that young couple. When the pretentious man saw Mu Qingyang and the other person, his eyes burst with a strong desire to survive, and he pounced into the gap. He drew a parabola in the air and then made an intimate contact with the ground with a pop, just like a piece of pork being thrown hard on the chopping board by a butcher. Mu Qingyang was still worried that his body couldn't handle it. Unexpectedly, the pretentious man got up immediately, picked up the fence, and firmly sealed the gap. No matter how his girlfriend, who was locked outside, shouted, he remained unmoved. Brother, your girlfriend was bitten by a zombie. Don't worry about him. Why don't you just let her in? I still have more than 20 bullets and can beat back these zombies. It's okay. For everyone's safety, I will never open the fence. Mu Qingyang gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you're fucking awesome. Then he pulled Li Jili towards the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 65, brother, please, can I kneel down for you? After passing through several dilapidated rooms and repelling 7 or 8 zombies again, Mu Qingyang saw a light in front of him. He pulled Li Jili and walked over quickly and found that it was an abandoned clinic. There were 4 or 5 rusty beds with yellowed sheets in the clinic, and on the beds lay patients wrapped in bandages and covered in blood. Several teammates were chattering about something with a strange man, who should be the NPC of this map. Have you decided whether to find clues here, get some serum, and earn 10 points, or just leave? The man with glasses looked a little anxious. There's less than 10 minutes until the zombies burst out. We won't be able to uncover the clues in such a short time. Let's go quickly. A girl disagreed. You can only unlock higher level maps if you get points. How do you know if you don't try? People like you are the rat shit of the team. You don't contribute anything and only know how to destroy the morale of the team. The man with glasses got angry. I'll destroy your mother's eggs. If the zombie tide comes, we'll all be wiped out. I choose to leave for everyone's good. Girls are not convinced. Then we can wait until the last 2 minutes before leaving. At least we have tried our best, and we can have a clear conscience if we fail. Idiot. The man with glasses raised his pistol and fired a water bullet at the patient on the bed to vent his anger. He spat on the ground and was about to leave. Take your time to look for it. I'm going to the morgue. At this moment, the patient who was hit by the water bomb suddenly stood up with a sit-up, followed by a deafening roar. Ouch! The loud noise startled the patients in other beds. They all let out strange cries and rushed towards the crowd. Fuck! These are zombies, run! The man with glasses said this and ran away. Mu Qingyang was really fed up with these stupid teammates. They were chased all the way and finally came to a place without zombies to take a break, but they triggered a difficult plot again. He looked at Li Jili shamelessly. Keep running. Continue through several rooms filled with obstacles such as rolling logs and oil drums, and the way ahead is blocked by a climbing wall again. Mu Qingyang looked up. The wall is not high, only about 3 or 4 meters, and the raised stress points are wide, so anyone with healthy limbs can climb up. Connected to the climbing wall is a roller slide, and sliding down from there should lead to another map. The difficulty is not great, but the NPC has imposed a restriction. That is, this wall can only allow one person to pass through at a time. Only after the person in front enters the slide can the person behind climb up. The screams of zombies are not far away, and the person last in line will definitely be caught. The rule of the secret room is that if you are caught 3 times, you will be automatically eliminated. The man with glasses looked at his position with an expression uglier than crying. At this time, 2 girls spoke. Hey, handsome guy, can't we line up ahead of you? Mu Qingyang looked at his and Li Jili's positions, 4th and 3rd, and the 1st and 2nd were also 2 girls. These 4 people should be best friends, so it would be good for them to stick together. Mu Qingyang looked at Li Jili. Jili, do you want to give them your seat? Li Jili didn't care. She wasn't the last one anyway, so she took 2 steps back. The 2 girls looked at Mu Qingyang gratefully. Thank you, little brother. We are waiting for you in front. I saw 3 of them had already gone up, but ahead I could vaguely see zombies staggering as they walked. The man with glasses couldn't hold it anymore. He tugged at Mu Qingyang's clothes. Brother, I want to discuss something with you. Can I stand in front of you? Mu Qingyang gave him a sharp look. What are you thinking about? The man with glasses felt his thighs weaken when he heard this, and his voice started to cry. Brother, please, can I kneel down for you? Mu Qingyang was so angry that he said, Are you a man? Even if you're gay, you should be male, okay? He stretched out his hand and hooked it. Give me your guns, and wait until my friend has completely slid down before you climb up the wall. Okay, okay. The man with glasses was filled with gratitude and looked at Mu Qingyang as if he was looking at his savior, as if at this moment he had really saved his life from the hands of death. Mu Qingyang held a gun in one hand and put the extra one on his waist. He gave Li Zhili a few instructions and then took the initiative to move towards the zombies. Snap, snap, snap. The sounds of water bombs exploding came one after another, and nearly 10 zombies fell to the ground. Mu Qingyang threw away the pistol with an empty magazine and looked back. The last person on the climbing wall had made it down the slide. He didn't linger, and after a run-up, he jumped onto the climbing wall in a few steps. After sliding on the roller slide for a few seconds, I landed and saw several teammates standing there in a daze. They were looking diagonally downward at the same time. Mu Qingyang leaned over and took a look. The warehouse-like space below was densely packed with zombies, probably more than 20 of them. When they discovered the few people, they all let out a loud roar, so loud that it could make a person dizzy. The NPC pointed to the only passage ahead, an aerial suspension bridge made of iron chains. The suspension bridge is very simple, with only 2 handrails and steps every half a meter. Just by looking at its shape, you can tell that it is very shaky. The end of this suspension bridge is the morgue. There are less than 3 minutes before the tide of corpses breaks out. Let's hurry over there. After the NPC finished speaking, he took the lead and several members of the team followed closely. The suspension bridge was only a few meters long, but because it was shaking violently, the people moved very slowly. The zombies below were boiling with excitement when they saw the living humans above them. They jumped up and grabbed the men's ankles. There were roars and screams for a while. 2 minutes later, everyone arrived at the morgue through the suspension bridge. The NPC locked the door and pointed to a wooden box. There should be something good in there. Someone go and take a look. Mu Qingyang knew that this was a box for storing weapons as soon as he saw its shape, so he walked forward and opened the lid. Sure enough, there were several submachine guns neatly placed inside. He picked up 2 handfuls and handed one to Li Zhili. This should work well against zombies. Seeing this, the others swarmed over and each took a handful. Several girls still did not feel safe even with submachine guns in their hands, mainly because there were 4 broken ice coffins placed in the morgue space of more than 30 square meters. Through the gap, you can vaguely see someone lying inside. A girl asked with some fear, Brother NPC, these things won't wake up again, right? NCP shook his head. This place has been abandoned for a long time. No one knows what will happen. We should leave quickly. Let's find an exit together. The remaining 8 members of the team immediately took action, and soon Li Zhili found a clue in front of a scrap instrument. It was a parchment scroll. Mu Qingyang took it and read out the contents. All roads leading to the outside are blocked. The only way to survive is to blow up this wall. The NPC grabbed the parchment scroll with trembling hands, looking ecstatic. Before the doctor disappeared, he passed on information to me, saying that he might be hidden in the wall by a secret organization. This must be the place. As long as we find the explosives, we can rescue the doctor and get his research results, the antigen. With this thing, we can destroy all the zombies. Where is the bomb? A girl asked anxiously. The NPC stroked his chin. The abandoned ammunition depot should still have some stock, but just what? The girls can't wait any longer. The ammunition depot is under the iron drawbridge. The room fell silent for a moment, leaving only the sound of everyone's heavy breathing. The man with glasses trembled and adjusted his glasses. There are only about 20 zombies down there. If all of us go down with submachine guns, we will definitely be able to defeat them. Don't be afraid. Let's charge together. The NPC shook his head. The zombie tide is coming. We need to leave people here to defend. I will lead at most 2 people, and the rest of you will guard the morgue. The room fell silent again. Everyone looked at each other, and none of us had the courage to face so many zombies. Mu Qingyang stood up. Zhili, let's go. Li Zhili's face showed fear and excitement. After thinking for 2 seconds, she nodded heavily. Good. Chapter 66 Intruder Found. The NPC moved an ice coffin leaning against the corner, revealing a staircase hidden there. Follow me from here to the ground level, 2 of you, and lock the door when we get out. Mu Qingyang asked Li Zhili to follow the NPC, while he protected her from the back to prevent her from being caught by the zombies. The moment the door was opened, dense swarms of zombies rushed forward. Mu Qingyang raised his submachine gun and fired a burst of shots, immediately clearing a passage. There are only 100 rounds of bullets in the submachine gun. Use them sparingly. Charge with me. After the NPC finished speaking, he ran towards the cleared passage, and Mu Qingyang and Li Zhili quickly followed. The three of them were chased by a group of zombies, and the scene was not much different from the scenes in the movie. Mu Qingyang even wondered if the staff members playing the zombies were found in Hengdian. They acted so realistically that if he hadn't kept giving himself mental hints, he would have thought it was real. No wonder this secret room is so popular. The sense of immersion is truly unmatched. After running for about 2 or 3 minutes, the NPC made a sharp turn and entered a house with an open door. Li Zhili and Mu Qingyang hurriedly followed in. The NPC quickly closed the door and gestured for silence. Mu Qingyang's tense heart relaxed a little. He knew that this place was safe for the time being. This house is the ammunition depot. Look around, and you may find some bombs. Li Zhili did not move. She pointed at the humanoid monster lying on the single bed. Will he come back alive? The NPC shook his head. This is the warehouse manager. He has been dead for a long time. Don't worry about him. Li Zhili then felt relieved and began to search the room carefully with Mu Qingyang. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and the two found nothing. Mu Qingyang was somewhat puzzled. It stands to reason that explosives cannot be hidden in such a small house. We searched everywhere, but didn't even see a trace of them. NPC, did you take the wrong path? The NPC smiled. Maybe there will be new discoveries under the bed. Mu Qingyang slapped his forehead, wondering how he could have forgotten such an important place. He leaned over and crawled under the bed, and sure enough, he found a bundle of bombs in a pit. Just as he was about to climb out, the single bed began to shake wildly, and then a monster with chains all over its body stood up from the bed. At the same time, shrill background music and the monster's ghostly howls sounded together. The NPC screamed and ran out of the room. This is a mutant zombie. Even guns can't kill it. Run! Li Zhili was so frightened by the horrific-looking monster that her face turned pale. Her brain froze, and she stood there motionless. Mu Qingyang put the bomb on his waist and quickly crawled out from under the bed. When Li Zhili saw him, he came to his senses instantly, pounced on him, and locked his legs tightly around his waist. Mu Qingyang had a bomb on his waist, a person hanging on his body, and a heavy submachine gun in his hand. A zombie with a ferocious expression was right beside him. He felt under great pressure. But after Li Zhili's whole body was covered with sweat, the hyacinth scent on his body became stronger. Mu Qingyang sniffed the fragrance coming from his nose and became more motivated. He raised his machine gun and fired at the mutant zombie's rotten face, then kicked the door open and ran out. Li Zhili rested her head on Mu Qingyang's shoulder. Her pretty face was already red. Although she had never been a virgin, she had seen pigs run even if she had never eaten pork. This posture is really a bit too much for someone else. However, with zombies blocking her in front and mutant monsters chasing her from behind, she couldn't ask Mu Qingyang to let her go now. So I kept this shameful posture on the way back. Only Mu Qingyang himself knows how happy he is. Li Zhili's whole body is as soft as boneless, soft and elastic, and also extremely fragrant. Holding this top-notch beauty in his arms, he can even run 10 kilometers. But the return journey was too short, so this kind of erotic benefit could only last for a few minutes. The teammates in the morgue saw the two men who had gone out to get the bomb return and quickly opened the door, and they all surrounded them. How's it going? Did you get the stuff? Several girls looked hopeful. Mu Qingyang patted the bomb model on his waist. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission. Li Zhili was about to cry. It was too embarrassing for so many people to see him hanging on Mu Qingyang. But no matter how she twisted her body, Mu Qingyang would not let her go. Brother Mu, Li Zhili's voice is as soft as a mosquito. We are safe now. Can you please stop holding me? Mu Qingyang looked righteous. No, there's zombies everywhere outside. It's very dangerous. I want to get you out of the secret room safely like this. No, I can walk by myself. Mu Qingyang still couldn't bear to let go, and his arms were tightly wrapped around her slender waist. Li Zhili became anxious, and she bit Mu Qingyang's shoulder. Mu Qingyang groaned and let her go reluctantly. In fact, he could endure this little pain, but he was afraid of making this little white rabbit unhappy and losing favorability. He always kept his goal in mind, which was to obtain the strategy reward of the king-level fighting technique in one fell swoop. After Li Jili landed, she squatted down pretending to tie her shoelaces and adjust her trouser legs. Her face was so hot that she could fry an egg on it, and she really couldn't face the ambiguous and teasing looks of her teammates. Mu Qingyang knew that she was very embarrassed, so he didn't bother her. Instead, he placed the bomb on the wall where the parchment was found. After a few beeps, an electronic female voice came with a reminder. The bomb will explode in 10 seconds. Please take shelter. 10-9. All the team members hid behind the ice coffin. When the countdown reached 1, there were several loud bangs, and a big hole appeared in the wall. Mu Qingyang saw with his own eyes that a man in black smashed the wall with his fist, and the sound of the explosion was also dubbed. When I got closer, I saw that the wall was made of paper. The NPC went through first, and everyone followed. Mu Qingyang was walking at the end, holding Li Jili, but before he could stand firmly, the NPC pressed down on his shoulder and made a gesture to him to keep quiet. Mu Qingyang looked around, and his heart tightened a little. This is a shabby laboratory with a few devices dimly lit and still functioning normally. At the end of their sight was a room separated by glass, inside which a man in a white coat, holding a blue reagent, stood with his back to them. Around the white coat, 3 mutant female zombies were chained with iron chains. One was wearing a nurse's uniform, one was wearing a wedding dress, and one was wearing an OL uniform. The NPC lowered his voice. That's the doctor. He's holding the antigen. If we get it, our mission will be accomplished. Several members of the team began to discuss countermeasures in a low voice. Just at this moment, a shrill alarm sounded. Intruder spotted! Intruder spotted! Intruder spotted! The NPC yelled. Hide quickly! Everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts, and Mu Qingyang was pulled by Li Jili to hide in the cabinet next to them. Soon, a tractor-like humming sound was heard in the distance, and the pungent smell of gasoline filled the entire space. Mu Qingyang looked over and saw a skinny zombie covered in blood slowly walking towards him with a chainsaw in his hand. Chapter 67. My stupid teammate paid me for my first kiss. Li Jili didn't dare to make a sound as he heard the loud, buzzing sound getting closer and closer. She reached out and pulled Mu Qingyang's head into the cabinet, then carefully closed the door, completely unaware that the two of them were so close that their mouths were almost touching. Mu Qingyang exhaled towards her and said in a low voice, Jili, this is our first meeting. You are too impatient. First you want me to hug you. Now you want me to kiss you? Li Jili didn't dare to make a sound. She put her index finger to her lips. Sho. Mu Qingyang turned a blind eye and even deliberately moved his head a few inches closer. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. I'm going to kiss you. Li Jili leaned back and his head hit the cabinet partition with a clang. The sound was not loud, but it was still heard by the chainsaw zombie. He stopped, then changed direction and slowly moved towards the cabinet. Oh no, we're dead. Mu Qingyang pretended to be scared. Li Jili's heart was in her throat, and her rosy little mouth, like a petal, spoke word by word. Don't talk. She looked so cute when she was frightened. Mu Qingyang wanted to scare her, but he knew that too much is as bad as too little, and doing so again might make him lose favorability. Just as he was about to say, okay, I won't talk, Li Jili suddenly leaned close and blocked his mouth with his lips. She was too afraid that Mu Qingyang would continue talking, so she gave him her first kiss without even thinking. Mu Qingyang was stunned for a second. Wasn't this happiness coming too suddenly? After he realized what was going on, he was about to show off his kissing skills. However, before he started, the 2 girls hiding in the curtains nearby suddenly screamed and rushed out. Someone took the lead, and the other team members hiding in various places could no longer hold back, and all rushed forward. Li Jili finally woke up from his dream. She quickly pushed Mu Qingyang's head back, then spat a few times, opened the cabinet door, and chased in the direction of her teammates. Mu Qingyang secretly regretted. What an impatient teammate. He wasted such a good opportunity for me. He wiped the corner of his mouth with a look of unsatisfied feeling and quickly followed. Everyone was running for their lives, but no matter how fast they ran, the sound of the chainsaw behind them was so close that it seemed like it was hanging on their necks. When everyone ran to the glass room where the doctor was, the NPC suddenly stopped and yelled. The exit is on the left, but if you want to get more points, you must get the antibodies from the doctor. Everyone, follow me into the glass house and fight these monsters. These words were just like farts. No one paid any attention to him. Everyone ran towards the exit with a determined goal. Li Jili made the same choice. She was so frightened today that she no longer had the courage to face these piles of mutated zombies. Mu Qingyang followed Li Jili and successfully escaped from the exit to the hall, but he stood there hesitating for 2 seconds, then suddenly turned around and ran back. NCP originally thought that the game was over and even showed joy of finishing work on his face, but he didn't expect that there was someone stubborn. He sighed and chased after him. "Soldier, are you going back to get the antigen?" Mu Qingyang nodded. "Don't you want to see those 3 sexy zombies?" Ahem. The NPC choked a few times after hearing this. What kind of perverted sex maniac is this? He has never met such a weird player before. But there was no other way. The customer is God, so he had to reply according to the script. "After entering the glass room, I will attract the zombie's attention. You will take the opportunity to rescue the doctor and take away the antigen." "No problem." As they were talking, they had already arrived at the door of the glass room. Mu Qingyang kicked the glass door, not afraid of any damage, and compensated according to the price. He was confident in doing things when he had money. The door opened with a bang, and the uniformed zombie inside immediately turned around and roared angrily. Mu Qingyang stood at the door and made a gesture of invitation to the NPC. "Please go to die, sir." The NPC had a determined look on his face, gritted his teeth, and rushed in. At this moment, the chainsaw zombie suddenly rushed out from the shadow of the glass house, raised the chainsaw, and cut towards the NPC's head. With a terrified scream, countless plasma spurted out of the NPC's neck, and then his head rolled to the ground with a bang. If the girls in the team saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. Mu Qingyang secretly praised in his heart. "The acting is so realistic. This scene alone is worth 200 yuan. But instead of being scared, he rushed towards the doctor. He wants to run away with the antibodies. As for whether the doctor can survive, it depends on his own luck." When Mu Qingyang ran to the doctor, he was shocked by the old man's appearance. How could he still look like a human? That face full of rotten flesh looked even more zombie-like than a zombie. The doctor raised his head and shouted loudly, and the 3 uniformed zombies broke free from the chains, and together with the chainsaw man, they attacked Mu Qingyang with their fangs and claws. Mu Qingyang retreated violently, but the space in the glass room was limited, and he was still trapped in the corner. What to do? I originally wanted to get more points to make Li Jili happy. She likes this game very much, and maybe it can increase her favorability. But now, not only did he lose the rice, but he also lost points when he died. Forcing yourself to show off is the most deadly thing. I'm afraid you'll lose your favorability this time. Just as several withered hands attacked him together, Mu Qingyang suddenly had an idea. "I have fucking money," he shouted loudly. "Don't come over here. 2,000 for each obedient person." The scene suddenly became quiet. The zombies looked at each other with surprise and suspicion on their faces. Those who play the role of NPCs are all summer workers and recent graduates. 2,000 is a lot for them, equivalent to half a month's salary. Everyone was tempted, but this had never happened before, and no one dared to agree. Seeing that they were hesitant, Mu Qingyang thought that the amount he gave was too little, so he stretched out his hand and spread out 5 fingers. 5,000 per person. After a brief silence, the nurse zombie wiped her hands and took out her cell phone from her pocket. "Brother, I listen to you. Come on and scan the code." Mu Qingyang decisively transferred 5,000 yuan. Seeing this, the remaining few people took out their phones. They had ferocious makeup on their faces, but were smiling. The style of the picture was very weird. The most outrageous thing was that the NPC whose head had fallen off the ground also resurrected and came closer with a flattering look on his face. "Brother, is there a share for me?" Mu Qingyang nodded. "You contributed, so I'll give you a share." 6 people spent a total of 30,000 yuan, and Mu Qingyang successfully obtained the serum. An extremely incongruous scene occurred in the horror-themed secret room. Several boss-level zombies smiled and waved goodbye to a player. "Goodbye, big brother. Come play with me next time." Chapter 68, Very Safe. In the lounge area of the hall, the mercenary who received Mu Qingyang was asking about the situation of this group of team members. "You said there's still one person who hasn't come out yet? Did he go back to the script to complete the mission?" A girl replied, "He should be. He is quite brave. But the mission to get the antigen is too difficult. If nothing unexpected happens, he has already been eaten by zombies in there." The mercenary waved his hand. "Our staff will not harm the players, but the script is very realistic, making it easy for people to think that everything in it is real." Another girl nodded. "It's really true. My legs are cramped from running so much. But that handsome guy was a little impulsive. The chainsaw guy almost wiped us out. I don't know how he could have snatched the antigen from so many mutant zombies." The mercenary glanced at Li Jili and then quickly shifted his gaze. Maybe he wants to show off in front of his friends. I've seen this kind of behavior many times in the store. So far, no one has run out without crying. If you want to get more points, you can team up with me next time. I promise to help you unlock the next map. Add your contact information first. You can always make an appointment with me when I'm on break. Li Jili didn't reply, and she was vaguely worried. I wanted to suggest checking the surveillance to see if Mu Qingyang was in danger inside. But when I turned my head inadvertently, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of my eye. It's Mu Qingyang. He came out carrying the tube of fluorescent blue reagent, ruthlessly walking out. The other team members also discovered him. The four girls covered their mouths in surprise, their faces full of disbelief. Glasses and his boyfriend said fuck at the same time. The mercenary turned around curiously and saw the man walking towards him with the mission item in his hand. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Li Jili stood up excitedly and waved to Mu Qingyang happily. Mu Qingyang stretched out his hand and pressed in the air. Everyone sit down. It's just basic operations. The mercenary buried his fantasy deep in his heart and pointed to the bar. You should have enough points. Go there and enter your information. Mu Qingyang took the lead and walked in front, and the four girls behind him chattered. Handsome guy, you are awesome. Can we add you on WeChat so we can play together next time? Yeah. The little brother is not only strong, but also very gentlemanly. He even made room for us at the rock climbing wall. Handsome guy, please click on the QR code and we will scan you. Several girls are college classmates. They all have good figures and good looks, and they don't think they will be rejected by boys. Mu Qingyang took Li Jili's hand and raised it gently. Excuse me, everyone. I have a girlfriend. Li Jili never thought that there would be a day when she would be used as a shield, but this time she was willing to do so and cooperated by smiling sweetly at the girls. The girls were very disappointed. They pouted, frowned, and sighed, but they had no choice but to give up. At this time, the man with glasses jumped out for some reason. Handsome guy, I want to add you on WeChat too. You have a girlfriend, so it's okay for us to be brothers, right? Mu Qingyang felt a chill. Get lost. Don't I know what you are up to? Don't disgust me. Mu Qingyang came to the front desk and handed the antigen to the camouflage girl. Please help us calculate the points. Yes, sir. The girl pressed the calculator and said, 80 points will be added for 8 people surviving. 20 points will be deducted for 2 people eliminated, plus 50 points for the antigen mission. A total of 110 points. With 100 points, you will meet the requirements for the next dungeon. You are now eligible to reserve an intermediate dungeon. Li Jili's favorability plus 5, current favorability 65. As Mu Qingyang expected, Li Jili's favorability increased. Only 25 points away from reaching 90 points to get the strategy reward. Hey, there are 2 of you? Didn't you come out together? The receptionist asked doubtfully. Everyone shook their heads. At this time, a sweaty, embarrassed man came over from the exit cursing. It was the pretentious man. Call your leader out. I want to complain. I want to give a bad review. A staff member followed immediately. Sir, did you encounter any problems during the experience? The pretentious man pushed the newcomer out. It's more than a problem. I almost got stuck in it. You said that if we are scared, we should wave at the camera, and then someone will take us out. I was waving like crazy when I just entered. Where are you? I ran the whole course alone. Do you know how much pressure I was under? At this time, 2 breathless staff members ran over and explained to the pretentious man. I'm sorry, sir. We came to look for you as soon as we saw the surveillance footage, but you ran too fast, and the places you hid were all in blind spots of the surveillance footage. Every time we were about to find you, you would hide in another place, so I don't want to listen. I'm going to throw all of you into a mass grave to spend the night, so that you can experience what despair is like. The pretentious man came to the bar as he spoke, and angrily slapped the marble countertop. Refund me. Return the ticket money first, then we can talk about my mental damages. Mu Qingyang shook his head secretly, thinking that this one was also a top-quality one. Before leaving, he mentioned, Where's your girlfriend, bro? The pretentious man looked confused. Did I bring my girlfriend with me? All 8 of them couldn't help laughing. Mu Qingyang waved his hand lazily. Okay, see you again if we're lucky. After saying that, he took Li Jili away. Inside the Ferrari, Li Jili blinked his big watery eyes and said sincerely, Brother Mu, this time playing in the escape room was exciting and thrilling. I am very happy. Thank you for helping me reserve a seat and accompanying me. Mu Qingyang smiled and said, It's nothing. I'm happy if you're happy. If you want to play anything else, just tell me. I will definitely satisfy you. No, I have to attend a class reunion tonight and return to Tianfu City early the next morning. Mu Qingyang looked at the time on the meter. It's only 4 o'clock now. When does your class reunion start? Why don't you go to my house and take a shower first? You sweated a lot in the secret room. Li Jili shook his head and refused. No need. I can just open my own hotel. Are you afraid that I'll eat you? The security guards where I live are all veterans, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Even if I'm impatient, I wouldn't dare to do anything rash, right? Li Jili was still a little hesitant, and Mu Qingyang stepped on the accelerator and drove directly towards the camphor forest. There are no pinhole cameras installed in my house. I won't do anything to you. Just follow me without worry. Chapter 69. A classmate reunion carefully arranged for Li Jili. The red supercar drove directly into the parking space of Villa Number 1, but Cullinan was not there. Wang Yi had gone out early in the morning. She and her tutor Wang Lan were going to Shenzhen to visit a professor and would not be back until tomorrow. Otherwise, even if Mu Qingyang had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to bring Li Jili home openly. Li Jili had known for a long time that Mu Qingyang was a wealthy man, but when he saw this house, he was still shocked. Compared to my own 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, this is a castle. After she got off the car, she stood there timidly, not daring to move. Mu Qingyang took her little hand and welcomed her into the room. Li Jili had never been to such a luxurious place. She wanted to look around, but she didn't dare to look around and seemed a little embarrassed. Mu Qingyang squeezed her palm slightly. Don't be so nervous. I'll give you an identical set in a few days. I'll buy it in Tianfu City. Ah! Li Jili was stunned. Is this something a normal person would say? How could someone give someone a castle as a gift upon meeting them? She stammered. No need. I can't accept something so expensive. Mu Qingyang didn't say much and pointed to the 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Anyone will do. You can choose first. Li Jili chose a nearby room, walked in, and then locked the door. Only then did she dare to take a closer look at the interior decoration. So beautiful and luxurious. The mansions you see on TV can't compare to this. This is probably worth hundreds of millions. What on earth does Brother Mu do? Li Jili's heart was trembling slightly. She walked through the cloakroom and came to the bathroom, and was shocked by the decoration in front of her again. There was a golden tile in the center of the bathroom. She had seen it on Zaihongshu. It was a solid gold tile produced by Versace and worth millions. The daily necessities on the washstand are all top luxury brands, and each one is very expensive. And the bathtub that reflects the light and looks like it was carved out of crystal is simply a work of art. Li Jili sat in nervously, slowly took off her clothes, turned on the bathtub faucet with her bare hands, and the clear water flowed along her body. She thought of what Mu Qingyang had just said. I'll give you an identical set in a few days. She had originally thought it was just a joke, but now, for some reason, she felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. Li Jili's favorability +4. Current favorability 69. Half an hour later, Li Jili came downstairs dressed neatly, and Mu Qingyang was already waiting for him on the sofa in the living room. It's a lot faster than I thought. Let's go to the class reunion. Li Jili thought he had heard it wrong. Us? Were you invited as well? Mu Qingyang shrugged. No, I'm going with you. Oh, this isn't good. 2 days before the party, her female classmate Wang Yin asked her privately whether she would bring her boyfriend. Li Jili told her solemnly that he didn't have a boyfriend yet. If she suddenly brought Mu Qingyang there, what would Wang Yin think of her? Mu Qingyang didn't care whether it was good or not. He had to go and take care of his flowers. As the saying goes, class reunion, breaking up a couple is a couple. He knows the purpose of holding class reunions very well. Most of them are organized by male classmates who have made a name for themselves in society and want to see if there is a chance to make a move on the female classmates they liked at the time. Just say we are friends. I had to go with you to have a free meal. Don't worry about embarrassing me. I am thick-skinned. Li Jili was not good at rejecting others, and since it was Brother Mu who was so kind to her, she could only nod. Oh well. Shuyanjian Restaurant is one of the best restaurants in Jiangnan City. At this time, many people are already sitting in the largest private room with 2 tables connected. They are all students of the class of 2022 at East China Normal University. The main focus is on a man wearing an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak watch worth more than 300,000 yuan. He was talking to a group of classmates. It's not bad. I can earn 1 or 2 million a year, which is considered a small amount of financial freedom. A male classmate with some hair loss immediately licked it. Brother Chong, I really envy you. You are so young, but you already make $1 million a year. Unlike me, I only get a few thousand yuan a month, and I can't see the end of my life. Does your company still need people? I'll follow you. Hee-chong smiled. Sure. We are all classmates, and I will definitely help you if I can. When I am free, I will ask the Human Resources Department to see if they can make room for you. Chun Jian immediately smiled flatteringly. Then I'd like to thank Brother Chong first. Brother Chong, you can drink as much as you want tonight. If you can't finish it, it's my fault. At this time, a girl with delicate makeup and pretty appearance chuckled twice. Hee-chong, I didn't realize you were a potential stock when we were in school. I remember you liked me at that time. Do you have a girlfriend now? Hee-chong looked her over and over, with a mild smile on his face. I don't have a girlfriend yet, but Zhang Nini, things are different now. If we want to talk about this issue now, you have to take the initiative. Zhang Nini is not afraid of the stage. Okay, how about taking the initiative? Hee-chong stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. You should at least let me taste it first, right? Get lost. Zhang Nini glanced at him seductively. There was a burst of laughter at the scene, and everyone seemed to be brought closer by the laughter. Hee-chong was about to say something obscene when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the gentleman sitting on the sofa next to him, who raised his hand to check the time. He subconsciously looked at his watch. It was already 6:30, the appointed time, but the most important person had not yet arrived. He quickly shouted to a girl sitting opposite him, who looked about the same as Zhang Nini. Wang Yin, ask your best friend Li Zhili how long it will take to arrive. As soon as these words came out, the room suddenly became quiet, and the expressions of the male students present all changed. This name seemed to have some kind of magic power. Wang Yin curled her lips and said, almost there, already downstairs. Hee-chong immediately began to arrange seats. A few male students who were doing better and a few pretty female students were arranged to sit at the first table, while the rest were all sent to the second table. At this time, the gentleman on the sofa stood up and walked slowly to Hee-chong. Hee-chong immediately stood up and moved to the next seat. The gentleman naturally sat in his seat. The second table was just full. There was one seat left at the first table, which happened to be between the gentleman and Wang Yin. It was obviously reserved for Li Zhili. Only Hee-chong understood that it was just a coincidence. All of this was carefully arranged by Song Hua-ching, and he strictly implemented it. Other students didn't know who Song Hua-ching was, as he had been a loner for 4 years in college, but he knew him very well. Isn't it because I licked him so well that I have achieved what I have today? He is the eldest son of the famous Song Pharmaceutical Company in Jiangnan City. He has taken over part of the family business and can be said to be a true outstanding person. Moreover, in order to completely shock Li Zhili today, Song Qinghua also hosted a banquet in the private room next door for several Jiangnan City's industrial leaders. It can be said that this gathering was of great value. These country bumpkin classmates, including him, were just taking advantage of Li Zhili. Chapter 70, I am her friend, and will probably become her boyfriend in the future. After everyone was seated, Song Hua-ching did not pick up his chopsticks. Hee-chong noticed this detail. He stood up and said loudly, everyone, don't be in a hurry to eat. How about we wait for the campus beauty, Li, to arrive? It won't be in vain to keep you waiting. Today's meal is on my table. There was a burst of cheers and applause in the private room. Everyone has little money since they first entered society, and the average consumption per person in Shuyanjian is close to 1,000 yuan. No one would be unwilling to do so if they can get the bill free by just waiting for a few minutes. Even if this meal is an A, all the male students are willing to wait for the school beauty to eat together. Only a few female classmates curled their lips, but they didn't say much. The classmates who had not seen each other for a year took this opportunity to reminisce about their past campus life, and the atmosphere was very lively. 2 minutes later, the door of the private room was gently pushed open. A pretty figure wearing a black and gray plaid miniskirt and a dark blue slim-fitting suit stood at the door. The private room suddenly became quiet, and everyone tacitly turned off the sound, just like the scene when the head teacher suddenly appeared at the back door at school. They were very familiar with this figure. Everyone has fantasized about it countless times, and many classmates have had a deep crush on it, and some of the more perverted ones have even secretly followed it. They thought their worlds would never intersect again, but the class reunion brought them together. Li Da's campus beauty is so stunning that even one more look is a bonus. Plus, this meal is free. It's really a great deal. Hee-chong, who loved to be in the limelight, saw that Li Zhili was also speechless. He lost his confidence to talk eloquently and just kept scratching his head. There was jealousy and envy in the eyes of several female classmates, and their expressions were very complicated. Only Song Hua-ching, who had been silent all this time, laughed. He stood up with his back straight, a sincere smile on his face. Student Li Zhili, you are here. Li Zhili wanted to wave and say hello, but Mu Qingyang, who followed, indirectly pushed her. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Go find a seat and sit down. Song Huaqing's fair face instantly turned the color of liver, and he glared at Yichang fiercely. Yichang's heart almost broke with fear, and he immediately glared at Wang Yin. Wang Yin was also panicked. She stood up quickly and asked, Zhili, didn't you say you didn't have a boyfriend yet? Who is this handsome guy? I'm her friend, and I think will become her boyfriend in the future. Mu Qingyang said this and sat down in the seat reserved for Li Zhili. Li Zhili smiled awkwardly. Well, he is indeed my good friend. Song Qinghua's expression eased a little, but he didn't treat Mu Qingyang with much kindness. My friend, this is a reunion for our classmates from East China Normal University. Is it inappropriate for you to come? As soon as Mu Qingyang saw this man, he knew that he had bad intentions. He picked a cherry from the table and put it in his mouth. I'm worried about her coming out alone. What if you guys force her to drink? Yichang immediately stood up. We are all classmates, so what's wrong with drinking a little? Besides, you are just an ordinary friend, so it's too much for you to be nosy. We don't allow outsiders to be brought to this party, so please go back. Mu Qingyang ignored him and turned to look at Li Zhili. Shall we go? Li Zhili looked hesitant. Although he had no contact with his classmates after graduation, it would be too disrespectful to leave like this. But Brother Mu is very important to her now. If she has to make a choice, she might as well not eat this meal. Song Huaqing guessed the result from her micro-expression, and he spoke in advance. Since we're here, let's eat together. We don't need a pair of chopsticks. Yichang's voice softened. Okay, then please squeeze over to the next table. This seat is reserved for Li Zhili. Mu Qingyang still ignored him and walked over to pull Li Zhili over. You sit here first, I'll go get a stool next to you. Li Zhili sat down obediently, but was troubled when Mu Qingyang brought a stool. The gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses next to him didn't move. Mu Qingyang felt that he was 90% sure that he could take Li Zhili away. After all, 69 points of favorability were no joke. But thinking that she was a little hesitant before, she must want to reminisce with old classmates. It would not be good for me to be too overbearing. Thinking of this, he smiled warmly at the girls. Ladies, please move aside so I can squeeze in. As soon as these words were spoken, several girls started moving seats, dong, dong, dong. And in less than 3 seconds, a seat wide enough for one person was vacated. Mu Qingyang picked up the stool and stuck it in. Song Huaqing moved his eyes to the right and looked at Mu Qingyang carefully. He is very handsome. Although I am also okay, I am still far behind him. His height is estimated to be about 185 centimeters, but I am only 170 centimeters with shoes on. I am completely crushed in this aspect. He is very cute and popular with girls. The eyes of those female classmates were all dazzled when they looked at him. He is not good at dealing with girls, so this is also a disadvantage. Where the hell did this guy come from? Or it was the critical moment when I decided to pursue Li Zhili. The hardware is incomparable, but are external things useful in this society where money is king? Let me show you the cruelty of reality right away. Song Huaqing turned his head slightly to the left and gave Yichang a look. Yichang may not be good at other things, but he is an expert at guessing his leader's thoughts. He immediately understood what Song Huaqing meant. He stood up with a glass of wine in his hand. Now that everyone is here, let's have a toast and wish us all better and better in the future. The students drank the wine in their glasses one after another. However, Yichang did not sit down. He opened the 53% Wuliangye on the table, poured himself a full cup, and then bowed humbly to toast Song Huaqing. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my benefactor, Chairman Song. Without his cultivation and care, there would be no Yichang today. Brother Huaqing, I've done it. You can do whatever you want. After Yichang finished speaking, he swallowed the full glass of white wine in one gulp. After drinking it, he shook the glass upwards, and not a drop spilled out. Song Huaqing simply picked up the red wine glass and took a sip without any extra expression. The students at the two tables looked at each other in bewilderment. Chairman Song? That classmate who is so frugal with words that he seems to be pretentious? Is he the biggest boss? The first one who couldn't help it was Zhang Nini. She poured a glass of fruit wine and handed it to him. What does Song's family do? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? This is my toast to you. Song Huaqing still just took a sip, then shook his head and said, not worth mentioning. Yichang stood up as if he had been given an injection of chicken blood. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone please sit down. Don't fall down after hearing the news. Student Song is the young master of Song Pharmaceutical Company in Jiangnan City. Chapter 71, How Can He Still Laugh? Hiss. The room was filled with the sound of people gasping for air. Song's Pharmaceuticals is very famous in Jiangnan City, and not all locals have heard of Li Jili. It is difficult to meet the successor of such an enterprise in person, let alone eat at the same table with him. This kind of connection is a huge shortcut, and all the students were excited. Zhang Nini reacted the fastest. She immediately came to Song Huaqing's position with a glass of wine and bent down vigorously. The weapon, which was already half exposed, became clearly visible, and the male classmates who were sitting in the nearby seats and happened to see the scene were all stunned. Mr. Song, you are so low-key. All of us classmates didn't know that there was a real god like you hiding among us for 4 years. I'll finish this glass of red wine. You can do whatever you want. Song Huaqing just glanced casually and looked away, and the wine from the clinking glasses didn't even wet his lips. Next, the classmates lined up to toast each other, and everyone would flatter him or reminisce about the past to improve their relationship. Song Huaqing had been very cold all along, and later on he didn't even have the mood to pretend, and his expression became increasingly uglier. Because there were 2 other people sitting in the room, not moving at all, even chatting and laughing, not taking him seriously at all. One is the tall guy on his right whom he wants to slap the most, and the other is the goddess Li Jili. He thought that after his identity was revealed, the tall man would be shocked, then depressed, and then feel deeply powerless. Finally, for the sake of her own future, she will take the initiative to raise the glass to apologize, and then wish herself and Li Jili a long and lasting relationship. But he did nothing, as if his identity as the young master of Song Pharmaceutical was just like that of an insignificant teller in a small 10-square-meter pharmacy on the roadside. Goddess Li Jili also looks like she is out of touch with the world. Didn't Wang Yin say that her family conditions were average? Even if you don't worship money, you wouldn't be so cold, right? I really put this thing on a dog. Chong noticed that Song Huaqing looked unhappy, so he drove away the remaining classmates who had not had time to toast him. He knew Song Huaqing very well, so his mood also worsened. If he fails to achieve his goal after this class reunion, his life will not be easy in the future. Chong pondered. Could it be that this friend of the school belle also has some powerful background? Or is he just pretending to be cool? Give him a try. Chong suppressed his negative emotions, poured himself another glass of beer, and handed it to Mu Qingyang with a smile. Brother, I was a little harsh just now. Please don't take it as an offense. I just have an impatient temper. This cup is my apology. Mu Qingyang knew at a glance that this man was the lackey of the gentlemanly villain. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Don't do this. Just fart if you want to. Chong really wanted to slap this man. Who are you to speak to me like this? But he still forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother, you are really straightforward. It's nothing. I just want to ask where you are working. Mu Qingyang sneered in his heart. Help the master to find out my background? If I were of ordinary status, would I have to use my power to suppress others? Mu Qingyang wanted to see what he was up to, so he said honestly, I used to sell houses and deliver food, and I suddenly made a fortune some time ago. Is there any problem? Chong suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out that he was just a nouveau riche who got lucky. I thought he was a big shot. He shook his head and put down the glass. Did your house get demolished, or did you win the lottery? You got so much wealth all of a sudden, and you were so inflated, right? It's good to be confident, but if you were so confident, you were just an idiot. After Chong said this, the way other people looked at Mu Qingyang changed. The male classmates all have the same idea. They are just fools who don't know their place. Several female classmates were greatly disappointed. I originally thought that this handsome guy dressed in Louis Vuitton was a rich young man from some wealthy family, and I was thinking of hooking up with him after the party, but I didn't expect he was just a nouveau riche. Moreover, if he spends money recklessly like he does, the prize money will be squandered within 2 years. He might even develop a habit of lavish spending and end up in huge debts. Mu Qingyang smiled indifferently. They were just a bunch of mortals. How could they understand my opportunity? He didn't want to waste any more time talking to these people and started to concentrate on eating. As long as they don't target Li Jili, anything is fine. Song Huaqing saw all of this and a smile appeared on his face again. He is just a stupid clown. With his knowledge, he has no idea of the gap between him and me. The campus beauty was very naive when she was in college, and she probably had no idea about wealth, which is why this tall guy had the opportunity to take advantage of her. I must let them know my rank clearly, Luckily, I made 2 preparations today. Thinking of this, Song Hua-ching slowly stood up. He coughed lightly, and the private room instantly became quiet. Classmates, I'm sorry to bother you for a moment. There are some business friends in the next room. I'll go over and say hello. All the classmates stood up to see him off. Song Hua-dan put one hand in his pocket, shook the wine glass with one hand, and left the private room in a very arrogant manner. Hee-chang knew it was his turn to perform. He straightened his back with pride and said passionately, "Do you know who is in the private room next door? I'd scare you to death if I told you." He paused here, looked around, and found that everyone was listening attentively, so he continued. Mr. Jiang, one of the top manufacturing tycoons in Jiangnan City. Mr. Qin, the largest medical equipment manufacturer in Jiangnan City. Mr. He, the king of the retail industry in Jiangnan City, and several leaders in other industries. It can be said that half of the business world in Jiangnan City sits next door. The students' eyes lit up as they listened, and they all had the same idea in their minds. They are all giants in various industries. If you can work in these companies, the salary will definitely be much higher than your current job. In the past, I couldn't get in without any connections, but now, as long as I have a good relationship with classmate Song, it's just a matter of a word from him. Hee-chang once again became the target of everyone's flattery. Everyone asked him to speak well of Song and help introduce him. Hee-chang enjoyed it very much, but he was not stupid, so he just evaded the question with vague answers. But when he turned to look at Mu Qingyang again, the smile on his face disappeared again. Is this person listening to what he is saying? Does he know what those names stand for? Why is he still chatting and laughing with the school beauty? How did he manage to laugh? Got it. Didn't he just say that he used to be a delivery boy? These things are too far away from him, and ignorance is bliss, so he can be so calm. It's true that fools have good luck. Mu Qingyang is indeed blessed, but he is definitely not stupid. He just simply thinks that it is just like that. There are just a few local tycoons in second-tier cities, and their net worth is at most a few billion. At his current rate of earning, he could earn that much in less than a year if he wanted to. So, why can't he laugh? Chapter 72. Li Xiaohua. Please let this person go back. Song Hua-ching was a little nervous when he knocked on the door of the private room next door. Those sitting inside are all at the same level as his old man. Although he has taken over part of the family business, he still feels a little guilty when facing these old foxes. The door was opened by the dedicated waiter, and Song Hua-ching tried hard to force a bright smile. My dear uncles, I have been delayed for too long. I will drink a glass of wine first. Song Hua-ching finished a full glass of red wine and then found an empty seat to sit down. Nephew Hua-ching, it's just a simple meal. No need to be so polite. We can get together privately anytime. You should go and take care of those beautiful female classmates, ha! The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a slick back hair. Uncle Qin is joking. Song Hua-ching poured another glass and toasted. I still have a lot to learn from you. I will focus on my career. As for love, I will talk about it later. Hey, this idea is not good. Mr. Jiang, who was thin, handed Song Qinghua a cigarette. When you meet someone you like, you have to be brave enough to go for it. As a man, you can't compromise yourself while pursuing your career. Whether it will succeed or not is another matter, but whether to eat with her or not is negotiable. Ha ha ha. The gentle and elegant Mr. Liang waved his hand. Hey, Lao Jiang, I don't agree with your idea. Although freedom of love is advocated now, we still have to take relationships seriously. Especially for people like us. Our image is related to the reputation of the company, so we must not be careless. Mr. He, who has a friendly face, immediately came out to act as a peacemaker. Lao Jiang, Lao Liang, one of you gave birth to a son and the other gave birth to a daughter. How can you make sense of this matter? I think Xiao Song must have someone he likes, but he is too shy to say it. President Qin immediately answered. Is it the pretty girl sitting next to him? I just saw her when I passed by on the way to the toilet. Lao Jiang immediately responded. You saw it too? That little girl is so beautiful. Xiao Song, if you don't dare to go up to her, I'll ask my boy to do it. Song Hua-ching was a little embarrassed. Uncles, please stop making fun of me. I like her very much, but she doesn't seem to have any feelings for me. Several middle-aged men immediately quit. How is this possible? You're such an excellent kid. There must be something wrong. Let us go over and help you take a look. Okay, let's go to the class reunion of young people and find the feeling of adolescence. Let's go. Let's go join in the fun. Song Hua-ching looked embarrassed on the surface, but he was actually very happy in his heart. This is what he wanted. He believed that Hee-chang had already laid the foundation for the identities and status of these people there. And if they went there now, they would be respected and worshipped. Song Hua-ching called the full-time waiter. Move this table to the private room next door. Don't serve the food. Serve a new table. Not long. The second private room was opened again. Song Hua-ching walked in with a few middle-aged men with extraordinary temperament. Classmate Nyoma already knew who these people were, and at this moment he didn't dare to breathe. Song Hua-ching was very satisfied with their reactions. He pointed at several people and introduced them one by one. Classmates, these are my uncles. Let me introduce them to you. This is... The last one is Mr. Liang Xiqing, the chairman of Chaiwa Famous Cars. He has dozens of car dealerships across the country and is the leader of the automobile industry in Jiangnan City. After the introduction, everyone stood up. The boys could not hide their excitement on their faces. This might be the most advanced game they would ever be able to experience in their lives. If I can leave a good impression on some big shot tonight, maybe I will soar to fame in the future. The female students frequently put on makeup because they subconsciously believe that they are in their prime and will be very attractive in the eyes of these middle-aged men. If you are noticed by a big boss, maybe you can become a phoenix and rise to the top. Li Jili stood obediently. Coming from an ordinary family, she was also shocked by the identities of these people. But that was all. Mu Qingyang was the only one still sitting there lazily, as if all this had nothing to do with him. How could he Chang miss such a good opportunity? He immediately started to talk yin and yang. My friend, several famous bosses from Jiangnan City have come to our private room. It is a great honor for everyone present. Why don't you stand up and hold your wine glasses properly? You have no manners at all. Mu Qingyang was speechless. What does it have to do with me if you guys are licking other people's stinky feet? So I have to be a companion? Do you need me to accompany you when you and your wife are making a baby? But considering that she was brought here by Li Jili after all, if she said too much, her classmates would have a bad impression of her. So Mu Qingyang said indifferently, "If you feel tired, just sit down. I can do whatever I want. What's it to you?" Song Hua-ching was very satisfied with Mu Qingyang's performance. He smiled and raised his glass high. Let's not worry about him. Let's toast to the local entrepreneurs in Jiangnan City. Thank them for their contributions to our city. Cheers to all the bosses. All the students felt honored and drank the wine in their glasses. It's time for toasts, and the table has been set. After Song Hua-ching led several elders to their seats, he asked the students to relax and sit down to eat and drink. Only then did the students dare to take their seats one after another. Mu Qingyang discovered a detail. After sitting down at his table, men and women alike moved their stools a little to the side, with a subtle tendency to isolate him. Fortunately, Li Jili was still next to him, and that was enough. Song Hua-ching regained his initial confidence, and he slowly returned to his seat with what he thought was an elegant step. After sitting down, he turned sideways and looked at Li Jili, smiling and saying, "School beauty Li, I heard that you're doing live streaming recently? This industry has a bad reputation in today's society. Have you considered changing jobs?" Li Jili smiled awkwardly. "I have tried other jobs before, but none of them suited my taste. I think live streaming is pretty good, and now I'm slowly getting used to it." Song Hua-ching's smile did not diminish. "The branch I'm in charge of is currently in need of a general manager's secretary with an annual salary of over 1 million. I think you're a good fit. Are you interested?" Li Jili was about to refuse, but Mu Qingyang interrupted him. "Forget about being a secretary. Jili is not good at serving others." Zhang Nini immediately volunteered. "Mr. Song, I can do it. I used to be a secretary. Whether I'm on duty or off duty, I have strong working ability." As he said this, he didn't forget to step on Mu Qingyang to gain favor. "I say, this handsome guy who is only good-looking, if Boss Song asked you something, you should just speak up. Why are you so rude all the time? You are such an idiot." Other students also echoed. "A job with an annual salary of over 1 million. Do you know what that means? Why did you reject it for them?" Yes, this should be the ceiling for ordinary people. Why did you make such an important decision?" "Princess Li, just let this guy go back. I don't think he has good intentions towards you." Chapter 73. School Beauty, I can also give you gifts. Song Qinghua was very satisfied with Nyoma's reaction. He just wanted Li Jili to hate this tall guy. Recruiting school beauties into the company is just the beginning. As long as this step is successful, the rest will be a natural progression. Moreover, he believed that no one could refuse an annual salary of over 1 million. Even an inexperienced school belle should be able to understand the significance of this salary. Li Jili became a little anxious when he saw so many people attacking Mu Qingyang. She was just about to say a few words to help when the car dealership owner, Mr. Liang, came over with a glass of wine. Song Huaqing thought someone was looking for him, so he stood up immediately, and the others also stood up when they saw him. Mu Qingyang continued to eat as usual, but he didn't expect that the first person the elegant middle-aged man would greet was him. Mr. Mu, I didn't expect to see you here. I am Liang Xiqing, and I'd like to toast you. Everyone present was stunned. Does this person know Boss Liang? Why is Boss Liang so polite to him? He even took the initiative to toast him. Could it be that he is playing the pig to eat the tiger? Mu Qingyang was also confused, but the visitor was very polite and humble, so he could try to make contact with him. He stood up and raised his glass. Mr. Liang, do we know each other? Liang Xiqing clinked glasses and drank the wine in his glass. Ha ha ha, Brother Mu. You probably haven't seen me before, but I have a very deep impression of you. Do you remember that you bought 3 luxury cars from Changhua Famous Cars some time ago? The total amount is over 20 million. You are an important customer of our car dealership. I came here especially to thank you for your strong support. In fact, Liang Xiqing wanted to thank her for giving Liang Inzhong 1 billion yuan in funds. But I was hiding in the dark that time, and it was not convenient for me to tell anyone about it. Mu Qingyang finally understood what was going on. He waved his hand indifferently. Mr. Liang, you are too polite. You could buy it anywhere. You chose Changhua Automobile just because you are famous and do a good job. Liang Xiqing smiled and stretched out his right hand. This is also a kind of fate. Anyway, I am very happy to meet you. I hope to have tea and chat with you alone next time. Mu Qingyang had a good impression of this elegant middle-aged man and extended his hand to shake hands with him. Liang Xiqing nodded and chuckled. I won't bother you anymore, Xiao Song, classmates. Take your time eating. After Mu Qingyang sat down, he found that more than 10 pairs of eyes at the table were looking at him, either openly or secretly. He shook his head and smiled without further explanation. With his master's limelight suppressed, He Chang knew it was his turn to perform. Brother Mu, you've won a lot of prizes. How many tickets did you buy? But I still have to kindly warn you that ordinary people may only have this one chance to get rich, so you should spend your money frugally and don't spend it all on showing off, or you will regret it in the future. Mu Qingyang didn't even look at He Chang. He no longer had the mood to argue with him. But after hearing this, Song Huaqing dispelled all his doubts. He was still searching for all the information about the Mu family in his mind, fearing that he had offended a big shot who should not be offended. But He Chang's words reminded him, there aren't so many big shots here. He's just a crazy kid who stepped on dog shit. He looked at Li Zhili again. Student Li, are you interested in the job I introduced to you? If you think the salary is not enough, I can increase it. Li Zhili forced a smile. Thank you, Song Huaqing, but I don't want to work in a city other than Tianfu City for the time being. Please consider other candidates. Song Huaqing was not discouraged and immediately added, we have a branch in Tianfu City, so you can work nearby. Mu Qingyang couldn't bear to listen any longer. I said I don't want to work in your crappy pharmacy. Why are you still nagging me? Do you think 1 million a year is a lot? I can give it to Zhili in a few minutes. Song Huaqing glanced at Mu Qingyang very unhappily, but was immediately glared back at by him with an even more fierce look. He was furious. He couldn't accept that this country bumpkin who suddenly became rich was so arrogant to him. If this idiot doesn't win the lottery, he's only fit to carry my shoes. Song Qinghua took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. This nouveau riche suddenly has a lot of money in his pocket, and he doesn't even know his last name and doesn't take anyone seriously. Okay, high profile, right? Then I will defeat you in the way you are most confident in, and let you know that you are just a frog in the well. Song Huaqing calmed down and tried to speak in a gentle tone. Student Li, this friend named Mu must have given you a lot of gifts, so he dared to jump out and interfere with your choice of a better job. I don't like this kind of behavior. So, you turn on the live broadcast, and I will compete with him for the top spot. If I win, you can boldly choose what you want. Song Huaqing has always been the focus of all classmates. When these words came out, the whole box was filled with cheers. As for the spectators, they enjoy watching the fun without any worries. Li Zhili waved his hands repeatedly. No, I can't accept your gift. I have a good job now. You don't have to argue about this. Mu Qingyang knew her, and she was definitely speaking from the heart. But he had a full 10 billion in dog-licking gold in his card, and Li Zhili's favorability had reached 69 points. Was there any better way to make money than this? This scumbag is a good person. If one could see Mu Qingyang's favorability towards Song Huaqing at this moment, it would definitely increase directly from -50 to 50+. Mu Qingyang tried his best to control his urge to laugh wildly. He pursed his lips tightly when he spoke, fearing that Song Hua-ching would regret it. It's okay, Zhili, just start the live broadcast, we'll stop here. The rest of the students started to make a fuss again. Li Zhili is thin-skinned and not good at rejecting others, so he had to click on Douyin reluctantly. Mu Qingyang took out the unlock key from his pocket and added another condition to Song Hua-ching. If you win, Zhili will be free to choose his job. What if I win? Song Hua-ching didn't even consider the possibility of losing. The branch company he was in charge of had more than 100 million yuan in its account. Even if Mr. Mu won a huge prize and bought a car and a house to show off everywhere, how much would be left? So he said confidently, if you can win, it's up to you. While she was speaking, Li Zhili had already started the live broadcast, and her classmates asked her what her Douyin ID was. Li Zhili sent the 3 words Lugan noodles to the classmates group. In just over a minute, more than 30 viewers flocked into the live broadcast room. Then a familiar level 69 account entered the live broadcast room with special effects. Soon after, an account with the level 62 ID named Mr. Song also entered the live broadcast room. An extraordinary battle for the top spot is about to begin. Chapter 74, Legamian Anchor. You're not going to accompany Big Brother out of the blue, are you? Li Zhili leaned his cell phone on the dinner plate, pouted his lips, and leaned back in his seat, ready for a silent live broadcast. She was usually quite restrained during live broadcasts at the company. If she kept calling Mu Qingyang and Song Hua-ching brother in front of so many classmates, she would be so embarrassed. Various gift effects were already lighting up on the screen of the live broadcast room. Many students swiped dozens of times to show their support, but Li Zhili remained silent. Song Hua-ching has been watching live broadcasts for quite a few years and has also caused trouble for many female live broadcasts. Otherwise, his level would not be so high. He brushed out a carnival with ease. When the full-screen special effects filled the live broadcast room, many Nyo-Ma students sighed. I usually watch the rich people playing the carnival online, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. I wonder how many diamonds I can get from this battle for the top spot. 10 million is about right. Who is Mr. Song? He can beat that Mu guy into a pig's head with just a little bit of force. He won't be able to hold on for long before he realizes how stupid he was just now. This small amount is half a month's salary for me. It hurts just looking at it. I really envy the campus beauty Li. She is definitely going to make a fortune today. Mu Qingyang was hesitant to take action because he discovered a new gift. This gift is called Kuanping Wanli. One is worth 160,000 diamonds, equivalent to 16,000 renminbi. It can only be unlocked at level 60, which is much faster than clearing the carnival. He tapped his fingers continuously and sent out 10 in just 2 seconds. A never-before-seen special effect appeared in the live broadcast room. First, a blue whale jumped out of the water, and then a colorful eagle soared into the sky. What is this? Wow, the special effects are so cool. This is the first time I've seen it. It seems to be a gift exclusively for the super rich. I've seen it in a live broadcast room of a big internet celebrity. I heard that one costs tens of thousands. Hasn't the school beauty's friend already spent over 100,000? He's a little crazy, but he has real money. Song Hua-ching was also a little surprised. He had unlocked this gift a long time ago, but had never used it. I used to think it was a waste, but if I give it to Li Zhili, then I can only say that a good gift goes with a beautiful woman. Not to be outdone, Song Hua-ching sent more than 10 kunpings out for miles. After the combo, Song Hua-ching glanced at the list and found that he was still in second place. In his heart, he paid a little more attention to the man named Moon next to him, so he turned his head to look. I saw that the tall man's finger had already tapped an illusion on the screen, as if the gift he was giving was not 16,000 yuan, but 16 cents. If Mu Qingyang knew what Song Hua-ching was thinking, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. You are the first one to guess that I have a recharge ratio of 1 to 100,000. Not bad, you have good vision. Classmate Nyo-Ma, who was eating melons, was already confused. Some people who were quick to react clicked into the list to check the real-time contribution value. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. Chong Qing, who is number 1 on the list, has already given away more than 20 million diamonds? How long has it been? You can't spend money that fast, right? The second place on the list, Mr. Song, is more than twice as bad. He is the young master of Song Pharmaceutical, yet he was hung up and beaten by a passerby. School beauty Li earned millions in just a few minutes. I admit that I'm envious. The whale and eagle special effects have never disappeared from Li Zhili's live broadcast screen. She knows how valuable this gift is, but she is more worried than happy. She gently touched Mu Qingyang with her long legs, leaned over, and whispered, "Brother Mu, stop swiping. You can't beat Song Hua-ching. His family is very rich. Even if you lose, I won't go to work in his company. Stop it. Mu Qingyang turned his head and blew towards his eyelashes. Don't worry, girl. In the field of live streaming, no one can beat your big brother Mu. Not even Principal Wang can do it. Li Zhili blinked quickly and said no more, but he was still a little worried. Song Hua-ching is very nervous now. Why am I a little unsure about this guy named Mu? How much money did he win? Keep brushing at this speed. Hundreds of millions can be earned in less than half an hour. At that time, even I would have no choice but to surrender. He Chong always found the right time to prove his usefulness. He saw Song Hua-ching's worries, so he leaned over to his ear and gave him some advice. Boss Song, this guy is just bluffing. Don't be scared by him. According to my analysis, his wallet is empty. As long as we hold on for a few more minutes, we will win. Although Song Hua-ching is rich, he is also very cautious. Looking at Mu's attitude, he is probably laundering money or making quick money in the cryptocurrency world. A lottery winner definitely doesn't have this temperament. He wanted to stop and see the situation first, but He Chong's words gave him confidence. How about brushing a little more? The more you swipe, the more the school beauty will like you, and maybe you can win her over with this. Besides, Mu is arrogant and presumptuous in his dealings with others, so maybe he is just pretending. Thinking of this, Song Hua-ching no longer hesitated and followed Mu Qingyang's rhythm and brushed fiercely. The real-time number of people in Li Zhili's live broadcast room has reached over 100,000. Many netizens have discovered the wealthy man Chongqing. The comments became strange. Is this a meal at a restaurant? Could it be that Lugan Mian went to meet with Big Brother Bang? Someone tell me this isn't true. Big boss, you spent so much money. Shouldn't the female anchor come out of nowhere? Instead of sighing here, why not ask Big Brother Chongqing where he booked the room? If you book the room next door, maybe you can hear something. Brother Chongqing, I have only one request. Can you please be gentler on her? I feel bad for her. Hey, who is this Mr. Song? He seems to be fighting with boss Chongqing. Could it be that this is another person who wants to cancel his account? This is going to be interesting. Li Zhili was indifferent to such high popularity and rapidly scrolling barrage. She still sat in the chair, just hoping that someone would stop. She felt uneasy about receiving so many gifts for no reason. Several bosses at the next table also joined in the fun. They are very familiar with the internet, and their companies have created various live broadcast and corporate accounts. They are even better at using the Douyin app than young people. Lao Jiang, Mr. Qin, and Mr. He all looked at Liang Xiqing. Lao Liang, who is that young man? Liang Xiqing spread his hands. How should I know? Didn't you go over there to make a toast? That's all. To be honest, I'm not familiar with him. I just know from the side that he is very capable. Very powerful? Does that mean Xiao Song will lose? Liang Xiqing smiled, but said nothing. He thought that even if all the people present were added together, they would still lose miserably. At least any one of them would have to lose half his life if he wanted to come up with 1 billion in cash right away, not to mention giving it away casually. This young man was beyond their comprehension at this level. Chapter 75. Song Hua-ching's heart collapses due to ridicule from fans. After everyone saw the barrage, the atmosphere in the private room began to become weird. In the room with dozens of people, one could hear a pin drop, and no one dared to make a sound. A few drops of cold sweat slid down Song Hua-ching's forehead, and he turned his head to look at He Chong. He Chong's heart skipped a beat. He knew his master was angry. But the bad idea has already come up, and if he stops now, he will definitely suffer the consequences. It's better to take a gamble, just in case you win. He Chong suppressed his guilt and said, Boss Song, that guy is almost exhausted. I have been carefully observing his micro-expressions. His eyes are erratic, his right hand is constantly pinching the bridge of his nose, and he is exhaling long breaths from time to time. All these signs show that he is very panicked now. As long as we hold on a little longer, we will definitely win. Song Hua-ching slowed down his movements and turned his head slightly to glance at the man named Mu. Just as He Chong said, he was frowning and rubbing his nose, and his expression seemed a little irritated. Is it true that he is no longer able to do it? That's right. He has already invested tens of millions, and even I can't bear it anymore. So how can he still bear it? Thinking of this, Song Hua-ching's hand speed caught up again. Mu Qingyang was indeed a little impatient. Giving gifts to earn money was like hammering screws in an electronics factory, boring. Not only are his fingers weak, but he's also really sleepy. If the gifts he gave out could not be converted into real money in return, he would never have tortured his fingers like this. If he continues to receive such high-intensity blows, he will probably suffer from tendinitis. Mu Qingyang took the time to take a look at the real-time contributions. More than 100 million diamonds more than that scumbag. He shook his hands and cracked his knuckles, ready to take a short break and wait for him. When Song Huaqing saw that the man surnamed Mu had stopped, the corners of his mouth immediately raised up. Just as I expected, this kid is no longer able to do it. Just when he was about to catch up, someone called. At a glance, I saw it was the financial director of the branch. He wanted to hang up directly, but thinking that he had just embezzled tens of millions of funds, it would be better to give a heads up in advance to avoid being reported to the head office. Song Huaqing deliberately put his cell phone into his trouser pocket and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." After leaving the room, he answered the phone. "What's up?" The voice on the other end of the phone was a little anxious. "Mr. Song, I noticed that the company's funds were transferred to your personal account. Was this handled by you?" "That's right. The amount transferred was too large, and there was no specific reason. The head office is called to ask for accountability, and I'm having a hard time explaining it. Find an excuse first, and I'll make it up to you later." Okay, but the head office has locked up the remaining funds. They said they will unlock them only after we report the specific whereabouts of the funds. Grass! Song Huaqing hung up the phone directly and slammed the phone against the wall. The anger in his heart was burning fiercely. Something went wrong at the critical moment. Am I going to lose to that arrogant boy? How is this possible? Just thinking about his arrogant expression after winning makes me so angry. This battle for the top spot not only concerns whether Li Zhili can work in the Tianfu branch, but more importantly, there is an extra bet between me and Mr. Mu. Given his arrogant personality, the punishment would definitely be very severe. Maybe even make me eat Old Gay. As the successor of Song Pharmaceutical, I absolutely cannot do such a shameful thing. Thinking of this, Song Huaqing picked up his phone again. He wanted to see how many diamonds he still lacked compared to the man named Mu. At worst, I can just shamelessly ask some uncles and aunts to borrow some money. More than 100 million diamonds, equivalent to more than 10 million renminbi. That's not bad. Song Huaqing's anger gradually subsided, but when he casually glanced at the barrage, he almost burned himself to death in anger. Where did this young Master Song come from? He dared to challenge Boss Chongqing. It's only been more than 10 minutes, and he's already been silenced. Why don't you just keep on brushing, you coward? I guess he's another ignorant loser who covets Legamian's beauty. He wanted to show off by giving some gifts to win the host's favor, but he didn't expect to meet a real big brother. How sad. Toads are common, but swans are rare. Turn on the front camera of your phone and look in the mirror. Look at the gap between yourself and the rich Chongqing. You idiot. Those who criticize Mr. Song are all those who were fortunate enough to watch the live broadcast of Chongqing guarding Lagan noodles. They have turned from haters to fans and are spreading Chongqing's heroic deeds in major live broadcast rooms. It can be said that although Mu Qingyang is no longer in the martial arts world, his legends are everywhere in the martial arts world. So no matter how much money this person with the ID Song Gongzi has spent, or how powerful he is in real life, as long as they have the keyboard, they will still spray shit all over your face. Song Huaqing looked down on these cows, losers, and internet-addicted teenagers from the bottom of his heart. He thought he was of noble birth and was not in the same league as these people. But now they dare to shit on their heads? Song Huaqing was so angry that he was about to explode. He felt that this incident was a huge insult in his entire life. He could not accept being ridiculed by these low-class people. Song Huaqing took 2 deep breaths, suppressed his anger, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and then returned to the private room. Instead of sitting back in his seat, he went to a table with several middle-aged people. After sitting down, he lowered his voice and said, "Uncles, I don't have enough cash on me. Can I borrow some from you?" Liang Xiqing spoke first. "Xiao Song, please stop talking. Brother Mu is not an ordinary person. It would be unwise for you to fight him to the death." This was originally a nice thing to say, but it took on a different meaning in Song Huaqing's ears when he was angry. Isn't it just that your family didn't lend you money when your company was short of funds some time ago? Is it necessary to refuse in such a roundabout way? Is the surname Mu not simple? Why didn't I see that? He's just like those losers who watch live broadcasts for free. They're all pariahs at heart. It's just that I stepped on some dog shit and made some money somewhere. Do you think that you can transcend classes and be on an equal footing with me? I'm going to beat him to death today. Boss Liang, today I am fighting to the death with that Mu guy. If you have difficulties, forget it. I won't force you. After Song Huaqing finished speaking, he looked at the other people. Uncle Qin, Uncle Jiang, Uncle He, Each of you lend me 10 million, and I will return 11 million with interest within 1 month. 10 million is not a small sum, but if the young master of the Song family lends it, the old foxes will still feel at ease. He still has Song's pharmaceutical company, and the interest is 1 million a month, which is a good thing with huge profits. This business can be done. With his status as the young master of Song Pharmaceutical as a guarantee, Song Huaqing easily borrowed 30 million. He walked back to his seat with a breeze, vowing to teach Mu a lesson. Chapter 76 Song Yinjing. How should I punish you? Li Zhili's WeChat account has exploded with messages from her boss by Shuang, asking her what happened. She didn't open the chat box, but just looked at Mu Qingyang helplessly. Mu Qingyang swiped the gifts with his left hand and patted her snow-white and smooth thigh with his right hand. Just sit there and relax. If you're really nervous, you can just return the glasses to him. Aren't you worried about me giving them to you? When Li Zhili heard this, he instantly felt better. Yes, I can just return Song's money to him. I don't need to feel guilty about choosing to work in his company. As for Brother Mu, he is so nice to me, so he must like me a little bit. Actually, I like him too. If we could be together in the future, then there is no need to worry about this. Song Huaqing was so furious when he saw Mu Qingyang touching Li Zhili's beautiful legs. But the school beauty didn't say anything, so he didn't say much. He just silently put the blame of molesting his wife on the man named Mu. The recharge reminder popped up on Mu Qingyang's mobile phone page again, and he was slightly shocked. The son of the drugstore owner is quite capable. He has already spent tens of millions, but he is not far behind. They are much more powerful than Zhao Mingnan, the bar trio, and others whom I met when I first got the system. But that's where it ends. Mu Qingyang changed his previous laziness, placed his mobile phone flat on the table, and then began to frantically click on the gift page with his index fingers. The hundreds of millions of diamonds began to decrease rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the number Chongqing sends Kunping Wanli X on the live broadcast screen was increasing rapidly. Classmate Niu Ma in the private room was stunned. They looked at each other, but all they saw in each other's eyes was shock. Several CEOs were also confused and puzzled. They looked at Liang Xiqing at the same time. Liang Xiqing just took a sip of tea and smiled without saying anything. Zhang Nini wanted to strangle herself now. She had just stepped on the handsome guy named Mu in order to win Song Huaqing's favor. She also does live broadcasts regularly and knows better than anyone what the infinite combo of Kunping Wanli represents. This top-tier wealthy man would be so overwhelmed even if he gave her a little of his unwanted money. This handsome guy named Mu is much more approachable than Song Huaqing. If I were not blind, I would definitely be able to get a share of the pie. Zhang Nini felt that she had missed out on 100 million. He Chong's calves were shaking, and the cold sweat on his head messed up his hair. He has no other skills, but knowing people is his strong point. When he was studying, he realized that Song Huaqing was a hidden rich second generation, so he tried to curry favor with him in advance, and with his help, he was able to earn 1 million a year right after graduation. I thought that with this skill, my career would be on the rise, but I didn't expect it to go so wrong today. I guess I'll be punished by Song Huaqing as soon as I open my eyes tomorrow. Song Huaqing had used up all the 30 million he borrowed, but he was still ranked second on the list. He looked at the real-time contributions without giving up. There is a difference of more than 300 million diamonds. Instead of narrowing the gap, it has been widened further. His confidence was completely shattered. He put down his phone and slumped in the chair. Mu Qingyang stopped when he saw this. He twisted his stiff neck. What's wrong with the medicine seller? Why do you look so depressed? Do you want to take 2 emergency heart pills? Many people wanted to laugh when they heard this, but they held it back. Song Huaqing took off his gold-rimmed glasses in despair, lowered his head, and murmured, "You're lucky. My bank card has reached its limit." Mu Qingyang smiled teasingly. "Oh, that's a shame. I won't bully you. How about I lend you some? Let's continue the game." Song Huaqing pondered for 2 seconds, then slowly shook his head. "This game is boring. There's no fun in playing it. I won't come." Mu Qingyang spread his hands. "It doesn't matter. You admit defeat then. But we have already decided on the punishment. You are still a 5-foot-tall man, so you won't be so cowardly as to cheat, right?" "Boring." Song Huaqing said this and was about to leave the private room. Mu Qingyang sneered. "Oh, it's always easy to escape, but this live broadcast caused quite a stir. Maybe some enthusiastic netizen will find out your true identity one day. By then, everyone will know that the successor of Song's Pharmaceuticals is a man who does not keep his word. Let me think about it. Who would do business with such a person?" Song Huaqing stopped walking when he heard this and turned back with a sullen face. What do you want? Mu Qingyang shrugged. What can I do? I'm just abiding by the bet. He-chan wanted to make a final struggle. He stood up. My last name is Mu. Brother Mu, just tell me what punishment you want, and I will bear it for Mr. Song. Mu Qingyang glanced at him with disdain. Who do you think you are? Why should you help Song Yinjing take the punishment? You have nothing to do here. Find a better place to watch the fun. He-chan was about to say something, but was glared back at by Song Huaqing. Mr. Mu, just tell me what you want to say. I don't have time to play house with you here. Mu Qingyang stood up and walked in front of Song Huaqing, looking down at him condescendingly. Song Yinjing, if you lose, you must admit it. If you are beaten, you must stand at attention. If you can't afford to play, you can leave. Don't act like a whore and pretend to be a saint in front of me. Song Huaqing looked at the man who was half a head taller than him, and his momentum instantly waned. He swallowed his saliva and said in a forced tone, I, Song, am willing to accept the loss. Just tell me the punishment. Mu Qingyang laughed. This gentlemanly scoundrel was just a coward who took advantage of his family background to bully others. If he met a strong person, he would immediately turn into a wimp. Mu Qingyang raised his index finger and pointed at Yi-chang. Aren't you two close friends? Why don't you French kiss in front of all of us? What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, some people with low humor senses could not help laughing out loud, while more people were discussing in low voices, and for a while, there was constant whispering in the private room. Song Huaqing's relatively fair face suddenly turned red, and he felt greatly insulted. These classmates were just a foil for this party. If they were not afraid of not being able to make a one-on-one appointment with Li Zhili, they would not even be qualified to have dinner with me. Now what? The way these people looked at me was actually full of mockery. Before this, they only dared to stand when toasting. Song Huaqing was furious, but he didn't have the courage to challenge Mu Qingyang, so he could only snort coldly and turn his back, using silence to replace all answers. Mu Qingyang didn't expect Song Yinjing to agree, so he began to pace in the private room, stroking his chin. If kissing doesn't work, it's going to be a bit difficult. How should I punish you? Chapter 77 I'm drunk. Every time Mu Qingyang took a step, Song Huaqing's heart skipped a beat. The feeling of being at the mercy of others was so uncomfortable that he really wanted to slam the door and walk out. Just when his spirit was about to collapse, Mu Qingyang let out a light exclamation. Hey, I have a good idea. Isn't today your class reunion? But the atmosphere seems to be lacking. How about you give everyone a talent show? Just subject 3 will do. Song Huaqing's eyes were uncertain. After thinking for a few seconds, he snorted coldly. Humph! How could I, a gentleman, do something that would attract public attention? It's impossible. Mu Qingyang spread his hands and looked around the room. Do you think my request is too much? There is no simpler punishment than this, right? Song Yinjing, if you want to cheat, just say so. Don't tell me you can't do this or that. The Nyoma students began to discuss in a low voice. Kissing may be a little embarrassing, but what's wrong with simply dancing to liven up the atmosphere? How can it be considered grandstanding? Brother Mu is actually quite generous, but student Song can't stand losing. I also think that he might be trying to be tough but got slapped in the face and felt embarrassed, so he is deliberately being stubborn. A real man should be able to take on responsibilities and let go of them. How can he inherit the huge family business with his weak appearance? I am worried about the future of Song's pharmaceuticals. Don't you think he was pretentious from the beginning? And the way he looked at people was like looking at pigs and dogs. If it weren't for the fact that we were classmates, I would have turned against him a long time ago. Only after the comparison did I realize how nice Mu is. Not only is he rich, but he is also very approachable. If I had known, I would have had a couple more drinks with him. The private room is well soundproofed, and you can hear even the smallest sounds as long as you concentrate. Song Huaqing was at a very sensitive stage. He kept listening attentively to what his classmates thought of him. After receiving the true evaluation, his jaw muscles tensed and his breathing became rapid. Finally, he could no longer hold back and shouted, I can't dance. Let's do something I can do. Mu Qingyang shook his phone. There are many tutorials online. Just follow the movements. I don't expect you to be able to dance well. Song Huaqing once again answered with silence, and the private room was eerily quiet. At this time, several bosses at another table stood up to help. Fat Mystery said, Brother Mu, the punishment is just for show. We are all classmates, don't make it so embarrassing. Mr. Chin with big back hair also said, Yes, we all hang out in Jiangnan City. We'll see each other sooner or later, so we should give each other some leeway. Mu Qingyang didn't give the CEOs any face at all. He applauded and said, That sounds nice, but if I lose to Song Yinjing, he will probably kill me. Let me ask you, will you stand up and speak for me at that time? Several CEOs were speechless for a moment, but they didn't know how important Mu Qingyang was, so they had to sit back awkwardly. Mu Qingyang was like a dragon king possessed at this moment, and he silenced half of Jiangnan City's business community. But he is not pretending blindly. He has the ability to do so now. If you have a system with $1 trillion fortune but still have to be submissive, you might as well go back to delivering food. He now clearly knows that money is a man status. If you could take out the 10 billion in bootlicking money and put it on the table, those CEOs would come running over and call you Brother Mu. This is reality. This is his confidence. Li Jili saw that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly depressing and knew that if it continued like this, it might not end well. This conflict was caused by her, and perhaps only she can resolve it. She stood up and walked to Mu Qingyang and shook his arm. Brother Mu, forget it. Let him go. Mu Qingyang's serious face immediately broke into a gentle smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then he pointed at Song Huaqing. Go away. But before you go, remember this. I can let you go once or twice, but I'm not one to let you go. Stay away from Li Jili in the future. If you dare to have any bad thoughts again, I can kill you. Song Huaqing's whole face turned the color of liver. He raised his head and glared at Mu Qingyang sinisterly. Mu Qingyang would indulge him, raising his hand as if to hit him. Song Huaqing immediately squatted down with his head in his hands, causing a burst of laughter in the private room. He was defeated again in this rivalry. I wanted to save some face before leaving, but I ended up losing even more. He had never met a person like Mu Qingyang before, and his previous tactics were completely useless against him. Song Huaqing knew that staying any longer would only make him more embarrassed, so he had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Seeing that He Chong was still sitting in his original position pretending to be calm, Mu Qingyang sneered. TSK, the master has already left. Why don't you hurry up and catch up? Do you still want to stay here to gather intelligence? He Chong stood up reluctantly and walked away with a sad face. Mu Qingyang then pulled Li Jili back to his original position and announced loudly, Students, enjoy your meal. I'll ask the kitchen to bring some fresh seafood. Let's eat to death. Miss Li will pay for all the expenses tonight. The students were now much more relaxed. They no longer spoke in low voices, but spoke freely, eating big chunks of meat and drinking big gulps of wine. That's what a party is like. After a while, several CEOs from another table stood up and said goodbye. Enjoy your meals, classmates. We old folks won't join in the fun. I hope your friendship will last forever. Goodbye. Liang Xiqing specifically added one more sentence. Brother Mu, if you have time, come to Chaowa Famous Car for tea. You're always welcome. Mu Qingyang didn't take it seriously and waved his hand perfunctorily. Okay, Boss Liang, see you later. What he didn't expect was that just a few days later, he would meet Liang Xiqing again because of a WeChat message from Liang and Chong. After a few big guys left, the atmosphere in the private room became lively again. Everyone was no longer reserved, playing finger-guessing games, drinking, and bragging, having a great time. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening that Li Jili leaned on Mu Qingyang's shoulder with a red face and said with blurry eyes, Brother Mu, I'm drunk. Let's go. Mu Qingyang's heart immediately burned with fire when he looked at her tender little mouth and rosy face. He helped Li Jili up and waved to the classmates. You guys keep drinking. I'll go pay the bill first. Then Mu Qingyang ignored his classmates' repeated requests to stay and pulled Li Jili out of the private room resolutely. Inside the Ferrari, Li Jili lay sideways on the seat, looking for his phone, and asked, Brother Mu, how much is the meal? Mu Qingyang paid with dog money, which was equivalent to not spending any money. He rested his head on one hand and held the steering wheel with the other, and said angrily and amusedly, Why are you being so polite to me? Are you going to transfer it to me? As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Qingyang received several system prompts. Li Jili's favorability plus 10, current favorability 79. Li Jili's favorability has exceeded 70, and all the money spent on this goddess will be returned. What's going on? Checking out ads, 10 points of favorability? Mu Qingyang looked sideways in confusion, only to see Li Jili staring blankly at his phone. She opened her mouth slightly and said tremblingly, Brother Mu, you gave me more than 800 million diamonds tonight? Mu Qingyang waved his hand indifferently. If the amount of each gift was not so small, I could have given out 8 billion. Just accept it with peace of mind. Didn't I say I would buy you a villa? Take this money and pay a deposit first. Li Jili was so happy at this moment that he couldn't express it in words. He thought Mu Qingyang was just talking casually, but he didn't expect him to take action so quickly. When he thought about taking his mother to a castle-like house to spend her old age, and when he thought about the smile on her face, Li Jili's inner joy was like a volcanic eruption, and he couldn't control it at all. Li Jili's favorability +5, current favorability 84. Chapter 78 Strategy Rewards can also be upgraded to God-level skills. Mu Qingyang's heart was beating wildly. 84 points of favorability? Only 6 points away from unlocking the king-level fighting technique. With this skill, who in the world wouldn't dare to pretend to be? Even if I encounter a ferocious beast in the wild, I would dare to slap it twice. Li Jili is really happy. The favorability rating has been rising and has never stopped. If something unspeakable happens between me and her tonight, I wonder if it will reach 90 points in one fell swoop. Mu Qingyang drifted the supercar into the garage and opened the passenger door for Li Jili with a dry throat. As soon as Li Jili got out of the car, she wrapped herself around him like an octopus and kept murmuring words like thank you, happiness, happy. If it were any other time, with a man and a woman alone in a room, Mu Qingyang would have to finish the job first. But now that he could reach out and touch the strategy rewards, he became anxious and worried. Was it taking advantage of someone's misfortune that she was so drunk? What if she regrets it after she wakes up? After all, it's her precious first time. If she didn't want to have close contact with me, her favorability would definitely drop. Mu Qingyang didn't dare to be arrogant and decided to test it out first. Jili, there are 2 bedrooms upstairs. Which one do you want to sleep in? Li Jili's voice is lazy. Whatever. What about me? Li Jili pouted. Whatever. Early the next morning, Mu Qingyang was awakened by the system notification sound. Li Jili's favorability +6, current favorability 90. The target goddess's favorability has exceeded 90 points. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the king-level fighting technique. The beep just went off. Mu Qingyang felt a warm current spread throughout his body, and then a flood of memories rushed into his mind. He subconsciously closed his eyes, trying to take in this huge amount of information. When my eyelids slowly lifted again, I felt as if I had seen 1,000 years in one glance. He knew clearly that only a moment had passed, but in this moment, he felt as if he had practiced for decades. Mu Qingyang clenched his fists lightly, and suddenly an extremely strong sense of confidence arose in his heart. He felt like he could beat a van full of yellow-haired guys now. Just as he was carefully feeling the changes in his body, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. Raise the target goddess favorability to 100. And the king-level fighting technique will be upgraded to God-level fighting technique. The God-level fighting technique has the ability to foresee danger and greatly enhances the host's reaction ability. Specifically, it can dodge bullets other than 20. A huge wave of emotions rose in Mu Qingyang's heart. Can you dodge bullets with your physical body? Even movies wouldn't dare to be shot like this, right? Do you want me to live in peace and security as a super rich man until I die? System Dad is so nice. Li Jili, I fucking love you. Mu Qingyang was so excited that he was about to turn sideways to kiss his lucky goddess madly, but he saw Li Jili covering her body with a quilt, leaving only a pair of big black eyes peeking at him. When did you wake up? Just woke up. Mu Qingyang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed for once. Do you remember what happened yesterday? Li Jili stared at him resentfully. I don't remember. Mu Qingyang coughed twice. We were all drunk. Stop it, it's annoying. Li Jili covered his head with a quilt. You must be responsible for me, but I have to leave Jiangnan City soon. You are not allowed to mess around here. Mu Qingyang said seriously without blushing or beating his heart. Don't worry, Jili. I won't mess with other women. Just be good in Tianfu City. I'll come to you when I'm free. Li Jili took the quilt away and kissed Mu Qingyang with a smile. Okay, I believe you. I'll wait for you in Tianfu. What she didn't know was that Mu Qingyang would not mess with other women anymore, because he had already messed with so many that he could hardly handle them all. Mu Qingyang thought to himself that this girl was really naive and a little silly. Fortunately, she met me. Although she couldn't get his wholehearted love, he would unconditionally satisfy her needs. If a beautiful woman does not have sufficient identity background and deep scheming, her end will generally be miserable. It was her luck to meet Mu Qingyang. Jiangnan International Airport. Mu Qingyang buried his head deeply in Li Jili's hair. Li Jili also hugged his waist tightly and was reluctant to let go. After a long time, Li Jili's nose twitched slightly. Brother Mu, the plane is about to take off, but I really don't want to leave you. Mu Qingyang gently stroked her beautiful back. We will meet soon. Remember to think of me in Tianfu. Yeah, I will miss Brother Mu very much. Chapter 79. Imaginations about various strategy rewards after they are upgraded. After saying goodbye to Li Zhili, Mu Qingyang felt a little reluctant. She is a particularly good girl, not only extremely beautiful, but also very simple. In just one day, he took away her virginity and also earned nearly 100 million yuan, cashback, and the skill of king-level fighting. It is no exaggeration to call her the goddess of luck. Call. Mu Qingyang let out a long sigh. When Zhuokersen's electronic music festival is over, I'll go to Tianfu City to find her. By the way, I'll help her equip her with a villa and a luxury car. My woman must have the best food, clothing, housing, and transportation. I don't know what the rewards for conquering other goddesses will be after they advance. They are produced by the system and should all be high quality. I wanted to slowly cultivate relationships with them, but this is forcing me to speed up. Mu Qingyang got into the driver's seat of the Ferrari and drove straight to the Camphor Forest Villa area. The roar of the supercar was loud, but it didn't affect his wandering thoughts at all. Currently, Chen Qiwen's favorability is also very high, reaching 70 points. She is very likely to unlock the strategy reward in a short time. The reward for her strategy is Iron Kidney, which strengthens the body's organ functions. After advancing, it may even make you immune to all diseases. This skill must be obtained as soon as possible. The second is Ruan. Although her favorability has reached 79 points, she has an indifferent personality and does not have much desire for material things. Now she is focused on the postgraduate entrance examination, so it is not easy for her to continue to improve it. Besides, her reward for the strategy is top-notch acting skills. I really can't imagine how this skill will evolve. Liang Inchong's favorability is currently 30 points, and her strategy reward is top-level athletic ability. If this skill is upgraded further, it should be an all-round strengthening of the body. I am afraid that I will become a Superman by then. This is also a must-have ability. I have to find a way to improve her favorability as soon as possible. Finally, there is the internet celebrity and gold diggers Zhuokersen. Top singing talent. Just like my acting skills, I can't think of anything special that will happen after I advance, so I'll just go with the flow. Not long. Mu Qingyang returned to the villa. At this time, Cullinan had already parked in the garage, and Ruan came back. He pushed open the door with a guilty conscience, only to see Ruan walking towards the laundry room with a pile of bedding. Mu Qingyang's heart sank. The traces left by him and Li Zhili must have been seen by her. What to do? Waiting online. It's quite urgent. But now any explanation seemed pale and powerless. Mu Qingyang gritted his teeth and said hello. When did you get back? You don't have to wash these things yourself. I'll ask the property management to introduce some cleaning ladies right away. Ruan acted as if nothing had happened. Her tone was still calm and indifferent. It's okay. The laundry room's equipment is very powerful. Just throw it in. It's effortless. Don't invite me, Annie. I'm not used to being with strangers. Mu Qingyang nodded repeatedly. Okay, this villa is yours. You have the final say. Well, I have something else to do, so I have to go out again. You can make something to eat for lunch. By the way, have you spent all your money? I'll transfer another 100 million to you. Mu Qingyang said and closed the door again. Returning to the car, Mu Qingyang lit a cigarette. After exhaling the thick fog in frustration, he shook his head in frustration. My mental strength is still not strong enough. I was defeated as soon as we met. If she scolds me, I can still make jokes and talk back, but what I'm most afraid of is that she knows everything but won't say it, just like the queen in the palace drama. Mu Qingyang was emo for a few seconds, then quickly adjusted his mindset. How can I, a great sea king, be so worried about gains and losses? What if Ruan doesn't object to me being surrounded by romantic interests? Right? It must be like this. Otherwise, why doesn't her favorability decrease? Mu Qingyang immediately came out of his internal conflict, took out his cell phone, and called Chen Qiwen. The call was connected in the last few seconds of the ringing, and Chen Qiwen's cheerful voice came from the receiver. Brother Mu, why did you think of calling me? Did you miss me? Mu Qingyang chuckled. Yes, I miss you so much that I can't sleep every night. How about it? Has my father-in-law allowed you to come out? Chen Qiwen's tone became resentful. No, he insisted on introducing me to a boyfriend in the system and said we'd meet tonight. It's no use if I refuse. I'm so annoyed. Mu Qingyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Am I so unbearable in his eyes? No matter what, I am a promising young man with a monthly income of 100 million. Is this not worthy of his attention? Chen Qiwen said depressedly. My dad doesn't like doing business. He says it's unstable and risky. But don't worry, Brother Mu. I have decided not to attend this dinner tonight. I will fight with my dad to the end. Mu Qingyang suddenly had an idea. You agree to it first, but there is one condition. What conditions? Just tell me to have lunch with you first. Are you going to meet my dad so soon? I think it might be better to wait a little. He really doesn't like you very much right now. Mu Qingyang smiled. It's okay. I have special abilities. Chen Qi was delighted when he heard this. Oh? What ability? Money power. Mu Qingyang finally persuaded Chen Qiwen to go and negotiate the conditions with her father. He is not blindly confident, but very determined. Money can only exert its greatest power when it is transformed into real material. Otherwise, it is just a boring string of numbers. Mu Qingyang had an extremely deep understanding of this sentence after obtaining the system. When he was delivering food in the past, he would always think, isn't it just a luxury car? It has 4 wheels, but it can also produce flowers? Isn't it just a mansion? We only sleep in those few square meters every night. Can a bigger house help us live forever? But when he actually possessed these things, he could only close his eyes, shake his head, and say, I am still superficial. This feeling is really good. Everyone has desires. If you don't have them at the moment, it's just that they haven't been aroused. Chen Qiwen's father is used to living a dull life. I'll teach him a good lesson. In an ordinary 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, a still charming woman had already prepared a table full of breakfast. Chen Qiwen walked out of the bedroom, wearing a set of cartoon pajamas. Even though she was sleepy and had no makeup on, her beauty could still beat 99% of her peers who were dressed up. Her parents and brother were eating at the table. She sat down and took a few mouthfuls of porridge before summoning up the courage to say, Dad, I can meet the blind date you introduced to me tonight, but I have one condition. Father Chen gave his daughter a sharp look. What conditions do you put forward to me? Will I harm you? Chen Qiwen started to act out. I won't go if you don't promise me. Mother Chen came out to smooth things over. Let your daughter talk about it. Father Chen snorted coldly. You can say it, but I may not agree. Chen Qiwen took a deep breath and said boldly, You have to go see Mu Qingyang at noon. No wonder you didn't come out for dinner just now. Were you secretly talking to him on the phone? Your dad rarely have a day off today. I don't have time to meet irrelevant people. I refuse. Before Chen Qiwen could pout in anger, her brother stood up first. Dad, can you please stop being so stubborn? I think brother-in-law Mu is a good guy. Please don't deny him, just based on your subjective opinion. You are playing with my sister's happiness. You are not responsible at all. When Chen's father was given this compliment, he immediately panicked. Qiwen, don't talk nonsense. Your father, am very good at judging people. You are too young to understand this. Seeing this, Chen Ma immediately advised. Old Chen, since it's the weekend and everyone is off, why not go meet him? You can explain it to him in person if it's okay or not. Father Chen was relieved. Okay, let's go meet that boy. Chapter 80. Mu Qingyang controls his father-in-law. Zhao Mingnan has been very angry these days. His younger brother Yuan Peng told him that the cousin he saw in the coffee shop last time was sentenced to 8 years in prison for attempted murder. The one who was killed was that top-notch village girl, but she was saved by that kid Mu Qingyang. Zhao Mingnan took the opportunity to investigate the matter and found out that Mu Qingyang was just an ordinary citizen. He was furious. He had lost face twice in front of the common people, and both times in front of extremely beautiful women. He absolutely cannot swallow this. He will make him pay 10-fold or 100-fold. But Mu Qingyang disappeared after he came out of the police station, and Zhao Mingnan searched for him for several days, but found nothing. He set his sights on Chen Qiwen. These two wicked couple will eventually meet, right? He had already found out where Chen Qiwen lived from his ex-girlfriend, who was also Chen Qiwen's best friend. So he sent a younger brother to wait downstairs of her community every day. Today I finally received the news that she went out. Chen Qiwen drove a Bentley coupe and brought her whole family to the high-end restaurant booked by Mu Qingyang. As soon as Chen Qiwen got off the car, he exclaimed, Wow! I heard that the average cost per person at this Guiyu Shanfang is over 1,000. I saw a food blogger review on TikTok. Today, thanks to my brother-in-law, I'm going to have a big meal. Father Chen tapped his youngest son with his folding fan. You are not allowed to order random dishes later. Business people like to make such a fuss, which is flashy but not practical. After Chen Qiwen finished speaking, he ran to a red supercar next to him. Oh my God! 488 pissed the spider. This is the first time I've seen one in Jiangnan City. Could this car belong to my brother-in-law? Chen Qiwen nodded gently. He's here, let's go. Guiyu Shanfang is decorated in a new Chinese style that combines modern and classical styles. Asparagus, fern, and lotus are planted in the corridors and courtyards, and the environment is quiet and peaceful. After crossing the hall, Chen Qiwen and her family of 4 came to the largest private room in the restaurant, where Mu Qingyang had been waiting for a long time. He smiled and stood up and greeted. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. Chen Qiwen excitedly stretched out his right hand and leaned over. Hello, brother-in-law. I am Chen Qiwen's younger brother. You can just call me Xiaowen. I have admired you for a long time and am your loyal fan. I wish you and my sister will be together forever and live happily ever after. Chen Qiwen was hit on the head by the folding fan again. Not a decent person. Father Chen acted like an elder, nodded slightly, and walked to the dining table and sat down. Aunt Chen was much more polite. She looked at Mu Qingyang with a smile on her face, her eyes full of satisfaction. What a great guy. He is tall, handsome, and strong, and he is a perfect match for Wenwen. Don't stand, young man. Go me sit down. Yeah, okay. Mu Qingyang agreed, took Chen Qiwen's hand, and walked over to sit down. Seeing this, Mr. Chun coughed twice, and Chen Qiwen reluctantly withdrew her hand. Mu Qingyang, is this your name? When did you and our Wenwen meet? How far has your relationship progressed? Before all the dishes were served, Dad Chen started the first round of attacks. Mu Qingyang nodded. The name is correct. Then he took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Qiwen, and lit one for himself. He did not at all try to portray himself as a good boy just because it was his first time meeting the girl's parents. Wenwen and I haven't known each other for long, maybe 10 days or so. As for the progress, it's not convenient to talk about it. Snort. Father Chen snorted coldly. What's the difference between a relationship of more than 10 days and playing house? I don't want to pursue what happened between you and Wenwen in the past, but please stay away from her in the future. I don't think your relationship is a good one. Mu Qingyang didn't respond, but took out a beautifully packaged box from under the seat and handed it to Chen Ma. Annie, this is our first meeting, and I don't know what you like, so I just bought you an imperial green bracelet. Try it on and see if the size fits you. Aunt Chen took it with a smile and put it carefully on her left wrist. She has very fair skin, which matches the imperial green perfectly and looks very good on her. Xiaomu, this bracelet is very beautiful. Andy likes it very much, but I can't accept it. Aunt Chen took off the bracelet and said, I heard that jadeite of this quality is extremely rare and very expensive. I appreciate your kindness, but it's too valuable, so you should take it back. Mu Qingyang had expected her to say this and pushed the box in front of Chen Qiwen. Then I'll just give it to Wenwen. Chen Qiwen was very smart. She knew that Mu Qingyang was trying to give her a gift indirectly, so she agreed directly. Okay, thank you, brother. Mu Qingyang took out a few cards from his pocket and handed them over. These are all cheap things. I think they can be used by my aunt. Please accept them. Mother Chen took it and looked at it. There were membership cards for a beauty salon, a supermarket, and membership cards for several brand clothing stores. Chen's mother wanted to refuse, but Chen Qiwen directly stuffed the card into her bag. Oh, Mom, just keep it. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Mother Chen hesitated for 2 seconds and then nodded. Okay, then thank you, Xiaomu. Snort. Father Chen snorted again. Is your family short of food and clothing? How can you take other people's things without permission? I think Wenwen was corrupted by you. Upon hearing this, Mother Chen glared at Father Chen, and Father Chen immediately stopped talking. Mu Qingyang then took out a Lamborghini key from his pocket and tossed it. Brother, do you like this thing? Chen Qiwen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he nodded rapidly. I like it. I like it so much. Brother-in-law, you are my dear brother-in-law. Mu Qingyang lit the key with a click. If you like it, I'll give it to you. If I can have a happy ending with your sister, I'll give you the real one. Chen Qiwen did not dislike the fact that it was a lighter. He still happily took the key and said confidently, Don't worry, brother-in-law. You won't fail as long as I'm here. While the young people were talking, Mother Chen had already opened the RT-Mart supermarket app. She entered the membership card number she had just received into the query column and was shocked by the balance in it. 1 million yuan in total. How can I spend so much money on food and drinks? If you don't want to use it yourself, you can sell it and get hundreds of thousands of cash in return. Xiaomu is so generous. Mother Chen couldn't help but hand the phone screen to Father Chen. After seeing this, Mr. Chen coughed violently twice, then picked up the tea in front of him and drank it. He was shocked by Mu Qingyang's generosity. How can you give shopping cards like this? This is 1 million. It took me 10 years of hard work to earn that. Just give it away so lightly? What if he and Wenwen can't be together? Does he have too much money to spend? But after the shock, Dad Chen felt a little unhappy. What's wrong with the Xiaomu? Everyone has a meeting gift. Why don't I have one? Do you have any opinion about me? Mu Qingyang saw all of this. He knew the time was ripe and turned his head to look at Father Chen. Uncle Chen, it's not convenient to carry the gift I gave you with me. Let's go to the scene after dinner. Father Chen finally felt balanced. That's right. I may not accept it, but I must be polite. But he still acted like an elder. Let's talk about it after dinner. Chapter 81 Mu Qingyang taught Chen Shuwen everything Yi Shuyan knew. The dishes at Guiyu Shanfang are beautifully presented, but the portions are very small, similar to Japanese food. Fortunately, the food tasted very good. Mu Qingyang was paying with his dog money anyway, so he had plenty of money. So he ordered several delicious dishes. Chen Shiwen was already full, but he was still not satisfied, so he picked up the menu and ordered more. I want 5 servings of caviar and avocado tartare, 3 servings of stir-fried Antarctic lobster, 2 servings of steamed sori, and 1 serving of 9-year-old crystal shrimp with green bean sauce. With a generous gift as the starting point, the dinner was quite pleasant. Except for Chen's father, who still speaks in the accent of the old generation and is a bit stiff, Chen's mother, Chen's brother, Chen Shiwen, and Mu Qingyang have become close friends. Brother-in-law, this restaurant is so delicious that my stomach is about to burst, but I can't stop eating. Chen Shiwen said this with a silly grin. Mu Qingyang had a good impression of this brother-in-law. He drank a sip of tea and said, "Eat slowly, it's all you can eat. I'll go pay the bill and get a card for your sister. If you want to eat next time, just drag her along." "Okay, brother-in-law." Mu Qingyang lit up and walked out of the private room with Huazi. He looked at his mobile phone and found that the gift for his father-in-law had been arranged. He chuckled and walked to the bar, directly swiping 1 million. When he turned around, he said lightly, "You don't need to change the remaining money. Just charge it to the card." When he returned to the private room, Chen Shiwen had already eaten all the food on the table. He smiled embarrassedly. "Brother-in-law, I'm full, let's go." Chen Shiwen immediately jumped up and hugged Mu Qingyang's arm. "Where do we go next?" Mu Qingyang scratched her nose, put his lips close to her ear, and whispered, "Go see your dad's second face." "What does this mean?" "You'll know when you get there." At the entrance of the parking lot, Chen Shiwen stood in front of the red supercar and refused to leave. "Brother-in-law, please let me sit in the passenger seat. I have liked this car for a long time, and I can't help but want to lick it. Please, please." Mu Qingyang shaved his scalp. "If you make that sound again, I'll fuck you. Go drive your sister's Continental GT. Listen to me. I have something important to say to your sister." Chen Shiwen had a sad face. "If it's something urgent, why don't we talk about it when we get there? I really want to ride in this car." Mu Qingyang directly used his ultimate move. "Do you still want a Lamborghini?" As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shiwen ran faster than a dog and got into the white Bentley in a flash. Chen Shiwen blushed and said, "Brother Mu, your purpose in saying this is too obvious. My brother will be 20 soon. He knows everything." Mu Qingyang smiled evilly. "He understands, so he understands. I am his brother-in-law, and it is only natural for me to bully his sister. Get in the car." Inside the Ferrari, Mu Qingyang placed his big hand on Chen Shiwen's snow-white and smooth long legs. "Wenwen, do you want to learn something new? I'll teach you." Chen Shiwen had a bad feeling. "Well, learn what?" Mu Qingyang has always been very selfless towards Chen Shiwen, so he taught her everything that Yi Shuyan knew. When there was only 1 kilometer left to the navigation address, Mu Qingyang let out a long breath. After walking for more than a minute, we could already see the destination with our naked eyes. It was an extremely luxurious antique building with a plaque on the door that read Shishan Yinlu Sales Office. "This is it." As soon as Mu Qingyang got off the bus, Chen Shiwen jumped out for the public seat next to him. "Brother-in-law, you drive so slowly. It took us a long time to get here." Mu Qingyang looked at Chen Shiwen. "Your brother said you're slow and need to practice more." Chen Shiwen blushed and rolled her eyes at him. "It's obviously your problem, okay? I've tried my best." Chen Shiwen was somewhat confused. "Who of you is driving the car? It's a shame that such a nice supercar ends up in your hands." After a few words, a beautiful woman in a professional suit and black stockings walked out of the antique building. She was a property consultant who sold Villa No. 1 in Xianghanglan to Mu Qingyang. The smile on her face was not professional at all, and it was obvious that it came from the heart. When she walked in front of Mu Qingyang, she bowed slightly. "Hello, Mr. Mu. Nice to meet you. I have selected everything according to your requirements. Please follow me, the career counselor said, and gestured to the commuter bus to invite in. Mu Qingyang called out to the 4 members of the Qin family. Let's go, the stuff is inside. There is a large lake inside Shishan Yunlu, with several rockery dotted around the lake and the shore full of precious seedlings. The environment is very beautiful. Qin Shiwen looked around. Brother-in-law, is this a scenic spot? The scenery is so beautiful. Look at the cicadas and birds singing. It's perfect for a walk to digest food. You are so thoughtful, brother-in-law. Mu Qingyang was so upset. How could he brag about something like this? But he did not refute. The scenery outside is okay, but it can't compare to the scenery inside. You'll be more surprised when you get there. Although Mr. Chen saw what was written on the plaque when he entered the door, he didn't think about buying a house at all. Are you kidding? Looking at the luxury of this villa area, any one of them would be worth a small goal, right? Although Xiao Mu was very generous, it was very likely that he was just trying to show off his wealth. His actual financial resources were definitely not enough to afford these places. Dad Chen just thought he had some connection, so he was able to bring them in for a tour. Fortunately, he really liked this kind of environment with birds singing and flowers blooming, so he didn't say much about it. After turning a few corners, the commuter bus stopped at a courtyard. The property consultant opened the car door enthusiastically. Mr. Mu, we have arrived at our destination. Please get off the bus and take a look. Father Chen and Mother Chen were stunned by the scene in front of them. They opened their eyes wide and exclaimed, This, is there such a place in Jiangnan City? Chapter 82. Become a Mu family woman and enjoy a happy life. The property consultant pointed to a cloud-shaped podocarpus tree at the entrance and introduced. This tree is the treasure of the Huizhou nursery. It has a thick stem and a beautiful shape. The market price is conservatively estimated to be in the 7 figures. Qin Chuan secretly smacked his lips. It's enough to buy a supercar. What fool would spend so much money on a tree? Mu Qingyang pinched his nose awkwardly and ignored his brother-in-law. It was Father Chun who explained while waving his fan. How can the realm be the same? Buying a car is for fun. Buying a tree is for sentiment. I have some knowledge of seedlings, and this tree is excellent in all aspects. It should be worth $1 million. Fortunately, Dad Chen doesn't know that this is his own thing. If he knew, he would have known that this tree is top-notch in every way and would never sell it for less. The property consultant smiled politely and led the few people into the yard. After walking a few steps, a staircase appeared in front of us, and next to the staircase was a waterfall with a drop of 5 or 6 meters. Everyone walked down the stone steps. The water vapor stirred up by the waterfall felt cool on their bodies and was very comfortable. The water source of this waterfall comes from the mountain spring water. It is rich in minerals and can be drunk directly. Chen Qiwen curiously scooped up a handful and put it into his mouth. Oh, it's true. It tastes sweet and much better than Nongfu Spring. Father Chen nodded and praised. The waterfall forms a stream with green moss in it, and occasionally you can see groupers swimming in it. This landscape seems to come from nature. The design of the courtyard must have been done by a master. Connecting the steps is a courtyard covering an area of nearly 2 acres, which surrounds an antique 3-story building in the middle. Without waiting for the career consultant to introduce him, Dad Shin started to wander around on his own. These potted plants are amazing. There are cypresses, ancient plums, and sweet olives. They are all rare and precious. The only one I've grown is the golden ball, but the quality is nothing compared to these. Dad, are you talking about those small plants on our balcony? They look different to me. These small trees are all covered with golden fruits, while ours are bare. Chen Qiwen asked with her head tilted. Ahem. Dad Chun was a little embarrassed. Golden bullet trees bear fruit in October every year and are very ornamental, so I planted a few. But the variety we have is not good. It's not because your father and I didn't take good care of them. The stocking salesperson immediately changed the subject to defuse the embarrassment. Please follow me. The rockery and fish pond in front are also very beautiful. After walking a few dozen steps, we arrived at a pavilion. The pavilion was surrounded by rockery made of Taihu stones. The rockery formed a circle with a pool of light blue water inside the circle. The water is extremely clear, and you can clearly see the yellow and red pollen floating on the bottom of the pond. Dozens of koi as fat as pigs are leisurely picking up food. The stocking saleswoman pointed at the large fish of different colors. These are koi carps imported from Japan, each worth hundreds of thousands. Chen Qiwen's eyes widened. What's so expensive? How much did you invest per pound? Father Chen smiled. Not only this fish, but even the black pines that can be seen everywhere around the rockery are top-grade goods worth millions. Whose rich man owns this house that looks like a royal palace's back garden? Why is there no one living in such a nice house? The property consultant was a little surprised. This villa was originally reserved for the developer's boss to live in, but the project funding ran into problems right after the renovation was completed, so it has been bought by Mr. Moo. Didn't Mr. Moo say he wanted to give it away? Isn't he giving it to you guys? Send someone? Father Chen's tongue was a little knotted. Who is it for? A lady named Chen Chiwen. The property rights have been transferred to her name. Huh? Dad Chun, Mom Chun, and the Chun siblings all exclaimed. Chen Chiwen's legs went weak, and he almost knelt down to Mu Qingyang. Brother-in-law? Is this true? Slap me twice and tell me I'm not dreaming. Mother Chen pinched Father Chen's philtrum. Old Chun, what's wrong with you? Wake up and don't scare me. Mu Qingyang took out a cigarette and lit it, then found a stone and sat down. Didn't I say I wanted to give Uncle Chen a gift? Is it okay for you to live in this house for the rest of your life? Father Chen woke up immediately. He was no longer as calm as he had been during the visit. He rubbed his hands frantically and swallowed his saliva. Okay, that's great. Xiao Mu, I'm not a materialistic person. I really like these flowers and plants. Mu Qingyang exhaled smoke and stood up. Then look at what happened between me and Wenwen. Chen Chiwen immediately jumped out with a grin on his face. Brother-in-law, whoever dares to interfere with you must step over my dead body first. Father Chen could no longer maintain his elder's airs. He smiled and said, Chiwen is a very unruly boy, but there is a saying that makes sense. Young people should be free to fall in love. I was a little too strict with him in the past. Chen Chiwen almost cried when she heard this. She buried her head deep in Mu Qingyang's chest and sobbed. Brother Mu, this gift is so precious. Whoa. Thank you for doing so much for me. Well, I love you so much. Chen Chiwen's favorability plus 10, current favorability 80. Mu Qingyang patted her beautiful back. Be a woman of the Mu family and enjoy a happy life. You deserve all of this. After calming Chen Chiwen down, Mu Qingyang turned his head to look at his brother-in-law. Xiaowen, you are pretty good at licking people. Who did you learn from? Chen Chiwen scratched his head. Brother-in-law, this is the first time I do this too. Maybe this is a talent. Mu Qingyang wanted to laugh. Your sister is also very talented, but I like them all. He continued. Since you were so sensible, your brother-in-law will buy you a 911 first. I will transfer the money to your sister and ask her to take you there when she is free. Thank you, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you are my god. I am willing to follow you forever. The stocking sales looked sour. She really wanted to ask Mr. Mu if he was still in need of a woman, but when she saw the woman next to him, she instantly lost her confidence. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. It would have been satisfying to get a commission of several 100,000 yuan for selling a mansion worth more than 200 million yuan, but compared to the person who received the house as a gift, it was not even a drop in the bucket. But she quickly calmed down and pointed to the back garden of the villa and said, Everyone, please continue to follow me. We have only walked half of the yard. Chapter 83. You are right. There is something wrong with my brain. Walk up a few steps along the left side of the front garden, and you will reach the back garden of the villa. The back garden is sloped and incredibly large, looking like a small hill. The property consultant pointed to the lapis lazuli and yellow wax stone that could be seen everywhere and said, When renovating this villa, we used more than 2,000 tons of stone, which was brought back from the stone factory by hundreds of trucks overnight, so the whole environment looks very close to nature. The more Dadchen looked at it, the more satisfied he was. He fanned himself quickly. He never dreamed that he would be able to live in such a luxurious villa in his lifetime. A house of this level is probably a bit out of reach even for a company CEO, right? Now the more he looks at Mu Qingyang, the more he likes him. It's all Wenwen's fault for not explaining it clearly before, which caused me to misunderstand Xiaomu for so long. Mother Chen didn't care much about these. She pointed to a huge tree and said, Hey, is this a longan tree? Can it bear fruit? The property consultant smiled. This is a 10-year-old Zhuliang longan tree, the best longan variety, which produces hundreds of kilograms of large, sweet fruits every year. I don't think your family can finish them all. Then he pointed to another one. That's a garboa tree. The fruit it bears is worth hundreds of dollars per pound. It's very rare. There are cherry trees, peach trees, sunshine rose grapes, and other fruit trees halfway up the mountain, ensuring that you can eat green and fresh fruits in every season. Of course, the garden is quite large, so it's possible to grow some vegetables. Mother Chen's mood at this moment was the same as Father Chen's when he learned that the villa was a gift to their daughter. But she was not so excited that she needed Dad Chan to pinch her Rinzhong. However, she was too excited and her voice was trembling. Great! I've always wanted a place to grow fruits and vegetables. This is 10 times better than my dream yard. I love it so much. Chen Chuan happily held Chen Ma's hand. Mom, this must have been carefully selected for us by Brother Mu. He must have put a lot of thought into getting your approval. You have to be nicer to him in the future. Okay. Mother Chen couldn't stop laughing. In fact, Mom has always supported you. Even without these things, I would still treat him well. After all, a son-in-law is half a son. Mu Qingyang pinched his nose in embarrassment. He did put some thought into it, but that was all he said on the phone. Find the best one with no upper limit on the budget. But none of this matters. As long as Qin Shiwen is happy, everything he has done is worth it. It was just over 200 million in dog-licking money, which is only over 2,000 in cash, but what he got was a full 10 points of favorability. This deal is a win-win situation. But after a while, Chen Ma became worried again. How can I manage such a large yard by myself? Even if I spend all my time on it, it won't work. The property consultant smiled politely. You are worrying too much. This villa is equipped with gardeners. Just let them take care of these things. When Chen Ma heard this, her smile froze. Mu Qingyang knew what she was thinking and added, Don't worry about the money. I will transfer it to Wenwen. Mother Chen smiled happily. That's great, Xiaomo. This house is very big. You can move in and live with us. Chen Chuan looked at him hopefully. Brother-in-law, come on, I want to play with you. Before today, Dad Chen would never approve of cohabitation before marriage. But at this moment, he is selectively deaf and is just enjoying the flowers and trees, which means he has already tacitly agreed to the matter. Chen Chuan smiled shyly, and her eyes looked at him with a tearful look. But Mu Qingyang slowly shook his head. Firstly, he is used to living alone and would not be used to living with his elders suddenly. Second, how can I take care of other girls if I stick with Chen Chiwen every day? Aquaman will not tie his own hands, and living in Ruan Yi's villa is the best solution. Not only can you play freely, but you can also do what you love anytime and anywhere. Isn't that wonderful? He had no choice but to tell a white lie. I've been very busy lately, flying all over the country. It's okay to stay here for a day occasionally, but not for a permanent stay. Chen Chuan smiled at him considerately. It's okay, Brother Mu. Just focus on your career. If you miss me, come here to find me. Mu Qingyang patted her head. Good. After the beautiful saleswoman finished chatting with the owner, she introduced. This is the fish pond in the back garden, which is also filled with mountain spring water. You can raise some edible fish. The lake in our villa area is free for owners to fish. There are many fish species in it. Many owners will go fishing in their spare time. This is good. Chen's father could hardly suppress the smile on his face. I like to go fishing when I have nothing to do. It's great to have this resource in the community. This is a swimming pool with massage and surfing facilities. Next to it is an open-air barbecue bar. All the kitchen utensils and equipment in the barbecue bar are imported from Europe, which makes it very convenient to grill ingredients. Chen Chuan likes this area the most. If you invite 3 or 5 friends to drink and chat here, I don't know how pleasant it is. Next is the entrance to the back garden. I'll take you inside to see the decoration. When the beautiful saleswoman pushed open the heavy, dark, golden wooden door, everyone was stunned. This really proves the old saying, I dare not speak loudly for fear of disturbing the people in the room. The picture is really shocking. What catches your eye is 4 whole teak logs that are so big that one person cannot hug them, supporting the entrance hall. The roof is covered with jet black antique glazed tiles, which is even more magnificent than the general's mansions on TV. At the end of the foyer hangs a calligraphy and an ink painting. The beautiful saleswoman introduced. This is Zheng Banqiao's poem scroll Hongqiao Xiuxi, which was auctioned for over 5 million yuan. This is Qi Gong's orchid and bamboo, which is also worth about 5 million. Chen Chuan touched it carefully. Is this also included in the house? Yes, sir. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Chen Chuan smacked his lips and shook his head. You're really crazy to spend money on these things? At this point, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned his head to look at Mu Qingyang, then slapped himself lightly. Pooh. I'm a wild boar that cannot eat fine bran. Only people with taste like my brother-in-law can understand these things. I am just talking nonsense. Mu Qingyang patted his shoulder. You're right. People who buy these things have a bit of a brain problem. I don't understand them at all. When you turn into the living room, all you see are wooden decorations and furniture. The beautiful saleswoman continued to introduce. All the wood in this villa is unpainted. They are all original small-leaf red sandalwood, wangwali, and big red rosewood. Each piece is very valuable. Mu Qingyang picked a sofa and sat down. The feel was far different from the leather sofa in Villa No. 1 in Xianghanglan. Moreover, the armrests of the wooden furniture are hard, and one can only sit on them but not lie down, which is totally unsuitable for Mu Qingyang, who likes to pose like Guyu. This kind of house is only suitable for a genuine scholarly family to live in. But Dadchen was extremely satisfied and kept nodding and praising it. But it's understandable. As an old system insider who has worked in state-owned enterprises for decades, he is more or less a bit of a hipster, and he likes to be attached to these things the most. P.S. Is this house okay? I hope all brothers can have one. Chapter 84. It's okay to be pregnant with someone else's child. I'll raise the child. Dadchen sat upright on a rosewood chair, his hands caressing the wood grain lovingly. The rapid ringing of the phone brought him back to reality from his trance. When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was Xiao Lu calling, the blind date he was going to introduce to his daughter. Dadchen wanted to hang up immediately, but everyone looked at him curiously. He thought about it and pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end of the phone was both humble and polite. Uncle Chun, have you eaten? The weather is nice this afternoon. Come over to my place and have some tea. The volume of Chen's father's cell phone conversation was very loud, and everyone could hear most of what he said. After a little thought, he knew that his daughter must have told Xiaomu about this, so it would be better to put it on the table openly. So I just turned on the loudspeaker. Xiaolu, I guess I'm busy this afternoon. Let's talk about it another day. Uncle Chun, didn't you say you liked the big terrace in my house? I specially converted it into a tea room so that you can come and drink tea in the future. The intern I supervised gave me a box of Longjing tea the day before yesterday. The quality is quite good. You will definitely like it. Dadchen looked up and out the window. Rockeries, flowing water, pavilions, towers, and various rare plants were right in front of him. The small terrace no longer had any appeal. As for tea, the back garden is so big that you can plant any kind of tea tree you want, but he has no interest in it at all. Xiaolu, Uncle Chen received your kindness, but I really don't have time today. I'm accompanying an important guest. Ah, it's okay. I'll save the tea for you. You can come anytime you have time. See you at dinner tonight. Dadchen secretly glanced at Mom Chen's face, and Mom Chen turned her head away, as if to say, you have to clean up this mess yourself, and I won't go anyway. Dadchen looked at his daughter again. Her mouth was pouting up to the sky, and she was obviously very unhappy. The younger son, on the other hand, looked very disappointed with his son. He shook his head and beat his chest in grief. He took one last look at Mu Qingyang and finally hardened his heart. Xiaolu, there are some changes to what Uncle Chen told you last time. Don't think about it that way. I will explain the situation to your parents in person when I have time. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously panicked. What's going on? Is there any change? Uncle Chen, don't joke with me. Father Chen decided to let him give up this idea and said directly, my daughter is pregnant with someone else's child. This plan is aborted. Uncle Chen will introduce you to another one. Lu Chong was struck by lightning when he heard this. He thinks he is in excellent condition. Both of my parents are senior executives in state-owned enterprises with annual salaries of 1 million. He graduated from a prestigious university, is 178 centimeters tall, has good looks, and has a decent job. He can be considered a tall, rich, and handsome man. There are countless girls pursuing him, but he doesn't like any of them. But ever since he saw the video of her daughter on Lao Chen's phone, he was sure he was in love. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Her every expression and every movement was so fascinating. Even someone as restrained as him couldn't help but secretly discipline himself late that night. After that, he immediately asked his parents to help with matchmaking, and the meeting was scheduled today as he wished. He had no appetite and had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now he was told that it was gone. Lu Chong could not accept this result at all. His heart ached whenever he thought of the girl's every frown and smile. No, I can't give her to anyone else. Lu Chang's tone was very firm. It's okay, Uncle Chun. Today's society is too impetuous. Beautiful girls will inevitably meet some bad guys. I will definitely not mind if you ask her to abort the child. Chen Shiwen could hardly hold back his laughter, but he didn't dare to laugh since his brother-in-law didn't laugh. Chen Shiwen looked at Mu Qingyang speechlessly, wondering how there could be such an outrageous person. Cold sweat broke out on Dad Chen's forehead. He had forgotten that he had a fan and was wiping the sweat with his sleeves. Xiaolu, my daughter has a very stubborn temper. She insists on giving birth to the child, and I can't persuade her. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. It's okay. I'll raise the baby. Mu Qingyang laughed out loud. This guy is awesome. He is willing to be a father? I am afraid that if Father Chen refuses again, he can take the child's surname. Chen Shiwen couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. He held his stomach and leaned close to the receiver. Xiaolu, forget it. Wait until your family can afford to plant trees that cost millions of dollars each before you come and take advantage of my sister. Lu Chang's voice was urgent. Uncle Chun, who is talking? What does this mean? Dad Chen quickly turned off the speaker and put the phone to his ear. My daughter has someone she likes, and our whole family supports her. Uncle Chen is sorry for you. Please forget about it and cancel the dinner tonight. Then he hung up the phone. Father Chen looked at Mu Qingyang apologetically. Xiao Mu, this is something stupid I did a few days ago. Don't be angry. Mu Qingyang was not very angry. Beautiful women will always be pursued in any era. This is an eternal law. Humans are creatures that seek benefits and avoid harm. They will choose things that are more beneficial to themselves. This is instinct, and there is nothing wrong with what Mr. Chen did. Mu Qingyang didn't want the happy atmosphere to be ruined by this phone call, so he took the initiative to tease. One is so charming. What's wrong with my damn sense of crisis? Don't run away with someone else. Chen Shiwen glanced at him charmingly. I should be the one worried, right? You're so tall, so handsome, and so rich. Even my girlfriends want you, not to mention other women. Don't let me down. Mu Qingyang pinched his nose bridge. No, I will always treat you well. The beautiful saleswoman said at the right time. Mr. Mu, I have finished introducing the villa. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. This Chinese-style villa already belongs to Miss Chen Shiwen. You can move in any time. Okay. Mu Qingyang waved her hand and then looked at Chen Shiwen. Are you moving here today? Everything is ready-made here. Just buy some daily necessities. Chen Shiwen nodded. This place is wider and you can fit in here. I want to take advantage of the afternoon to make up for the missing items. Mu Qingyang thought it was very good, and he agreed. Okay, Xiaowen ate so much at lunch, let him move some things to eat. By the way, the property fees and gardener's salary here are quite high. I'll transfer some money to you for use first. Ask me if you don't have any more. Want? Brother Mu, why are you going this afternoon? I'm going to discuss a project worth several $100 million. I'll contact you when I'm done. Chapter 85. Does your brother Mu still need a maid to warm the bed? Mu Qingyang decided to go back to Zhonglin Villa to catch up on her sleep. He drank last night and fought with Li Zhili until very late, and just now he had exhausted some of his energy in the car. Even if he had a body of iron, he couldn't bear it anymore at this moment. When I opened the door, I saw Ruan Yi sitting quietly in the living room reading a book. Mu Qingyang shamelessly sat down next to her. What did you have for lunch? Ruan Yi gently turned the pages. I fried some vegetables. Do you want some? I'll heat them up for you. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. Iva eat then. I just want to show my concern for you. Won't you be bored staying at home alone? You can ask your friends to come over and play. Ruan Yi smiled faintly. Being alone makes me feel more comfortable, but of course I don't mind being with you. Mu Qingyang yawned. I'll just do it the way you like. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll go upstairs and rest for a while. Do you need me to accompany you? Ruan Yi's expression was very serious. It didn't seem like he was joking, nor did he seem like he was saying this on purpose to irritate him. Mu Qingyang was very surprised. He thought that even if Ruan Yi didn't get angry with him about the bed sheets, she would at least be secretly sad for a few days. Is this repaying evil with kindness? Mu Qingyang felt a little guilty, but he ruthlessly strangled it as soon as it sprouted. Looking at the super beauty in front of him, who had transformed from a country girl into a city beauty, Mu Qingyang's exhausted body was filled with endless energy again. He held Ruan Yi horizontally in his arms and walked into the room with a few big strides. Soft bed. Mu Qingyang looked at the beauty, who was lying obediently with fiery eyes. Ruan Yi's face turned red with embarrassment, and she looked like she was ready to be picked. Mu Qingyang untied the restraints in a few seconds, and Ruan Yi kindly reminded him at this time. Are you okay now? If you're tired, you can wait until tonight. Mu Qingyang was stunned for a moment. He did feel that his body was at a disadvantage. It would be best if he could have some time to buffer. Anyway, Ruan Yi has completely accepted doing that with me, so there is no need to be impatient. Now that I have money, time, and women, I must take good care of my body. Things like having sex 7 times a night. Let's wait until I get the iron kidney skill. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang bent down and got into bed. He hugged Ruan Yi's soft body and rested his head on her neck. Her faint body fragrance mixed with the smell of shampoo smelled very good. Mu Qingyang had a faint smile on his face, and his expression was very peaceful. He fell into a deep sleep soon. At the same time, Qin Shiwen has completed her purchase of daily necessities. She was lying on a large bed covered with pink sheets and sent a selfie to Mu Qingyang. Finally done. Does Brother Mu like the room I decorated? After a long time, there was no reply. Qin Shiwen thought he was busy, so she stopped bothering him and sent a message in the 4 Golden Flowers group chat. I'm super happy today, so I decided to invite you guys to KTV to have fun. Cici, have you received the care of your brother Mu again? Look how proud you are. Huang Fei, good things should be shared one. Didn't you say that Mu Qingyang is incredibly strong? Let's try it one day. Tong Tong, does that mean your father agrees with you two being together? Congratulations, sister, on marrying into a wealthy family. Throw flowers. One. It's hard to explain in a few words. I'll tell you in detail when we get there. There was a black Volkswagen parked at the entrance of the Shishan Yinlu real estate sales department. When Qin Shiwen came out, the person in the car made a phone call. Mr. Zhao, that stunning beauty has come out. Shall we continue to follow her? It was Zhao Mingnan's voice on the other end of the phone. Follow. Has the common man surnamed Mu come out? No. He drove into the Camphor Forest Villa area. The security there is very tight, and we can't get in. Ignore him for now. Let's collect some interest from Qin Shiwen today. Without that annoying guy, I wonder who can stop me. Royal number 1 business, KTV room. The 4 girls sang Today is the Day in chorus. The song ended. Huang Fei raised her glass. Congratulations to the most beautiful of our 4 golden flowers for getting married to rich young Master Mu and moving into a big villa. Cheers! Cheers! Qin Shiwen smiled very sweetly and drank most of the glass of red wine. When you live in a villa now, drive a Bentley, and suddenly you live the life of a rich lady. It feels like we're no longer from the same world. Tong Tong said sourly. Yes, you damn Chable wife. You make me so jealous. Cici agreed. Qin Shiwen put down the wine glass and said proudly, It's okay. Even if I become rich, I will not forget my sisters. From now on, you can come to the villa and be my personal maids. I will not treat you unfairly. Huang Fei touched Qin Shiwen with her shoulder and said half-jokingly, Who wants to be a personal maid? Ask your brother Mu if he needs a bed-warming maid. As long as he asks, I can start working right away. Qin Shiwen glared at her fiercely. You're dreaming. Don't think of taking advantage of Brother Mu. Huang Fei continued to tease. Can you defend against us and the vixens outside? Think about it. With the sisters helping you to squeeze Mu Qingyang dry, will he still have a mind to go out and have some fun? The sisters won't compete with you for your favor, but the other bitches may not. Cici and Tong Tong were much more thin-skinned. In the past, they would have definitely refuted Huang Fei, but this time they both tacitly kept silent. Qin Shiwen was actually thinking seriously about it. She felt that what Huang Fei said was not unreasonable, but it was a bit too ridiculous. After a few seconds, she shook her head belatedly. What kind of weird idea is this? What kind of girl would take the initiative to help her boyfriend find a woman? Fei, stop joking like that. I won't share Brother Mu with anyone. A barbecue restaurant next to Royal 1 TKV. Zhao Mingnan and several social workers with tattoos were drinking and eating skewers. A fat man with a gold chain said with lingering feelings, Mr. Zhao, where did you find such a beautiful girl? I got excited as soon as I saw her get off the car. She is truly the best of the best. Fat. The man who greeted the fat man had a face as pitted as the surface of the moon. His eyebrows were raised, and his face looked particularly fierce. Don't even think about that girl. She belongs to the Macho Brothers tonight. We just take the money and do the job. The fat man still refused to give up. He approached Zhao Mingnan with a lewd smile. Mr. Zhao, you play first and let me have a taste of what's left, okay? Although Zhao Mingnan had some money, he didn't dare to offend these people. They are all well-known hooligans in Jiangnan City. When they get angry, they will even beat their own mothers. They help him purely for the money. Brother Fatty, you can choose any of the other 3 girls, but that one won't do. So, I'll give you another 50,000 after the deal is done. Make a deal. The fierce man agreed immediately. I will keep an eye on Fipio and make sure he doesn't do anything rash. Chapter 86 Qin Shiwen is in danger. It was past 12 o'clock in the evening. The 4 girls had already drunk 2 bottles of red wine and more than 10 bottles of beer and were all slightly drunk. Qin Shiwen checked WeChat and found that Mu Qingyang still hadn't replied. She probably wouldn't be able to fight him for 300 rounds tonight. Qin Shiwen felt a little disappointed. She could feel her body was damp, but she still resisted the urge to call him. Sisters, it's almost time. Let's go get some midnight snack and then go home to our mothers. After Chen Chiwen finished speaking, she slung the Chanel bag across her body. Okay. You were looking at your phone the whole time at night, playing absent-mindedly. Without your brother Moo around, you seem to have lost your soul. Let's go to the seafood stall next door to eat some lobsters and take advantage of this rich little lady Wen-Wen. I agree. For the sake of the delicious food, we sisters will forgive your perfunctory attitude tonight. Zhao Mingnan had already drunk 6 or 7 bottles of beer and was a little drunk. He pointed at the KTV and shouted, "If those women don't come out in half an hour, I'm gonna fucking go in and catch them. Then I'll pin them down on the sofa and execute them right there." The fierce man twitched his lips, a little disdainful. Brother Mingnan, we live in a society ruled by law now. We don't dare to do things in places with cameras. Do you have the courage? Zhao Mingnan is still pretending. What are you afraid of? At most I'll have to spend a little more money afterwards. I have plenty of connections. At this moment, the fat man shouted excitedly. It's out. That pair of beautiful legs and silk stockings. I can recognize them even if they turn into ashes. Zhao Mingnan's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at the KTV door. It was indeed Chen Chiwen and her 3 sisters. His tent was erected quickly and visibly, but it was indeed a bit small. The fierce man slammed the chopsticks on the table. Follow him. Royal No. 1 KTV is located in the new district of Jiangnan City. There are few pedestrians here in the early morning. Occasionally, a taxi can be seen speeding on the road. Among the many businesses, only a few late-night restaurants still have their signs on. Chen Chiwen and her 3 little sisters walked shoulder to shoulder on the deserted sidewalk, humming a song, completely unaware of the several dark shadows in front and behind them. When passing a dark section of road without street lights, several dark shadows surrounded them from all directions. The girls immediately realized that something was wrong and were about to shout for help. But the sharp knife in the shadow's hand made them hold back their voices. Who are you, and what do you want? Huang Fei asked as she retreated, her voice trembling a little. Cici and Tong Tong were trembling all over. They had never seen such a scene before and were terrified. Chen Chiwen was also very scared. He knew that these people definitely had bad intentions. He took out his cell phone very covertly, pressed twice, and then quickly hid it in his bag. Now you do what I say. The vicious man put the long knife against Huang Fei's neck. First, don't make any noise, or my knife won't work. Second, see that empty store in front? Go in. Several girls didn't dare to breathe. These people were holding knives, had tattoos, and ferocious faces. It was obvious at first glance that they were bad guys in society. They would definitely dare to hurt people. As a last resort, the 4 of them had to move forward obediently. The vacant store faces the street, has a large area, and is still in an unfinished state. It probably hasn't been rented out or sold yet. The musty smell mixed with urine was extremely pungent, and in the dim light of the street lamp, you could vaguely see a few lumps of dried feces. There is no surveillance here, and no one comes in or out. If you are molested or harassed here, you will definitely not be able to find anyone the next day. Even if we happen to find it, we can't provide any evidence. The more Chen Chiwen thought about it, the more panicked she became. She even felt that these people dared to hold knives in the street, and they might do something even worse. I already felt that I was unworthy of Brother Moo. If I were to be defiled by these disgusting scums again, I would be humiliated to the core. So she plucked up her courage and said, "Please let us go, and I will give you money." The fat man took 2 steps forward with a lewd smile and stretched out his dirty hands while saying, "Beauty, I didn't expect you to be not only beautiful, but also a wealthy woman. I'm sorry to meet you in this way today. It's a pity. If it were a different time and place, I would be very polite and gentle." Chen Chiwen retreated in a hurry, and the fat man pressed forward step by step. Just when she had nowhere to retreat and was about to be stained by the fat pig's trotters, the fierce man stopped the fat man. "Fatty, we are here to help the boss. She is the primary target. Wake up." The fat man looked aggrieved. "Brother who? I'm just satisfying my desire, and it's not against the rules, right?" The fierce man gave the fat man a look and pointed backwards with his thumb hidden in front of him. Fipio looked back and saw a short and thin figure walking towards him in a hurry. It was Zhao Mingnan. He spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground, said bad luck, and retracted his hand unwillingly. Chen Chiwen immediately understood what was going on. She pointed at Zhao Mingnan angrily. "You ordered them all? You are committing a crime by doing this, you know that." Zhao Mingnan drank some horse urine and became very brave. He spread his hands and shook his head and said, I know, but so what? Do you think I was really scared? I was threatened by that kid named Moo many times before, which made me lose face. Today, I want to get it all back from you. What? What do you want to do? Chen Shiwen lowered her voice when she saw Zhao Mingnan, who was not in a normal state. She was afraid that what she said next would irritate him. What? Zhao Mingnan laughed crazily. Haha, of course I'll fuck you. After saying that, he looked at the fierce man. Brother Hu, should we knock them out and take them away or drag them to the hotel by force? I can't help it any longer. The fierce man looked at him like an idiot. Brother Mingnan, our business is just to help you take them to a deserted corner and give you that thing. You only want us to take the risk for 100,000 yuan. Zhao Mingnan was so excited that he lost his mind. He made a 10 with his hands and said in a very pretentious manner, Add another 100,000. Find a comfortable place for Wenwen and me. Chen Shiwen was completely panicked. She suppressed her fear and said in a restrained voice, Zhao Mingnan, you are raping a woman. The sentence is very severe. I advise you not to do this. I will definitely call the police when I get out. Zhao Mingnan looked as if he had expected this and took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. Do you know what this is? Drink this, and even a barren woman will open her legs. It has a stronger effect, which is to make the user lose the memory of the past few hours. Is it suitable for you? Chen Shiwen had seen this kind of thing on the news. Many girls had fallen victim to this kind of potion, but she never expected that this would happen to her. She tried her best to control her fear and said to the vicious man, How much money did Zhao Mingnan give you? I'll pay you 10 times. As long as you let us go, I'll transfer the money immediately, and I will never call the police. Afraid that the gangster leader would not believe it, Chen Shiwen added, I can swear on my closest family that I just want to leave and don't want to cause any trouble. The fierce man looked regretful. This offer is really tempting, but we have to follow the rules. If I take your money, how can I survive in the underworld? Beauty, just accept your fate. After drinking this medicine, you will know nothing except that your desire will become stronger. Just bear with it, and it will pass. The fierce man said and looked at Zhao Mingnan. Brother, just pay more and hurry up to feed her and get on with it. If you exceed the time limit, I will charge you extra. Chapter 87. Despair amidst hope. Chen Shiwen bursts into tears. Zhao Mingnan is very arrogant now, but his courage is given by these social people. Since brother who is unwilling to charge more money, he can only make do with this damp, hot, and smelly place. But when he thought about having Chen Shiwen, the ultimate goddess, under him, he felt that the harsh conditions didn't matter. Zhao Mingnan is not very smart, but he is definitely not stupid. He knows that if he does things in front of these people, he will be exposed and maybe threatened or blackmailed in the future. So he deliberately said, Brother Fatty, you've worked hard tonight. There are 4 of us here. How about we go together? Fipio had been full of anger for a long time. He directly pulled Huang Fei, who was the most shabbily dressed, over to him, and his fat, greasy hands impatiently reached out to her collar. Although Huang Fei is a playboy, she absolutely cannot accept such a thing. She would rather die than be abused by this ugly fat pig. She covered her collar tightly, twisted her body desperately, and screamed uncontrollably. The fat man quickly covered her mouth and held a knife across her neck. Call me to fucking kill you again. Huang Fei was about to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she could only sob softly. The fat man lowered his head and bit her face, then looked at the fierce man. Brother Tiger, give me a bottle of potion. The fierce man thought for 2 seconds and took out a bottle from his trouser pocket. All right, since we're going to knock all 4 of them out anyway, why not have some fun while we're at it? You 2 go out and guard the door. Don't let anyone in. Red hair. We'll each choose one. Red hair is grateful. Thank you, Brother Hu. Thank you, Brother Hu. As they spoke, the 2 of them pushed Cici and Tong Tong into a corner and worked together to pour the potion into their mouths. Inside the dim, unfinished store, 3 rude men were holding 3 frightened women. The girls struggled hard at first, but gradually their eyes became empty and their bodies became uncontrollable. Only 1.5 people were left at the scene with their sanity. Chen Shiwen counts as 1, and Zhao Mingnan counts as half. But as the obscene music around him grew louder, Zhao Mingnan's eyes became redder and redder, and he lost even 0.5 of his sanity. From the first moment he saw Chen Shiwen, he was deeply infatuated with this pure, sexy, and almost unfairly beautiful girl. He fantasized about something happening between him and her all the time. At this moment, he felt like his dream had come true, and his heart was filled with incomparable satisfaction. Zhao Mingnan rubbed his hands and walked towards Chun Shiwen with a lewd smile. Even the distance to her could make his dopamine surge. He couldn't imagine what kind of paradise on earth would be next. Chun Shiwen looked at the sisters nearby, who had already collapsed in the arms of those scumbags. He looked at Zhao Mingnan again. His face was full of animality, and he no longer looked human. She no longer had any illusions and was ready to rush out of here, even if it meant getting hurt. Zhao Mingnan was already close. He opened his arms and pounced towards Chun Shiwen. Chun Shiwen hurriedly bent down and squatted, and Zhao Mingnan fell heavily to the ground. The others were all immersed in their own world. No one was looking over here, and hope ignited in Chun Shiwen's heart. She struggled to stand up and ran towards the exit. But because she was too nervous, her body was very stiff and the arc of her movements was too large. With a crisp click sound, Chun Shiwen squatted down in pain. She sprained her ankle. After Zhao Mingnan missed his target, he stood up hurriedly. Numb from the alcohol, he didn't feel much pain, but his hands felt a little sticky. He subconsciously put it close to his nose and sniffed. Oh shit, it's air-dried oligay. He didn't have time to clean it carefully, so he just wiped it on his body roughly, then staggered after Chun Shiwen. Chun Shiwen kept staring at him, and saw clearly that the poop touched his mouth. She felt like vomiting and was extremely panicked. She didn't care about her swollen ankle and the burning pain, and limped towards the door, dragging her injured leg. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Chun Shiwen could already see the street lights and the flirting couples. Zhao Mingnan was still 5 or 6 meters away from her. A strong hope burned in her heart. As long as my cries for help can attract passersby, these shady scum will surely be scared away, right? Chun Shiwen concentrated all her strength into her throat and shouted the word help with all her might. It really works. The affectionate couple looked into the store upon hearing the noise, and after seeing what seemed to be a figure inside, they moved closer to check in confusion. Chun Shiwen was about to cry, her heart filled with gratitude for having survived the disaster. But as soon as the corners of her mouth rose, the smile froze on her face. Two figures who were squatting in the shadow of the door stood up and shouted viciously at the couple. Get out! These two men have tattoos on their hands and feet, and there is a shrimp line on their chins. It is obvious that they are not good people. The couple was scared away by them. What is the most frustrating thing? That is to let you see hope, and then ruthlessly crush it to pieces. Chun Shiwen's bean-sized tears slid down silently. She felt so helpless and desperate at this moment. Seeing Zhao Mingnan, covered in sweat, getting closer and closer, the two door gods at the door cut off the last hope of escape. She stood there in a daze, feeling hopeless. She thought of Mu Qingyang. Her tears flowed like a tap that was gently turned on. Today was supposed to be a very happy day for the family. I could have had a good sleep at home, comfortably. Why should I get carried away? From now on, I am even less worthy of Brother Mu. Zhao Mingnan's dirty hand had already reached in front of her, less than half a meter away from her chest. Chun Shiwen's eyes were dazed, and she even forgot to dodge. She laughed at herself. Am I missing Brother Mu too much? I'm actually hallucinating. Brother should have gone to bed a long time ago. She stopped thinking and closed her eyes in despair. Chapter 88, Mu Qingyang appears. The next second, Chun Shiwen was awakened by Zhao Mingnan's pig-slaughtering scream. The moment she opened her eyes, a familiar figure came into view. It turned out to be Brother Mu. Could what I just saw be true? I just hurriedly sent him a location, and he rushed over so quickly. Tears burst into Chun Shiwen's eyes again. She felt that meeting Mu Qingyang was the luckiest thing in her life. Chun Shiwen's favorability is +5, and her current favorability is +85. Mu Qingyang felt relieved. Fortunately, I arrived in time. If one was even touched by this thin dog, I might lose control and beat him to death. After acquiring the skill of king-level fighting, my physical fitness has been significantly improved, otherwise I might not be able to catch up. Even so, Mu Qingyang was still extremely angry, and he rolled the soles of his shoes hard. Ah! Zhao Mingnan screamed extremely miserably. He was rolling on the ground in pain, and his whole body was covered with a lot of feces, but his hands were firmly stepped on by a pair of Balenciaga dad shoes, and he could not move a bit. He tried his best to see the person above his head, but no matter how high he looked up, he could only see a vague shadow. But why does this outline look so familiar? I must have seen it somewhere. Could it be that? Is it that Commodore Mu Qingyang? Zhao Mingnan was so angry that he sobered up a little. He screamed madly. Mu, fuck you. Quickly loosen your legs, or I'll kill you today. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingyang kicked Zhao Mingnan in the face, leaving his face covered in blood. Zhao Mingnan ignored the pain and hurriedly got up. He shouted at the door. "Brothers outside, come in quickly, there's a bastard breaking in here. Let's kill him together." I shouted a few times, but no one responded. Zhao Mingnan's heart was beating fast, and he leaned out to look outside. At the door, I saw two heads with bruised faces and noses looking inside cautiously. They were the two scrawny men guarding the door. Zhao Mingnan thought to himself that he was really screwed. I didn't expect that this bastard named Mu is not only rich, but also knows martial arts. But he was not that scared, because Brother Hu and Brother Fatty were carrying knives. As the saying goes, no matter how good one's kung fu is, one is still afraid of a kitchen knife. He must make Mu Qingyang see blood today. Zhao Mingnan looked at his bloody palm with hatred. He glared at Mu Qingyang in a restrained manner. "Mu, you always ruin my plans. Today, I want to take back everything I lost. Not only will I beat you into a transformer, I will also fuck Chen Chiwen right in front of you. Just wait for me." After Zhao Mingnan finished speaking, he turned around and ran towards where the fierce man was. Mu Qingyang was so angry when he heard this that veins on his temples popped out. He caught up with Zhao Mingnan in 3 or 2 steps and kicked him from behind. Zhao Mingnan rushed forward, his pale square face falling to the ground, turning black. He turned over in pain, holding his rotten face with his rotten hands, and cried out miserably. Mu Qingyang didn't care about his life or death at all. He raised his foot and stomped on his body with a pop, crushing him twice. "How dare you insult my woman? Even lip service is not allowed." Zhao Mingnan was already weak and could not withstand such torture. His eyes went dark and he passed out. Mu Qingyang stepped over him like he was stepping on a dead dog and was about to help Chen Chiwen. Chen Chiwen shouted anxiously, "Brother Mu, don't worry about me for now. My girlfriends are still in there. Go and save them." Mu Qingyang nodded, turned and walked towards the back of the store. At this time, the fierce man and the red-haired man had already rushed out. As soon as they saw Mu Qingyang, they pointed their machetes at him. "It was you who was fighting outside just now? I'm in high spirits. Are you looking for death?" Mu Qingyang looked at them with cold eyes, without any emotion. "Zhao Mingnan's backer? Or his thug? It's all right. Anyway, it's not a good thing. I will get rid of it for free today." The red-haired boy was already unhappy because his good thing was interrupted, and the boy in front of him was so pretentious. He turned the machete over and chopped towards Mu Qingyang with the back of the knife. In the past, even if Mu Qingyang didn't get hit hard, he would at least be touched. But now the red-haired dog's movements seemed extremely slow. He dodged it easily by leaning slightly to the side, then raised his knee and hit the red-haired man's crotch hard. The red-haired man's knife fell to the ground with a clang, and his body instantly bent into a shrimp shape. Even though his accomplice fell, the vicious man was not frightened at all. His expression became even more violent. He took advantage of Mu Qingyang's moment to retract his attack and swung his sword fiercely. The long sword made a swift sound and struck at the back of Mu Qingyang's head. With a click, the long sword fell to the ground again. The fierce man's wrist was bent into a strange arc. Mu Qingyang slowly retracted his right leg that was kicked in the air. The vicious man knew that something bad was going to happen today and wanted to slip away. Mu Qingyang had already caught sight of the disheveled girls from the corner of his eyes, and he understood what was going on. How could he let these beasts go? As usual, he kicked the vicious man hard in the crotch, and the vicious man fainted immediately. At this time, the fat man not far away realized that something was wrong. He reluctantly let go of Huang Fei and rushed towards Mu Qingyang with a knife in his hand with a big belly. But apart from his larger tonnage, he had no other skills. Mu Qingyang whipped the fat man to the ground with a high whip and kicked him hard twice under his body. This fat guy was the most addicted. His accomplices heard the screams and came out to check what was going on, but he remained unmoved. I don't know whether Huang Fei succeeded in giving in. After dealing with these rotten fish and shrimp, Mu Qingyang came to the girls. You could tell they were drugged by looking at their unconscious state. Mu Qingyang helped them up one by one, put on their clothes, and then came to Chen Chiwen. "Did you call the police?" "I've called the police. They said they received a similar call a few minutes ago, and they're on their way." Mu Qingyang helped her to the steps outside and sat her down. Just as she took out a cigarette, a big Jinbei car suddenly braked to the side of the road. The car door opened and 8 or 9 colorful heads got out. They looked young but had a ruffian air. The 2 people who were guarding the door just now came out from nowhere, pointing at Mu Qingyang with gritted teeth. That guy was the one who beat us up. Brothers, let's beat him together. The spirited young men rushed up with baseball bats, steel pipes, batons, and other weapons. At the same time, a shrill siren sounded not far away. Just as Mu Qingyang was about to meet the enemy, these young men scattered like birds and beasts. Now that you're here, how can you just leave? A strange scene happened in the open space outside the store. A young man with bare hands chased nearly 10 community members who were armed and beat them up, and soon knocked them to the ground. The Jinbei car was packed when it came, but it was empty when it left, and it was so rushed that it didn't even have time to close the door. Chapter 89 Qin Shiwen's favorability +4. Current favorability 89. The police car stopped at the location where the big golden cup escaped, and 2 policemen got out. The older ones wore formal uniforms, while the younger ones wore auxiliary police uniforms. The old policeman found several familiar faces when he got out of the car. He took out a pair of silver bracelets from his waist, handcuffed the people 2 by 2, and asked the auxiliary police to handcuff a few more. Then he said, "I'll let you run away after the fight at the Queen's Bar last time, but I didn't expect you to be caught here today. What do you call this? This is called the law is long, and there is no loophole. Tell me the truth. Who are the other group that fought with you?" A yellow-haired man with a split eyebrow pointed at Mu Qingyang angrily. "There was no one else. It was this guy who beat us. We just got out of the car to get some fresh air, but he beat us up without even saying hello. Uncle Police, we are innocent." Mu Qingyang was about to explain the situation when several onlookers immediately helped him explain. "Police, it was this group of people who wanted to beat up this young man. I saw them jump out of the Jinbei car aggressively, and each of them had a weapon in his hand. It's just that they were not strong enough, so they were knocked down by them. These people don't look like good people at first glance. In the middle of the night, they appeared on the street in groups with steel pipes. This makes the citizens around us feel very insecure. They must be severely punished. I came late and didn't see the climax. I want to ask which hero knocked out 8 people unarmed. That handsome guy was really awesome just now. Have you seen it, man? It's almost the same. He easily knocked down those spirited guys. I even wonder if he is some fighting star." The old policeman waved his hand. "You don't need to say more. The result is obvious. These people beat the young man with weapons, and he was knocked down in self-defense. They basically have criminal records, and the police station will punish them strictly. Who called the police just now? I want to make a registration." A couple walked out of the crowd, and the man raised his hand. "Uncle Police, it's us. What's going on? When we passed by here just now, we heard someone shouting for help. We wanted to go closer to see what was going on, but we were scared away by the 2 gatekeepers, so we called the police." "Is that the case?" The old policeman shouted at the slimy man lying on the ground. Qin Shiwen limped to her feet. "Yes, Mr. Policeman, I was the one who shouted for help," pointing to the rough store. "There was a very serious case of rape and drugging here. Several perpetrators were knocked unconscious by my boyfriend, and there were 3 girls who were drugged." The old policeman called out to the auxiliary police. "Let's go get the suspect and the victim out." Qin Shiwen hurriedly stopped him. "No need for the victims. I have already called 120. They are all single, and it is not good to be photographed by others." The old policeman nodded, took a high-powered flashlight from the car, and went in with the auxiliary police to arrest the man. Qin Shiwen finally let go of her worries. She leaned gently on Mu Qingyang's chest, blinked her big eyes, and asked him, "Brother Mu, how come you're here so soon? I thought I was hallucinating. If you hadn't come, I can't imagine what would have happened." Mu Qingyang's eyes understood. Maybe it was some mysterious connection. I had already fallen asleep, but I felt uneasy. I picked up my phone to check the time, and I happened to receive the location you sent me. My heart skipped a beat. You never send me messages so late, and the location you sent me is unfamiliar. You must be in trouble. I grabbed the car keys and ran all the way here. Qin Shiwen's favorability +4, current favorability 89. After receiving the prompt, Mu Qingyang pinched his nose awkwardly. It turns out that routines are the most popular. He has a shit sense. He just happened to have finished making love with Ruani and was lying on the bed playing with his cell phone. But it is true that he foresaw the danger and rushed to it quickly. It only takes about 1 minute. Zhao Mingnan and 3 other gang members were carried out like dead dogs. Although they were conscious, the pain in their crotch did not decrease at all, and they all curled up on the ground and rolled around. The old policeman took out 2 spare silver bracelets from the car and handcuffed the men, then called the station for reinforcement. The fierce man endured the severe pain as if his testicles were shattered and sat up, the muscles on his cheeks twitching constantly. Almost all of his men were squatting on the ground in handcuffs. This is the foundation for him to survive in society. Now they are all caught in one swoop. This made him extremely angry. The fierce man tilted his head back, gathered enough strength, and slammed into the back of Zhao Mingnan's head with a bang. Zhao Mingnan felt like his head was about to split apart and his head was spinning. Red Hair and Fatty were also angry, so they followed suit and hit his lower abdomen and chest respectively. Zhao Mingnan couldn't hold it back any longer, and yellow and white vomit poured out of his throat, spraying all over several gangsters. The fierce man was so angry that he exploded. He coughed up a mouthful of thick phlegm and spat it hard on Zhao Mingnan's face, his back teeth making a crunching sound. So Mingnan, how dare you trick me? Didn't you say that these people are ordinary people with no background or backing? Then what's wrong with him? I've fought countless fierce battles, and my street fighting skills have long been superb, but I was still killed in one move by him. Is this how you lied to your father about military intelligence? I'm going to kill you when I get out. Ahem, pa. The fat man's phlegm was sticky and yellow, hanging on Zhao Mingnan's eyebrows. You dead dog, rotten fish. You have a pig brain full of sperm. Why are you targeting this woman? Why are you looking for us? When I get out, I'm going to chop your dog basket into 8 pieces. Then I'm going to eat it raw with mustard. The red-haired man smiled sinisterly. I'm going to fuck his mother in front of him. I won't let go of his cousin and aunt either. I'm going to play with all the women in your family one by one. Zhao Mingnan's face was sticky and smelly, and the thick phlegm slowly slid down and was about to flow to his mouth. He didn't dare to open his mouth, but he had to explain, otherwise these people might really kill him. Brother who? Brother Biao. Ugh, ugh. As soon as Zhao Mingnan opened his mouth, a lump of fishy and salty stuff slid into his mouth. He vomited madly, and yellow-green bile mixed with digestive fluid filled his body. He already smelled of feces, and now it smelled even worse. The onlookers pinched their noses and took a few steps back. At this time, a reinforcement police car arrived, and several policemen got off. They searched the store again and took out several machetes more than half a meter long. Passers-by whispered, "Could it be that these bastards are carrying knives? Who is this guy? He is clean and doesn't seem to be injured." That's awesome. You saved someone from a knife-wielding gangster without any harm. Are you filming a movie? What the hell are you shooting? Where is the camera? The 3 police jettas were all full, leaving only Zhao Mingnan at the scene. The police didn't want him to dirty the interior, so they drove him to the back of the police pickup truck. Zhao Mingnan sat there in a daze. His eyes were empty and confused, and no one knew what he was thinking. Soon the ambulance arrived, and Mu Qingyang helped send Huang Fei and the other 2 to the hospital. Chapter 90. A trip to Hong Kong with Liang and Chong. Mu Qingyang only realized today that as long as you have money, you can even live in a suite in the hospital. Chen Qiwen leaned on the sofa, with a needle in the back of her left hand, and an 4 hanging above her head. She gently stroked Mu Qingyang's knuckles with her right hand, her tone full of fear. The doctor said that no other people's DNA was extracted from Fei Fei and the others. Those hooligans probably didn't have the chance to violate them. Luckily, you came quickly. Otherwise, they would definitely be traumatized in the future, and I would feel guilty towards them for the rest of my life because of this incident. Mu Qingyang was familiar with the male physiological structure, and he had a bold guess but didn't know whether he should tell it or not. But since the doctor has come to the conclusion, maybe I'm just thinking too much. 1-1, they were more frightened than hurt. They will be fine after a good night's sleep for 2 days. But your ankle is severely sprained. If you don't recover properly, you may not be able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. You should take care of yourself. Chen Qiwen rubbed her head against Mu Qingyang's chest. I got it, Brother Mu. After this imported anti-inflammatory drug was injected into my body, the burning sensation in my feet has been alleviated a lot. I feel like I could be discharged from the hospital in 3 days at most. Mu Qingyang gently stroked her smooth hair. I also hope you can recover soon. The youthful and energetic Chen Qiwen is the most beautiful. Chen Qiwen raised her head slightly. Brother Mu, are you sleepy? Do you have anything to do tomorrow? Why don't you go home and rest first, and come see me when you are free? It's okay. You are the most important thing now. Mu Qingyang kneaded her pink lips. I'll be here with you. Chen Qiwen smiled slyly. Once this bag of anti-inflammatory liquid is finished, we will go to bed, and I will reward you tonight. Although Mu Qingyang was very tempted, he still shook his head and refused. You need to rest well. We both moved so much. What if you sprain your ankle again? Chun Chiwen pouted and hesitated for a while before saying mischievously, "How about I help you again like I did during the day? I feel like I'm much more experienced now, and I'll definitely do better than last time." Mu Qingyang couldn't persuade her, so he let her go. The next day, Mu Qingyang was awakened by a knock on the door. When I opened it, I saw Chen Chiwen's younger brother and parents. Although Chen Chiwen reported that she was safe last night, they were still very worried, so they came early in the morning. "Wen, do you feel better? This is the bone soup that Mom made. It's calcium-rich. Drink some. It will help you recover from your injuries." Chen Chiwen lifted her legs and slowly moved off the bed. She tried to step on the ground twice and said in surprise, "I feel much better now. I can bear some weight now. It looks like I could be discharged from the hospital in less than 3 days." Mu Qingyang was not good at nor willing to deal with elders, so he simply sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. Ever since he learned that the rewards for strategies could be upgraded, he had been consciously looking for women with a score of 90 or above on social software. In his opinion, the value of any upgraded skill far exceeds money. Take martial arts, for example. Even if he doesn't get any cash back from now on, he can still make a lot of money by becoming a fighting superstar. And these skills can more or less increase the ability to survive or improve one's own charm. It can be said that there are only benefits and no harm. Mu Qingyang still knows clearly what is important and what should be done. But after searching for a while, I found very few that scored 80 points, and there was no sign of any that scored 90 points. He simply closed TikTok and started browsing his WeChat moments. Li Jili sent a flight photo at 10:36 a.m. yesterday. The photo only showed an oval window and a blue and white sky. In the text, "I love the present and look forward to the future. With you here, I am content with the present. Without you, the future is promising." Mu Qingyang immediately gave a thumbs up. Zwickerson posted a selfie at 12:05. She was eating a boxed lunch in an open space under the scorching sun. The caption under the photo, "12 days left. My musical instincts are already stirring. How about you?" Mu Qingyang could imagine how many likes and comments there would be under this circle of friends, and he estimated that it would be no problem to flip through more than 10 pages. This girl is really working hard. She spends money and effort on the music festival and also spares no effort to promote it. It seems that she really loves DJing. Mu Qingyang clicked on the comment and left the word looking forward to it. Scrolling down, Mu Qingyang saw a familiar avatar, a top-notch beauty with blue-green hair. Liang Inchong. The reward for her strategy is top-level athletic ability, which will most likely strengthen the body in all aspects after upgrading. This is the skill that Mu Qingyang wants most at the moment. I was planning to improve her favorability in the near future, but I didn't have any good excuse, so here it comes. Mu Qingyang couldn't help but read out this circle of friends. The new model of the Neo is priced at less than 10 million yuan. Which fool would spend an extra 20 million yuan to get a car? He must be crazy. Mu Qingyang curled his lips unconsciously. I may lose in stupidity, but when it comes to money, I am very lonely. Mu Qingyang found Liang Inchong's WeChat and typed the following line. "I also like that kind of cow. Shall we go take a look?" Liang Inchong replied immediately. "Brother, even if you have a lot of money, you shouldn't spend it like this." Mu Qingyang. "I'm just wandering around, but I don't necessarily want to buy anything." Liang Inchong. "The car is in Hong Kong City, which is not far away. I also want to see the real car, so let's go." Mu Qingyang. "When are you leaving?" Liang Inchong. "My pass has expired, and I need to renew it. It's definitely too late today. Let's do it tomorrow." Mu Qingyang. "Okay." Mu Qingyang has never left Jiangnan City in 25 years, so naturally he doesn't have a pass. He has to get the document today. At this time, Chinma turned around and asked, "Xiao Mu." Wenwen said that her ankle is no longer a big problem, and she wants to go home to recuperate. "I want to ask for your advice." Mu Qingyang was worried about having no excuse to leave, so he nodded in agreement. "Okay, but let's go to a better private hospital and hire a nurse to look after her. Anyway, there are vacant rooms in the villa of Shishan Yunlu." Chen Chiwen smiled happily. "Okay." Sitting in the garden of the other courtyard, swinging on the swing, and basking in the sun will help your wounds heal faster. Let's go through the discharge procedures now. After settling Chen Chiwen, Mu Qingyang rushed to the Jiangnan City exit and entry administration without stopping. After asking, I found out that it would take at least 7 days to issue the certificate. There is no choice but to use money. Mu Qingyang found an expert on Douyin who specializes in this business. It only cost 20,000 yuan, and I got the electronic pass in the evening. The afterglow of the setting sun is beautiful, dyeing the sky orange and red. Mu Qingyang stood naked by the swimming pool of Villa Number 1 in Xianghenglan. The beautiful face of Liang Inchong, who looked like a female protagonist in an anime, appeared unconsciously in my mind. Chapter 91. First kiss still there? How about I give you another 1 billion? The next day, the alarm clock had rung, but Mu Qingyang was reluctant to get up. Ruan Yi's body was very soft, cool, and extremely smooth. He held her in his arms and was reluctant to let go. Brother Mu, if you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I can accompany you anytime. Mu Qingyang lifted the goose-down quilt, revealing his smooth muscle lines. He rubbed his face roughly and went to the bathroom barefoot, wearing only a pair of boxer briefs. After the splashing sound of water falling, the buzzing sound of a hairdryer was heard. Mu Qingyang had his hair blow-dried today, which was a rare occasion. The high-end hair wax had a very good styling effect and was not greasy or sticky. Philips Supreme Series razors cost tens of thousands of yuan and are very easy to use. Mu Qingyang looked at the clean and handsome guy in the mirror and grinned, his cold white teeth reflecting the light. I may not be able to come back today, so just stay at home and take care of yourself. Ruan Yi, wearing black and gold silk pajamas, leaned against the head of the bed and smiled at him. Well, I'll wait for you at home. Mu Qingyang looked at his cell phone and found that there were only 5 minutes left before the meeting time he had agreed with Liang and Chong. Even if he could fly, he would be late, so he just slowed down. Standing at the gate of the Champs Élysées Villa district was a girl who looked like she had walked out of a comic book. She is 170 centimeters tall and has long, straight legs. She looks thin, but her breasts are round and full. Her waist is slender, her hips are straight, and her body proportions are extremely unscientific. This body type does exist. With today's level of medical aesthetics, as long as one can endure the pain of being cut into pieces, liposuction, rib removal, and various types of fillers can be done. But the system gave Liang and Chong a high score of 95, which means she is purely natural. The beautiful girl looked a little unhappy and kept picking up her phone to check the time. Even when she was angry, she was still very funny. Liang and Chong didn't calm down until he heard a rumbling engine roar in the distance and a bright red supercar appeared at the end of his sight. This was the second time Mu Qingyang saw Liang and Chong, but he was still shocked. If she plays cosplay, she will definitely be the god of the 2D otakus. If you can conquer this girl, it would be equivalent to owning countless anime heroines. Mu Qingyang felt that even if she was cosplaying as the Empress in One Piece, the degree of restoration could be over 90%. Just imagine this. Snake Queen looks down at you from above, but you can pin her down and punish her severely. What a desire for conquest. Which man can resist such temptation? Mu Qingyang put aside his evil thoughts and handed her the cake and milk he bought on the way. You haven't had breakfast yet? I bought it especially for you. Liang and Chong didn't want to forgive Mu Qingyang just for this little favor. She looked a little hesitant, and after thinking for 2 seconds, she reached out and took it. Don't tell me that I was 20 minutes late because of buying these things. How could I come up with such a low-level excuse? Mu Qingyang's expression was very serious. When I was waiting at a red light, a beautiful woman kept pestering me and wouldn't let me go. She insisted that she fell in love with me at first sight. It took me a lot of effort to get rid of her. You must have encountered this situation often, right? It's very helpless. Liang and Chong stared at him carefully for a while, curled his lips, and said, he has a Ferrari, is 185 centimeters tall, has long legs, and looks like a wolf. He has the standard physique to attract women. He is quite attractive. I have only been harassed by Jiang Haoren since I was a child. I don't have any troubles in this regard. Mu Qingyang smiled at her. Most men don't have the courage to talk to you. You're too far away. Liang and Chong didn't respond. She took a small bite of the pastry and chewed it slowly, looking quite ladylike. Mu Qingyang swallowed his saliva, touched his slightly sunken belly, and said weakly, can you eat this much? Liang and Chong shook the cake. Why? You want to eat? Mu Qingyang opened his huge mouth and bit directly at it. The palm-sized pastry was instantly broken in half. Why is it so sweet? Is it because you bit me? Mu Qingyang licked his lips after saying this. If anyone else did this, Liang and Zhong would feel very disgusted and would most likely throw the cake in his face. But now I don't feel disgusted at all, and even think it's edible after washing it. But she still showed a look of disgust. Hey, it's all stained with your saliva. I don't want this piece anymore. After saying that, He stuffed the remaining half to Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang happily took it, then lowered his head and took a few sips from the straw that Liang and Chong had used. Only then did he smooth his chest with satisfaction. Phew, I just choked a little. This will be better now. Liang and Chong looked at him blankly. How can I drink if you're like this? Mu Qingyang was somewhat puzzled. Oh? Can't drink? We already kissed, so it's nothing. Liang and Chong frowned slightly. That's what you paid for. Bullshit, that doesn't count. I'm still having my first kiss. After saying that, he stuffed the milk into his hand again. Mu Qingyang took it and sucked it carefully, and it indeed had a sweet taste. He suddenly felt, Sister Inshu, how about I give you another 1 billion? Liang and Chong stared with big eyes in confusion. Why? Mu Qingyang's Adam's apple rolled. Try your first kiss. Oh, the first-class cabin of a China Southern Airlines Boeing 747. Mu Qingyang handed the phone to Liang and Chong. Is this the new model of Daniel? It looks pretty cool. Liang and Chong nodded. Not only does it look cool, but it also has extremely aggressive performance. Domestic well-known car reviewer Chen was invited to test drive the car at the Nürburgring last December and gave it a very high evaluation. Which one do you prefer, the 488 Pista Spider or the new Bull? Liang and Chong frowned and thought. Well, I can't really say, but new cars are more likely to inspire the desire to own one. Mu Qingyang swiped the screen. The reservation page on Lumbo's official website shows that if you place an order now, you will have to wait 2 years to pick up the car, which is too long. So the available cars make up for the preciousness. There are no available cars in the mainland at present. The one we want to see was the first one in Hong Kong. Most of the others are in Europe. Mu Qingyang put away his phone and lazily lay down on the leather cockpit. If you like it, buy it. You have money. Don't tell me you've spent it all so quickly. Liang and Chong turned his head away proudly. Of course I have money, but I used it all for investment. I am Mr. Liang now. But even if I didn't spend a cent, I wouldn't be stupid enough to spend several times more money to buy this car. Isn't this just a rip-off? Mu Qingyang felt that his head was already very heavy. He spent 1 billion to buy a first kiss, and a car worth tens of millions was nothing. But he immediately rejected the idea. What you spend is the dog money, and your purpose is to get cash back, which cannot be confused with the other. But it's good news that Liang Inshu has no money. When the time comes, he will hand the key to her with a snap, and her favorability will definitely soar. Chapter 92. The Liquor of 30 Million Fans. Hong Kong is a famous metropolis in China and enjoys a high reputation all over the world. Although Mu Qingyang had never been there, he had seen it countless times on the internet. When I actually set foot in this place, the image of a bustling and crowded big city perfectly matched the scene before my eyes. Compared with Jiangnan City, this place is more lively and more upscale, but it lacks the most important hometown atmosphere. But it's still nice to play. We are now in the busiest commercial street in Tsim Sha Tsui. We will reach our destination after crossing this zebra crossing. Liang and Chong pointed forward. Mu Qingyang looked in the direction of the finger and could clearly see the black and gold Invisible Bull logo hanging on the floor-to-ceiling glass. The green light is on. Mu Qingyang stretched out his right hand. Liang and Chong glanced at him, raised his head, and walked away proudly. Mu Qingyang didn't feel embarrassed at all. He caught up with her and said something to her with a grin on his face. Lamborghini Harbor City store is very busy today. Many rich second generations and car reviewers gathered here just to take a look at the new model of the Danube. Sitting at the VIP reception seat in the hall was a man with a feminine face. His hair was combed neatly, his face was white and beardless, and he wore a Richard Miller watch on his left wrist. A salesman in a suit and tie respectfully brought a cup of coffee, gently placed it in front of him, then bowed and asked, Mr. Yang, thank you again for placing the first Revuelto in the country on consignment in our store. Many potential customers and automotive self-media are here, all waiting to see its true appearance. Can we lift the hood? The man slowly stood up, looked down at the time, then glanced in the direction of the office, and then spoke quietly. Well, I have too many cars to drive, and I have some connections with Mr. Chien, so I agreed to sell this Revuelto. Let's reveal its true face. Upon hearing this, the salesperson straightened his chest, strode to the exhibition hall, and announced loudly, Dear valued customers and bloggers, I have just obtained the owner's consent and will unveil the Revuelto for you shortly. There was a lot of noise at the scene, and almost everyone raised their mobile phones and various professional equipment, but the biggest star present seemed a little absent-minded. Brother Yuan, our Zoo Talks About Cars account is about to break 30 million followers, so you can't be absent-minded now. Give it your all and explain this car in detail. We are the first domestic company to release the video of the real Revuelto, which will definitely increase our fans. Xie Yuan is tall and strong, with short hair and glasses. He looks naive and didn't take his assistant's words to heart. He turned his head and looked around, but still couldn't find the beautiful figure deep in his memory. So he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, Ms. Liang, did you get the time wrong? Revuelto is about to make his debut. Why don't I see you? Liang Incheng's clear and pleasant voice came from the door. There was a little traffic jam on the road. I just arrived. Xie Yuan looked back, and a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum instantly blossomed on his face. He trotted over, and when he stopped, the fat on his body was still trembling. Ms. Liang, come quickly. The merchant has reserved a good seat for me. I'll take you with me. Liang Incheng did not follow, but looked back. Mu Qingyang just came in with 2 bottles of water. Grace for you. Xie Yuan's silly smile froze on his round face. He pointed at Mu Qingyang and asked timidly, This is? Liang Incheng unscrewed the bottle of mineral water and took a sip. He's a friend who came with me to join in the fun. Xie Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, so that's how it is? Then come with me. The new model of the Daniel was placed in the center of the exhibition hall, surrounded by a cordon, and the crowd formed 3 layers inside and outside the hall. If Mu Qingyang had not been strong and had not had the support of fighting skills, he might not have been able to protect Liang Incheng and squeeze in safely. Brother Yuan, where have you been? The camera is almost crushed. Let's shoot 2 opening scenes quickly. The assistant was very anxious. He pulled Xie Yuan to the front and pushed the people around him, try to make room for him. The weather was already hot, and there were so many people that the air conditioner couldn't work, plus it was very crowded, so everyone was in a bad mood. A bald man holding a mobile phone to broadcast live immediately began to serve the quintessence of Chinese culture. You have so many fans. What's so great about that? The car dealer has already reserved the best seat for you, and you're still squeezing your mother. People around echoed. That's right. They're already big. One can fight several. They still need to bring people in. The more popular they are, the less civilized they are. Didn't the zoo say the car was for 3 people? Why are there 4 of us standing here? Get out! Get out! Get out! Xie Yuan originally thought that Liang Incheng was the only one coming, so he only asked the merchant for 3 seats. If he had known that she brought friends, it would have been no problem to ask for a few more seats. But now the public is outraged and no one will listen to his explanation. This is how the industry works. The bigger you are, the more piece of the pie you get, and the more hated you become. Maybe when there is no interest involved, everyone will be polite to you, but the opportunity to increase followers is right in front of you. And in order to grab first-hand information, no one will care who you are. Xie Yuan originally wanted to show off in front of Liang Incheng, but now he has become a pariah crossing the street, and he feels a little embarrassed. Miss Liang, ignore them. Just stand here. Even if the boss comes, he won't dare to let you leave. The assistant was anxious. Brother Yuan, why don't you ask them to wait outside? The video taken with all this noise won't be good. Besides, many people were live streaming at the scene. Your pace has been very fast recently. If you are led astray again, I am afraid it will affect your account. Liang Incheng was held tightly in Mu Qingyang's arms. It wasn't that he was resisting, but he just felt awkward. So he followed the assistant's words and said, How about my friend and I go out first? If there's one more person, everyone will have opinions, and it won't be good for you. Xie Yuan directly rejected it. No, I'll ask my assistant to go out and wait. The assistant was stunned. What are you talking about? Who will shoot the footage for you if I'm out? Xie Yuan took out his cell phone. It's the same as when I record a vlog. Brother Yuan, the company attaches great importance to Revuelto's videos. What can a vlog shoot in such a noisy environment? Don't make trouble with me. At this time, 2 car models had already stood in front of the new Danube, holding a corner of the car cover in their hands, and were about to lift it up. There were more and more curses from all around, and some people even pointed the live camera at them. Xie Yuan pushed his glasses up and said angrily, Do you listen to me or the company? I can change you anytime I want. Don't you want to do this anymore? Chapter 93, We Are Good Friends. The assistant shook his head sadly and helplessly, then carried the equipment away. Mu Qingyang didn't care where to look at the car. He only cared about Liang Incheng's opinion. This girl has a hot temper, and she's not one to suffer any loss. But she endured so many bad words just now. It seemed that she really wanted to watch the car at this position, so Mu Qingyang didn't say much. The salesperson in a well-dressed suit walked to the center of the exhibition hall with a microphone and waved his hand towards Revuelto. Now let the famous car models Xiao Xiong, Andy Ran unveil the new model of Daniel for us. The two car models walked back, holding the cover cloth. The first thing that caught the eye was the two Y-shaped headlights that were emitting incandescent light. The shape was exaggerated and full of technology. When the entire front face was revealed, Mu Qingyang could feel its strong aggressiveness. It was like a ferocious beast lurking on the ground, shocking anyone who looked at it. When the true appearance of the entire car was exposed to the public, the whole scene was filled with exclamations. Liang and Cheng's voice was also a little excited. The lava orange paint is really nice, and the appearance is much more avant-garde than the old model. With its powerful power, it is very nice whether it is on the street or on the track. It is a good car. Mu Qingyang didn't say anything, but he was happy in his heart. The more satisfied Liang and Cheng was with the car, the greater his surprise was when he received it. He seemed to have anticipated the sudden increase in favorability. The salesperson took the microphone and introduced passionately. The Lamborghini Revuito is equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 engine and 3 drive motors, with a total horsepower of 1,015. It accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.5 seconds. After the introduction, Xie Yuan was the first one invited to get into the car and experience it. He instantly gained confidence and wanted to regain the face he had just lost, so he looked at Liang and Cheng with a smile. "Ms. Liang, let's go together." Liang and Cheng nodded in agreement without even thinking. Okay. Xie Yuan was so happy that he could even hear his own rapid heartbeat. He still remembers the first time he met Liang and Cheng was in a car dealership in Jiangnan City. He was invited to shoot an advertisement for the car dealer and saw her by accident. Only then did he fully understand what his junior high school Chinese teacher meant by the phrase astonishingly beautiful. When I left, I shamelessly added her WeChat. Maybe it was because of her status as a big internet celebrity that she didn't refuse. I asked her out a few times later, but never received a reply. This time, when shooting the first Revuito in China, he made another appointment without giving up, and he didn't expect her to agree. Xie Yuan thought secretly in his heart. There were only 2 seats in the room, and he and she were alone in a closed space. Did this count as a date? I must perform well and try to leave a good impression in her heart. Xie Yuan diligently opened the passenger door for Liang and Cheng, and even thought about what he was going to say. Unexpectedly, Liang and Cheng directly refused, saying that he wanted to look at the back of the car with his friends first. Xie Yuan tried hard to force a smile and went inside to avoid embarrassment. But he was not discouraged and decided to wait in the car. How long could she look at the exterior? As long as she stays, she will come to see the interior. Mu Qingyang took a look around and was quite satisfied with the car. Especially the huge carbon fiber rear diffuser at the rear of the car, and the exhaust port that is the same as the turbofan engine of a fighter jet. It is so cool. Li Zhili doesn't have a car yet, but you can buy her one. The main point is to treat everyone equally. Brother Taheo, are you moved? Liang and Cheng's slender fingers gently stroked the slender taillights of the Revuito. Mu Qingyang habitually put his hand on the exhaust pipe. I don't think any man can resist such a big toy. Liang and Cheng winked playfully. So are you going to order one from this store later? Mu Qingyang nodded. That's what I meant. When the car arrives, can you lend it to me to go for a couple of laps on the track? Liang and Cheng's eyes were full of hope. Of course, we are good friends who have known each other for a long time. After Mu Qingyang finished speaking, he laughed strangely twice. Liang and Cheng rolled his eyes at him. If you mention this again, we will end our friendship. What is the position for breaking up? Hey, don't leave. Xie Yuan recorded a video perfunctorily and put the phone directly into his pocket. His mind was not on this at all at the moment. His eyes were fixed on the slender figure in the rearview mirror. Finally, I got here. Xie Yuan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He quickly straightened his collar, stretched his facial muscles, and tried to make his expression look gentle. Liang and Cheng gently opened the door of the driver's cab and wanted to sit in and feel it, but he didn't expect Xie Yuan was still inside. He poked his big head and smiled. Ms. Liang, I have a pretty good understanding of the functions of this car. Let me help you explain it. Liang and Cheng bent his body and stood there in a daze. She forced a fake smile. No, I can take a look myself. That's fine. Xie Yuan didn't think too much about it. Then come in and experience it. Liang and Cheng was in a dilemma. She didn't want to have such close contact with a strange man, and Xie Yuan was not her type at all, which would make her feel even more uncomfortable. I was afraid of hurting his self-esteem if I rejected him directly. After all, we were just ordinary friends. and it was he who revealed the news of Revuedo's arrival in the store. Just at this moment, Mu Qingyang opened the passenger door. He didn't notice what was going on here, so he asked directly, "Fat brother, are you done with the experience? Let me try it." Even if a knife was put to Xie Yuan's neck now, he would not get out of the car. Are you kidding? This is a golden opportunity to get close to the goddess. He would never let it go, so how could he give it to someone else? "Sorry, I'm not ready yet. Please wait a little longer." Xie Yuan didn't even turn his head. Liang Yincheng was a little embarrassed to speak, but he still said it out loud. "How about you let us try first?" These few simple words struck Xie Yuan like thunder. He was petrified. The sweat on his eyebrows slid into the corners of his eyes without him noticing. At this moment, his soul was lost. Liang Yincheng glanced at Mu Qingyang and gently pressed the scissor door. "Forget it. Let's come back later." Xie Yuan suddenly woke up from his dream. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes hard, not sure whether he was wiping away sweat or tears. Ms. Liang, you guys go first. I just need to ask my assistant for something." After saying that, he got out of the car dejectedly. I don't know if it was because the Rambo was sitting too low or the floor tiles in the store were too slippery, but Xie Yuan knelt on the ground unsteadily. What objective reasons are there? Only Xie Yuan himself knows. Just lost my mind? Chapter 94, Liang Yincheng. We chat? Can't add. Mu Qingyang is well aware of the path of a dog licker. All he can say is that the fat guy is still too young. Where are we now? Can't withstand the blow. There can be no enlightenment without heart-wrenching pain. But at the same time, he was balanced. The world is so big that bootlickers are everywhere. Zhu said he had seen the car and has nearly 30 million followers, making him a leader in automotive self-media. Isn't it because the goddess treats you like a dog? The end of being a dog licker is Aquaman, my friend. Mu Qingyang ignored him, walked around the front of the car to the driver's seat, and patted Liang Yincheng on the shoulder. "You go to the passenger seat." Liang Yincheng nodded obediently and walked around the front of the car. Xie Yuan's wounded heart is on the verge of breaking. Inside the Revuedo car, Mu Qingyang's slender, bony fingers rested lightly on the D-shaped steering wheel made of leather and dry carbon, and the fighting blood in his body was boiling. If Ferrari is the ultimate elegance, then Lamborghini is the ultimate restlessness. He really wanted to step on the accelerator and drive it onto the road. Liang Yinchu was more surprised. The interior of this generation of Dingyo has changed a lot. The mechanical buttons on the center console have been directly replaced by an LCD screen, and there is also a small screen on the passenger seat, which makes the sense of technology much stronger. When Mu Qingyang was surfing the internet before, he liked the central control of the old model of Daniel, which was similar to the aircraft instrument panel. But when you actually sit in the new car, this version of the interior is not inferior at all, and the coolest start button is still retained. Mu Qingyang gently pushed aside the red cover that looked like an Iron Man mask with his right hand and pressed his index finger on the exposed black button. There was a slight damping sensation, and the bull let out an angry roar. Mu Qingyang was shocked. His right foot rested uncontrollably on the accelerator pedal, and he pushed it to the bottom without hesitation. Boom! The exhaust sound was unusually loud in the closed exhibition hall, and the two car models covered their ears in fear. Mu Qingyang was very satisfied and turned his head to look at the beautiful girl. "Yincheng, do you want to try?" "No." Liang Yincheng shook his head. "You have to buy it anyway, so you can tow it to the racetrack and build it slowly." "Okay." Mu Qingyang opened the car door. "Then let's go and order one directly." After getting off the car, Mu Qingyang specifically asked how to sell this car. The salesperson told him that the car owner was having lunch and the bidding would be open in half an hour. "The minimum bid is 20 million, and I won't sell it if it's less than that. In the end, the highest bidder wins." VIP selection room. Normally, we only receive a few groups of customers in a month, but today it is packed. Many people come here directly to place an order after seeing the appearance of the vehicle. The arrival of Mu Qingyang and Liang Yincheng attracted a lot of attention, and a young man who was selecting a partner stared with his eyes wide open. "Mr. Li? Mr. Li? Have you thought about it? Do you want this kit?" The salesperson waved a pen in front of the young man, and he came to his senses. Yes, all of them. The carbon fiber front skirt is 360,000, and the rear skirt is 380,000. Do you want both? Choose it. As for the wheels, the original ones don't cost more, but the Plum Blossom wheels cost 320,000 more. Why the hell are you talking so much nonsense? You want it all. Don't you understand? Salesman smiled bitterly. "Mr. Li, you just told me to keep the total price within 8 million. Why would I need this little bit of money? I want the full package. Lee Xin even wanted to slap the salesperson in the face. Didn't you see the extremely beautiful lady coming in? So lacking in tact? I bought a car just to pick up girls. If I can hook up with such a beauty, spending an extra $1 or $2 million is nothing. Okay, Mr. Lee. The salesperson didn't dare to object and ticked all the options on the option list. Mr. Lee, if you choose this, the car's landing price will be close to $12 million. Lee Xin shook his legs faster. His father had warned him that the budget was at most $8 million, not a penny more. He knew that this money could be used to offset his company's taxes. More than $3 million. It's not a big problem to put it together and go home and cry and make a fuss, but the future life will be hard. Lee Xin raised his eyelids and glanced at Liang and Chong, and immediately made up his mind. Only $12 million? Swipe the card. The salesperson took out the POS machine. Mr. Lee, the deposit is $1 million, but you have to wait in line for production. The estimated delivery time is winter of 26 years. If you pay the full amount, you can jump the queue in front of the customers who have paid the deposit and get the car faster. Lee Xin only had a little over 1 million yuan on him, so how could he afford to pay the full amount? He looked away, his hands rubbing at the tip of his nose. I do have the money, but I have too many cars at home, and I'm not in a hurry. I'll just pay a deposit first. Then he took out a card and threw it on the table, thinking he was being cool. Just swipe. The receipt was slowly spit out. Lee Xin tore it into pieces and threw it into the trash can nearby. Then he put his phone in his pocket with one hand and walked to Liang and Chong. Beautiful lady, can you add me on WeChat? I'm a very good driver. After saying this, he blinked his eyes in a very showy way. Liang and Chong almost couldn't help vomiting. She was born in a wealthy family, and all her friends are either rich or noble. How can a pretentious guy like this, who is not even as tall as her, be so confident in showing off his wealth and appearance even better than Jiang Haoran in terms of conditions and financial resources? With this level of skill, it would be better for you to go to a nightclub and look for Kuan. Liang and Chu didn't want to cause trouble as she was unfamiliar with the place, so she replied coldly, I can't add it. Many people were looking at this side. Lee Xin felt embarrassed and wanted to say something harsh to get back at his former self. Just as he uttered, you are just pretending, he was pushed out by Mu Qingyang. You call your mother? Mu Qingyang didn't give him any face and greeted his mother directly. You want to hit on my woman? You must have taken too much expired Viagra. Lee Xin took a few steps back and started to criticize after he stood firm. But he swallowed the words back as soon as they came to his lips. The eyes of the tall man in front of me were so damn sharp, cold, and indifferent. He looked at people like dead dogs. He was sure that if he dared to talk back, he would be beaten. Lee Xin pointed at Mu Qingyang with a meaningful expression. You're so cruel. Then he quietly left the selection room. There was a lot of discussion in the room. Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. This is the first time I've seen him in Hong Kong. I don't know him either. I guess he's a country bumpkin from the mainland who came here to join in the fun. Although Lee Xin was a little stunned, he is still in the circle after all. This guy is so high profile when he comes. Is he going to make a big splash? We'll know whether it's a bug or a dragon in a few days. Lee Xin is not someone who will suffer a loss. Mu Qingyang ignored the gossip. Even if he was a big shot, he couldn't flirt with my woman in public. That's the rule. He walked to the selection table and sat down. He took out a black card from his pocket and placed it on the table. He gently pushed it to the salesperson. Select all, pay in full. Liang and Chong's favorability +5, current favorability 35. Chapter 95. Vixen Sue Meyer. Overall appearance 97. The salesperson stared at the bank card blankly, not daring to pick it up. He raised his eyes and glanced secretly at Mu Qingyang. This man is extremely handsome, has a calm and composed temperament, and is wearing all those famous branded clothes. He doesn't seem to be joking. The salesperson silently took out a selection list, checked all the selectable categories, and then frantically input the numbers into the calculator. Hello, sir. The total price is 13.68 million according to your requirements. Mu Qingyang raised his hand slightly. Brush it. The thermal printing paper was slowly spit out, and the conversation at the scene changed. How can this guy swipe out more than 10 million in cash? Who is he? Hong Kong is home to many hidden talents. This handsome guy is obviously not an ordinary person. He is better than that Mr. Lee. Oh my God, he's so cool when he's cold and indifferent. What should I do if I fall in love with him? Me too, me too. Let's go together and let him see the charm of Miss Hong Kong. But he has a female companion. What are you afraid of? What man can refuse to play with two beauties at the same time? Mu Qingyang was just about to get up and go find Liang and Chong when two tall girls stood on his left and right. Handsome, do you want to exchange contact information? Are you here to have fun? We are locals and know many interesting places in Hong Kong City. We can serve as your guide. Both girls have a royal sister style. They look dignified and elegant, and there is a unique flavor when they speak Cantonese Mandarin. Mu Qingyang was a little excited and subconsciously checked their messages. One scored 86 points, the other scored 87 points, and both have been in single digits. If Liang and Chong hadn't been watching, Mu Qingyang would have definitely let them know what it meant to have one dragon playing with two pearls. Sorry, ladies. I'm married and my wife won't be happy about this. Then he pointed at Liang and Chong. The beautiful girl looked confused. Oh, me? That's fine. Don't let him harm such a good girl. She immediately put on a cold face, turned around, and walked out. Mu Qingyang understood and followed immediately. Grace, thank you. If you weren't here, I would definitely make mistakes. I hope you can always be by my side to push me forward. Liang and Chong did not respond. I'll go to the showroom to see if there are any suckers willing to bid for the first revuito in the country. After saying that, he walked away on his own. In fact, she felt a little lost. I thought Mu Qingyang would ask her to sign the car purchase contract after paying the money and give her the car as a gift. I didn't expect that I was overthinking. Maybe he just came to see the car, or my imagination is too vivid. Mu Qingyang had no idea what the girl was thinking. He thought that she was angry because of his good luck and love, so he chased after her with a flattering face. The exhibition hall was already crowded at this time. It's even busier than the hottest booth at a major auto show. Two beautiful car models kept changing their poses in front of the new Danish model, and the flashlights below kept flashing. Mu Qingyang had just found Liang and Chong's position when a salesperson came out from the back of the car holding a microphone. Dear customers and self-media bloggers, you have been waiting for a long time. Our store is honored to have the first owner of Revuelto, Mr. Yang, CEO of Huijiang Industrial, to visit us. Now, please let him explain the rules to you in person. There was an uproar below. Huijiang Industry? A company with a market value of nearly 100 billion? Isn't the chairman Mr. Yang Jian? Who is this CEO? If the surname is Yang, then he must be a member of the Yang family. The company belongs to him anyway, so it doesn't matter who becomes the CEO. It's impossible for ordinary people to get the first Revuelto in the country. Only large companies like this have such connections and channels. Maybe if I buy this car, I can get a connection with Huijiang Industry. There must be something else hidden in this outrageous price increase. Amid the noise, a thin, pale-faced man with exceptionally handsome features slowly walked out from the VIP passage at the back. Apart from his face, the visitor's height and physique were not outstanding, but he had the aura of a superior. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became stagnant, and the noise turned into whispers. Mu Qingyang turned his head and asked Liang and Chong, "Do you know him?" The beautiful girl shook her head. Xie Yuan, who had come over at some point, explained. Mr. Yang Jian's second son is said to be not very popular in the family, but no one knows why. How can you be the CEO of a group if you are not popular? Mu Qingyang didn't know much about the affairs of wealthy clans and was a little surprised. Those who are favored get on the board of directors, get shares, and get the family trust. In the end, the CEO is just an employee. Liang and Chong said calmly, "That's pretty amazing, isn't it?" Xie Yuan smiled awkwardly. Indeed, he's the CEO of a billionaire group after all. Although he is not favored in the family, he still has a lot of weight in the outside world. Mr. Yang, who was well-dressed and had his hair neatly combed, cleared his throat and took the microphone from the salesperson. "I'm glad to meet you all because of Revuelto. Actually, I'm not very interested in sports cars. I bought this car just on impulse, so I decided to give it to someone who really loves cars." Mr. Yang has a very hoarse voice, similar to that of Sang Kuan in Young and Dangerous. Mu Qingyang noticed a detail. That is, when he spoke, his eyes were always glancing towards the office on the right, intentionally or unintentionally. What could be so important to the president of a multi-billion-dollar group? Before he could think about it, someone had already made a bid. "Mr. Yang, I like this Revuelto very much, and I admire you very much. As far as I know, the landing price of this car is 10 million. I am willing to bid 30 million to buy it." Hiss! The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another, followed by a buzz of discussions. Liang and Chong raised his eyebrows. There are so many people who are being taken advantage of. This car is not a limited edition. Even if it is the first one in China, the premium will not exceed 5 million. How can the empty title of CEO of Huijiang Industry be worth 15 million. I really don't understand. Xie Yuan echoed. When someone reaches Mr. Yang's level, he only looks at the value of a person. If you want to build a relationship by buying a car, which is just a small relationship, it's probably a waste of time. Mu Qingyang has been working at the bottom for several years and has a different view on this. There are too many opportunists in this world. There are always some who don't believe in evil, and there are always a few who can seize the opportunity to become rich overnight. In gambling, no one knows whether to win or lose before the cards are opened. Xie Yuan sneered. You look like a pretty boy. I don't know where you heard these words from, and yet you have the audacity to comment on a transaction worth tens of millions. Miss Liang must have been deceived by his sweet words, so she ignored me. I must help her recognize this person. Liang and Chong knew that Mu Qingyang's ability was no worse than the one on the stage, and began to doubt himself. Am I wrong? Is this car really worth that much? Mu Qingyang just said it casually, and he had already forgotten what he said while others were still speculating. But Mr. Yang kept looking to the right, which made Mu Qingyang very curious. He took 2 steps to the side and glanced in that direction, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Through the half-open wooden door, he saw half of a face that brought disaster to the country and the people. She is simply like a vixen in the world, seductive to the core. Mu Qingyang checked her information. Name, Su Meier. Age, 24. Overall appearance, 97. Chapter 96. Su Meier. With her in my hands. Mu Qingyang couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. She is so charming, so seductive that she doesn't seem like a human. Just a quick glimpse has left an indelible impression in my heart. Mu Qingyang has watched Investiture of the Gods and was deeply impressed by Su Daji in the play. Su Meier is simply the reincarnation of this fox demon. How could a mere mortal like him resist such a beauty that could make even the emperors fall in love with her? Mu Qingyang has secretly made up his mind to bring her under his command. If you don't know what her strategy reward is, find an opportunity to spend money on her and unlock her detailed information. 30 million once, 30 million twice. Are there any more people who want to bid? The salesperson's excited voice brought Mu Qingyang back to reality. He stared at Mr. Yang, wondering what their relationship was. 31 million. Okay, this gentleman has offered 31 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 32 million. Mr. Yang was not very interested in the next bidding. He smiled and turned away. Mu Qingyang kept his eyes on him and saw him enter the office where Su Meier was. The competitor is the president of a large group. That's interesting. In the general manager's office, Su Meier's brows were slightly frowned as she absent-mindedly swiped her phone up and down. At this time, the door was pushed open and Mr. Yang walked in. Yang Wei, is the bidding going well? Even though Su Meier was in a low mood, her voice was sweet to the core. How many times have I told you not to call me Yang Wei? Yang Wei's expression was violent, completely different from before. So I call you Viagra? Bah! The office door was slammed shut. Bang! The slap sounded loud and crisp. Su Meier gently touched her face. She was no longer surprised. Bitch! If you dare to hurt me again, you and your damned father will perish together. Su Meier sneered. We are husband and wife. Do I have to call you Mr. Yang? There is nothing wrong with my address. You are just too sensitive. Yang Wei reached out and pinched Su Meier's pointed chin, his voice becoming more hoarse. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Remember, I'm your family's benefactor. If it weren't for me, your whole family would have been reunited in prison. Su Meier looked straight into his eyes without showing any weakness. Didn't Su Jiaming marry me to you in return? Snort. Yang Wei pushed her face away, turned his back, and took a deep breath. He was born into a wealthy family. He was smart and well-behaved since childhood and had a handsome face, which made him very popular with his parents. But when he was 10 years old, he was diagnosed with congenital impotence, and his personality changed drastically since then. Rich families all attach great importance to continuing the family line. After that, his father's love for him plummeted. His elder brother, who was obviously not as favored as him, was directly trained as the successor. Although he had lived a life of luxury for the past 30 years, Yang Wei still felt extremely unbalanced, especially when he found Su Meier, such a perfect wife but could not sleep with her. This emotion reached its peak. Why do you give me everything, but take away the most important thing? There should be a limit to joking, okay? Yang Wei tried his best to calm down, turned around, and asked, Did you agree to marry me because you knew I was sick? Su Meier smiled gently, full of charm. So what? Yang Wei grinned. Very good. Then let your peerless figure wither away with me. Exhibition hall. Liang Inchong gently pulled the corner of Mu Qingyang's clothes. Why are you coming here alone? Mu Qingyang shook his head. No, just thought of something. How much is the bid? 35.71 million. How come there is still a change of 10,000? The price is a bit inflated, and everyone is very cautious in bidding. Mu Qingyang raised his left hand. 40 million. The salesperson's voice was shaking with excitement. This gentleman offered 40 million. Is there any higher price than 40 million? Xie Yuan almost laughed out loud. Is this guy an idiot? Seeing that everyone was bidding, he also came to join in the fun? But there has to be a limit to showing off, okay? You added so much money at once and made the deal right away. Let me see how you back down. 40.01 million. The person who raised the fare was a middle-aged man with a big belly, who didn't look like someone who could drive a sports car. Mu Qingyang understood that this was the so-called speculator. He wanted to give this car to Liang Inchong, and he could pay for it with dog money. Even if Principal Wang came today, he would have to keep his tail between his legs. 50 million. Mu Qingyang spoke lightly, attracting countless curious looks. The salesman's breathing became extremely heavy. The store could take 10 points from the sale of this car as a reward for marketing and publicity. And he can take a commission of 3% from these 10 points, which is 150,000. He even stuttered when he spoke. 50 million. And is there a higher number? Xie Yuan really couldn't hold it in anymore. He covered his mouth and laughed secretly. I was secretly happy. Someone raised the price to 40.01 million to save your life, but you were still pretending to be good for nothing. Now that the price has reached 500 million, no one will increase it any further. When the salesperson announces the deal, let's see what you will do. Xie Yuan couldn't wait to see Mu Qingyang get slapped in the face. Liang Inchong looked at him nervously and whispered, Brother Taheo, didn't you already order one? Why are you bidding for this one? This is 50 million. You can buy a Bugatti with it. Mu Qingyang shrugged. I'm just shouting for fun. Everyone is bidding more, so I might as well join in the fun. Mu Qingyang did not lower his voice deliberately, and Xie Yuan heard every word of what he said. He had already thought about how he would ridicule this pretty boy who was seeking attention. I'll count down to 5. If no one bids higher, this revuito will be sold for 50 million. 5, 4, 3. The uncle who had just bid 40.01 million looked hesitant. He turned his head to look at Mu Qingyang, who had a calm face for 2 seconds and finally put down his right hand that was hanging in the air. Make a deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the first revuito in the country and becoming a distinguished Lamborghini owner. Congratulations. All the salespeople were clapping hard. The 2 car models looked at Mu Qingyang lovingly. Among the onlookers were quite a few bloggers who were live streaming, and they all kept exclaiming the number 50 million at the screen. Liang Inchong smiled silently. She was completely convinced. I have seen many rich people since I was a child, but I have never heard of someone as rich as Mu Qingyang. Maybe this little money is of no importance to him. Even if I accidentally took the photo, I would just treat it as a painless pastime. Xie Yuan smiled. You can tell it comes from the heart. Those who don't know their relationship might think this is a sincere congratulations. Only he understood the meaning of this expression. Little white face. The more happy you acted just now, the louder the slap in the face you will get now. Ms. Liang, he will soon reveal his true colors. Chapter 97, and you, my friend, are nothing but a clown. After the applause stopped, the salesperson came to Mu Qingyang excitedly. Hello, sir. Do you need a mortgage? Our company has a cooperative bank and can recommend one to you. The process is very quick. Salespeople usually recommend loan services to customers, which allows them to earn a commission. With an amount of 50 million, even just some soup can make your mouth full of oil. Mu Qingyang was silent. A question occurred to him. If he bought a car with a mortgage, could he pay out more money? Isn't it said on the internet that the interest paid on some loans is more than the principal? Although we are very wealthy now, who would complain about having too much money? So he asked curiously, such a mortgage law? Before the salesperson could speak, Xie Yuan answered, even if you take out a 5-year mortgage with this much money, you'll have to pay nearly 1 million a month. Do you understand what this means? Then he looked at Liang Inchong. My annual net income is close to 8 figures, but I don't dare to buy this kind of car. What do your friends think? Should I say he is ignorant or stupid? Mu Qingyang knew that the fat man was showing off in front of Liang Inchong and stepping on him at the same time. There will always be all kinds of suitors around beautiful women. There is nothing that can be done about it. If it were in ancient times, a beauty like Liang In-chu would be called a disaster, and countless people would call for her to be killed. Now it's just a small scene. Liang In-chung also understood what xie yuan meant. Show off your income. To be honest, if you can earn nearly 10 million yuan a year before you are 30 years old, you are definitely one of the best and will be a hot commodity wherever you go. But he happened to meet Mu Qingyang, who was not even at the same level. Liang In-chung deliberately made a joke. Did you hear that? You have to pay back 1 million every month. This number must be incredible to you. Mu Qingyang nodded. Indeed so, I still... Before he could even say pay in full, Xie Yuan answered again. Why don't you reconsider it? Do you think this serious auction is just a game? Can you change your mind just like that? There is a limit to how much you can show off. Don't you think about yourself? Or Miss Liang? There are so many people watching, and you have completely embarrassed her. Liang In-chung felt puzzled. Was Xie Yuan delusional? What was he talking about? She was about to tell him to shut up, but Xie Yuan quickly answered. Don't worry, Ms. Liang. I have some connections with the owner of the car dealership. I'll call him and ask him to mediate. Then have your friend apologize in front of everyone, and this matter should be resolved. The salesperson's smile froze on his face. Wasn't he standing with the internet celebrity Xie Yuan? There was also a girl who looked like a fairy beside him. I thought she was some super rich second generation, but she turned out to be a fake. This 50 million is probably just a bunch of nonsense. I'm really going crazy. Mu Qingyang's face was calm as water, and he just uttered 2 words lightly. Card number. Huh. The salesperson was stunned, but immediately reacted, quickly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Mu Qingyang, which had the company's public account on it. Mu Qingyang held the business card in his right hand and typed something on his mobile phone with his left hand. After more than 10 seconds, he put the phone back in his pocket and said calmly, Did you get it? The salesperson hurriedly called to confirm, and the finance department's voice sounded like heavenly music. Received a transfer of 50 million just now. Xie Yuanren was numb. He transferred out 50 million? By bidding so high, do you really want to buy this car that is only worth 10 million? How much wealth does he have? What does the annual income of nearly 10 million yuan that I just mentioned mean? The money earned by not eating or drinking for several years is only enough to buy a toy. Who is showing off? The assistant added leisurely. Others are the real bosses, and you, my friend, are just a clown. Mu Qingyang ignored the embarrassed Xie Yuan and pretended to ask the salesperson casually. Can I meet Mr. Yang? Sales bowed and nodded. I'll go ask for you right away. Please wait. In the general manager's office, Yang Wei was dozing off on the sofa while Su Meier was fiddling with her phone out of boredom. There was a knock on the door, and Yang Wei raised his eyelids. Come in. Hello, Mr. Yang. Revuito has been bought by someone else. I'm reporting this to you. Yang Wei gently rubbed his temple. What's the price? 50 million. Su Meier's eyebrows brightened with joy when she heard this. She confirmed it again. How many? Miss Su, it's 50 million. The salesperson tried his best to suppress the urge to look at her and spoke respectfully. Yes. Yang Wei stood up slowly. Transfer the money to me within today. Let's go, wife. Mr. Yang, the customer who bought the car, wants to meet you. I wonder if it's convenient for you. The salesperson quickly explained his purpose. Yang Wei paused and thought for 2 seconds. Which company took this photo? No, it's a handsome guy from the mainland. Yang Wei became slightly interested. As long as the person who bought the car was not coming for Huaijiang Industry, he could make some friends with him. He walked slowly to the door. Who is it? Show me. The tallest handsome guy, the girl next to him, is his companion. Yang Wei's dull face became more colorful. Although he is congenitally immobile, he still likes beautiful women. Others are out of reach. He is within reach, but can only look at it. Even so, it does not prevent him from continuing this hobby. Just like those people in their 70s and 80s who dance salsa, go to bathing centers, or even find koan. Although my health is not good, I can still get over the craving for kisses and touches. Let them in. The salesman rushed to Mu Qingyang. Mr. Yang agreed. I will take you there. No hurry, I'm going to buy some bottles of water. The company has it. I'll get it. Mu Qingyang waved her hand. For those of you who can't stand drinking, just wait at the door for a minute. Mu Qingyang's main purpose was to see Su Meier. As long as she drinks what she bought, the consumption is considered successful, and her detailed information can be viewed. Mu Qingyang couldn't wait to know what her strategy reward was. Chapter 98. The must-get strategy reward. Forcing me to be a thief, right? Mu Qingyang bought 4 bottles of Aegean soda water and stuffed them all to the salesperson. Please help post it after you get in. The salesperson quickly took over. Okay, this kind of thing is what I should do. By the way, bring the car purchase contract over and sign it together. After Mu Qingyang finished speaking, he walked straight towards the general manager's office, and Liang and Chong followed silently. The door was ajar. Before Mu Qingyang knocked on the door, a faint voice came from inside. Come in. Mu Qingyang pushed the door open and walked in, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the seductive woman next to him. Su Meier seemed to sense something and glanced back indifferently, but her eyes were as calm as if she saw a blade of grass, without any ripples. Mu Qingyang clearly felt her indifference. Logically speaking, with his current appearance, he shouldn't be treated so coldly. Didn't two Hong Kong beauties with scores of over 80 come up to flirt with me just now? Could it be that Su Meier doesn't like men? Mu Qingyang didn't dare to look any further, and smiled as he stretched out his right hand. Hello, Mr. Yang. Nice to meet you. Yang Wei stretched out his hand and shook it, then pointed to the sofa next to him. Please take a seat. After the four of them sat down, Mu Qingyang and Yang Wei said at the same time, Who is this? Then the two looked at each other and laughed. Yang Wei first introduced. Her name is Su Meier, and she is my wife. Mu Qingyang's heart skipped a beat, but he still smiled inconspicuously. Miss Meier is extremely beautiful. Mr. Yang is so lucky. Yang Wei chocolate. This girl is no less impressive. Is she your girlfriend? Liang and Chong is indeed a rich girl. Even when facing the CEO of a billionaire group, her temperament is not inferior at all. She said calmly, You think too much. We are just friends. Oh, Yang Wei nodded slowly. It's me who was abrupt. At this time, there was a knock on the office door, and the salesperson came in with an ice bucket. He handed out a bottle of water to each person and placed a folder in front of Mu Qingyang. Mr. Mu, I have brought the contract as you instructed. Mu Qingyang was surprised. How do you know my last name is Mu? The transfer just now has your name on it. I asked the finance department about it. Do you mind? Mu Qingyang waved his hand. You write first, and I'll sign it at the end. Mu Qingyang kept glancing at Su Meier from the corner of his eyes. He saw her slender hands gently unscrew the bottle cap and take a sip. Several lines of information suddenly appeared in front of me. Name, Su Meier. Age, 24. Occupation, finance. Height, 172. Weight, 50.5 kilograms. Favorability, -10. Overall appearance, 97. Strategy reward, adrenaline. The only consumable item, effect, resurrect with full health as long as you are still alive. Her height suits her perfectly, and her weight is just right. She is thin where she should be thin, and has meat where she should have meat. What is a -10 favorability? Even if it's a stranger, the initial favorability is 0, right? Why am I so unpopular with her? The most amazing thing is the reward for this strategy. As long as there is breath left, resurrect with full health. Does that mean that as long as I'm not killed instantly, I can do sit-ups no matter how badly injured I am? What kind of magical consumable is this? Can it be used infinitely after evolution? If I get the strategy reward, can I confidently say, come and shoot me with a gun? So even if I have to lick you, I will raise your favorability to 90 points. Mr. Yang, I'm really not a thief, but I'm sorry. The voice of sales awakened Mu Qingyang, who was immersed in his inner world. Mu Qingyang blinked hard. Have you finished writing it? Yes, please take a look. If everything is okay, please sign in the lower right corner. Mu Qingyang handed the contract to Liang and Chong. See if there is any problem. Liang and Chong pushed it back directly. I have the most impatient heart. With so many words, my trypophobia is about to kick in. Mu Qingyang placed the contract neatly in front of her. Then just sign it. Liang and Chong was stunned for 2 seconds. Me? Her heart began to pound. What does Mu Taheo mean? Are you going to give the car to me? Are you kidding me? This was bought with 50 million in real money, and you're just giving it away casually? It hasn't reached this point between her and me yet. Mu Qingyang nodded. Why else do you think I came to Hong Kong City? Liang and Chong's pretty face turned red instantly. It's not just shyness, but also mixed with various emotions such as surprise, astonishment, excitement, and exclamation. Could it be that when he sent me a WeChat message yesterday, he had already decided to buy this car for me? Why is he so nice to me? I definitely didn't know him before. This is only our second meeting. Could it be that you fell in love with me at first sight? No. A man with his conditions would definitely fall in love with every woman he met. Maybe he has already set his sights on that charming woman. The last time he spent 1 billion to kiss me was the best proof. Now he wants to use money to hit me again. Will you make some weird request this time? Even so. But I really like this car. He hit the nail on the head. Liang In-chong deliberately said modestly. This is not good. Mu Qingyang licked his lips deliberately. If you feel embarrassed, you can compensate me like you did last time. Dream on. Liang In-chong picked up the pen and signed his name. Unless you add another 950 million. Liang In-chong's favorability plus 25, current favorability 60. Mu Qingyang was so happy. I'm only 10 points away from 70 points of favorability. By then, I can get more than 1 billion in cash back. That's going to be a lot of money. This trip to Hong Kong was a real steal. This was the first time that Yang Wei was ignored like this, and he felt a little annoyed. I am the CEO of Huizheng Industry. Who would not shake their heads and wag their tails when seeing me? Do you think I don't exist? He couldn't help but interject. Brother Mu, what's the matter with you coming to see me? Mu Qingyang was in a good mood. He patted Yang Wei on the shoulder. Your car is great. I'll definitely make you my friend. Yang Wei always felt that there was something wrong with this statement. After thinking it over carefully, he understood. Isn't this sentence used on the internet to tease someone's beautiful wife, and then use the opportunity of making friends to get close to her? Is this guy planning to take advantage of Sue Mayer? And you said it so blatantly? Kind of interesting. Sue Mayer hates men so much that even if I give it to you, you won't be able to handle it. But since you started it, don't blame me for taking action against a beautiful girl. Chapter 99. Favorability reaches 70 points. Execute on the spot. Yang Wei gently took Mu Qingyang's hand away. His tone was inaudible. I don't make friends casually, but this lady is the second owner of the Revuito, so we are destined to meet, so we can get to know each other. Then he took out his cell phone. Can I exchange contact information with you? Mu Qingyang was amazed when he saw this. Poaching people right in front of me? Isn't the way you eat so ugly? He stood up and walked to Sue Meyer, handing her the phone. Are you sweeping me, or am I sweeping you? Sue Meyer raised her charming fox eyes and glanced at him lightly. No. It was exactly the same answer Liang In-chong gave when he rejected Yang Wei, cold and distant. Yang Wei smiled bitterly and put the phone back into his pocket. Mu Qingyang spread his hands. In that case, there is nothing to talk about. Grace, let's go. The Lamborghini Revuito slowly drove out of the Hong Kong city store. Its eye-catching appearance and aggressive sound attracted countless people's attention. Mu Qingyang held the steering wheel with one hand, looked at the flashing lights outside the window, and shook his head and sighed. Is this the first buff in the country? The value gained by paying more is mainly in this area, right? At this moment, even if you drag a depressed person to sit in the car, he can be cured immediately. This is simply a low self-esteem crusher. Mu Qingyang turned his head to look at Liang In-chong. Shall we drive directly back to Jiangnan City? Liang In-chong quickly shook his head. Isn't that a broken back? Let's call a tow truck later. We better take a flight home. A car like the Lamborghini is indeed not suitable for long-distance driving. Mu Qingyang nodded. So, where are we going now? To stroll around. After you come to Gangshe, you have to eat at the food stalls before you leave, right? I just checked the flight information. There are direct flights to Jiangnan City all day long. I will definitely be able to go back today. Mu Qingyang chuckled. It's okay if I can't go back. I can play with you for 2 more days. Liang In-chong said with disgust. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Disgusting. Mu Qingyang looked at her slender and white thighs and swallowed. Who do you think I am? We can have a double room or a presidential suite with 1 room each. Liang In-chong curled his lips. I dare not be in the same room with you. I don't know how horny a man must be if he adds someone else's wife on WeChat right after meeting her. It was the guy named Yang who added you first, okay? I just wanted to disgust him. Don't you like his wife? Mu Qingyang shook his head firmly without blushing or beating his heart. Dislike. You swear. I sent. Oh, forget it. Liang In-chong patted Mu Qingyang's hand as he was doing the gesture. It's useless even if you like him. He doesn't like you. You didn't fancy the girl named Yang either, and I didn't lose. Can this be compared? Well, stop right in front. There is a shopping mall here. When Mu Qingyang was taking the beautiful girl shopping in the mall, Li Xian had already arrived in Causeway Bay. A producer friend told him that they were going to shoot a few gang fight scenes here today, and he came here to select extras. Dressing room. Several young men wearing flowery shirts and with scars on their faces were about to change into their clothes and finish work when Li Xian called them over. You guys are not in a hurry. I have a scene to perform. Do you want to take it? A tall and strong man with broom eyebrows immediately smiled, and the fierce makeup suddenly became a little funny. Boss, what's the play? Are there any lines? How much is the pay? Lee Xian pulled a stool and sat down, crossing his legs and said, It's very simple. You don't even need to change your clothes or makeup. Just wear what you have now and start the performance. The pay is 2,000 per person, and the screen time is only a few minutes. What do you think? Do you want to do it? Broom Eyebrow immediately agreed. Okay, which play is it, boss? It's not a movie. It's to act with me, to play the hero saving the beauty. This isn't a good idea. Broom Eyebrow hesitated. This kind of scene usually requires physical combat, and we don't dare to really hit anyone. I didn't ask you to hit anyone. The villain I hired has a very bad temper. You just need to whistle at the girl next to him, and he will definitely come and hit you. It would be reasonable to use self-defense at that time, right? Forget it. You might end up in jail. Lee Xian pulled out a stack of 1,000 yuan bills from his pocket and slapped them on the table. Here's 100,000. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it. If you want to go, divide it up. Otherwise, I'll take the money and leave when the time is up. The other three looked at each other and finally nodded. The man with the slicked back hair and a scoundrel-looking face put the money into his pocket with a smile. Boss, isn't it just playing gangsters? This is our strong point. We guarantee that our performance will be more realistic than the real thing. Are you the one playing the hero? How are we going to cooperate with you then? Lee Xian sneered and stood up. It's very simple. When the time comes, you just need to beat the villain into a pig head while the chaos is going on, and then I will beat him away. Don't worry, it's just a quarrel and a few punches. It's not a big deal. Even if the police come, the most they'll have to pay is a few thousand in medical expenses. Besides, if you guys run away after the fight, won't I be the one to back you up? Broom Eyebrow's heart moved, and he slammed the table hard. Count me in. After coming out of the mall, Mu Qingyang and Liang Incheng each had a Richard Miller on their wrists, and they were wearing the same Gucci casual wear, but in different colors. Both of them are of suitable height and have stunning looks, and they attracted a lot of attention along the way. Mu Qingyang shook his watch. Do we look like a couple? Liang Incheng laughed. To be honest, it's quite similar, but it's only suitable for wearing in Gang City, not in Jiangnan City. Why? Jiangnan City is so small. What if someone misunderstands that we are boyfriend and girlfriend? Then let them misunderstand. We are both single anyway, so maybe we can get along after spending a few more days together. Tisk Liang Incheng sneered. I don't want to be your girlfriend. I don't want to spend money to buy a girl's first kiss. I had a married woman on WeChat in front of her. I suspect you were a super playboy. I won't fall for your trick. Besides, I'm only 21 years old. I still want to have some free time for a few years. I'm not in a hurry to find a boyfriend. Mu Qingyang knew that this girl was just being stubborn. Her favorability has reached 60 points, and she definitely has feelings for me. Combining the experience of the previous girls, when the points reach 70, you can be executed on the spot without any reason. But he didn't expose it. Little girls always like to say the opposite of what they mean. When he doesn't like you, he can talk to you about everything and say dirty words. Once you fall in love, you become cautious. You keep pretending. If you give me another chance to increase your favorability by 10 points, I will turn you into a woman immediately. Chapter 100. Are you worthy of harassing this lady? At 8 o'clock in the evening, restaurant signs with red letters on a white background were lit up everywhere in the port city. It adds a touch of fireworks to this international metropolis. Mu Qingyang and Liang Incheng were walking side by side on Kimberley Road, struggling to decide which food stall to dine at. Let's go with this one. There are quite a lot of people there, so the food must be good. Mu Qingyang pointed to a store that looked shabby, but had booming business. Fa Ki food stall, I heard about it from a friend. It seems to be quite famous in Hong Kong. There happens to be a small table there. Let's go over there. After I sat down, a middle-aged man wearing reading glasses and a white coat came over with a small notebook. What do you want to eat? Very pure Cantonese, with a hint of impatience in the tone. Liang Incheng flipped through the menu, not knowing what to order. The uncle simply threw the notebook down, said, "Call me when you finish writing," and turned and left. The service attitude is totally non-existent. Mu Qingyang didn't hesitate and quickly wrote down a few dishes. Fried dace balls with clams, crabs from the bridge, crispy pork knuckles, roast goose. Every move of Mu Qingyang and Liang Incheng was seen by a young man eating ice cream on the street. He took out his cell phone and made a call. After a while, four people swaggered into the Fuji food stall. They were the extras that Lee Xian had found. Broom Eyebrow looked around and saw that the restaurant was full. He staggered to the table next to Mu Qingyang, spat on the ground, and kicked his stool leg. "Hey, shorty, don't you know this is my special seat? Get out of here." The thin young man who was drinking porridge raised his eyelids and glanced at him without saying anything. The greasy-haired scoundrel said and slapped the table. "Didn't you fucking hear what my brother Crow said? I told you to get out." The thin young man sneered. "Tisk, have you guys seen too many young and dangerous movies? Are you pretending to be social people in front of me? Brother Crow, I'm still Chun Haonan. Your fucking tattoo is peeling off, and there's also a scar from where you put it on. I can even see the glue. Who are you trying to scare?" The greasy-haired ruffian hurriedly looked back. Fortunately, the target person didn't notice this side. If the food stall hadn't been so noisy, the scene would have been exposed in less than a minute. Broom Eyebrows was also panicked. Normally, they just went to the set to make up the numbers and didn't even have a single line. They had never encountered a situation like this before. If you cannot perform according to the boss's requirements, you must return the money you received. 100,000 is not a small amount of money. Each person can get 25,000. No one wants to spit out what they have already eaten. The atmosphere was awkward for a few seconds, and then Broom Eyebrow suddenly had an idea and leaned over to say something to the short man. The short man's eyes lit up and he asked, "Is it true?" Broom Eyebrow flashed the banknotes in his pocket and yelled, "Come over here and talk to me." The short man followed him happily and turned the corner. "It's 2,000 yuan as agreed to by the spot. Give it to me." Broom Eyebrow took out 2 banknotes and threw them to him. "You screamed twice." The short guy hummed a few times in cooperation, but it sounded like he was laughing. Broom Eyebrows backed toward the food stall while pointing at the street corner and cursing. "I told you you're blind. I'll beat you up every time I see you from now on." Returning to his seat, Broom Eyebrow ate a few bites of the food on the table and drank the remaining half-cup of white wine in one gulp. Then he looked at the greasy-haired man with a lewd smile. "Bo Zai, the girl at the next table, is so pretty. I'm fucking itchy just looking at her." The greasy-haired man looked sideways and deliberately raised his voice loudly. "Brother Crow, that's absolutely superb. I'll ask her to come over and give you a toast." Mu Qingyang and Liang Inchong were full of praise for the food at this food stall and were showing off their food, not paying any attention to the people who suddenly appeared. The greasy-haired man deliberately unbuttoned 2 buttons of his floral shirt, revealing the bloody wolf head stuck inside. Then he came to Mu Qingyang's table, shaking his head, and said in a scoundrelly tone, "Pretty girl, our big brother admires you very much and invites you to have a drink at the next table. Come with me." Mu Qingyang raised his eyes, glanced at him, and then lowered his head, not even interested in paying attention to him. Liang Inchong didn't even raise his head and simply chose to ignore it. The greasy-haired man was embarrassed. This was different from what the boss said. The man didn't even react, let alone hit anyone. He turned his head to look at a table in the corner and saw Li Xin, wearing a baseball cap, glaring at him fiercely. The greasy-haired man could sense the boss' dissatisfaction with their acting skills. He returned to his seat in a huff and whispered something with Broom Eyebrow. "Crow, what should we do? Provocation is useless. Just go for it. Just touch that pretty girl. I don't believe the villain can tolerate this. Did your mother have evil thoughts because of her good looks?" Broom Eyebrow's face turned red. "I'm going to move. Let's finish it quickly so we can go to the love street and relax. If we go too late, the technicians won't have any choice. Okay, I'll let you eat this huge tofu, but you have to give me 10,000 less. Okay, let's go and work." Mu Qingyang had just picked up a pig's trotter when a few more people gathered around the table. The greasy-haired man pointed at Liang and Chong. "Brother Crow, this woman is not giving you face. You should tell her in person." Broom Eyebrow was so nervous that she even forgot her lines. "Only when you see this girl up close do you realize how stunning she is. Such a beauty has never been seen on TV. The goddesses I usually fantasize about are not even as good as her toes." If he hadn't taken this role, he would never have had any contact with such a beauty in his life. Broom Eyebrow felt his throat was a little dry and thought to himself, just touching someone is not considered as indecent, right? It is not even considered as harassment. Even if there is a fuss over this, isn't the boss there to back it up? If I could touch this beauty, this trip would be worth it even if it meant no money. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't miss it. Thinking of this, Broom Eyebrow forced himself to muster up the courage and grinned. "Girl, you don't even give face to my brother Crow in Causeway Bay. Do you still want to have a peaceful time in Hong Kong? Come on, have a drink with your brother. I'll protect you in Hong Kong." As he said this, he was about to pull Liang and Chong's arm. Mu Qingyang sighed, put down the pig's foot, grabbed Broom Eyebrow's wrist at an incredibly fast speed, and then gently broke it. There was a click sound, followed by a pig-slaughtering scream. Before Broom Eyebrow could open his mouth to beg for mercy, a beer bottle suddenly exploded above his head, and the glass shards splashed all over the table. Mu Qingyang looked sideways and saw a shirtless, burly man holding a broken bottle against Sweep Eyebrow's throat. "How dare you, a bunch of stinking sweet potatoes and rotten birds, come and harass this young lady? Get out of here!" Less than a minute after Broom Eyebrow stood there, his wrist was dislocated and his head was cracked. He was so frightened that he stood there in a daze. The other three accomplices didn't even dare to breathe and looked in horror at the shirtless men who were surrounding them. Li Xian, who was 7 or 8 tables away from Mu Qingyang, got up and rushed over when he saw this. He thought the show had already begun, and it was his turn to take the stage. Chapter 101 Mu Qingyang. When it comes to showing off, you have to be the one. When Broom Eyebrow saw Li Xian coming, she hugged him crying and shouting, "Boss, you invited us to harass this beautiful lady, but you didn't tell us there would be so many of them. Look, my hands are bent and my head is bleeding. What should I do now?" Li Xian was a little confused. Aren't there always 2 of them? Where did the others come from? Did these idiots choose the wrong target? Li Xian raised his head and looked around, and found that the guy who pushed him in the Lamborghini selection room was looking at him with interest. There were several big men with fierce looks standing around him. Could it be that he tricked me? Li Xian knew that something had changed, so he quickly waved his hands to deny it. "What the hell are you talking about? I'm just passing by. I don't even know you. Get out of here." As he said this, he pushed the broom brush away and kicked him out of anger. At this time, the other 3 also ran over. They hid behind Li Xian and trembled. "Boss, we are just extras. We are paid to act with you. You said you would cover the bottom line, but you can't just abandon us." Li Xian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Spending 100,000 yuan to hire these 4 idiots? Buying a few dogs would be more capable than them. He turned around and slapped each of them. "I already said I don't know you. Get as far away from me as possible. You want to run away after pretending to be awesome? Have you asked our brother Tai?" 2 strong men suddenly walked out from behind Li Xian and blocked his retreat. They looked like they were not good people. The man holding the broken bottle slowly approached. "Kid, what I hate most are people who don't keep their word. These 4 people all said that you are their boss, but now that they are facing a problem, you turn your back on them? This makes me very angry." The strong men were too conspicuous, and many onlookers gathered around them. Some of the discussions made Li Xian tremble with fear. Isn't the guy who just got shot in the head a Tai from the Nui Society? He has more than 10 subordinates under him. Who dares to mess with him in Sim Sha Sui? The Cine Society is the local tyrant of Hong Kong City. Their influence has penetrated into all walks of life. I heard that Huijiang Industry has their shadow. Who would be so desperate to offend these people? This kid is in trouble. He can't leave here without losing a layer of skin. Atai had already pressed the broken wine bottle against Li Xian's crotch. With just a little force, the area would immediately become a bloody mess. Li Xian couldn't stop sweating, and his calves were shaking uncontrollably. He knew the Cine Society better than anyone else. They had connections with both the black and white worlds, so even a small leader was not someone he could afford to offend. He said tremblingly, "Tai, brother Tai, we are just joking here, it's not what you think. My cousin's cousin is also in your club, so we are half friends." "Who the hell is your friend?" Arteus slapped him with a backhand. "You are insulting the word righteousness. You guys." Atai pointed at the 4 people with broom eyebrows. "Beat this kid up until I'm satisfied, and then I'll let you go." The broom eyebrows exchanged glances for a while, then gritted their teeth and swung their fists towards Li Xian's face. Li Xian squatted on the ground with his hands on his head, screaming miserably. Mu Qingyang looked at the familiar face that had turned into a pig head and asked Liang and Chong, "Do you remember who he is?" "Yeah." Liang and Chong nodded. "The wretched man who asked for WeChat in the Lamborghini store. You were so charming that you followed me here. It seems like you wanted to play the hero saving the beauty, but those big guys messed it up. Luckily, we met some kind people. Otherwise, we would have suffered a lot because they were so numerous." Mu Qingyang smiled. "He may not be a kind person. He may have the same idea as me." Liang and Chong was puzzled. "What's the meaning?" Mu Qingyang pointed his chin forward. "I'm already here, just wait and see." Atai asked 2 of his younger brothers to watch over the 4 people, saw Broom Eyebrow, and said that they had to fight for 10 minutes before he would let them go. He returned and sat on Mu Qingyang's desk without any courtesy. My lady, I'm sorry to have frightened you. If I hadn't intervened in time, I don't know what would have happened. But this is fate. Come, let's toast to fate. Liang Unchong looked indifferent. I don't drink. Arteis still smiled. It's okay. Everyone will have a first time. Your first time? Let me teach you. As he said this, he was about to feed Liang Unchong wine. Mu Qingyang got furious when he heard this. What does let me come for the first time mean? High in a roundabout way? This alone was reason enough for the big man to be beaten, not to mention that he also forced Liang Unchong to drink. Mu Qingyang grabbed the big man's wrist as usual, and the big man's face froze with a lewd smile. He glared at Mu Qingyang. Open! Mu Qingyang smiled harmlessly and slowly increased the strength in his hands. The big man was also a ruthless person. The bones in his wrist hurt so much that they felt like they were about to break, but he remained silent. His eyes turned vicious, and he asked through gritted teeth, Boy, who is she to you? The Cine society has its own rules, which encourage members to punish evil and promote good, but members are not allowed to commit crimes or bully citizens. Violators will be expelled. If these two people were a couple, then his behavior just now had indeed crossed the line, and he had no words to say when his wrist was strangled. If they were just friends, he would make this kid regret being born into this world. Mu Qingyang grinned, revealing his white teeth. Friend, what's wrong? Haha. The man also laughed, but his laughter was sinister and cruel. He stretched out his other hand and waved, and several shirtless men immediately surrounded him. Liang Yicheng looked at Mu Qingyang nervously, his hands sweating. Don't mess with them, let's go. Mu Qingyang didn't say anything and gave her a reassuring look. Go? Where are you going? The man pulled his wrist hard, but it didn't move at all. Instead, the pain became more intense, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked at Mu Qingyang with a ferocious face and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. I'll count to 3, and then you'll let me go, or else. 1. Mu Qingyang looked at him coldly, with no intention of letting go. There were voices of regret all around. Is this guy crazy? Doesn't he know that he is the leader of the Cine society? He is in trouble. He's probably a tourist from out of town. He messed with these people just to show off in front of the girl he likes. He'll regret it later. I felt sorry for his handsome face for 3 minutes, and then he immediately turned into a pig head like the one over there. 2. The big man was still counting. Mu Qingyang stood up and protected Liang Inshu behind him, sneering. Tisk, can you count faster? My pig's feet are getting cold. Then he turned around and joked with Liang Inchong, who was extremely nervous. Believe it or not, he will be lying on the ground foaming at the mouth within 30 seconds. If it exceeds 30 seconds, I will just eat my ass. The man couldn't bear it anymore and yelled, Go and beat him. 7 or 8 shirtless men rushed forward, but they all fell to the ground in just 10 seconds. After Mu Qingyang dealt with these rotten fish and shrimp, he kicked the man with a whip. With a bang, the man fell to the ground, like a piece of fat being slammed on the chopping board by a butcher. If you look closely, you can see white saliva coming out of the corners of his mouth. A quick-witted little guy in the crowd asked, Handsome guy, it's only 10 seconds. Mu Qingyang blinked his left eye coquettishly. There are 20 seconds left. This is my MVP result screen. As he said that, he started to dance Kuin shoulder-shaking dance. Chapter 102, It's reasonable not to go home so late. After a series of screams, several strong men struggled to get up. This was the result of Mu Qingyang restraining himself. Otherwise, he could have let these people sleep until tomorrow morning. They looked at Mu Qingyang with fear in their eyes. They all walked around the table, helped their eldest brother who was lying on the ground like a dead body, and limped away. Liang Inchong finally came back to her senses, and she looked at Mu Qingyang with stars in her eyes. Girls of her age all fantasize that their future boyfriend will be a hero who can protect them no matter how dangerous the situation is. At this moment, the dream came into reality. Liang Inchong never thought that Mu Qingyang would be so powerful. She was just regretting why she came to Hong Kong City, and even made the worst plan, which was to fight with these people. But this man turned the tide with his own strength without getting hurt at all. Right now, he is his own hero. Liang Inchong's favorability +9, current favorability 69. After receiving the system prompt, Mu Qingyang stopped dancing and turned to look at Liang Inchong. Her face was rosy and her eyes were full of affection, as if she was in love. If I had known that this girl liked people who could fight, why would I have worked so hard to prepare a surprise? I could have taken her to beat up all the people she hated, and maybe her favorability would have exceeded 70 points long ago. But 69 points is really a hurdle, and I get stuck there every time. Otherwise, I must let her feel what Happy Planet is tonight. But since the favorability is so high, there must be some other benefits, right? Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang leaned over affectionately and slowly closed his eyes. What are you going to do? Liang Inchong sold his first kiss to him. He had never experienced these things before, so he really didn't understand what he meant. Mu Qingyang put his index finger to his lips. Don't talk, just kiss me. Liang Inchong pushed him away. You were so worried about what you were doing when so many people are looking at you. Mu Qingyang was not embarrassed. He pretended nothing had happened and slowly opened his eyes. Looking around, I saw that all the diners and passersby were looking at this side. He hooked his feet under the table, and a stool fell just under his butt. Mu Qingyang sat on it calmly, picked up the pig's trotter, and started to eat it again. Liang Inchong followed and sat down. Aren't you afraid they'll come back for revenge? Mu Qingyang chewed it with great relish. Then let's do the shoulder dance again. Liang Inchong felt relieved, but did not want to cause any trouble, so he suggested. We've almost finished eating, let's go back to Jiangnan City. Mu Qingyang also felt that his own nest was better and nodded in agreement. When the two passed by the four extras and Li Xan, their bodies were shaking unconsciously. The greasy-haired man secretly felt lucky that the Cine Society stepped in, otherwise his fate would not be better than theirs. This young man is so fucking fierce that none of those fat and strong guys can take a single blow from him. He will definitely become famous if he were to make a martial arts movie. Broom Eyebrow was a little scared. In fact, being hit on the head by a beer bottle didn't hurt that much, it just looked exaggerated. If it weren't for this episode, the four of them would have definitely been beaten to death by the villain. The gang leader was the best proof. He was still foaming at the mouth when he was carried away. In comparison, this minor injury is a blessing in disguise. Li Xian was shrouded in fear from inside out. He really wanted to slap himself twice now. Why did he have to provoke this god of death when there were so many people he could provoke? This person bought the first revuito in the country. With such financial resources, he must have known about the Cine Society. I was scared to death when I saw those people, but he just beat them up like they were chickens and dogs. They're completely on the same level. I should never have thought that he was from the mainland and was easy to bully and had evil thoughts. If he had held a grudge against me, I would have been doomed. Seeing the two men getting closer, Li Xan almost buried his face in the ground. But Mu Qingyang and Liang Inshu didn't even look at them when they passed by, as if they were just a pile of garbage on the side of the road. After handing the revuito over to the shipping company, the two headed straight to the airport. After 2.5 hours of flight, the plane landed on time. After getting off the plane, Mu Qingyang naturally reached out to hold Liang Inchong's slender hand. Liang Inchong shrank back reflexively, but when he saw that there were not many people around, he let him go. Mu Qingyang's fingers were very long and his palms were very wide, and Liang Inchong's small hands were tightly wrapped in them. Her face flushed a little, but the warm and safe big hands made her feel an inexplicable emotion in her heart. Is this sweet love? It feels like flying in. Mu Qingyang found his Ferrari in the parking lot and drove straight into the city. He had a bold idea. While this girl's admiration for me has not yet cooled, can I just take her down? Mu Qingyang looked at the time on the center console. It was 1:30 in the morning. It's reasonable to sleep outside at this time, right? So he tilted his head and asked, Inchong, when you came out, did you tell your family how long you would be back? Liang Inchong nodded. As soon as the plane landed, I told my dad I was safe. What did your dad say? He told me to go home quickly. My dad cares about me very much. Mu Qingyang closed his eyes and took a deep breath, knowing that it was definitely not possible to stay in a hotel. But he was unwilling to let the beautiful girl go. So he came up with a bold idea. It's okay in the car, right? No time wasted at all. Just send her home after you're done. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyang slowly stepped on the brakes and parked the Ferrari beside a bridge. The scenery outside the window is beautiful, with flashing neon lights and sparkling river water. The evening breeze in August is slightly warm and feels comfortable and refreshing when it blows on the body. Mu Qingyang turned off the Ferrari and gently took the beautiful girl's hand. Inchong, does what you said at Lamborghini Harbor City store during the day still count? Liang Inshu was inexplicably flustered. She had a bad feeling and said absent-mindedly, what? Mu Qingyang pulled his lips. Unless you were given another 950 million. As he spoke, he took out his phone and typed something. Have you checked the account? Liang Inchong's heart was beating fast, and she pretended to look out the window casually. The street was dead silent, so deserted that not a single person could be seen. She turned her head slightly, and Mu Qingyang's deep eyes were staring at her without blinking. The atmosphere in the car was extremely charming, and Liang Yicheng felt as if countless deer were running around in his heart. Mu Qingyang was not in a hurry either. After experiencing the baptism of Chen Qiwen, Ruan Yi, and Li Zhili, he has begun to take shape as a Sea King and can probably guess what Liang Yicheng is thinking. This girl actually knew what the sentence meant, but she was just too shy to respond. Mu Qingyang gently unbuckled the seatbelt, leaned slightly to the right, then stretched out his left hand and reached into the pocket of his ultra-short ripped jeans. These legs are so soft, really good elasticity, just the right thickness. I really want to hold it and not let go. Chapter 103 Sue Meyer, 10 billion dog-licking gold. I don't know if you can bear it. Liang Yicheng had never been touched like this by the opposite sex in his life. She felt awkward and resistant. Mu Qingyang had no other thoughts. He just wanted to help her find her cell phone, and after he found it, he took his hand out. I just transferred 950 million to you. Please check it. Liang Yicheng snatched the phone and closed his eyes without even looking at it. Okay, let me give you a kiss. Hurry up. Mu Qingyang felt a surge of heat in his heart as he looked at her flawless face. As the saying goes, when flowers are ready to be picked, pick them now. Don't wait until there are no flowers left to pluck. He gently lifted the beautiful girl's pointed, but not sharp chin and pressed his thin lips against her trembling eyelashes. Liang Yicheng's body suddenly became stiff. His fists were clenched tightly, and he was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. This time is different from the last time. When I was in the coffee shop, I just wanted to get the huge sum of 1 billion to help my father solve his urgent needs. It was a transaction, so I was more calm. But this time I did it willingly and wanted to experience this feeling with him. As the saying goes, a ruffian in love can't even hold a knife steadily. Liang Yicheng lost all his strength in an instant. Mu Qingyang hugged her and pressed his lips against hers. They kissed for more than 2 minutes until Mu Qingyang's dirty hands were caught by Liang Yicheng. She gasped heavily. Brother Deheo, you can't do this. Mu Qingyang's eyes turned red. How could he listen to these words? The beautiful girl opened her teeth and bit his shoulder. Then while he was in pain, she hurriedly opened the door and got out of the car. Mu Qingyang sobered up a little. He licked his lips with satisfaction, then took out a cigarette and lit it. When the cigarette burned to the end, Mu Qingyang also completely returned to normal. He flicked away the cigarette but started the sports car and slowly caught up with the figure in front. Yicheng, get in the car. I'll take you home. The beautiful girl turned her head away proudly and walked faster and faster. Mu Qingyang stepped on the accelerator and followed, making his tone as sincere as possible. I really didn't mean it. Which man in the world can resist holding a gorgeous woman like you in his arms? This matter is entirely your fault. I am really innocent. Liang Yicheng stopped, crossed his arms, and said proudly, what if you go crazy again later? Mu Qingyang opened the car door and got out, raising his hand and swearing. If I do this again, I'll be impotent for the rest of my life. Poochie. Liang Yicheng covered his mouth and laughed softly. So hard on yourself? Okay, I believe you. Mu Qingyang held the steering wheel with his left hand, pinched Liang Yicheng's soft hand with his right hand, and slowly sent her to the gate of the Champs-Élysées villa area. Goodbye, big brother. Liang Yicheng waved happily and ran towards his villa. I opened the fingerprint lock with ease, and the light in the living room was still on. A person on the sofa slowly raised his eyelids, pulled off the thin blanket on his body, and shouted in surprise. Encouraged you're back? Liang Yicheng responded while adjusting his clothes. Dad, it's so late, and you're still awake? I took a nap on the sofa. Didn't I want to see you? Liang Yicheng lay down on the massage chair, her pretty face still a little blushing. She deliberately didn't look at her father. We see each other every day. What's so good about it? I'm sleepy. I'm going back to my room. Wait. Liang Yicheng was thoughtful and experienced. He could tell at first sight that his daughter was abnormal. Yicheng, do you have a boyfriend? Liang Yicheng felt his face getting hot and quickly denied. No way, I won't fall in love so quickly. Liang Yicheng didn't believe it at all, but he always paid attention to the way he communicated with his daughter. He didn't ask any more questions, but instead asked in a roundabout way. Are you really going to Hong Kong alone this time? Liang Yicheng wanted to nod his head, but thinking that Revuelto would be dragged to Jiangnan City tomorrow, it would be troublesome to explain it then, so he simply confessed. I went there with my friends. The one who gave you 1 billion? Yes, he gave me a lot of things this time. As he spoke, he raised the Richard Miller on his wrist. Liang Xiqing didn't care much about these. He coughed twice and considered his words. In-Chun, have you guys reached that stage? Have you done anything intimate? Liang In-Chong stamped his feet. We've only known each other for a short time. How is this possible? Liang Xiqing wanted to ask more questions, but Liang In-Chong took the initiative and said, Oh, Dad, are you annoying me? I don't want to discuss such private topics with you. I know my limits. After saying that, he went upstairs angrily. Only then did Liang Xiqing breathe a sigh of relief. This daughter is the apple of his eye, more than anything else, and he doesn't want her to come to any harm. Liang Xiqing has made up his mind that he must make an appointment with a young man named Mu to have a chat tomorrow to find out what kind of person he is. If he is unmarried and of upright character, then you can allow your daughter to have free contact with him. If not, then forget it. Mu Qingyang tiptoed back to Villa Number 1 in Xianghanglan, gently took off his clothes, and got into bed. Ruan Yi was in a light sleep and opened her eyes drowsily. Brother Mu, you're back. After saying that, he came up to me. Mu Qingyang was already feeling annoyed and frustrated. This was just walking into a trap. An hour later, Ruan Yi fell asleep peacefully. Mu Qingyang came to the balcony naked, lit a cigarette, and lay on the lazy sofa. He silently calculated what he had gained from this trip to Hong Kong. In just one day, Liang In-Chong's favorability increased from 30 points to 69 points, and more than 2 billion in dog-licking gold has been spent. As long as you work harder, you can gain both wealth and beauty. Not only that, I also met Sue Mayer, a fairy-like woman. Her strategy rewards are something I must get. I must go to Hong Kong City again if I have the chance. But that Cine society suffered a great loss at my hands, so they won't let it go. Currently, I only have one fighting technique which can handle more than a dozen ordinary people with ease, but if I meet a master, it will be very difficult. I have to find a way to get more strategy rewards. Finally, Mu Qingyang took out his mobile phone and checked the balance. The remaining cash is more than 180 million. There is still more than 7 billion in dog-licking money. Sue Meyer, I'm going to use 10 billion in dog-licking money to hit you. I don't know if you can handle it. Chapter 10 for Brother Mu. Do you want to go to the music festival together? The next day, Mu Qingyang slept until he woke up naturally. I habitually picked up my phone to check the time. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. I reached out and patted the quilt next to me. It was empty. Ruan Yi said last night that she was going to see her university advisor to discuss her research topic, and she had already left. Mu Qingyang lifted the quilt, leaned against the head of the bed, and began to deal with WeChat messages. Li Zhili sent a message saying, I miss you, love you. Mu Qingyang replied, Me too. Zhua Kersen reported her work progress as usual, and Mu Qingyang asked her to keep working hard. The beautiful saleswoman of Beyond Luxury Cars sent him some exciting pictures and invited him to appreciate them tonight, but Mu Qingyang refused with tears in his eyes. The message sent by Liang In-Chong left him a little confused. Harpy is a cat. Are you free this afternoon? Come find me here. Someone wants to see you. Mu Qingyang took a look at the location sent to him, and wow, it was the Chaohua famous car. Mu Qingyang couldn't help but recall the unique test drive and the unforgettable toilet visit. He lowered his head and stroked his forehead. I just rejected Yi Shuyun, the juicer. How embarrassing would it be if she saw me at the car dealership? But now Liang In-Chong's favorability is stuck at 69 points. Her words are like an imperial decree. We have to go even if it rains knives from the sky. The worst that can happen is that we will lose some of our descendants. Mu Qingyang replied, Okay, I'll be there on time at 2 p.m. After replying to the message, Mu Qingyang went naked to the swimming pool in the back garden and did aerobics for half an hour before going into the house to wash up. At 12 noon, the red Ferrari drove out of the garage of Villa Number 1 in Xianghanglan and headed towards Shishan Yunlu. Since moving into this villa, Mr. Chun has been going home at noon every day. He had just fed the pig like koi and was busy taking care of the various plants. He enjoys it so much and never gets tired of it that he puts any gardener at home to shame. At this time, Mother Chin was also taking care of her own vegetable garden in the back garden. She liked this kind of mountain life very much, and her inner sense of fulfillment was no less than that of Father Chun. Chin Shiwen was lazily lying on a wrought-tan chair, basking in the sun. Her two white thighs were so snowy that they could reflect the light. Almost at the same time, the three of them turned their heads and looked at the same place. A red sports car drove straight to the parking space with a rumbling sound. Chin Shiwen was the first to react. She screamed and limped towards the garage. Mr. and Mrs. Chen immediately put down what they were doing and rushed over to greet him. Chun Chiwen, who had been missing for a long time, emerged from a brand new yellow Porsche sports car in the garage and began to complain about his father. Old Chun, didn't I tell you to park properly every time and leave a spot for my brother-in-law? Because you parked randomly in 4 parking spaces, only 3 cars can fit. Dad Chin scratched his head embarrassedly. I thought I would only park for 2 hours at noon, so I didn't pay attention. I moved the car immediately. Chin Chiwen immediately changed his expression as he looked at the red Ferrari that had already approached him. He ran to the driver's seat with a smile on his face, opened the door, and put his hand on the door frame. Welcome home, brother-in-law. Come down first, and I'll help you park the car. Mu Qingyang smiled and pointed at him, then stepped on the ground with his long legs and got out of the car in a cool manner. Chin Chiwen opened her arms and hugged him. Brother Mu, are you here to see me? Mu Vingyang pinchet harchabichin. Of course, my feet are better now. Hee. Chin Chiwen smiled happily. Much better. I think I'll be able to walk tomorrow. Chima finally found an opportunity to interrupt. Xiao Mu, have you eaten? I'll go cook 2 dishes for you. Mu Qingyang was a little hungry, so he answered truthfully. I just got up and haven't had time to eat yet. Thank you, Annie. After Chin Chiwen parked the car, he happily handed over the keys. Brother-in-law, it has to be a Ferrari. It's much better than the 911 you gave me. Chin Chiwen made a tisk sound. Come on, you haven't gotten out of the 911 since you bought it. Brother Mu, can you believe it? He slept in the car yesterday and couldn't even get a shout-out. He was like a possessed person. Chin Chiwen looked at his sister with disdain. Women don't understand men's romance at all. Do you think it's just a means of transportation? Wrong. It's also my brother and my wife. At this point, Chin Chiwen leaned into Mu Qingyang's arms shyly. Brother-in-law, do you know that after I picked up the car, I posted a circle of friends and the goddess immediately agreed to be with me? This is all because of you. Otherwise, we can talk about our own things from now on. I will call you my godfather. Father Chin just happened to pass by his son after moving his car. He heard everything his son said, but he became intermittently deaf again. Mu Qingyang coughed twice. Ahem. I received your kindness, but it's not appropriate. Just call me brother-in-law. Okay, brother-in-law, I'll listen to you. Brother-in-law, when are you free? I'll bring my girlfriend and treat you and sister Wen to dinner. Mu Qingyang waved his hand. Forget it. I've been busy lately. I'll call you when I have time. In fact, there was nothing wrong with having a meal. He was just afraid that his brother-in-law's girlfriend would come up to him like she did Yi Shuyun after seeing him. It's exciting to think about, though. But like what? I guess the classic scene of Lu Bu stabbing his adoptive father will reappear. Oh well. Chin Chiwen could guess with his big toe that his brother-in-law was a big businessman, and it was normal for him to have no time to eat with him. He didn't think much about it and still worshipped him as a god. The home-cooked dishes made by Chun Ma are very delicious, and Mu Qingyang ordered 3 bowls. After eating and drinking, he and Chin Chiwen chatted in the pavilion in the front garden, waiting for 2 o'clock to come. Brother Mu, have you watched Douyin recently? What's wrong with looking at beautiful women occasionally? Chin Chiwen pouted. So did you see the female DJ you met in space last time? Mu Qingyang knew she was talking about Zhuokerson, but he didn't see her, so he shook his head. What's wrong with her? There will be a large music festival in Shanghai next Saturday. It's hosted by Coco Xin. She has invited many internet celebrities and well-known DJs. Do you want to go and watch it? Mu Qingyang rubbed the bridge of his nose, weighing his words in his mind. Of course I have to go. Zhuokerson's favorability is only 55 points, which is the lowest among the goddesses with 90 points so far. I have to find a way to raise it. The reward for her strategy is top-level singing talent. If you can get it, it will definitely be a magical skill to increase your favorability. But Li Zhili and Liang Inchong will probably also bring up this matter. I can't agree to Chin Chiwen now, and I have to leave room for myself. Mu Qingyang looked a little regretful. Next Saturday? It's not a coincidence. I have an appointment to discuss something that day. I'll ask if we can coordinate it, and we'll see when the time comes. Chin Chiwen didn't doubt it at all and nodded. Brother Mu, please focus on your career. If you are busy, I will invite Fei Fei and the others to come together. Mu Qingyang suddenly thought of what happened that night. Are they okay? Are they traumatized by that incident? Chin Chiwen smiled mischievously. I have no memory at all. I just told them that I had blacked out because of drinking that day, so I went to the hospital for an 4 drip. No one suspected me. Chapter 105. I'm going to the bathroom. In the CEO's office, Liang Xiqing had already brewed a pot of tea with his treasured pu'er tea. Liang Inchong looked at his watch. It was already 2 o'clock, but he still hadn't seen the rich man. Would he be late again? Just as he put down his wrist, the glass door was pushed open and a slender figure walked in. It was Mu Qingyang. Grace, who works through you. Before he finished speaking, Liang Xiqing stood up. Mu Qingyang patted his head. Mr. Liang? Is that you? Huh? Liang Xiqing pointed at the tea table. It's me, Brother Mu. Please take a seat. Mu Qingyang's mind was racing. They both have the surname Liang. Isn't that a coincidence? Mr. Liang is still so handsome at his age. Maybe he is really the father of the beautiful girl. I didn't do anything out of line to Li Zhili at the last class reunion, right? Probably not. He couldn't think of going there. Mu Qingyang calmed down and sat down calmly. In Chong Yu and Mr. Liang. He's my dad. Liang and Chong answered quickly. Oh. Mu Qingyang took a sip of tea. What a coincidence. I also think it's a coincidence that you two know each other. I didn't even know it. Liang Xiqing laughed and said, Ha, it's fake. Last time Song Huaqing hosted a class reunion, he invited me and a few old acquaintances to dinner, so we just sat together. Song Huaqing? That sultry guy with glasses confessed his love to me, but I rejected him. In Chong, you can't describe Xiao Song like this. We still have to meet each other often. Liang and Chong was very unruly in front of his father and didn't take his words to heart at all. That's right. He's not even as good as Jiang Haoren. Let me tell you what's wrong. Liang Xiqing shook his head and did not respond. Liang Inshu changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Dad, did you see any pretty girls at the class reunion? Liang Xiqing raised his eyebrows. There is one, sitting next to Brother Mu. Liang and Chong's face visibly darkened, and Mu Qingyang quickly explained. Just an ordinary friend. When I arrived, there was only one spot left. This is the truth, so Mu Qingyang said it with confidence. Liang and Chong pouted and said nothing. Liang Xiqing pretended to ask casually. Oh, just an ordinary friend? I thought she was your girlfriend. Mu Qingyang chuckled. Mr. Liang is joking. I'm currently single. Liang Xiqing was very satisfied. His main purpose of making an appointment with Mu Qingyang was to help his daughter figure out the matter. Mu Qingyang naturally knew everything, so he said without blushing or beating his heart that he was single. Liang Xiqing brought the topic back to the trip to Hong Kong, and Liang and Chong excitedly recounted how Mu Qingyang protected him. Yishuyan wasn't sure if he was seeing things. She just glanced back inadvertently and seemed to see Mu Qingyang. He said on WeChat that he was very busy recently and was not in Jiangnan City, and used this as an excuse to refuse to play cards with me. How could he appear here? It must be that I miss you so much that I am dazzled. But after a few minutes, she didn't give up and started wandering around. When she passed by the president's office, she glanced at it unintentionally and saw the familiar figure again through the pleated curtains. Yishuyan was delighted and knocked on the office door. Liang Xiqing saw her. Yishuyan was the company's sales backbone, making tens of millions of sales every month. Even though he had an important guest at the moment, he still let her in. Xiao, what's the matter? Liang Xiqing's business-like tone. Yishuyan made up an excuse. Mr. Liang, a customer wants to apply for a reserve price. I'm here to ask for instructions. After saying, Mr. Mu, why are you here? Are you going to buy another car? Even though Mu Qingyang was extremely thick-skinned now, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. One reason was that the lie he had just told a few hours ago was exposed on the spot. Second, the woman knew that she had bought 2 cars and gave them to 2 girls respectively. If Liang and Chong and her father knew about this, the image she had just established would collapse. Maybe Liang and Chong's favorability will plummet, and all the work done before will be wasted. Mu Qingyang looked at her meaningfully and said with a smile, Come and see Grace. Yishuyan has been working in sales for several years and is good at observing people's expressions. She immediately understood what Mu Qingyang meant. Okay, you are awesome. Having 2 beautiful girlfriends is not enough. He also wants to mess with the favored sister. It's fine if you provoke her, but why don't you ignore me? There's a long line of men chasing after me. So what's wrong with me? But since I've caught you, I'll charge you some interest first. Oh, you two are so familiar with each other? Yishuyan walked over and sat down opposite Mu Qingyang. Liang and Chong's pretty face felt a little hot. Yishuyan was there when he added Mu Qingyang on WeChat. He said he wanted to buy the car back, but not only did he fail, he also lost his life. This was very embarrassing for Liang and Chu. She blushed and said, We're not that close, just ordinary friends. Oh, is that so? Yishuyan said as he sat down. Is it just an ordinary friend like I just made? Liang Xiqing didn't think it was right, but he didn't know what these young people were talking about, so he got back to the point. Xiao Yi, aren't you going to apply for a reserve price? Tell me the details of the situation. 22-year-old Mercedes-Benz E300L. The customer wants to reduce the price by 20,000 yuan. Liang Xiqing hesitated for 2 seconds. Asked the customer to add another 5,000. If it's less, I won't sell it to you. Yi Shuyun smiled slightly. Got it, Mr. Liang. I'll reply to the customer right away. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned around. By the way, Mr. Mu, the paperwork you left behind last time is still in my office. Why don't you take it back today? Mu Qingyang had the upper hand in her hand, so he dared not object and stood up slowly. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember it. I'll go with you to get it. Okay, Mr. Mu, please wait in my office for a while. I'll come over after I close the deal with the client. Mu Qingyang was sure that there were absolutely no customers, and he was just trying to buy time. He glanced at the beautiful girl apologetically and said, My stomach hurts a bit, so I'll go to the bathroom now. Chapter 106. Everyone is going to the music festival. In the president's office, Liang and Chung finished playing a game of Honor of Kings, but Mu Qingyang had not returned yet. She put the phone on her lap and frowned. Did Brother Taheo go to the toilet? Why is he taking so long? Are you and Sister Xuyin doing something shameful? Liang Xiqing sipped his tea quietly. Please be patient, Xiao Mu may have an important call. In Chung, you are 21 years old, so be more cautious when you speak. What can you do in the company in broad daylight? Liang and Chung's big eyes flashed with wisdom. Conan Doyle once said that if you eliminate all possibilities, whatever remains, no matter how incredible, is the truth. I find this quite suspicious. Liang Xiqing shook his head. His daughter had never been so concerned about any member of the opposite sex. She looked so suspicious. It was obvious that she was in love. What are you talking about? Mu Qingyang's tall figure appeared in the office again. He sat back at the tea table as if nothing had happened, put the information on the table, picked up the tea, and took a big sip. I had a conference call and was delayed for some time. My mouth was dry. Liang and Chung stole a glance at his father, wondering how he could always guess so accurately, but he still said with a straight face, I thought you were so bewitched by Sister Xu Yun that you couldn't find your way back. Mu Qingyang touched his forehead guiltily. In Chung, you have such a rich imagination. Anyway, I think there's something wrong with you. That's enough. Liang Xiqing stood up slowly. In Chung, don't be unreasonable. Xiao Mu, don't argue with her. I have spoiled this girl since she was a child. She is very stubborn. I still have to go to the branch office to take care of some things. You guys can have fun by yourselves. After Liang Xiqing learned about their trip to Hong Kong from his daughter, he completely recognized Mu Qingyang's character. In addition, he is single and is so good to his daughter, so he decided to let them develop freely. Mu Qingyang stood up and waved with a smile. He is very satisfied with his father-in-law and gives him a definite 5-star rating. Not only did he resolve his own embarrassment, but he also didn't act like an elder at all, making people feel warm and at ease. Liang and Chung wished her father would leave soon. She didn't like drinking tea and chatting at all. It was tasteless and boring. When Mu Qingyang saw that there were only 2 people left in the room, he immediately became bolder. He sat next to Liang Inshu and leaned over. In Chung, now it's just the 2 of us. Do you want to reminisce about last night? Liang and Chung immediately thought of the scene in the Ferrari late at night, and her heart rate suddenly soared. But this was in Dad's office, and she would never dare to do that kind of thing here. Liang Inshu placed her small hand on Mu Qingyang's chest. Here now. Mu Qingyang originally just wanted to tease her. He heard that a woman's nose is sharper than a dog's. He was not sure if there was any trace of Yi Shuyun left on him. If they are stuck together and can be smelled, there is no point in washing them clean. Mu Qingyang sighed sadly. Hey, my fiery love always goes unrequited. I feel tired of love. Liang and Chung rolled his eyes at him. What the hell is in your head? You don't have any good intentions towards me. I'm not going to waste my time talking to you anymore. Let's talk business. Are you free next Saturday? Let's go to Shanghai to have fun. Mu Qingyang was overwhelmed. Are you talking about that music festival? Yes. You got it too. I heard about it, but I was very busy that day, so I probably didn't have time. Humph. Forget it if I don't have time. I have plenty of friends. Chapter 107. Even Ronnie is going. The delivery address for the new Daniel is Chaoua Famous Cars. Liang and Chung just called the shipping company and was told that the trailer has arrived in Jiangnan City and will be delivered in 2 hours at most. Taking advantage of this time, she pulled Mu Qingyang to play a few games of Honor of Kings together. Just like in real life, Mu Qingyang was still killing people indiscriminately in the game. The beautiful girl was very happy in her heart, but she didn't say it. It's too easy. Open it again and again. While waiting in line, Liang Yinchu received a call from an unfamiliar number. The reviewito has arrived. She immediately closed the game and dragged Mu Qingyang towards the car dealership gate. There were already quite a few people gathered at the gate. Salespeople, mechanics, customers looking at cars, and even cleaning ladies were all stopping to watch. The lava-orange supercar lay quietly on the back of the slightly dirty trailer. The same product now creates a strong visual contrast. One looks like a hunchbacked old man, and the other looks like a shining superstar. Who bought this car? It looks like a Lamborghini, but I've never seen the shape of it before. This is the latest model of Daniel. We haven't started delivering it yet. Go get one for me and try it out. This car looks amazing. It really makes me feel cool. Are you going to sell it in our dealership? Please let me handle all the moving work. I just said that it hasn't been delivered yet, so how can it be sold? This is probably a new car that Mr. Liang bought for his daughter through his connections. Isn't she a supercar lover? Liang Inchong pushed through the crowd. That's right. This car belongs to me. I bought it for 50 million. Oh my God. Fuck. How is that possible? There were exclamations all around. The price was far beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, the tow truck driver who was untying the straps said proudly, "This is the first new model of the Danyu in the country. It was bought by a mysterious rich man named Mu in Hong Kong yesterday. The transaction price was 50 million. Ishiyan happened to hear this when she came over to watch the fun. She said sourly, "Mr. Mu is so rich and inhumane. He buys cars just like buying cabbages. I'm really envious." Many salespeople know that Ishiyan has a big client named Mu who has bought a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan from her. Could it be the young man next to Miss Liang? The crowd began to whisper, Yeah, this handsome guy is so powerful. He spent $500 million to buy a car. Is he going to pursue Miss Liang? This must be another young man from some family. Not only is he tall and handsome, but he's also very rich. It looks like the boss's precious daughter is going to be taken away by someone else. Although I know there is no hope for me, why does my heart hurt so much? Brother, can you have a drink after get off work? This little brother is so handsome, you can tell he has a great figure even through his clothes. Look here, can you look at me? I don't need a car to send you. Liang Inchong blushed and tugged at Mu Qingyang's clothes. Sign it and drive away quickly. We're going to the International Center to have some fun. In the afternoon, Mu Qingyang accompanied Liang Inchong to watch movies, eat fried skewers, drink milk tea, and go shopping, just like a couple in love. The beautiful girl was very happy and jumped all the way, but her favorability level remained stuck at 69 points. Mu Qingyang was tired, and Ruan happened to send him a message asking if he would go home for dinner, so he found an excuse. Inchong, are you going home tonight? The beautiful girl gave him a look. Can you think of something healthy? We've only known each other for a short time. Not now. Mu Qingyang looked innocent. What are you thinking about? I have something to do at home, and I have to go back. The beautiful girl was so embarrassed that her socks were almost worn out, and her pretty face was bloodshot. Oh well, go back. Mu Qingyang sent Liang Inchong back to Chaowa Luxury Cars and picked up his own Ferrari at the same time. The beautiful girl's long legs just touched the ground, and she suddenly thought of something and turned around and said, Brother, how about we change cars and drive them for 2 days? I'm still a little reluctant to part with this 488 Pista Spider. Mu Qingyang directly threw the key to her. If you want to change back, feel free to WeChat me. Liang Inchu reached out and grabbed it, but he didn't take 2 steps before turning back again. Will you come out to play tomorrow? Mu Qingyang smiled evilly. It depends on whether you will come home tomorrow night. Oh. Every time Mu Qingyang pushed open the door of Villa Number 1 in Xianghanglan, he felt like he was home. Ruan Yi is a quiet person who does not like to compete with others. I feel inexplicably peaceful when I am with her. Mu Qingyang is still very grateful to Gongzi and his wife for introducing such a good girl to him. He also mentioned to Ruan Yi, both explicitly and implicitly, that he had more money than he could spend and asked her to spend it as she pleased. I believe that given her relationship with Gongzi, she will definitely express her gratitude in some way. This can be considered as my little token of gratitude. When Mu Qingyang held her to sleep at night, he would often think, if she was his first love, everything that happened later would not have happened. But after going through so much, he understood one thing. Even if you get some things but don't have enough strength to protect them, it will be more painful. Although Ruan Yi likes it, the system is the foundation of his survival. His destiny is to climb to the throne of the Sea King, so he should use money to make up for her and the other girls. As he walked into the dining room, he smelled a fragrant aroma. Mu Qingyang glanced at the dining table, which was filled with several steaming home-cooked dishes. He quietly walked into the kitchen and hugged Wan Yi from behind. Wan Yi was not panicked at all. She turned around and smiled sweetly. "You're back? There's another steamed Australian lobster. It'll be ready soon." Mu Qingyang helped serve the dishes and hold the bowls. The two of them looked like a loving couple, and the villa instantly became filled with the atmosphere of home. "The dishes you cook are no worse than those in the restaurant. You are so talented." Mu Qingyang was telling the truth. It tasted really good. Wan Yi has two shallow dimples when she smiles. "Have you forgotten what Uncle Gongzi does? Gongzi's cooking skills are not as good as yours. Let him come to our house to learn some other day." The whole meal was very harmonious. At the end, Wan Yi suddenly said, "Brother Mu, are you free next Saturday? How about we go to Shanghai for 2 days?" Mu Qingyang was shocked. "You want to go to that music festival too? Don't you dislike these things? School will start soon, and I want to go and see the world." Mu Qingyang rubbed his nose. "We'll talk about it later." Chapter 108. The Hope of Becoming a God in Martial Arts. After dinner, Mu Qingyang lay on the sofa and watched Douyin. Whenever he has free time, he will look for 90-point goddesses on various social software. Despite countless failures, I never gave up. After all, he got to know Li Zhili through live broadcast rewards, and his favorability increased very quickly. He also got the first strategy reward from her. At this time, Li Zhili was also sitting on the sofa in his home. The page on her mobile phone was a WeChat chat box with Mu Qingyang. She edited a message, deleted it, edited it again, but was afraid to send it out. Li Zhili was extremely entangled. "Mu Qingyang has been good enough to me. Wouldn't it be too selfish for me to bother him with everything? And I heard that the boss of the head office is very popular in Tianfu City and has more than 10 subordinates under him. This is purely to cause trouble for him. But Mr. Zhu's request is too much. How can I agree to it? But if you leave it alone, something will go wrong someday. Besides, those gifts were all given to me by Brother Mu. If they were all stolen by the company, how could I be worthy of him? We should be considered as dating. Given his personality, he definitely doesn't want me to hide it from him. I'm sure I can't handle this matter well by myself, and it might even make him have a different opinion of me. So I should sound out his reaction first." Li Zhili re-edited the language and sent the message with great trepidation. Mu Qingyang clicked it immediately after seeing it. "Look on me on. Brother Mu, the boss of the company is inviting me to dinner. Should I go?" Mu Qingyang. "Male or female?" "Look on me on. Male." Mu Qingyang replied without thinking. "You are not allowed to go." Li Zhili felt a little more confident. It seemed that Brother Mu didn't want her to have contact with other men, so she decided to reveal some more information. "Look on me on. But my boss said this concerns my job." Mu Qingyang. "Do you like live streaming? If you do, I will open an MCN company for you. If you don't like it, just quit. I can support you." Li Zhili held the phone tightly, tears welling up in his eyes. She has been very shy since she was a child. Even when she was voted the school belle in college, she was shy for a long time. In fact, she didn't like to be in the spotlight at all. My original intention of choosing this job was because the salary was high, and I also thought I would not be harassed at the time. After all, my boss was a female college classmate. The past month or so had gone as she had hoped, and everything was going quite smoothly. But things changed after receiving the large gift from Mu Qingyang. I remember that the day after the live broadcast room exceeded 100,000 plus views, Bai Shuang talked to her. He first praised her, saying that he had not misjudged her and that thanks to her, he had a lot of faith in the head office. I also helped her apply for a new contract, increasing the profit margin from 55% to 64%. Li Zhili signed it happily. After all, an extra 10% could bring in a lot of extra income. But it was not until today that she realized that this was a trap to control her tightly. Zhu Ganglai, the boss of the head office, came to inspect the company in the afternoon. When he looked through the host's gift income, he found that her turnover was very large. So out of curiosity, I went to the live broadcast room to take a look, and I saw something wrong. Li Zhili. She had already had lunch with her boss, just an hour ago. Because Bai Shuang said that Mr. Zhu was very optimistic about her and wanted to discuss the salary issue with her in person. At the dinner, Zhu Ganglai directly said that he would increase her share to 80%. But there was a condition, that is, she had to be his lover. Li Zhili was shocked. What kind of lewd words were these? And they were said in front of Bai Shuang. But Bai Shuang not only didn't find it strange, she also helped to persuade him, saying how awesome Mr. Zhu was and how many female anchors in the company wanted to follow him. It is her blessing to be favored by others. As long as she follows President Zhu well, she will be promoted to vice president of the branch next month. Li Zhili refused on the spot, saying that she already had a boyfriend and it was absolutely impossible. But Zhu Ganglai just smiled and said he didn't mind, and said that he would move to the branch office tomorrow. In order to save costs, the office would be set up in the room where she was live streaming. Li Zhili resigned on the spot. She had originally planned to quit her live broadcast job after receiving this month's share. Brother Mu gave her nearly 100 million yuan at the class reunion. Even if the platform deducted half of it and then shared the money 55-50, she could still get more than 20 million yuan. This is enough to last me a lifetime. But Bai Shuang took out the contract and said that you can leave, but the penalty is 100 million. Not only can you not take a penny, you also need to pay the company more than 70 million. Li Zhili remembered that the penalty for breach of contract she signed when she first joined the company was only 50,000. She hurriedly picked it up and saw that it was the 64% contract that she signed later. Bai Shuang did help her apply for better treatment, but it also left her with a huge pit. If she resigned, she would inevitably face huge compensation. If she continued live streaming, she would definitely be harassed by Zhu Ganglai, so she thought of asking Mu Qingyang for help. Li Zhili wiped the tears from his eyes and replied, "Actually, I have already submitted my resignation," but Mu Qingyang sat up from the sofa, already guessing most of what had happened. There are only two situations. The first is that the contract is not expired and there will be a sky-high penalty for leaving. The second is that the anchor is forced to touch the edge or even accompany guests. This is not uncommon in the live streaming circle, and Mu Qingyang has seen it countless times online. After all, it's all about money, and Mu Qingyang can solve it with just a flick of his finger. But he gave up the idea when he thought that the king-level fighting skills could be upgraded to god-level fighting skills. That is a magical skill that allows one to dodge bullets with the physical body. Once you obtain it, it is like having an extra golden medal of immunity from death. How can you waste such an opportunity to improve your favorability? So he replied, "Don't be afraid, Zhili. I'll be with you if anything goes wrong. Tell me in detail what happened." Li Zhili's favorability +1, current favorability 91. Li Zhili no longer had any concerns and told Mu Qingyang everything. Mu Qingyang only replied with 2 words. "Wait for me." Chapter 109. A fake outfit? A fighter among losers? Mu Qingyang boarded a plane to Tianfu City early in the morning. The new model of Daniel had already set off on a flatbed truck last night. If you want to increase your favorability quickly, you must show off. Mu Qingyang has a lot of experience in this area. Li Zhili's current live broadcast time is from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and she arrives at the company early in the morning. It's not that I love this job so much, but I'm afraid of violating some hidden clauses in the contract and being severely punished. Before I even reached the room where I usually broadcast live, I saw a few young men in suits, ties, and sunglasses moving tables and chairs inside. Li Zhili was startled. "This is Zhu Gonglie's younger brother. Bai Shuang said that he will take him with him wherever he goes." My colleagues were still discussing how these people were dressed yesterday, saying that they didn't feel hot in the hot summer. What Zhu Ganglai said during the meal was true. He really moved his office into his own live broadcast room. Li Zhili hesitated for a while, but still walked into the room. "I still don't know how Brother Mu is going to deal with this matter. It's not time to get angry yet. Just be patient for a while." Zhu Gonglie's face was crooked with smiles when he saw the extremely beautiful woman walking in through the door. He was very proud of his wise decision yesterday. If he hadn't suddenly wanted to come to Tianfu branch to have a tryst with his lover by Shuang, how could he have met Li Zhili, such a perfect man? Zhu Ganglai has thousands of female anchors under him, but even he, who has seen countless women, has never heard of such a beauty. Since the first time he saw Li Zhili, he swore that he would win her over no matter what. "Morning, Sister Zhili." Zhu Ganglai came closer with a lustful look in his eyes, his heart already beaming with joy. Yesterday, when he was playing cards with Bai Shuang, he specifically asked about Li Zhili's family conditions, and Bai Shuang's answer made him very satisfied. Didn't he leave with a sullen face during dinner? Now he's coming to work again? No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is vulnerable to money, let alone a child from an ordinary family like you. Li Zhili took 2 steps back in disgust. "My boyfriend will be here soon. Please respect yourself." Zhu Ganglai was stunned for a moment. "Aren't you here to surrender? Are you here to challenge me?" Zhu Ganglai sneered. "You came here just to tell me this? Can your shitty boyfriend help you pay 100 million yuan for breach of contract? Li Zhili turned his head away. He'll explain it to you when he gets there. Okay. Zhu Ganglai sat back in the boss chair. I'll wait for him. When the time comes, I only need to make a slight move to make him break up with you on the spot. Do you believe it? Li Zhili stopped talking, sat on the chair, and turned on the live broadcast. Less than 10 minutes into the broadcast, Mu Qingyang sent a message. I'll be at the location you sent me soon. Go downstairs and wait for me. Li Zhili replied weakly. It's working hours now. I'm afraid they'll catch me. Mu Qingyang. Don't be afraid of anything. I'm here. Just come down. Li Zhili obediently picked up her bag and went out. Zhu Ganglai also stood up immediately, and when he walked to the door, he called out to the boy in a suit. Come on, let's go and see what's going on with Miss Li's boyfriend. There is a Starbucks coffee shop downstairs of Ganglai Media. Li Zhili sat on a table and chairs outside with a few cakes in front of him. She estimated the time. It would take more than 2 hours to fly from Jiangnan City to Tianfu City. Mu Qingyang arrived before 10 o'clock, and he must not have had breakfast yet. She ordered this for him. Zhu Ganglai and a few of his men chose a table next door and sat down, looking at Li Zhili's graceful back jokingly, waiting to see his boyfriend make a fool of himself. Not long after, a BYD Qin came towards them and stopped in front of the Starbucks store. A tall and long-legged handsome man got out of the car. It was Mu Qingyang. Li Zhili was too eye-catching. Mu Qingyang saw him at a glance. He walked with his arms open. Missed me? Li Zhili trotted into his arms, rubbing his little head back and forth on his chest. Brother Mu, you're here. How could I not miss you? I miss you every day. Mu Qingyang rubbed her head and said lovingly. Me too. Let's sit down and talk. Li Zhili sat back down and presented the cakes like a treasure. Haven't you eaten yet? I just ordered it. Come and eat. I'm just hungry. Mu Qingyang opened his huge mouth and ate one bite at a time. It's delicious. I've never eaten it before. The warm scene was broken by a frivolous voice. You've never eaten at Starbucks? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Boss, the person you were talking about can't be him, right? Ha ha. Mu Qingyang glanced sideways and saw that the person who was speaking was a pretentious guy wearing a suit on a hot day, and there were several other people around him dressed the same way. The temperature in Tianfu City was approaching 40 degrees. Mu Qingyang seriously suspected that they had a serious mental illness and had no intention of paying attention to them. These people thought he was scared, and another person jumped out and said, Boss, he just got off a Didi and took the cheapest model. Isn't this a loser? I really laughed. Look at what he's wearing on his hand. Richard Miller. And what he's wearing, all luxury goods. How dare this guy pretend to be so arrogant when he can't even afford a car? I can tell it's fake with my toes. Zhu Ganglai was completely relieved. He originally thought that with Li Zhili's looks, her boyfriend would at least be a small boss, but he didn't expect that the man was a complete pauper. He has never even been to a fast food restaurant like Starbucks, where the average spending per person is dozens of dollars, and yet he's wearing a high-end imitation suit. He's truly a fighter among losers. But his appearance is okay. If he were a little sweeter, he could really charm little girls. Zhu Ganglai shook his head in a pretentious manner. It's normal for young people to be vain, but you can't use this as a means to deceive innocent girls. I'm going to show his true colors now. Zhu Ganglai stood up, put one hand in his pocket, and walked to Mu Qingyang, throwing down a set of car keys. Are you Li Zhili's boyfriend? You're lucky. Did you see the Audi A4 parked next to me? This car was originally intended as a reward for me, but now it's for you. Mu Qingyang put the key directly into his pocket. Thank you. Then just ignore him. Zhu Ganglai was confused. What is this operation? Do you really think pie will fall from the sky? He tapped the table hard. You're so fucking rude. I have conditions. Mu Qingyang replied to a WeChat message slowly, and then said lightly, If you have to fart, just fart. I'm too busy picking up girls to pay attention to you. Zhu Ganglai was so angry that he was shaking all over. How could such a loser talk to him like that? He tried his best to suppress his anger and said word by word, Drive this car and leave Li Zhili. Do you understand? Mu Qingyang then raised his eyes and looked at him. She looked to be about 28 or 29 years old, with light makeup and greasy face, looking like a duck. Mu Qingyang took out the key and threw it directly into the coffee cup. My love for little Zhili is as strong as gold. Who are you insulting with your shabby A4? Zhu Ganglai didn't expect this kid to have such a big appetite, but he swore that Li Zhili must get it. So he said patiently, This is still an Audi. It's better than taking a Didi, right? Mu Qingyang was silent. Zhu Ganglai swallowed his breath. He decided to give this kid one last chance. If he still didn't know what was best for him, he would use unconventional means. I'll give you another 200,000 yuan. Take the car and the money and get out of here right now. Mu Qingyang ignored him again and kept his eyes on the road. Zhu Ganglai looked over curiously and saw a trailer towing a brightly colored supercar slowly approaching this side. Chapter 1:10. If the law hadn't protected him, I would have castrated him on the spot. The trailer with a license plate from another province slowly stopped, exactly where Mu Qingyang got off the BYD chain. The tow truck driver got out of the car, looked around, and then checked his phone. This is the location the boss just sent me. Unload, unload. Mu Qingyang looked at the cool reviewito with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Zhu Ganglai jokingly. If you could give me a car like this, maybe I would consider it. Laugh. Zhu Ganglai sneered. You got up so early, didn't you? Do you know what car this is? It's the latest Lamborghini, with a price tag of nearly 10 million. Do you think you deserve it? But to tell you the truth, I actually ordered one. Do you understand the difference between us? Take the A4 key and get out of here. A bunch of younger brothers also laughed. Did you hear what he just said to the boss? He wants a Lamborghini. He doesn't even take a piss to see what he looks like. With all the fake stuff he wears, even the best car will smell like a knockoff when he drives it. I've seen bosses spend 10 million to pick up girls, but they would never spend it on beggars. He's lucky to have an Audi A4, and he's still dreaming of a supercar. I really want to call the police and report him for extortion. This kind of loser may not even have a job and has no concept of money. He just wants whatever is expensive and is just a petty person who has never seen the world. Have you watched Douyin? Zhu said the car released a video of this car. I heard it is the first new model of the Danyu in the country, and it was sold at a sky-high price of 50 million yuan. My toothbrush. 50 million. Which boss bought it, and why is it here? The tow truck driver was used to the shock of passersby. He had experienced this all the time. This trip was also the most comfortable one he had ever had since he started his career. Not only is the shipping cost high, but your vanity is also greatly satisfied. It's just that the distance is a bit short. It would be better if it could be delivered for a few more days. After untying all the straps and buckles, the tow truck driver reluctantly called the car owner. After seeing the incoming call, Mu Qingyang walked directly towards the trailer. Zhu Ganglai thought he was stunned by what he had just said, and he spoke even harder. A Lamborghini scares you like this? I can easily buy 7 or 8 at a time. With your idiocy, are you worthy of being the boyfriend of Miss Li? Go pick up factory girls in the A, for I gave you as a reward. You're on the same level as them. Sigh. Mu Qingyang let out a long sigh. He originally didn't want to pay attention to this greasy-haired and powdered duck man, but he was really noisy. Mu Qingyang took out the key of reviewito from his pocket and gently pressed the unlock button. Suddenly, 2 bright incandescent lights shot out from the orange supercar's Y-shaped eyes. It was quiet behind him. 7 or 8 men in suits, including Zhu Ganglai, were looking around, trying to find the person who unlocked the supercar. Mu Qingyang didn't look back, but just raised his hand and shook the key between his fingers, then walked towards the reviewito, opened the door, and got in. Seeing this, Li Zhili also hurried over, leaving Zhu Ganglai and a few younger brothers looking at each other in bewilderment. After a long time, a little brother asked weakly, "Boss, we all misjudged him, boss. That guy is so rich, boss. What should we do now, boss?" Zhu Ganglai didn't say anything. He stared at the orange sports car with an ugly look on his face. Li Zhili, this super beauty, was being licked wildly on the head by that boy in the car. He felt as if something important had been stolen and felt very nervous. "Boss, this guy is just pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He is so rich, but he actually takes the express train. He also said that he has never eaten anything from Starbucks. He is really too good at pretending. Boss, this guy is a tough guy. His car is worth 50 million. He must be worth a lot of money. Why don't we change our target? I change your mother's eggs." Zhu Ganglia's expression was somewhat distorted. "It's just a 50 million car. Can't I afford it? I have several influencers under me who drive cars worth tens of millions. Is that weird? A car can be sold again after it is bought. It is considered an asset. Anyone with a little money would dare to do so. But the penalty for breach of contract requires so much real money. This is a hole. Does he have 100 million to fill it? As long as Li Zhili can't pay the compensation, she will have to stay in Ganglai Media. The fish in my hand can't escape. Boss, they drove away. What should we do?" Zhu Ganglai took out the key from the coffee cup and threw it to his younger brother. "Drive and follow." Then he got into a Rolls-Royce Ghost on the side of the road. Inside the reviewito car, Li Jili took out a pack of wet wipes from her bag, tore off one, and wiped her face carefully. Mu Qingyang's saliva was all over her face. Although she didn't mind, she still felt a little uncomfortable. Li Jili wiped her pretty face thoroughly and carefully, but the wipes were still clean. She is stunningly beautiful even without makeup. There is no need for her to wear any makeup. On weekdays, I just apply a little lip gloss at most, which saves a lot of money on cosmetics. Mu Qingyang's big hands kept rubbing Li Jili's round and smooth thighs, and asked indifferently, "Jili, is the man who just gave me the Audi A for the boss of the live broadcast company?" Li Jili nodded. "Yes, his name is Zhu Ganglai, and those guys in suits are his younger brothers." Mu Qingyang nodded and said nothing more. After a while, Li Jili asked weakly, "Brother Mu, how are you going to deal with this matter? If you find it difficult, forget it. The contract I signed with the company is for 3 years, so I'll get through it if I just bear with it." Mu Qingyang increased the strength of his hands, and Li Jili screamed, "What nonsense are you talking about? That duck man's saliva is almost dripping on you, and I don't care? If there were no law to protect him, I would have castrated him on the spot. So how are you going to deal with him?" Mu Qingyang smiled mysteriously. "Let the bullets fly for a while. Let's go shopping first. I'll give you something." Chapter 111. Zhu Ganglai weighs over 200 pounds and is a 60-year-old baby. Mu Qingyang has always heard of Chuanxi Road in Tianfu City. Many street photography videos on Douyin come from here. Chuanxi Road is worthy of being the most prosperous pedestrian street in Tianfu City. Before noon, the street is already bustling with people. Mu Qingyang held Li Jili's hand and strolled along the street, feeling a little emotional. It is indeed a city that produces many beauties. After just a few minutes of strolling around, I have already seen several opposite sexes with scores above 80. I wonder if I can meet a goddess with a score of 90. When passing by the Louis Vuitton store, Mu Qingyang pulled Li Jili inside. Just after I picked out 2 sets of clothes, I saw Zhu Ganglai rushing in with a few of his younger brothers. Perhaps because he felt embarrassed at Starbucks just now, Zhu Ganglai showed strong hostility. If Mu Qingyang bought 1, he would buy 2. If Mu Qingyang bought 2, he would buy 4, as if he wanted to save his face when shopping. Mu Qingyang had gone through a lot of ups and downs and had long since given up on such vulgar tastes. How much could a few pieces of clothing be worth? Even if the entire store was emptied, it would only be 8 figures at most. Only bumpkins would compare on such matters. But Zhu Ganglai seemed to enjoy it. Then things got weird. Zhu Ganglai followed Mu Qingyang and Li Jili wherever they went. He bought everything Mu Qingyang saw. In less than half an hour, all of Zhu Ganglai's brothers were carrying various shopping bags. The group of people became a beautiful landscape, and no matter where they went, people were taking pictures of them. Mu Qingyang was convinced. On a hot day, a group of people in suits and ties followed behind him, like paid actors. Which rich person looks like this? If this isn't stupid, what is? There are also people shooting such pretentious videos on TikTok, but the comments are all full of curse words. Didn't you see that everyone around you was looking at him like a clown? Only Zhu Ganglai had a smug look on his face. He waved his hands and swung his hips as he walked, making himself look very handsome. Mu Qingyang turned his head away speechlessly. "Zhu Ganglai, can you please stay away from me? You are embarrassing everyone by doing this, don't you know?" Zhu Ganglai smiled contemptuously. "Why are you dissatisfied that I let you be the focus for free? Enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. Not everyone has this opportunity." Mu Qingyang let out a long sigh. "Tell me the truth. Were you a left-behind child when you were little? Your parents paid little attention to you after they went to work in the city, so you were extremely lacking in love. When you grew up, you tried hard to seek attention. This is a mental illness that needs to be treated. Don't you know?" Zhu Ganglai jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "You are the left-behind child. Your whole family is left-behind children. I am mentally healthy. If you are jealous of me, just say it." Mu Qingyang shook his head, walked to the rest area next to him, and sat down. Took out his cell phone and saw that the bullet was flying. After receiving the message from Li Jili yesterday, Mu Qingyang has been thinking about how to deal with this matter. It would be most convenient and hassle-free to spend 100 million in dog money to directly pay the penalty for breach of contract, but this is too bland. Li Jili's favorability will probably not increase, and Mu Qingyang himself feels disgusted by giving money to such a disgusting company for nothing. You must not spend a penny, and you must take all the proceeds from the gifts, and then vent your anger in order to arouse Li Jili's favor to the greatest extent. Mu Qingyang thought of a sentence in the military book. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Then he remembered a colleague he met when he was selling houses before. This colleague had channels to obtain some personal and company information, and he had often boasted to Mu Qingyang about how much extra money he had earned from this. Mu Qingyang wanted him to find detailed information about Zhu Ganglai, the boss of Ganglai Media, for 10,000 yuan, and the information has been sent to him. Gently click on the folder, and inside is the information with text and photos. At the very beginning was a copy of an ID card. Mu Qingyang looked at it carefully and vaguely recognized that it was Zhu Ganglai. But there are big differences in the eyebrows and nose, probably because she had plastic surgery later. Mu Qingyang really couldn't understand why a grown man would undergo plastic surgery. Age 30, registered address is Huangjiao Village, Sana Town, Pita District, Tianfu City, Sichuan Province. No wonder he got anxious when I joked that he was a left-behind child. Maybe it's true. Important experience. He worked as a prostitute in Huadu Province before the age of 25, where he met and married a 46-year-old divorced woman named Du Narcissus. From then on, he became the boss of Ganglai Media. Mu Qingyang exclaimed, "What a great guy." It seems that he had plastic surgery in order to expand his business, but he actually succeeded. But Ms. Du Shuixian should be in her 50s now. Zhu Ganglai is really a talent. He could do this? Mu Qingyang continued to slide down, and after seeing Du Shuixian's true face, he actually felt a little sympathy for Zhu Ganglai. This fat woman with a face full of flesh, broad shoulders, and a big waist must weigh at least 200 pounds. Just looking at her makes me want to vomit. How can he get down to hang her? Below that was Du Shuixian's detailed information, including contact information, but Mu Qingyang just glanced at it and skipped over it. He already had a preliminary plan in his mind. It turns out he's a gigolo, so he must have gotten to the top by licking other women, so he must be afraid of this fat woman. If Zhu Ganglia's wife, who weighs over 200 pounds, were told the news that he had an affair with the company's female anchor, his expression would definitely be very interesting. This will most likely allow Li Zhili to get rid of the harassment, but the penalty for breach of contract still exists, which is a bit lacking. If I could get the fat woman to catch Zhu Ganglai cheating on me in bed, and I happen to take some photos, I wonder if I could write off the two things? Didn't Li Zhili say on WeChat that Bai Shuang might be his kept lover? What a great relationship. A bold idea emerged in Mu Qingyang's mind. He took Li Zhili's hand and said, "Let's go." Li Zhili was somewhat puzzled. "Where are you going?" Mu Qingyang smiled mysteriously. "Go to Ganglai Media." In the reviewito, Mu Qingyang dialed a number while driving. A rough female voice answered the phone, and the sound of mahjong could be vaguely heard. "Who is it? Why are you calling?" Mu Qingyang has a nice voice. He cleared his throat. "Hello, Ms. Du Shuixian. Are you in Tianfu City now?" "I'm in Tianfu City. What's wrong?" "Ms. Du, I'm a sales consultant at Luhu Xinjing. I'd like to recommend our properties to you. Do you have time recently?" The voice in the receiver became weaker and weaker. "I'm in sales. Who wants to buy a house now? I forgot to touch the phone when I received this call." Finally, a busy tone was heard. Mu Qingyang received the important information and locked his phone with satisfaction. "Brother Mu, you're on the phone and you sound really fierce. And when did you become a real estate salesperson in our city?" Li Zhili tilted his head and looked at him, his eyes full of curiosity. Mu Qingyang reached out his big hands to her beautiful legs again, kneading them slightly. Zhu Ganglia's wife, who is about to turn 60, is also the leading actress in this play. She lives in Tianfu City. Drama? What drama? Have you come up with a good idea? Mu Qingyang raised his lips. It all depends on whether Bai Shuang will take the bait or not. On the way back, Mu Qingyang told Li Zhili about the plan. Li Zhili looked at him with her big watery eyes and gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 112. Handsome Mu, are you free tonight? Ganglai Media is located on the 4th floor of a high-end office building in the central business district of Tianfu City. Mu Qingyang took a quick look and saw at least dozens of live broadcast rooms, all of which were luxuriously decorated. It seemed that Ms. Du Shuixian was quite capable and was generous to Zhu Ganglai, willing to invest so much money in him. Mu Qingyang walked into the hall and leaned against the bar. A woman in a white dress was looking at him intently. Shuang, I was delayed for a while just now. Is it okay?" Li Zhili ran over, grabbed the woman's arm, and asked timidly. "It's okay." Bai Shuang patted the back of her hand. "Am I so unkind? Hurry up and go into the house and start broadcasting. It will be bad if Mr. Zhu sees you later." When Bai Shuang spoke, her eyes kept glancing at Mu Qingyang intentionally or unintentionally. Li Jili saw it, but said nothing and obediently entered the live broadcast room. Mu Qingyang checked her information by the way. Name, by Shuang Shuang. Age, 24. Overall appearance, 81. She is really white, and the red bloodshot on her face can be clearly seen. I guess half of her 81-point appearance comes from her skin color. Bai Shuang Shuang caught a glimpse of Li Jili entering the room and took the initiative to greet Mu Qingyang. Hello, handsome guy. Are you Jili's boyfriend? Mu Qingyang pretended to be a little shy. Not really. I'm just pursuing her. Bai Shuang Shuang's eyes gleamed, and she pointed at the stool next to her. So that's how it is. Come and sit down. Mu Qingyang slowly moved over, sat down, and lowered his head to pick at his nails, looking like a shy and socially anxious boy. He wasn't completely pretending. He was just bringing in his former self before he obtained the system. At that time, he didn't dare look or talk to a girl like Bai Shuang Shuang, so he acted very similarly. Bai Shuang Shuang smiled sweetly and handed him a bottle of water. My name is Bai Shuang Shuang, the general manager of this company. What's yours? Mu Qingyang clenched his hands tightly and did not go to get the water. Mu Qingyang, I'm from Jiangnan City, and my family is in business. Bai Shuang Shuang was not embarrassed either. She placed the water in front of Mu Qingyang and naturally tried to pick his hand. What am I holding so tightly? Let me see. Mu Qingyang slowly spread out his palm, and a Lamborghini car key lay quietly in his palm. Bai Shuang Shuang said in surprise. Oh? Lamborghini? Is this your car? Mu Qingyang nodded shyly. Kindness. Where is it parked? Can you show me? A hint of desire and greed rose in Bai Shuang Shuang's eyes, and there was undisguised heat in her eyes as she looked at Mu Qingyang. Okay, it's just downstairs. As expected, Revuito deeply shocked by Shuang Shuang. She knew this car. Zhu Ganglai had specially shown it off to her when he ordered it, saying that after adding the optional features and various taxes, the price was just over 10 million. He also promised to take her for a ride first after the vehicle was delivered. Bai Shuang Shuang also asked when it would be delivered, and the answer was 2 years later. But why did this handsome guy named Mu Qingyang already mention the car? She couldn't help but ask curiously. As far as I know, this car has not started to be delivered yet. How did you buy it? Mu Qingyang spoke in a calm tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. This is the first car in the country. I just bought it in Hong Kong. I spent 50 million yuan. Bai Shuang Shuang was stunned. She is undoubtedly materialistic. Otherwise, how could she become Zhu Gonglia's lover? At the same time, she is also lustful. She has had intimate contact with many male anchors. Otherwise, she would not have had as many as 35 relationships. The man in front of me is not only rich, but also extremely handsome. If I can be with him, wouldn't it be possible to have the best of both worlds? Bai Shuang Shuang raised the corners of her mouth slightly, looking very pure. Handsome Mu, can I come in and sit down? Mu Qingyang was reluctant, but the plan was already halfway successful, so he had no choice but to press the unlock button. Okay. Inside the Revuito car, Bai Shuang Shuang's fair fingers gently stroked the suede interior, staring at Mu Qingyang with her innocent big eyes. Handsome Mu, you just said you were pursuing Li Jili, right? Mu Qingyang nodded. Yes, I saw her live broadcast room when I was browsing Douyin. She is my type, so I made an appointment to meet her. Did you buy all those gifts that Li Jili received? Bai Shuang Shuang suddenly thought of something, and her face turned a little red. Yeah, what's the problem? Bai Shuang Shuang forced a smile unnaturally. No. How far have you progressed? Mu Qingyang scratched his head embarrassedly. It was just a meal. Bai Shuang Shuang's eyes curved involuntarily, and she was extremely happy. She felt like she had really found a treasure, meeting someone as naive, simple, tall, rich, and handsome as Mu Qingyang. She knew that her figure and appearance were not as good as Li Jili's, but when it came to flirting with men, Li Jili couldn't even catch up with her. With her noble character, a kiss would probably cost her her life, right? Little do people know that men are animals who think with their lower body. As long as you let him taste the sweetness and get used to it, and then behave well and sensible, and act coquettishly and cutely when you have nothing to do, you can firmly capture a man's heart. Bai Shuang Shuang reached out and held Mu Qingyang's big hand. Handsome Mu, although we only met for a few minutes, I think you are a very good person. I don't want you to be deceived, so there are some things I must say. Mu Qingyang kept swallowing his saliva, looking a little flustered. Miss Shuang Shuang, please speak. Bai Shuang Shuang's index and middle fingers gently tickled Mu Qingyang's palm, her tone somewhat indignant. Don't be fooled by Li Jili's innocent appearance. She's actually not like that. She is the lover of the company's boss, Mr. Zhu, and she is being kept by him. She usually has ambiguous relationships with other male anchors and often meets with the top anchor offline. Her private life is very indecent. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Good job, Mu Qingyang exclaimed. What a guy. If I didn't have a scanner that could see the number of times I've been in love, I might have been fooled by her. But Bai Xuanxuang's psychological quality is really strong, and she can slander and defame others without blushing or feeling any guilt. Besides, isn't this her own bad deed? How can she have the nerve to put the blame on others? But the show had to go on. Mu Qingyang looked sad. Is what you said true? How could I lie to you? Bai Xuanxuang put Mu Qingyang's hand on her thigh. Handsome Mu, do you believe in love at first sight? Mu Qingyang dared not move. It's hard to say. Bai Xuanxuang pressed Mu Qingyang's hand on her white chest again. Can you feel how fast my heart is beating? This is love at first sight. Mu Qingyang cursed himself in his heart. How could he react to such cheap goods? But he felt relieved in an instant. This is the male physiological structure, and it is the law of nature. Otherwise, how did those 17 or 18-year-old young men in the news sexually assault old women come about? He took a deep breath and retracted his hand. It's pretty fast. Bai Xuanxuang thought he was just shy and didn't take it seriously. Instead, she leaned closer to him. What do you think of me? Mu Qingyang only felt a strong smell of perfume going straight into his mouth and nose, so fragrant that it made his head feel stuffy. He gently pressed the window. It's pretty good, a bit like my first love in college. Bai Xuanxuang chuckled. Then I'll assume that you like me. Are you free tonight? Bai Xuanxuang wanted to seize the opportunity and take down Mu Qingyang as soon as possible to prevent him from turning around and getting together with Li Zhili again. Moreover, the words that just slandered Li Zhili did not stand up to scrutiny. It would be bad if she bit back at him. Bai Xuanxuang was confident that with her superb skills and the advice of others, she would be able to control a pure-hearted boy like Mu Qingyang. If they really slept together, no matter how unwilling Li Zhili was, he could only stare blankly. Chapter 113, Everything is ready. Only East Wind is missing. Getting a room at night is the most important part of Mu Qingyang's plan. He originally wanted to make up a story about his first love and then bring it up. Combined with the character he has just established, the success rate should be very high. I didn't expect Bai Xuanxuang to be so unrestrained and bring it up directly. Mu Qingyang's throat rolled, and he spoke hesitantly. You mean get a room? Bai Xuanxuang smiled shyly. Kindness. Mu Qingyang took out his phone and scanned her WeChat. I'm not sure. I'll contact you in the evening. Bai Xuanxuang shook her hair and got out of the car confidently. She didn't believe that there was any man who could resist this temptation. Even if he had something big to do in the evening, he would still come to the appointment first. Mu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the white figure gradually moving away. He could have directly seduced Bai Xuanxuang, and his success rate would have been high. But the great man once said that we should despise the enemy strategically and take the enemy seriously tactically. If you try to do it by force, it will appear that you are too purposeful and you might even be taken advantage of. It will be a waste of time, effort, and money. This simple, infatuated, tall, rich, and handsome character is specially prepared for Bai Xuanxuang. A scumbag like her will definitely take the initiative to pounce on him. Next, let's look at Li Zhili's side. Mu Qingyang and Bai Xuanxuang had just gone downstairs when Zhu Ganglai came back with his younger brothers. He looked around and didn't see Li Zhili, so he pushed the door and entered the live broadcast room. Fortunately, the beauty is still there. Zhu Ganglai came over with 2 shopping bags. Miss Li, these are 2 pieces of clothing I picked especially for you. They suit your temperament very well. I'm sure you will like them. Li Zhili glanced at him calmly. His tone was aloof. Mr. Zhu, I'm live streaming. Please don't disturb me. Zhu Ganglai unplugged the power cord directly. I'm giving you a fucking day off today. Then he looked at Li Zhili sideways. Where's your boyfriend? Isn't Kaidai Dainyu very awesome? Shouldn't he help you deal with the penalty? Where is he? Li Zhili turned sideways. It's none of your business. Huh? Zhu Ganglai laughed. Did you tell him the amount of liquidated damages when you came back? So he made an excuse to slip away? I thought he was such a big shot, but he was scared away by 100 million. Li Zhili pretended to be angry. What do you want? I've helped you make a lot of money. Can't you just let me go? Money, Zhu Ganglai said sarcastically. Money is shit. When I was young, I did whatever it took to make money. Now that I have everything, it's time to enjoy myself. What am I going to do with all that money? Li Jili's voice was very cold. Then what do you want in exchange for letting me go? Zhu Ganglai pinched his chin and started to turn around. You know what I want, and I want that too. Miss Li, you are so beautiful. Ever since I saw you, I have been obsessed with you. You are my inner demon. If I don't have you, I will go crazy. Li Jili closed his eyes tightly and spoke with a trembling voice, trying to suppress his nausea. Once. I'll accompany you once, and you let me go. Zhu Gonglia's eyes flashed with brilliance. Okay. This is awesome. Don't worry, Miss Li. Zhu Ganglai, dare not say anything else, but I have a strong sense of contract. As long as you don't regret it, I will definitely let you go. Zhu Ganglai was just trying to comfort Li Jili. All things are difficult at the beginning, but once there is the first time, the second and third times will all come naturally. For a top-notch person like Li Jili, making money is secondary. If Zhu Ganglai could stay with her for a long time, he would not trade it for the life of a god. How could he let her go? I'll send you the location tonight. I hope you'll keep your promise. After Li Jili finished speaking, he turned and left the live broadcast room. Zhu Ganglai almost came out just by hearing these words. He had been exhausted by Du Shuaishan's treatment in the past few years. He had tried all kinds of supplements and believed in all kinds of folk remedies, but to little avail. It is a medical miracle that it can remain as solid as it is now. He couldn't wait to show off his manliness. When Li Jili was going downstairs, he happened to meet Bai Shuang coming up. Bai Shuang was a little panicked and quickly called her. Jili, it's working time now. Where are you going? If it wasn't for acting, Li Jili wouldn't want to bother with this female classmate who colluded with Zhu Ganglai and set a trap for her to fall into. Li Jili forced a smile. Boss Zhu gave me a day off, so I went to look for Mu Qingyang, the handsome guy who just came in with me. Bai Shuang had just come out of Mu Qingyang's car and had made up many dirty rumors about Li Jili. She said that she would never let the two of them meet. At least not before tonight. I'm going to give myself a day off today. Jili, how about you accompany me to look at some underwear? Li Jili judged from this that Mu Qingyang had already dealt with it, but her acting skills were quite good. She looked at Bai Shuang suspiciously. Why are you buying underwear all of a sudden? Bai Shuang took her arm and left. If you want to buy it, just buy it. Why bother asking so many questions? Mu Qingyang watched Li Jili and Bai Shuang going downstairs. He wasn't going to say hello. After the two walked away, he started the revuito and navigated to the nearest hotel. I got up very early today to catch the flight, so I'm a little sleepy now. Anyway, everything is ready except for the east wind. Now we just have to wait until dark. Mu Qingyang set the alarm clock and lay down on the soft bed. Chapter 114 Hilton. Beep, 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 beep. The mobile phone on the bedside table trembled slightly, and a slender hand with distinct joints gently picked it up. It's 6 o'clock already. I had a very refreshing sleep. Mu Qingyang stretched and felt his stomach was empty. Then he remembered that he had only eaten a few cakes today. He called the front desk to order food and sent a message to Li Jili. Are you still with Bai Shuang? Get ready for action. Look on me on. Laughing and crying expression, she wouldn't let me leave. I just bought her QQ underwear, and now I'm having dinner. Bai Shuang is so good at playing, she even knows how to buy skins. Mu Qingyang took a deep breath, suppressed the strangeness in his heart, and said jokingly, Did you buy any of them while you were there? Look on me on. Those clothes are so embarrassing and weird to wear. Brother Mu, do you want to see? Mu Qingyang. Yeah, I really want to see it. Look on me on. If you want to see it, just buy it yourself. I didn't even dare to enter the store. I was waiting outside for Bai Shuang. Mu Qingyang. Next time for sure. Let's get down to business. I plan to make an appointment with Bai Shuang at 7 o'clock. Once the hotel and room number are confirmed, I'll send it to you and you can forward it to Zhu Ganglai. Look on me on. Okay. After exiting the chat box with Li Jili, Mu Qingyang found Bai Shuang's profile picture and sent her a message directly. I'm done. What are you doing? Bai Shuang was browsing Douyin. When she saw Mu Qingyang's message, she smiled knowingly and replied immediately. Breathing and thinking of you. I'm waiting for your message every moment. Where shall we meet? Mu Qingyang. Find a hotel. We'll meet directly in the room at 7 o'clock. Remember to send me the room number. Bai Shuang's lips curled up slightly, feeling extremely proud. No man can refuse this girl, not even a tall, rich, and handsome man like Mu Qingyang. But handsome Mu is too cute and too real. In real life, he is timid and wouldn't dare to move even if someone takes advantage of him. But on the internet, he strikes hard and gets straight to the point. I wonder how he will behave when he is doing things. Bai Shuang replied, okay, and waved her hand to the waiter. We'll pay for this table. Li Zili. I know what you talked about with Mu Qingyang, but do you need to be so anxious? I just ate a shrimp, okay? Bai Shuang ignored Li Zili's surprised look, said, take your time eating, I have something else to do, and walked away. Li Zili immediately took out his cell phone to report the situation to Mu Qingyang. Bai Shuang left after receiving your message. The food was just served, and she didn't touch it at all. Brother Mu, you are too charming. Mu Qingyang. It's not that I'm so charming, it's that she's so addicted. It's still early, take your time eating, I just ordered the food. Look on me on. Okay. Only 10 minutes later, Bai Shuang sent a message. Handsome Mu, I'm waiting for you in room 7007 of the Hilton Hotel. Mu Qingyang. It'll take me a while, don't worry. White Frost. Okay, looking forward to it. After Bai Shuang replied to the message, she opened NetEase Cloud Music and played Zhang Yu's For You. He will be your bridegroom. From now on, he will be your lifelong companion. A hoarse voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone. Bai Shuang hummed along with the tune while undressing. The 1.8-meter bathtub was covered with fresh rose petals, and Bai Shuang was lying comfortably in it. She narrowed her eyes slightly, raised her lips, and her face gradually turned from pale to red. I don't know what she was thinking. Mu Qingyang called Du Shuixian. Excuse me, are you Zhu Gonglia's wife? Still with that fierce and loud voice. It's just me, what's the matter? There will be a good show at the Hilton Hotel tonight at 7 o'clock. I'm sure you will be interested. What's the show? Who are you? Mu Qingyang smiled mysteriously. It's a love-action movie between Zhu Ganglai and the female anchor of Ganglai Media. You need to top up your membership to unlock this kind of content. Today you're lucky. I'll tell you for free. Mu Qingyang hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and then sent the hotel and room number to Li Zili. Li Zili immediately forwarded it to Zhu Ganglai. Zhu Ganglai was in extreme torture the whole afternoon. He almost stared at the phone screen, but still received no message from Li Zili. There were several times when he wanted to take the initiative to call and ask, but he was afraid of disturbing the beauty and fearing that she would go back on her word. Zhu Ganglai tapped the table quickly, feeling a little upset. So, this is what it feels like to live every day like a year. Every fucking second is torture. I thought a long time had passed, but when I looked at the time, it was only less than 2 minutes. Zhu Ganglai picked up his phone again to check the message, and his breath suddenly stopped for a moment. The red one finally lit up on the pinned avatar. Zhu Ganglai hurriedly clicked on it and read out the content tremblingly. Hilton Hotel, room 7007. Miss Li, please wait, Brother Zhu will be here soon. Zhu Ganglai replied, got it, then tried his best to suppress his excitement and called Lao Baby. Wife, what are you doing? I'm playing mahjong. If you have anything to fart, please fart. Zhu Gonglia's voice was flattering. That's right, my dear. The performance of the Tianfu branch this quarter is very good, so I decided to take the employees out for a good meal. I may have to go home late today. Du Shuixian was a little suspicious about the strange caller a few minutes ago, but now she is sure. I don't care what you do, but you must come back before 12 o'clock to pay your taxes. Du Shuixian behaved as usual and hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Zhu Ganglai was so frightened that his calves were shaking. Ever since he married this old babe, he has to pay his dues every day, almost all year round. A few years ago, when he was working as a gigolo in Huadu, he was still in great shape and could easily handle several rich women in one night. But now it's always a loss. After being stunned for a few seconds, Zhu Ganglai gritted his teeth. I've never met a woman as good as Li Zili in my life. Even if I die in Du Shuixian's belly today, I have to fulfill my dream first. After saying that, he spat into his palm, smeared it evenly, and fixed his hair. Then he walked out of Ganglai Media confidently. Chapter 115 Zhu Ganglai, get out here. In a private room of a high-end private club, Du Shuixian pushed the mahjong to the ground. No more fighting, no more fighting. Zhu Ganglai, that ungrateful bastard, is really making me die of anger. What's the matter that makes you so angry? Even if you are angry, you can't push the cards. You lose this round. That's right, Narcissus. Your playing style is getting worse and worse. What did your little husband do to make you so angry? The other 3 wealthy ladies at the mahjong table, who were similar in size to Du Shuixian, were quite dissatisfied with this. Du Shuixian held a mahjong tile and slammed it on the table. That bastard is having sex with a female anchor behind my back. I'm gonna catch him right now. If the news is true, I'll skin him alive. On no way. He is usually as obedient as a pet dog. He always wags his tail when he sees us. How dare he do such a thing? Didn't you say that you would squeeze him every day? How could he still have the energy to mess around? Come on, let's go with you. Du Shuixian stretched out her fat index finger and shook it. Don't be impatient. Fight again. Zhu Ganglai is a cunning bastard. He won't admit it unless he's caught in the act. I'll let him have his fun for a while and catch him red-handed later. Bai Shuang turned off the music and sent a message to Mu Qingyang. I'm done washing. When will handsome Mu arrive? Mu Qingyang has already met up with Li Zhili. The two of them are sitting in a restaurant across the street from the Hilton, waiting for the actors to arrive. After seeing the message, Mu Qingyang picked up Li Zhili's phone and sent a message to Zhu Ganglai. I will wait for 10 minutes at most. If you don't arrive, the transaction will be void. Zhu Ganglai sent a voice message in a hurried tone. No, there's still a few more traffic lights. I will go through them all and make sure the time is under 10 minutes. Mu Qingyang called Du Shuixian again. I've seen Zhu Ganglai go upstairs. If you don't come now, you'll miss it. Finally, I replied to Bai Shuang's message. About 10 minutes. Not long after, through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant, Mu Qingyang and Li Zhili indeed saw Zhu Ganglai staggering into the Shelton Hotel. You can see that he is very panicked. Half a minute later, 4 fat women dressed in colorful clothes also appeared downstairs of the Hilton and rushed into the elevator aggressively. Mu Qingyang squeezed Li Zhili's little hand. Let's go watch a good show. The room number is 7007, right in front. The closer they got to their destination, the more nervous Zhu Ganglai became. He had never been so panicked even when he cheated in the college entrance examination. When I walked to the last few meters, I couldn't move any further. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of room 7007, and Bai Shuang was also extremely nervous. Although she had played cards with dozens of people, including some handsome guys, she had never felt like she did today. Mu Qingyang is not only a typical tall, rich and handsome man, but also a shy boy-like person, just like the imagined Prince Charming. More importantly, this was dug out from Li Zhili, which gave me a different kind of pleasure. With all the buffs combined, Mu Qingyang is Bai Shuang's dream man. Her hand gently grasped the door handle, intending to give handsome Mu a sweet kiss as soon as she opened the door. With a click, the door slowly opened. Bai Shuang had already pouted and moved closer. What are you doing here? It wasn't handsome Mu's voice. Bai Shuang opened her eyes suddenly, and the person in front of her startled her. Boss Zhu, why are you here? Zhu Ganglai thought he had knocked on the wrong door, so he took 2 steps back to check again. Yes, it was room 7007. He was just about to take out his phone to confirm when a familiar voice suddenly came from the corner of the corridor. Du Shuixian, what is she doing here? Is she playing cards here? Zhu Ganglai didn't have time to think about it. He pushed Bai Shuang away, hurried into the room, and then slammed the door shut. Bai Shuang thought Zhu Ganglai had come to find her specifically, but she was determined to take down Mu Qingyang today, so she spoke coldly. Boss Zhu, how did you find me here? I'm not feeling well today and can't accompany you. Please get out. Zhu Ganglai was panicking, fearing that Du Shuixian might hear something, so he quickly made a gesture to keep quiet. Shuh. Almost at the same time, the sound of violently smashing the door was heard. Boom, 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 boom. The sudden loud noise seemed to be a death-threatening sound, which frightened Zhu Ganglai to death. Open the door, you shameless bastard. I know you are in there. Open the door now. Zhu Ganglai was about to cry. His mind raced, trying desperately to think of a way to escape. How did Du Shuixian know I was here? Was it a trap set by that bitch Li Zhili? It's possible. Otherwise, why would Bai Shuang be in room 7007? What to do? What to do? If you get caught, you can't clear yourself of guilt even if you jump into the Yellow River. That old sow, Du Shuixian, will definitely kill me. The knocking continued, but the door didn't open. Du Shuixian got angry and rushed towards the door with the swimming ring around her waist. But she was just fat and had no strength at all, and the door didn't move at all. A familiar voice sounded behind me. Annie, do you need my help? Du Shuixian looked back and his fat body trembled suddenly. She was shocked. Oh my goodness, this young man has such a handsome face, such a strong body, and such a tall height. If only this could. Isn't he 100 times stronger than Zhu Ganglai? Du Shuixian sucked a mouthful of saliva. Yes, handsome guy, can you help me break the door open? Thank you. Mu Qingyang smiled and nodded, then raised his size 43 big foot and kicked the door lock with a bang, and the door opened. Several old ladies smiled. Wow, he's so strong. He opened such a solid door in no time. He's really strong. This brother has a really good physique. Can you hold something weighing more than 200 kilograms? How long can you hold it? Brother, do you have a job? Annie can introduce you to one. Du Shuaxian glanced at the wealthy ladies with a squinting eye. What are you doing here? Go in quickly and help me find Zhu Ganglai. Several fat women rushed into the room one after another, and the single room suddenly became crowded. Mu Qingyang blocked the door and had silently turned on the camera. Bai Shuang, who was curled up on the bed, was terrified. She still didn't understand what was going on. She just screamed in fear. Who are you? It's illegal for you to break into my room. Get out now. Du Shuaxian raised the corner of her mouth in disdain, walked over, pulled back the quilt, raised her fat hand, and slapped him. Shut your filthy mouth, you little bitch. Where's Zhu Ganglai? Tell him to get out here. Chapter 116, Playing with These Things? Du Shuaxian slapped Bai Shuang hard on the face, causing her to lie on her side instead of lying flat on her back. A 200-pound man is less than a 100-pound man. It's just like an adult beating a child. Mu Qingyang suddenly felt a little compassionate. Did I go too far by tricking her into coming here? After all, she's just a girl in her early 20s. Is this experience too much? But Mu Qingyang changed his mind and thought about what she had said in the car to slander Li Jili. This kind of person is willing to hurt others for her own benefit, so it is right to teach her a lesson. Besides, she was already having an affair with Zhu Ganglai, so it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. I just advanced the plot. Bai Shuang covered her slightly swollen left face. Her eyes were already filled with tears, but her eyes were full of resentment. You fat old pig, you dare to hit me. This is a society ruled by law. I'm going to call the police. I want them to arrest you. As he said this, he was about to get his cell phone. Du Shuaxian sneered, raised her hand, and slapped him again. The phone spun a few times in the air and then fell to the ground with a bang. You little bitch, you think you have the right to be a mistress? It's only natural for me to beat you up. I'm getting rid of harm for the people. Have you ever seen anyone who caught a mistress go to jail? You slut, you dare to threaten me. As he said this, he tore off the quilt wrapped around by Shuang. Wow, you're quite playful, wearing these things. I'll let you wear it. I'll make you horny. I asked you to seduce a man. Du Shuaxian tore the pieces of cloth into pieces in just a few strokes. Bai Shuang's small body was simply unable to resist, and she could only retreat to the corner and tremble. Mu Qingyang was stunned. Putting aside the erotic scenes, this old bastard Zhu Ganglai is really tough. He beat her and stripped her clothes. If Zhu Ganglai doesn't come out, Bai Shuang doesn't know how she will be tortured. Just when Du Shuaxian was showing his might, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out of the cabinet near the door, lowered his head, and rushed out the door. Mu Qingyang had been guarding the gate tightly. He had swatted down a mosquito that flew by just now. How could he allow such a big living person to break through?